Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news. Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. NFL Draft will resume at noon today. Pirates last night, 6-0 winners over Milwaukee. They've got Game 2 of their series tonight at 7:40, and it's here on The Fan with coverage at 6 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Right now, it's going low.
Now, it's time to take a look around the links. It's time for Going Low with Chris Muller. Every Saturday morning, we cover the world of golf, both locally and nationally. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, Omni Bedford Springs, Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Going Low with Chris Muller is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good Saturday morning to you. It is Going Low. Alongside PGA professional Craig Mankins, it is Chris Muller, our guy Nelly, who's becoming a steady enough guy on these Saturdays. He's going to get lumped in. I don't think Nelly has picked up a golf club maybe ever. He's shaking his head no. Nelly likes to bet on sports, likes to maybe bet on golf, but not a player of golf. But he is part of the gang here now. Always a reassuring face to see in there when I pop in at like 6:40 every morning. We were just talking off the air, Craig and I were, it is kind of one of those weird weeks in the world of professional golf. If you've heard this show before, you kind of know how we do it. It's like a mixture of stories from the course for both of us, me shamelessly asking Craig for advice on my own game in my quest to continue dropping my handicap further into the single digits, us talking local golf, and there's a story for Craig, obviously, to tell about one of his experiences this past week on that front. With some pretty high stakes. And then we talk about tour golf. It's a weird week to talk about PGA Tour golf. The biggest tournament in professional golf right now is the Chevron, which is the tournament and major in the LPGA, formerly known as the Dinah Shore, that they have now moved to Memorial Park in Houston, which for the ladies is a very good venue because it's a bomber's paradise for them, a bomber's paradise for the guys, but at the yardage they're playing, it's some more interesting shots. So we'll maybe touch on that later. It's Zurich week, Craig, on the tour. It's Zurich week, baby. And I'm sure New Orleans gets, I guess, kind of up for that tournament. But it's 2 weeks clear of the Masters. It's a week out after the RBC at Harbor Town, which is a signature event, partly to get Masters guys to come and play in it, which, hey, Scotty Scheffler was right there. But I wanted to start today because it's an unusual event talking about the Zurich for a minute. Not really about like, hey, let's go down the leaderboard here and see who's doing what. But it is unusual on the PGA Tour in that it is a sanctioned tournament. You win this thing, it counts as a win, but it is a team event. They play 4-ball, rounds 1 and 3. They play foursomes, which is alt shot. 4-ball for those of you who don't refer to as such, best ball. And then foursomes is alternate shot. And that's how they determine where Ben Griffin and Andrew Novak won it last year. And that was Griffin's first win. And then you remember he got on a pretty big heater after that and looked like one of the better players in the world, made the Ryder Cup team.
Yes, he did.
I think it is I think it's a tournament that like you pop it on, you kind of put it in the background. You're not sitting there sweating who's going to win the Zurich. Right. But I do think it's interesting because if you are watching the PGA Tour week to week, it is something you don't get any other week, which is a legitimate team event that would count as a win.
Right. It definitely
does it appeal to you? I mean,
here's the funny part. As a player, yes, it's fun.
Way more fun as a player.
It is. So like in the Tri-State PGA, in the PGA of America, the sections, they run their tournaments, and we have multiple tournaments all year. Obviously, our biggest one's the section championship, which shout out to all of our guys. They're actually out in Bandon Dunes right now.
Oh man, dreary old Bandon.
Oh yeah, which is great, and which we'll
I know an assistant pro out at one of the 11 courses out there. That's on the list for me. But with kid number 3 on the way, we're pushing that one back to 45 years old. I think maybe 46.
Hit the pause button.
Yeah, so they're out in Bandon.
Yep, they're out in Bandon. They're competing, and they have a chance to qualify then for the PGA Championship, where they can compete against the best players in the world. And I think it's the top 20 that actually make it out there. But obviously, those individual events are big ones, correct? Mm-hmm. But the ones I love to play in, we always have 1 or 2 pros every year, which is a lot of fun. And we do the same thing. We play better ball, and we actually play a Chapman format.
Oh, I'm a big fan of that one. It's okay. So Pinehurst Chapman, its either name is scramble off the tee, right?
No. You both hit your tee shots and you flip. I go I go to my partner's
player
ball.
Player 1 hits player 2's ball. Player 2 hits player 1's tee ball.
And after we hit that, then
pick the best one and go alt shot.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah, which is nice because it just helps alleviate if maybe your partner doesn't drive it real well and he hits it out of bounds quite a bit. You can end up in alt shot. You can end up with some high scores, but. Back to the question you originally asked me, I do like it as a player, and I can only imagine like at the tour level, it'd be really
like a pressure release for those guys. A little bit more fun.
A lot of fun. You can understand where Ben Griffin.
You had baseball
Connor.
in the brain. Paul Skeens went 20 up, 20 down.
Right.
I was watching too.
Connor's 20th birthday, hit his first home run.
Pony ruined it again. I don't believe in jinxes, but I went on Twitter. And I said, there's a developing situation in Milwaukee that I'll just be monitoring and not naming. Now, I don't believe in any of that. I could have said perfect game 10 times in a row in all caps.
Yeah, correct.
And he might have gotten the next 8 outs, right?
Yep.
But I didn't because it's fun.
Yep.
Pony, all caps. Paul Skeens is gunning for a perfect game. The Pirates have never had one. And I think 10 minutes later,
that's when he
lost it. He gave up a hit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah, it's okay. He was dealing.
Neither here nor there. So Ben Griffin and Novak though. I mean, that was a springboard.
But you can see where he can get that confidence because you still have to hit a lot of pressure shots. It's just a little more footloose and fancy free because you do have a partner in some of those situations, and some of the situations you don't. You have to hit the shot.
So I have a proposal. Based on the fact, I have an idea that I would love to kick back and forth. And it's not a new idea. And I don't think you know where I'm going. And that's deliberate on my part. But I think that the PGA Tour could use at least one more tournament that is not a traditional stroke play event. 72 holes. I know that's what TV likes. I know this is ultimately still a 72-hole stroke play event. It's just unusual. It's just a different format. It's teams. I think you could make a justifiable case that a major should be a match play again. That there should be a match play major. Now, PGA Championship, people don't know this, for the first part of its existence from 1916 until 1957, it was stroke play to qualify, and then it was a bracket, and it was time for match play. Time to everybody saddle up, cinch up the big boy pants, and play match play.
Mm-hmm.
Me personally, I love the Ryder Cup because it is match play. I love like the dynamics, and maybe not the PGA Championship. There are, I think, a lot of different like ideas and proposals on the tour. But I think a big event that already has built-in stakes, like where you don't have to create it out of whole cloth and like make people care about it. So something people already care about.
Right.
And I think that would be the one of the majors. You're not going to make the Masters, US Open, Open Championship that way. I would love to see it go back. Or I would love to see the Tour Championship maybe if it's a bridge too far with the PGA to say, wait a minute, you're taking this and making a match play. I want the Tour Championship to be a bracketed match play event.
Yeah, so you remember in February, they used to have the World Golf Championships, and they used to be match play.
Mm-hmm. I remember this, yeah. Tiger Woods and Stephen Ames was a famous one. You remember that one? Stephen Ames, where he's hitting it, I think I could beat him, and then he lost 9-8 or whatever.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely. and those were fun. I used to get excited to watch those in the wintertime, but then it kind of just lost its luster because they used to have to start on Wednesday.
Did you? I mean, I guess it's because for me, the reason maybe it's the Tour Championship. I should probably alter it because the PGA, they did it once and they're not going to want to take a major and make it fundamentally different. Because people would say, oh, he won 2 PGAs, but it was the match play portion or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, in the world of high level golf, do you think people would say winning a match play tournament's easier than winning a stroke play tournament, broadly speaking? Because you wouldn't necessarily have to play phenomenal golf every day.
Yeah.
Like how would that shake out? Because there's 2 ways to look at it. You could say, I shot 63 today on my ball in a match play event. My opponent happened to shoot 62 or he shot 66. Correct. So I played better, but I lost because of X, Y, or Z.
Well, the funny part
is
it's
more random, maybe, I guess.
It is because you're just playing your opponent. I mean, and you both might not have your ace stuff that day, and you might shoot 71 and win.
That's why I kind of like it. It's like beat the guy in front of you. And then, hey, yeah, somebody might have been great. There's an element of randomness to it that I like.
Oh, no.
And I think that makes for compelling. Also gives you built-in underdogs. Can you imagine if who's the guy? Brian Campbell, who hits it roughly as far as me. That's not an exaggeration. He won down in Mexico last year.
Yep.
Like him getting on a heater and having to face Scotty Scheffler for the Tour Championship, let's say. In a match play set, come on, who's not interested in that to see if this guy could pull off a miracle?
Well, I think you just hit the nail on the head, and this might be why and I don't know why the World, Golf Championship, why that one disappeared, but I think they started getting some guys on Saturday and Sunday that the TV ratings just weren't there, because if your big dogs fall off, if you lose Rory, if you lose Scotty, you lose all the guys people want to see. And you have no-namers that people don't know that are up there playing in that thing. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, the sponsors are going, hey, what are we doing?
I understand. I don't know. I think the tour with Brian Roll up there has tried to streamline it, and they are catering to the bigger names. But I also feel like he is trying to tweak the product to make it more appealing. And here's what I feel like has happened, because I try to keep up and read on this and all that. And hear what players are saying. I feel like that it's gone away long enough now. You take something away, you go to a new uniform for a football team, and everyone's like, yeah, I was ready for the Steelers to change to curved numbers in 1997.
Right.
What's everyone want back now? The block numbers full time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so I think you've had enough time away from a match play tournament like that where people are like, hey, it'd be pretty cool. Especially with, I'll table the PGA Championship one and just say Tour Championship. Because they went with the goofy, remember the 10 shots format? Scotty starts at -10.
When they're ahead,
There's that weird, stratified chase based on how you've done
during the year.
I don't care. No, if you want to have the Tour Championship, make it a 64-man bracket and make one play 64, or give a couple guys buys if you want to do it that way, and make somebody fight their way through, and then your prize is playing a rested Scotty Scheffler or something. You know what I mean? I think there's room for that in the tour calendar.
Yep.
And I wish they would go back to it. And Zurich makes me think about that because it's basically them taking a country club format.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? A men's invitational format and making it a PGA event.
Right. Correct. And that's kind of what they used to do in those world match things. Remember, they had basically flights in those.
Yeah.
I think it was four guys, I think. all played each
like
other.
a round robin pot.
Yes,
yeah.
they all play. And then
for like soccer like the World Cup will be.
Then they advanced. Yep.
Speaking of this, okay, so I think you're on board. I think you're going to subscribe to my newsletter on that one. I think we can get a match play.
I think, you know what I think you might have to do, though, with it, just because it takes a long time with a lot of people, you might have to break it down to a smaller contingent of guys. It might not be the top 64. It might be.
I've got another idea.
Go ahead.
I got another idea then. I think this is not my original idea. I just like popped into my brain. What if it was match play? But like really not. And what I mean by that is you assign at a given tournament. It's a stroke play tournament, but there are two. Let's say like Scotty Scheffler's going out at 9:20 one day. His match, even though he's playing stroke play in whatever this tournament is a guy who's teeing off at 11:40. And then you have to match cards and see what they ended up shooting. Something completely wild like that.
Can't do that.
No,
they have to play.
Insane.
They have to play. Well, they have to play at the same time. They have to play the condition. If you're playing against somebody,
no, I know. I threw that out there as a completely wild idea.
Because the PGA Tour, you still
that's not match play. I get it. That's not the true meaning of it.
That's carnival games.
Okay. Hey, listen. I'm out here trying to put ideas into the world because. I don't know. Zurich's fun because it's different, and I'll definitely watch it. I'll be watching that tomorrow because I like seeing guys come down the stretch in that alt shot format because it's like you're two good buddies, you both want to win, but man, if one of you is choking like a dog,
somebody puts you under the tree.
Like, you're kind of killing me here.
Yep.
But I just think there's room for more. I will say this, since we're on the topic of tour stuff right now, before we get coming up at like about not even 10 minutes, I want to hear about your big experience this past week. Yes, we'll get into that. Neil Shipley, it's been tough right now, and Ship is, of course, carrying the banner for this part of the country and for the let's say for the Whippeal. And tough first year right now. He and Christo Lamprecht, which, by the way, if people are not familiar, big South African dude who's like legitimately 6'8", kind of has a wild looking swing because basically he's not allowed to have a special exemption for club length, so he has to play with pretty short clubs. He's got a kind of a wild move, but he moves it because he's 6'8", so there's a lot of torque out there. But I'm checking up on this. Ship has, I think, I'm looking at this right now. His results this year, he's 1-9 in cuts.
Wow.
What do you think's going through his mind right now?
Well,
having had the year he had on Korn Ferry and kind of he was slam dunk. I remember talking to him about this, Craig. He knew, like, after winning 2 tournaments, he basically knew he was there.
Right.
Like that he had done the math because he's a math guy and he knew he was there. He's made really $19,800 this year and made 1 cut. What's going through his mind, you think?
Yeah, it's a learning experience. I mean, and I think here's the neat part about Ship is I think he mentally stays strong and stubborn at it, in which that's what you have to do because you can catch lightning in a bottle, right? And all of a sudden his name's way up there on one of those events, and all of a sudden, like you said, that can jumpstart you, and but it is tough. It just goes to show you that golf is such a humbling game. My son's bag last year, Mark Getz, he's down in the Americas Tour. He just he had a top 10, and I think I forget if it was Brazil where he is down there, but he's down there somewhere, top 10.
And it's expensive because like these guys might have some sponsors, but you're spending money.
Yeah, he made $7,500, in which I thought, you start doing math, playing.
Most of that evaporates.
Probably does. Yeah, in which but now for him, you basically top 10 on the Americas, then they go right back to the Korn Ferry where you don't have to qualify, which is nice. Now he's already played the Korn Ferry Tour twice, and I know he's way confident or very confident on those courses, and he just needs to get right back to there because he can do it.
The thing that's weird about that is that you say it that way. So I know Korn Ferry, a lot of those courses are set up short, and those guys know they have to make birdies.
They're not necessarily short.
Not set up short, I'm sorry. They're set up a little easier. They're long, but like you can hit it. And you can go get it, and you can go post a number, is my point.
Well, here's the funny part. So because of the talent level that's on the Korn Ferry Tour and how many good guys are out there, they're the reason those scores are so low.
Well, okay, so those guys are also feeding the PGA Tour, and I understand, obviously, you're in the major leagues. It's all the best guys from there. But I always think about this with Ship. He struck me as a guy that would play really well in events where par was well defended. And, I don't think he missed the cut at Valspar by much because he was +2 after 2 days. And the Valspar is the Copperhead course defends par.
Very tough.
My point with him is he has had a bunch of days where, these tournaments where you look at his results and he's just right around par. And I got to imagine there's a lot of pressure knowing I can't just shoot 70 at Memorial Park a couple of weeks ago for 2 rounds. And I know it's not good enough. I got to shoot 68 probably just to make a cut. I would imagine that kind of puts a little bit of subtle pressure on you.
Yeah.
I got to go out and hunt birdies.
It does. And golf is one of those games, again, if you're thinking about just making the cut, it's really difficult to perform out there. If you're thinking about going out and trying to get a top 10 and a win, those guys that have it honed in, they're not worried about making the cut. They're worried about getting themselves in position on Saturday and Sunday to go get a victory, because that's hard. Yeah, correct.
I was kind of hoping Zurich would be good for him because maybe he could play if it draft off of his partner off of Lamprecht. Maybe if one of them's red hot during 4-ball, then they get to the weekend and then see what happens. But did not happen. Alex Smalley, Hayden Springer at 16 under. They will go again on 4-ball today. Alex and Matt Fitzpatrick at 15 under, 1 back. Alex Fitzpatrick wins this tournament. He immediately gets status, I think, on the PGA Tour the rest of the year. He's a DP World Tour player, but this is an event where he can get in. Can you imagine if he just wins his way onto the tour with his brother?
That'd be wild.
And Matt Fitzpatrick is right now maybe hottest player in the world.
Yeah, no kidding.
We'll get into his game a little bit and what he did last week, because you came in here throwing bulletin board material up at the best player on earth.
Yeah.
We might have to get into that, but coming up next.
Second place Scotty.
Second place Scotty. I'm not going to stand for that slander here for very long, but I want to get into next what you did last week. You had you were on the bag, and the stakes were very high, and I think people love hearing a kind of on-the-ground story of what went down at a U.S. Open qualifying. Now, this was just 18-hole. This wasn't sectionals, but this was step 1.
Just local.
Just to try to take step 2 to get close to what I think is still the best tournament in the world, the U.S. Open.
Right.
Craig Mankins was on the bag. How did it go for him and his charge, Mr. Justin Moose? We'll get the full boots-on-the-ground reporting from the man himself coming up next. It is the Going Low Show on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. On Friday night, the Pittsburgh Pirates defeated the Milwaukee Brewers by a final score of 6-0 in Milwaukee in the first of their 3-game set. Paul Skeens had a perfect game through 6 2/3 of an inning. He ended up getting the win and striking out 7. Connor Griffin hit his first home run of his major league career, a solo shot in the top of the 3rd inning. Griffin finished with 3 RBIs. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Topps is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your trip to the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $647 on the weekends. And ask about our off-season rates too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com. Spring into April savings at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Drive home in a brand new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payments starting at $239 for 36 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is serving up a happy hour every day during the playoffs. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boost to bonus bets and more. And the best part, it's every single day. So whether you're betting the early game or gearing up for prime time, make sure you open the FanDuel app and see what's waiting for you. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. The Cavs, our closest NBA city. They are looking to take out Toronto in the first round, so look for special drops on that series. Also, the other side of the state, Philadelphia, trying to keep it close with Boston. Good luck with that. And look for special promotions on that series, too. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, golfers, we're here to talk about golf.
Helping you with your golf game, this is Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back into Going Low on 93.7 The Fan. PGA professional Craig Mankins, Chris Muller. Friend of the show, Justin Plummer, says, Craig, get ready for our fitting on Monday.
Yep, new Titleist. New Titleist driver, fairways.
Do you go into a fitting knowing like what you think based on what you've heard about the clubs, like what you're going to get fit for, or do you go in as blank a slate as possible?
No, so I have a good idea because with getting we Titleist is in every other year on
product line.
Even years it's new drivers, fairways. New drivers, fairways, and then on the odd years it's irons.
Well, wedges are every year, aren't they?
No, every other year too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
and
so
and the wedges were this year also.
Now, do you like getting fit more for the driver? Do you like hitting the lumber and testing that out, or do you like hitting the irons?
Well, it's fun. Here's the funny part. You love to get fit when you're playing good. I'm actually playing good right now. My body's healthy, and that's as you start to get older, you're not there yet. But I just turned 50, so
buddy, this trick knee over here. Of mine.
I'm telling you, wait though, but you'll figure out. You either, when you get 50, it's like, okay, I'm on the other side of the mountain now. You're on the downward slide. It's like you got to do everything you can.
Oh, you're making it sound so fun.
To keep you just have to keep your body healthy, from
well, then I guess we need to give Rick Stimmel a shout out because he qualified. He made it through locals again, and he's on the other side of 50, is he not?
He's 58. Rick's unbelievable. So we saw Rick on the putting green, and we were chatting with him, and we asked him, "Who's caddying your bag?" I'm standing there with Moose. He goes, "I'm toting it myself." And let me tell you something. Number one, Neville Wood was unbelievable. The shape of it's unbelievable. The greens were perfect. You would have thought it was the middle of July. Everything perfect. Everything absolutely perfect. But
not an easy walk.
No. We were on hole number 14, and one of the caddies that was with us, he looked at us and he said, "We've already walked over 6 miles." And, I was thinking about, okay, after we play number 16, you got to walk straight up a hill to number 17 to the par 3.
And he just trucked right along and shot 71.
So that was the one spot where they had a shuttle that took you up, and I was like, oh, I just want to reserve my seat on that shuttle.
Not that it's anything close. I'm pretty sure because of personal pride and wanting to be the only guy walking, I lost a Moon Open many, many moons ago.
Did you really?
Because I was the only guy walking. It was 90 degrees, and I was putting together a back nine charge that would have made Nicklaus in '86 at the Masters blush. And I was 7 back with 9 to play. Somebody had gotten word to me that the lead of my flight, so I was in the B flight, very high stakes stuff here, was 7 shots clear of me. But it was a gentleman who we all thought had a chance to maybe shoot like a 44 or 45 instead of what he had been shooting, like 41s, 42s. So I play the first 7 holes of the back nine, 1 under par.
Oh, boy.
And I just birdied 16, made like a 5-footer to birdie 16 and get to 1 under. And I am dying at this point.
Yeah.
I am very tired. I am just like, hey, I play well when I walk. I got to do this. I get to 17 at Moon. I am like, don't go on the road. Don't let your legs quit. Your legs are tired. Don't let your legs quit. Do not go left. It's OB. You'll be done.
You can't. You have to focus on what you want to do.
No. So I fanned one to the right.
Okay.
I fanned an iron out there to the right, and I ended up making like what I will call an honest double because I didn't really hit any bad shots. I just kind of got into a spot where I couldn't do anything, and then bogeyed the last, and I lost by 1.
Oh, no.
So that was a legs one. So I'm very impressed that Rick Stimmel carried his own bag at 58 and qualified, but you were on Moose's bag. So
yes. So
let's talk. I want to talk shop here a little bit.
Moose has been playing, Justin's been playing so good all spring.
And for people who don't know Justin, he's a long driver, but he can some of the guys who are long drivers aren't always great players.
No.
He can absolutely play.
Justin's a great player.
Big time player.
Really, really big player. Tons of talent. And even a better guy. So we, number one, Neville Wood, slight lean to the left, par 4, and then down the hill. Winds blowing pretty hard left to right, and it was cold that morning. If you remember,
I played that morning. I actually have a horror story from my round that morning to tell you later.
It was in the 20s. We had an hour and a half.
Like a frost
delay. Yes, and it got up to 60 some degrees in the afternoon, which made for a nice walk because I was able to make it. But Justin had a bad first swing. And, it just goes to show you that even these guys, and Justin's one of them that's really, really talented, a little bit of competition. I should have probably had him hit the driver off the first tee, but he went with a hybrid. And
hit a foul ball.
Yeah, he just played, like he said that's one of the worst swings he's made since, January 1st. And I said, I know. And here's the funny part. He was lined up and I was watching and I'm going, oh no. I go, he's kind of misaligned on this one. This just goes to show you this happens to
So Caddy didn't feel right stepping in, thought he was
I felt right when he was stepping up, but then when he
stepping in and saying, hold on.
Oh, on the first tee? That's what
because that's like the calculation. You're pretty sure you're seeing him lined up wrong, but it's the first tee you want to get in his head. No,
I know that's what, and we talked about it as we went down. And here's the funny part. And Moose is such a solid, mentally tough guy that he then hit He hit his second one. It went in the fairway bunker. He had a great shot to about 15 feet. Just missed his bogey.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we said, listen, we got 17 more holes to go. Let's go get it. So then just missed a birdie on the second hole. Third hole, actually, par 5, bombs a drive, has a 5-iron in, hits a really good shot, and the wind kind of quits blowing. It was blowing pretty hard right to left, and his ball caroms down into the bunker. We actually short-sided ourselves. Oh, yeah, and we missed a 6-footer for par on that one. So now we're 3 over, and you're thinking, oh, no. But he battles back, birdie on 4, great 2-putt on 5, birdie on 6. He made a great putt on 6.
So now he's working it a little bit.
Yeah, so
he's back to 1 over.
We got, and every time then we go to another par 5, hit another great drive, and kind of got a little bit unlucky. He had a really tough stance with the ball above his feet, but
is he asking you to read a lot of putts for him out there? I mean, you're the greens master.
I did help him a lot with the putts. The hard part was the greens were so fast that if you weren't confident and you weren't constantly, you have to be accelerating through that putt. It was real easy if your face, if you, like I always tell it, if you go a little bit slower, you get a decel pull because the face shuts real fast. If you decel, your stroke into it, it happens. The toe closes so quickly. And if you weren't 100% certain and it was just a little bit chilly, just a little bit windy, that, that could happen so fast. And then you just barely miss them. But make a long story short, we end up bogeying another par 5, which is unbelievable. If you would have told me we bogeyed.
Supposed to be the spot where he's making 4s.
Correct. But again, battles back, just misses bird on par 3, 8. Hits a great shot on 9, just misses bird. So we turn it 2 over.
You have a number in your head at that point that you got to get to. What did you guys talk about at 9 after 9?
We said 2 under will get you in, which it would have. That's when
3 under was the medalist, the low round.
Correct. And when we drove down, and then we were watching the leaderboard, and we figured 1 under was going to be a playoff.
Which it was.
So we birdied. So we said, listen, let's go get 3-4 birdies on the back 9, and we're in there. We birdie 10. Great par on 11, just because he missed the green a little bit left, but great chip shot, and there was no gimmies out there. The pins were tough, and we go to 12. We just miss a birdie.
Still feel like you got time though.
We do. 13. Par 3, tough one, 210 yards into the wind. Just pulls it in the bunker, hits it out, a little bit short, misses it. So
I'm just laughing here for a second. You remember every shot perfectly, which is just total golfer or caddy. You are describing this round and you are not hesitating at all. You're going through every shot.
I could tell you every one of them.
You could probably close your eyes and see the shots.
Oh, yeah, I can. So we bogey. So we go back to 2 over. But here's the one that gets us. So we go then to 14, really tough hole. He bombs a drive and he hits a 54 it. He has 100 yards. I'm laughing because on this hole, I remember playing the section championship last year. I think I was hitting 6-iron, and I hit a good drive. But that's his talent. He hits it to 5 feet, and we miss that one for birdie. And
Tough.
It's
now it's getting late early out there. Yogi Berra's showing up.
Yep. But we go to the par 5, and he's looking at me, and I go, let's go. I said, listen. So he bombs a drive, rips it on the green with a 2-iron, just misses eagle, makes a birdie. We're back to 1. Then we go to 16. He hits a great approach shot in there to about 18 feet because we have to make it.
Yeah.
He just misses it.
At that point, you got to make 2 birdies. They even have a chance.
And it's funny. So then we go to 17, and he knocks it. I think he was the only guy in his group that knocked it on the green. And long putt, hit a good one, 2-putt. So we go to 18. We got a hold in 2, and they have the pin. It's downwind, and the pin is middle left, like it's really 2-tier.
Yep.
Unbelievable. I said, well, let's just suck it back in the hole off that
second tier.
Yeah, and he left it over there to the right. The funny part was he got it on the right level because his playing partners hit it up above. And I mean, those were brutal.
Forget about it.
Two
You're
putts.
dead.
Yeah. No, one of the gentlemen hit a great 2-putt. I think we had a 3-putt and a 2-putt. But then Moose, the funny part was we couldn't make a putt all day, right? What's he do on this one?
Jars it.
No, well, it's about 35 feet. He leaves it 2 inches short right in the jar. And Justin looks at me, he goes, it's probably better that it didn't go in.
Would have got you to even, yeah.
Yeah, so we think about it and we go back and, I mean, he's got the game to do it. And the funny part is sometimes
do the putts go or do they not go is how it sounded like today.
Well, that and you know, one bad swing. But that's golf. That's totally golf. And, you know, he'll bounce back and go win some tournaments.
I have a one bad swing horror story then that'll make you laugh. Here's what the other half is. Here's how the other half lives.
Go ahead.
So I went to Wildwood Golf Club. My buddy and I have what we call our summer series. We did not finish last year's summer series. So this is the decisive game 5.
You told me about
14 pops.
Yep.
Okay. Crispy, great condition. Tom out there has it dialed as always on the grounds. David Yokitis, I used to play grade school basketball against him.
Yeah.
Great. I love the people there. Great place. They're very accommodating.
Dave's one of the best. Yep.
Okay, so I go out there and I actually miss a 2-footer on number 1.
Oh no.
To chop the hole after my playing partner had whiffed on the first tee. He just straight up whiffed and he called himself on it. He's like, that's a stroke. I just whiffed. He's working on his swing with Easton. Okay. So you got a little
I
whiff.
told you.
So I miss a 2-footer and on 9, I'll just fast forward a lot of this.
Wait, time out. What hole did you miss a 2-footer on?
1.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we go through. I birdie 6 from a divot in the fairway, one of the best birdies I've ever made. Hit one to like 8-9 feet probably.
Wow.
Roll it in. Par 7 there, which is a tough one.
Yep.
Get to 9.
Were the greens humming?
Oh yeah, they're always humming.
Yeah,
they're always humming. They're always humming at Wildwood. And get to 9, dump one in the front bunker. Hit a pretty good tee ball there. Just don't get it all the way up.
Yep.
Hit a decent blast out where I got about 30 feet for birdie up the hill. Forget because I'm giving so many pops that I need 2 putts just to chop the hole and instead run it 12 feet by trying to make it. Miss it coming down. If I don't miss the 2-footer and I don't run that one 12 feet by, I shoot 40 on the front there for me. Pretty good. 50 on the back. Now you say, Chris, where did it get away from you? Glad you asked, Craig.
Wait, you went 40 to 50?
42, 50. I shot 92.
Oh,
I'll explain why.
Okay.
10, a weird double, out of position off the tee, whatever. 11, make bogey. 12, make a good par. Almost make birdie.
Is that the par 3?
Par 5 over the lake.
Oh, yeah.
So I make a good par there, almost make birdie. 13, almost make birdie. Okay, I'm coming to 14. I'm 3 up with 5 to play. I'm like, I'm putting him out of his misery.
Yeah.
I make double, but it doesn't cost me. I'm 3 up with 4 to play. 15 at Wildwood.
Yeah.
Par 3, over water.
Yep.
With 16 in Sample Road looming.
Yep, little green.
Wind is coming off of the left, so pushing it towards 16. You ever hit one so bad you feel the face cut across the ball? Like you can almost feel it. So I hit a big, high cutting 5-iron that is getting both pushed right and knocked down by the wind at the same time. 3 pine trees on the left between 15 and 16. Yeah. It hits the cart path and goes OB onto the road on 16 because it took such a big bounce.
On Sample Run Road.
Lost 3 out of the last 4 holes and ended up chopping the match.
Oh, boy.
We're not going to discuss 16, 17. 18, we got our act together enough to save in save face, but
oh, boy.
Little bit different world than what Moose was experiencing. That's
Yeah.
all I'll say.
Oh, yeah.
Got a couple things left to get to. Chevron Championship in the LPGA. Second place, Scotty. You're just over there talking trash. We'll get into that in a minute. And then there is some more local some local interest, specifically because you turned 50, like you just said. So you're going to tell us why that's very interesting for you coming up this week. Don't tell us yet.
Don't tell them yet.
Big thing coming on Wednesday for you. We'll get into that.
Okay.
A little more local golf, a little more national golf. We'll talk about the best player in the world, Scotty Scheffler, and the best player in this studio right now, Craig Mankins, coming up next on Going Low.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Steelers made 4 selections on day 2 of the NFL draft, including Drew Aller, the Penn State quarterback. They have 5 selections remaining when day 3 begins on Saturday. They have 1 pick in the 4th round, 1 pick in the 5th round, and 3 picks in the 7th. Draft coverage begins at noon with Donnie Football here on The Fan. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Golf season is back, and it's time to claim your spot at Conley Resort and Golf Club. Conley is forming new weekly golf leagues for players that want great competition, a beautifully maintained 18-hole course, and the perfect place to unwind after the round. Grab your buddies, form a team, and make Conley's your weekly golf night. Great golf, cold drinks, and bragging rights on the line. Want to make a weekend of it? Come stay and add Suncrest Golf and Grill to the fun to play 36. Visit ConleyResort.com. Conley Resort and Golf Club, where the round doesn't end on the 18th.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $200 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Pony, imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. All with our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same internet price. Lock in reliable fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming, plus get the Disney Plus Hulu bundle and Peacock Premium included on us. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change and availability. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Looking for Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination? Old Stonewall Golf Club's award-winning course is now open. Take advantage of off-season rates through the end of April and enjoy their award-winning course layout and spectacular views. Work on your game at their practice tee or chipping and putting greens, and celebrate your round at Shakespeare's Pub afterward. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times this season and see why the best course is just minutes away. That's oldstonewall.com.
Between 3 locations and Truck Month, all you have to do is pick yours at Washington Chevy. Your next adventure starts with this 2026 Colorado with up to $5,800 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. Or get full-size dominance in this 2026 Silverado with up to $8,642 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. Explore our 3 Chevy locations, including the big one, Washington Chevrolet. Visit WashingtonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Take new retail delivery by 4/30/26. See dealer for details.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best 2 fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see ball flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Yeah! There you go. Good shot.
If you like golf, you're in the right spot.
Next to tee off.
This is the Going Low Show, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, we're back on Going Low. Panther Insider Show with Pat Bostic is next. Pat put out a tweet last night that he had a lot to say on the Panther Insider Show. I'm just going to guess that it's about the Steelers' pick at 76 in this draft. A man named Drew Aller. I think Pat's going to be defending the Panther honor at 8 o'clock. Couple things to get to. LPGA has the Chevron Championship. They have 5 majors on the LPGA for those who do not follow that tour as much. This is the former Dinah Shore. It's at Memorial Park in Houston. The PGA Tour was just there in late March for the Texas Children's Open. Good golf course, municipal golf course that they have really fixed up nicely. Nelly Korda is out and running, to say the least, on this one here.
Yes, she is.
We're watching back second round highlights, and she is kind of flexing on the entire field here. She is at 14 under through 2. She's 6 clear of the field in the Chevron, this major.
Uh-huh.
I think she needs to. A couple of years ago, it looked like she and Scotty were on twin tracks of
Correct.
dominating. She won 5 straight starts.
Correct.
They need her, I think, to capture an audience here. There are a lot of great players. A lot of them are from South Korea. A lot of them are from Japan right now, Thailand. I do think the American audience would like to see, or not, I'm not going to say it like that, wouldn't like to see an American, but just wants to see a dominant force in that sport, and she looked like she could be one. Gino Titakum is another one who is really good, but doesn't seem to play well in the biggest events. She wins the birdie fests, basically, and then when the dial gets ratcheted up, she's another name that kind of fades. Scotty Scheffler, I think, has done a lot for golf by being the best since Tiger, I would say, that we've seen. I think he's ahead of Rory personally.
Right.
And has shown like an ability to truly dominate fields. I think if you want the LPGA to kind of to grow, I guess, you need somebody like that who is so dominant everyone's chasing her every week. And I think Korda's the only person there that really fits that profile because she hits it better than everyone else.
Yeah.
She doesn't make putts, though. She's me at Wildwood. She's missing 2-footers out here.
Yeah,
I just think like dominant player. That's kind of my takeaway here is I think a dominant player. We saw it with Tiger. Golf grew exponentially, and he had appeal across wide demographics. I get that, and a worldwide appeal. I do think a sport like this that's individual, whether it's women's golf, men's golf, senior golf even, needs somebody who is the dominant North Star, and I think she's the only person whose game seems to suit that right now.
No, I think you're correct. And it's kind of funny. She won those 5, and then it was like, where'd she go?
That's what
and
I
it
mean.
wasn't that she was bad. It was just...
like she didn't sustain...
Correct.
Like a completely insane level of performance.
Yeah. Well,
So...
if she keeps this pace up, she's going to have a walk in the park on Sunday if she can strengthen her lead.
Well, somebody's going to have to go and shoot pretty absurd rounds on the weekend to catch her. I mean, if she just shoots like a couple of 70s, I think this thing's in the bag. I would just I just think it's compelling when you see somebody start to dominate to the degree that she was for a while, and I think the women's tour could use that.
No, I agree.
Second place, Scotty. You talking your trash here?
No, it's kind of funny when Fitzpatrick goofed up that
The 18th.
Yeah, and he hit that bad pitch shot.
Mm-hmm. He rushed that too after playing so slow the whole time, and they ran up and hit that thing.
And I thought Scotty had him, but then give credit to Fitzpatrick. That 4-iron he hit was unbelievable.
Did you hear what he said after? What he admitted?
No.
It was a pull. He thought he hit a pull basically almost into the water.
And he ended up hitting it close.
He hit it because the wind was coming off the water so hard.
Oh, yeah.
So he took one hand off the club. No, I'm not taking away anything from the shot. It's an incredible shot.
Right.
He admitted after the round he pulled it. He thought he pulled it.
Oh,
and the only reason it ended up where it did was because the wind blew it onto a straight line.
Absolutely. Yeah, because it just goes to show you. I mean, because hitting a 4-iron into there, you're not that accurate, right?
No.
And kudos to him for being honest and saying, and that's golf. That's where, he's playing it out there to the right again, to be safe and give himself a chance to win the tournament. And he ends up pulling it. And he does.
I thought Scotty for sure was going to beat him in the playoff. I just don't think anyone felt like Fitzy could get it done. It's very funny with Scotty, by the way. Dude doesn't make a bogey on the weekend at the Masters. First guy to do that since 1946. Yeah, 46.
Mm-hmm.
Charges at the RBC and barely misses a win there, and is hitting shots down the stretch to get it done, to get there.
Yeah.
And everyone still, me included, is is he gonna break through and win again? What's going on with this guy?
Well, we laugh about it, I'm just saying it obviously in candor, laughing at second place Scotty, because how many times has he won on tour?
Do you want to know what his what's crazy about him? It actually does. He's won so many times. It actually does feel in a way when he doesn't win, what's going on?
Right, yeah, correct.
That's the first time I've seen that since Tiger, where when a guy doesn't win a tournament that he's in, you say hey, is everything good?
The only time you remember, and Tiger never lost down the stretch ever. It was that PGA Championship.
Wai Yang ran him down. Oh,
he held
that
bag above his head.
Wai Yang took him to school that day. What a day that was to watch. Scotty's results this year. You ready? This will make you laugh. This is the standard we're holding him to. He won the Amex, T3 at Phoenix Open Waste Management, T4 Pebble, T12 at Genesis, T24 at Bay Hill, T22 at the Players, second at the Masters, and second in a playoff at the Heritage.
Wow.
He's only won once. He's got 5 top 5s and nothing worse than 24th.
Wow.
Down year. Is it going to be the summer of him and Rory? Do you think anybody breaks? You know how you'll occasionally have somebody break through? VJ in 2004 kind of stopped the Tiger run and had a crazy year. You think anybody's poised? Is Ludwig, anybody?
Well,
because it seems like it's going to be Scotty and Rory this summer.
But he has already won what? 3 times?
He's won a bunch.
Yeah, I think he's won 3 already, but you don't hear anything about him.
In the big boy tournaments,
Yeah, he didn't do anything, right?
It just feels like it's going to be one of those summers where those guys, I could realistically see those 2 guys splitting all 4 majors. I could.
Oh, they could. Yeah, the neat part, that's why I love the Open Championship, the British Open, because with the weather, there could be some guy, you and I look at each other and we go, who is this guy?
Didn't Rory go 63-80 one year because of the weather, because of the waves that he was in?
Correct.
Brian Watts, the all-time example of a guy at the Open who almost pulled off a miracle. You remember him?
No.
It was 98, I think. He hit one of the all-time bunker shots, I want to say on the 18th hole to force a playoff, I believe. Or to stay within 1 or something.
What was his name?
Brian Watts.
Oh, I do.
He hit a bunker shot that I think if you gave him 30 tries, he wouldn't have gotten it closer than he did on all 30 tries.
So
the one time he actually had to hit it.
I just told you I could tell you every shot Moose hit on Tuesday. Jean Van de Velde in the Open Championship. I can remember where I was at Indiana Country Club. We were watching it. The best was when he took his shoes off and went in the water. And then
Who was the commentator going, oh, no. It
was Ben Wright, I think.
It's just this, no, trying to tell him, don't do that.
Oh, and then the best was he was rallying up the crowd like he was at a Steeler game to make it was wild.
That's one where his caddy had to put a 2-iron or whatever it was in his hands off the tee and just be go make a double bogey, you will win.
All he had to do was make the 5, and he was good.
He could have made 6 and 1.
I know.
Yeah, he could have made 6 and 1 on that. Speaking of Indiana Country Club, you got something going later this week, my man.
Absolutely.
And you being 50 is a big deal.
I know. Next year, I'll have to make sure. I totally forgot about it. Good friend of mine, Bernie Hogan, and I were laughing because I turned 50. I could have entered, I believe. U.S. Senior Open local qualifying Wednesday. A lot of good players. Johnny Abers up there, good friend. Brett Carman. Gordon Wittmeyer. Doug Gradwell. Doug Gradwell, when I was a freshman in college, he's a member at Indiana Country Club. Great player. Long time. Wins many club championships up there. The actual U.S. Open qualifier was up there, played 36 holes. And I shot 81 the first round, but then I shot 72. Doug shot, I think, 71, 67, something like that. He's out. Hopefully he's out there listening. He can correct me on, but it was something right around there. He was in the 60s and the low 70s.
Wow.
And I think he made, moved on. Dan Kaznesny playing.
That was Rick Stimmel should be able to do this one too.
Yeah, he is. I'm looking right now to see if I see his name.
He's the man of the hour right now.
Joe Burke, Kevin Shields is up there. Kevin, great player. Arnie Kutchell, Greensburg zone. Let me see. There's Bernie. There's Rick Stimmel. Or wait, no. No, I don't see Rick's name.
Well, there you go.
Tony Tracy.
Maybe he's busy, just getting through locals for the genuine article here.
The one thing when you get eligible for the U.S. Senior Open, you're also eligible to put on your reader so you can read this a little bit.
Well, that's Wednesday. I've got my two-man scramble that I got to play tomorrow. I am the better of the two handicaps in my group, so I'll handle that pressure.
Where are you playing tomorrow?
Horribly. Totteridge.
Oh, Totteridge.
So I'm excited to play there, but
make sure you say hi to Brian Close, a great PGA professional up there.
I'm not excited to be the better player because mentally I am a small child.
Yeah.
So.
Well, tomorrow's the best day to play the weekend. It looks like the rain's out there now. It's going to be off and on till 1 o'clock today.
It's going to soften it up a little bit.
All of our golfers out there have that FootJoy rain gear ready to go.
All right, we're done for today. Pat Bostic, Panther Insider Show. I think he has a little bit to say about pick 76 in the Steelers draft.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna guess there's gonna be a little bit of parochialism between Pitt and Penn State there when he breaks it all down. That's coming up next. Craig and I will talk to you again next Saturday.
Hit him straight
at 2 o'clock or at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'll talk to you again Monday on the PM team. This was Going Low.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
By the way, I have to give you fan weather right now, Nelly. Can you tell me who fan weather is brought to you by? Would you like to just do this like Austin Bechtold would? He'd love to jump
Secure
in.
Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track.
It's going to rain.
The rain's supposed to stop at 1 o'clock, right?
Yeah, it's going to rain, and then it won't. That's the weather.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon. Excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. SuncrestGolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. they could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. You push your body. Now it's time to recover. At Body by Design, they can help you perform at your best. From deep muscle massage to their Oasis Wellness experience, accelerate recovery with infrared heat and targeted therapies. Train harder, recover smarter. Book at bodybydesignpgh.com. Family owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. Baseball season is in full swing, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage before and after every Bucks game. Listen to the Og, Murphy, and Perkowski reaction show immediately after the final out, presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and brought to you by Pellman Electric and Pella Windows. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. Land rewards and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos, sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company.
Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Steelers with 4 selections from the NFL draft last night. Alabama wide receiver Jeremy Bernard in the second round. 3 picks in the third round. Penn State quarterback Drew Aller, Georgia cornerback Dalen Everett, and Iowa guard Jennings Dunker. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Panther Insider with Pat Bostic.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about. It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Let's go! The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, Joel Nelson, this should be a lively one today. It is a Panther Insider Show. I'm Pat Bostic. Opening up the phone lines to get things rolling, 412-928-9370. This is a Pitt show. We've got Pitt faithful. And I want your thoughts on this particular situation. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Drew Aller in the third round of the NFL draft. Penn State quarterback. I'll give my thoughts initially. I don't love the pick. I do think he has a ton of potential. I'm not sure he was coached very well by Andy Kotelnicki at Penn State in terms of development. I think he's rather raw. He has a ton of talent and ability and arm talent, but obviously had some difficulty and was hurt last year. But I'm curious to this because Kenny Pickett and that pick, obviously a first-round pick is different than a third-round pick. Back in 2022 was a lightning rod pick. And I don't think I'm assuming this. I think it's fact. I think Penn State fans and West Virginia fans that also are Steeler fans were all over it. My inquiry, my prompt to those listening this morning, again, 412-928-9370. Do Pitt fans feel the same way about Drew Aller? If you're a Pitt fan and you're a Steeler fan, do you want Drew Aller to be successful? I'll go and say, I want him to be successful. I want the Steelers to win. I'm not rooting against the kid. I think it'll be very interesting watching him and Will Howard duke it out. And if Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back, one of them could presumably be the starting quarterback if Mason Rudolph relinquishes the job. But I'm curious what Pitt fans are thinking this morning. Could this be an opportunity to get a little bit of revenge in their mind, given how the Kenny Pickett situation played out? And to be clear, Kenny Pickett didn't perform at an all-pro level and then get traded. But I do think circumstances worked against him from the standpoint that he didn't have a lot around him. You had George Pickens. You had a young offensive line. He was taking over for Ben Roethlisberger. Mitch Trubisky was supposed to be a stopgap. That didn't work. This is a little bit different for Drew Aller, but I'm curious your thoughts. 412-928-9370. We got a ton to get into today. Mike Bell, Pitt baseball coach, is going to join us at 8:45. Big win for the Panthers last night, 7-5 over Virginia. They've got themselves in the hunt, not only for the ACC tournament, potentially to make a regional in the NCAA tourney for baseball. They're approaching 30 wins. Obviously, they had a huge win earlier this week that we're going to get into with Coach Bell, 23-1 over the 12th-ranked Mountaineers of West Virginia University on the road. And as impressive as the 23 runs are, perhaps more impressive is only yielding one run to a very potent offense. And you talk about potent offense. Pitt is third in the country in runs scored and scoring average. Just over 9 runs a game for the Panthers. We'll talk to the skipper, Mike Bell, at 8:45 and get into this late season push, obviously some big victories, and this offensive prowess that his ball club has displayed throughout the course of this season as they push for a postseason appearance. Again, your calls 412-928-9370 on this dreary morning. The NFL draft, man, and we'll let the phone lines stack up. Your thoughts on the NFL draft. Joel, have you gone down yet?
Planning on it this afternoon.
Good. Hopefully the weather clears up for you. It is a scene, man. I mean, it is a scene. And the pit block party over on Arch Landing has been really cool. If you get a chance, you go through the city and you're going to cross one of the bridges, stop on the corner of Fort Duquesne Boulevard and I believe 7th Avenue. There's a huge park that's gotten totally redone by the Cultural Trust, and the cultural district down there is kind of complete now with a great outdoor space, and Pitt is really activated at football toss. Odyssey's there, KDK Radio, Star 100.7, our brother and sister stations. And there's a museum which you can measure your hand against Larry Fitzgerald's hand, your wingspan compared to Aaron Donald, see the Heisman Trophy, and so on and so forth. It's a really cool time. And then you make your way across the bridge, and obviously the North Shore is the North Shore. You go to the Point. There's a lot to do there. Combine experience. This is the day I think, Joel, you're right. Pittsburghers are really gonna get their chance to get down. It was, the outsiders had their moment, and Thursday was just spectacular. I mean, I got chills watching, Renegade play and the drone footage of the crowd. And I like the first round pick. Yeah, I know, these things happen, though, in the NFL, right? You make a call to Mekhi Lemon. You think you might take him, and then the Eagles jump you. My guess is Omar Khan and Mike McCarthy felt like, man, we got to take the best available at 21. If Lemon's there, he's the guy. Then they take him, and they're ready to go tackle, which might have been their plan from the beginning. But a lot of tackles got taken earlier than that. And I thought it would be really interesting. I actually tweeted it out that when you see 4 or 5 tackles go early in the draft and you're have a need at tackle, it gets interesting, and you got to dig a little bit deeper into your note sheet and see who you evaluated. And obviously the Steelers did just that. I like the Jeremy Bernard pick, so a lot more to come. Kyle Lewis still on the board for those Panther faithful out there. Did not go in day 2 of the NFL draft. Thought he might sneak into the 3rd round. Thought he might be a fit for the Steelers, but the All-American linebacker remains on the board and certainly one of the best available as we start the 4th round here today of the NFL draft. Let's go to Matt in North Hills. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, Pat. So, oh boy, do I have a lot to say about the Drew Aller.
The floor is yours, my friend.
Pickett. So, I'm not going to rehash the whole Kenny Pickett situation. He wasn't good enough, but at the same time, he was put in a position to fail. I think you and I would agree on that.
100%.
As far as Drew Aller, there were definitely Penn State fans, and you're already seeing it now. There's a couple of clowns in the local media on another radio station, one that's a big-time radio big mouth, and then one that covers the Penguins. You might know who they are, who are already dunking on Pitt fans about this.
Of course.
There were people when Kenny Pickett was here that affiliated with Penn State especially that just flat out wanted to fail. I'm not talking about social media. I'm talking about people that I know that got a huge laugh out of him failing. So here's my expectation for Drew Aller. Super Bowl or he's a bust. That's the expectation for the Steelers. That's the expectation that was put on Kenny Pickett. So there you go. Drew Aller, Super Bowl, or you're getting clowned, and I hope you get run out of town.
Matt from North Hills, speaking of dunking, and again, I'm going to open up the phone lines. And those of you that listen to the show or tune into our broadcasts on fall Saturdays or listen to the Fan Morning Show on Thursdays when I join the boys, I'm not typically a hot take guy, right? Having played that position at the penultimate highest level, the second highest level, I know how hard it is. I know how easy it is to fail and not reach the top, how hard it is to get there or even get close. And I think Drew Aller has a lot of talent. I think by all accounts, he's a great kid. I think his development was stunted at Penn State a little bit. They had a ton of talent around him, but they ran a gimmicky offense those last 2 years, and It didn't bring out the best in him, some of the stuff they were doing. Frankly, it probably would have been better, and maybe Penn State fans will agree with me, that if Bo Pribula was their guy. Perhaps James Franklin's still the coach. But that's how the cookie crumbled. So I'm not rooting for Drew Aller to fail. And I don't hate the pick. Right? To stockpile talent in the quarterback room, you got two young, just ripe for the picking, developmental quarterbacks, and then you got Mason Rudolph, and then we'll see if Aaron Rodgers comes back. So I don't hate the concept. But what'll be interesting to see is there a double standard? Is there a double standard? Because obviously Kenny Pickett didn't perform up to the expectations this city had for him, which are high expectations. It's a hard place to play that position because it is Super Bowl or bust, right? They've been mired in not making the playoffs or winning a playoff game. That's the bar. And Kenny Pickett didn't reach that. Now, he had some really good moments, and he had some injury problems and didn't get the best protection and had some receiver drama. So do I think partially got a raw deal? Partially wasn't good enough. It'll be interesting, all things being equal, if Drew Aller gets the same treatment. Let's go to Tom in Mount Levo. Tom, good morning.
Hi, Pat. Great show as always.
Thank you, my friend.
Yes, Pat, I think the Steelers already know that Rodgers is coming back. And you two young quarterbacks in Allen and Howard under the tutelage of Mike McCarthy, I think will work wonders. I think Mason Rudolph is the odd man out. And just a comment, Pat, about the fans. Every time Roger Goodell comes to the stage or the podium, there's a chorus of boos. Now, that's not Pittsburgh. We don't have to do that. What are your thoughts on that, Pat?
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Tom, and always good hearing from a neighbor in Mount Lebanon. I don't know if that's all Pittsburgh fans. I think it's a popular thing to do. Again, Joel and I just chatted about it, right? Thursday, Friday is more of the transient day of the draft. You got a lot of fans in there, and Goodell's been getting booed for years. I mean, he's got an affinity to this region for sure. Being a W&J guy, and I think maybe it'll be a little bit different today, but that's just, I guess that's in vogue. And I don't like it either, but it's part of the deal. Let's go to Tom in Bradenton. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, Pat. Look, as a Central grad, if a student or an athlete from Central gets if Pitt wants them or West Virginia wants them, etc., and they don't go to Pitt, I'm a little upset. So other than that, I have no problem with Drew. And also, as far as booing, Pitt fans boo the throw over to first base in baseball. Makes no sense. So booing somebody else is not a problem to me.
Appreciate the call, Tom. Let's go to John in the car. John, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hail to Pitt.
Hail to Pitt, my man.
I'm rooting for Drew Aller.
Me too.
I'm a Pitt grad, and you know what? I'm not going to be like the classless Penn State and West Virginia people. Once you go out of college, like now it's different. You're playing for the Steelers. I think he has all the physical tools. He has been able to demonstrate he could play at a pro level, played in a pro-style offense. I think he had really bad coaching and did not have great receivers to work with. So I'm rooting for him. If he takes us to the Super Bowl and beyond, it'll be a legendary pick. But as a Pitt fan, I'm rooting for him.
I appreciate that and appreciate the call, John. Again, like I said, I'm rooting for him too. I'm going to sit back and watch this thing play out, right? I have all the confidence in the world that Mike McCarthy and company, Tom Arthur, are going to develop him, and he is developmental in nature. He's got all the raw ability. Will Howard has maybe not as much raw arm talent, but has all the intangibles and mobility and toughness. It'll be it's a very good situation from that standpoint. I wanted to see Will Howard get all the preseason reps. That's not going to happen now. But again, I can get right with this. But if it doesn't go well, If it doesn't go well, or if it doesn't go perfect, right? Because that's what we expect here. Is they got to get this right, and we're assuming they're taking a first-round quarterback next year. I mean, this is just an ironic turn of events at the quarterback position for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Hang on the line. We'll keep taking your calls. Got some Pitt basketball updates as well to get into. Obviously, spring drill's concluded for Pitt football. A little bit of Pitt baseball talk and a lot of good baseball talk. Connor Griffin, his first home run on it. Was it on his birthday, Joel?
Yeah, last night.
It was on his 20th birthday, and the Panthers are just putting runs up in spades as they take the first of a 3-game set over Virginia. We'll talk to Mike Bell, skipper for your Pitt Panthers, at 8:45. Much more to get into. Keep your calls coming, 412-928-9370. It's the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. On Friday night, the Pittsburgh Pirates defeated the Milwaukee Brewers by a final score of 6-0 in Milwaukee in the first of their 3-game set. Paul Skeens had a perfect game through 6 2/3 of an inning. He ended up getting the win and striking out 7. Connor Griffin hit his first home run of his major league career, a solo shot in the top of the 3rd inning. Griffin finished with 3 RBIs. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-965-6698. 800-965-6698 or biglou.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwich Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring. But the truth is, they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, back with more of the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panther Insider Show. Taking your calls, 412-928-9370. We're going to get into Pitt baseball talk. I got some Pitt basketball updates, some rumblings about the staff, the roster coming into formation. A little bit of positive light being shed on this program with some recent updates, but obviously the talk of the day is the NFL draft. The talk of the week is the NFL draft, and man, has Pittsburgh shown out well this week. 320,000 people for the opening night for round one. Absolutely unbelievable. A record attendance, just packing it into the North Shore. Great for, obviously, the Steelers organization, great for the NFL, but most importantly, great for our city and our region. So many text messages from friends back where I'm from, how beautiful the city looked, how well the city showed out, and makes you awfully proud to be a Pittsburgher. Are you proud of the Pittsburgh Steelers for taking Drew Aller? And the Pitt twist on this is a couple years back, the Steelers took Kenny Pickett in round one of the NFL draft in 2022. He was going to be the heir apparent to Ben Roethlisberger. A couple years later, he's out the door, and he's been a couple places since. It's been a journeyman-like career for Kenny Pickett in the NFL, and he's got an opportunity in Carolina now to back up Bryce Young, and who knows, he may be one of those comeback stories you see the likes of what we saw this year with Sam Darnold winning a Super Bowl. We'll see. But there's no question it was a lightning rod pick back then. And is this a lightning rod pick in your mind? Or is it different because it's a third-round pick? There's not as much invested. But Pitt fans out there, your thoughts, 412-928-9370. I'd be remiss if I didn't introduce my co-host this morning, who we'll put on video here in a second. The great Andrew Filipponi has joined the show this morning. His head looks awfully large this morning. And I wanted to bring Andrew on the show this morning because, he's falling off the screen. Because he made a declaration. Shocking. He made a declaration. And I love Andrew. I think Andrew is incredibly talented and excellent at what he does. He made a declaration that if the Steelers took Drew Aller, he would quit his job. So I wanted to give Andrew an opportunity to be on the show today. He's not going to be able to say anything. This is a cardboard cutout. However, I wanted to give him his just due, bid him adieu as he moves on to greener pastures after making his declaration. This is all in good fun, obviously, because Andrew's not leaving Odyssey. He's too valuable to this place. However, it's yet another example of Pony throwing something out there, and now he's going to take it. He's going to take it on the chin, and he'll be back on the air of the PM team on Monday. Pitt basketball, before we get to your calls, Jeff Capel bringing in a couple former players on the staff. Ricardo Greer, reportedly going to join the Pitt men's basketball staff from Dayton, was a chief assistant at Dayton, an excellent coach, well thought of in recruiting circles. Dayton, a very good program. And obviously Ronald Ramon coming in to replace Tim O'Toole and Jason Capel. So the staff rounding into form, the roster rounding into form as we start to see commits and signees. More to come on that. Let's go to Bill in the airport. Bill, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Bill?
I'm good, Pat. How are you?
I'm great. What are your thoughts?
Well, you're my favorite quarterback since Dan Marino at Pitt. You were.
I appreciate that, Bill. That's very nice of you.
I was so disappointed that your career didn't work out the way everybody thought it would.
Me too, but I'm good.
Quarterback coming to Pitt. We were so excited. I was over the moon that you committed to Pitt. Couldn't believe it. We took you from the area, Penn State's area. But anyway, getting to the Kenny Pickett thing, I did not want them to take Kenny Pickett. I'm such a Pitt fan that I didn't want to hear the dumb crap from PSU or West Virginia fans if he failed. I didn't want to hear what a failure he was and an embarrassment,
Right.
But honestly, I'm quite excited about the Drew Aller pick, and I think he's going to work out well with the Steelers. He's going to have a battle on his hand with Will Howard.
Yep.
But I think that'll be great. The competition should bring out the best in both of them.
And no doubt about it. I appreciate the call and the kind words, Bill, from the airport. Have a great day. Have a great weekend. Our man, Title Man from Harrison City. Title, what's up? What's up, man?
How you doing, Pat?
I'm great, brother.
Hey, listen, I want to agree with the last few callers, especially on the notion that there are a lot of Pitt fans out there like me who actually rooted for Kenny not to get picked by the Steelers because we felt he would take a lot of exactly what happened, and I got to point it out to the media. This whole thing, it's become a punchline. It became a joke. Kenny's, small hands and all that nonsense. Right. And it was really unfair. I think he got treated really unfairly. The guy's still in the NFL.
Yeah, he is.
And, all the haters out there. And it does, I'll tell you what, it starts with one of the hosts on your shows. He can't go 2 days without bringing up Kenny's hands. I hope Drew gets a fair shot, and I'm cool with it. It's a whole different thing. But the way Kenny was treated in this time and the way he's still being treated in this time is a disgrace.
I appreciate the call, Title Man, and I tend to agree with you. But we live in a very polarizing world, a hot take world that sells clicks and so on and so forth. And listen, it didn't work out for Kenny. And here we are a couple years later, still talking about that. And unfortunately, what it does, and what I don't like, is it colors his entire time in Pittsburgh, including his time at Pitt. And the reality is Kenny Pickett is the best player, the most accomplished player to wear a Pitt uniform in a very long time. Aaron Donald included, right? He won a conference championship and was on the Heisman stage. That's pretty heady stuff from Kenny Pickett, regardless of how his NFL career pans out. I hope Drew Aller does well here. Let's go to John in the car. John, good morning.
Morning, Pat. You got to rationalize this one for me, buddy. I have no idea why they would take Drew Aller in the third round. First of all, we have A-Rod this year. We already have a national championship quarterback, Will Howard, that they haven't used at all. We have an experienced quarterback in Mason already, and we're going to draft a QB next year. What am I missing? And I'll let you respond. Thank you.
Appreciate that. And that is the most unemotional, objective take that you can make on this. And that's where I sat it from the beginning. This has nothing to do with where Drew Aller played college football. This has everything to do with the quarterback room. Now, I understand that Mike McCarthy and company want to stockpile talent at quarterback, and they may not know if Aaron Rodgers is coming back. We assume that. But you know what happens when you assume. Now, let's say, though, it is the case and Aaron Rodgers is back. It probably pushes Mason Rudolph out, and you've got two quarterbacks coming off injury. Aller's more significant, competing to be your backup. You could practice squad one of them and keep Mason Rudolph, but what's that mean for next year? Rudolph's probably out. Rodgers is probably done. You're drafting a quarterback, and you got those two. So for this year, I don't think it makes much sense. But down the road, maybe I'm shifting here a little bit, which is okay. We're allowed to evolve our thinking, right, Joel? Maybe it does make sense down the road. But for right now, for Will Howard's development, in my opinion, I'm not sure this is the best thing. And that was my take from the beginning. If I were Will Howard, I'd be a little bit miffed. But you got to deal with it. It's the National Football League. You're a big boy. You got to deal with it. I just wanted to see him get all the reps, man. I wanted to see him get the lion's share of the reps. If Rodgers is back, Mason Rudolph gets a little bit, couple series. Let Howard go. Let him play the whole game in the preseason. See what you got. It's not going to be the case now, obviously, with another arm in the room and another talented one at that. Let's go to Jerry on the road. Jerry, good morning.
Yeah, hey, good morning, Pat. Good listening to you.
Thanks, man.
Just want to push back a little bit. I am a Penn Stater, but I was never against Kenny Pickett because he went to Pitt. I didn't like the pick of Kenny Pickett because I didn't think he had the arm strength. But
right.
I deferred to what the Steelers taught because they were around them for years. They practiced on the other side of the building. So, I mean, you know better than anybody, there's more than talent or arm talent that goes into a quarterback. I just like Drew Aller's potential.
No doubt.
Kenny Pickett was far and away a better college quarterback. There's no doubt. But as we all said, he was not coached right up at Penn State. He was in the wrong offense.
Yep. I agree with you.
That's where I diverge at.
I agree, and I appreciate that insight, Jerry. Thanks for the call this morning. We got Penn Staters calling the show. This is great, Joel. We take all comers here on the Panther Insider Show, and we're going to get to some Pitt talk. We've talked some Pitt baseball. We've talked some Pitt basketball. Obviously, the NFL draft is what's dominating. I think Kyle Lewis still on the board. But that takes a valid one, right? I mean, upside, first round, you need production, you need proven. You can if you're a really good football team that is winning now, you can hedge towards a little bit of development, but you got to have guys that can play right away. And that's the take on the first round pick for the Steelers, obviously. However, you get to the mid rounds, potential comes into play. And that's where Drew Aller, I think, entices some folks. But that's also where Will Howard entices me. So that's the rub here. Let's go to Rob in the truck. Rob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Pat. I have to really give you a compliment. You're my new favorite guy with football, not insider, but football intelligence and how you break things down, okay?
I appreciate that.
And I am a Penn State fan, but I'm also, I guess you could say, a Pitt fan too. I want to see Pitt do well.
Right.
Whenever they're playing, I'm interested. I want to see them win too. But your insight about Drew Aller, this was months ago. Everybody was piling on against him. And in one of the shows you were on, you had your time to speak, and you brought up a really good point that Drew Aller, even though you're a Pitt guy, you said you thought he had much more potential than what people were giving him credit for, and that he was given the wrong kind of offense to work with at Penn State.
Yep.
And I never really thought about that until you said that, and I went, you know what? I think Pat Bostic is right. So I'm shocked that they picked him. I'm just now catching up at work, turned on my radio. I didn't know how it went through the night. They actually drafted Drew Aller.
Yep.
I tell you what, I don't know what to think about that pick, except this. They're going to have a pretty strong offensive line again. And with that thing alone, you can build a program.
There's no question.
There you go. Run with that one, Pat, and I'll talk to you again soon.
I appreciate the call, Rob. Appreciate the call. Have a good day at work. Appreciate you making time to give us a ring. Yeah, lot to cut through there. Lot to discuss. We're going to get to more of your calls later in the show, hopefully. I see Sandy on the line. I got to go to a break. But we got Mike Bell, skipper for the Pitt baseball team, going to join us next, and we're going to talk some Pitt baseball as the Panthers make a run towards the postseason with a big 7-5 win over the 10th-ranked Virginia Cavaliers last night at Charles L. Cost Field. A little rainy today. A 3 o'clock first pitch for the Panthers today in Game 2 of that 3-game set. Mike Bell next on the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Steelers made 4 selections on day 2 of the NFL draft, including Drew Aller, the Penn State quarterback. They have 5 selections remaining when day 3 begins on Saturday. They have 1 pick in the 4th round, 1 pick in the 5th round, and 3 picks in the 7th. Draft coverage begins at noon with Donnie Football here on The Fan. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The draft is coming to Pittsburgh, and the party starts at Ross Park Mall. Get ready for a pregame ticket drop for Jason Aldean concert tickets April 20th from 5 to 6 p.m. Don't miss it. All week long, enjoy game day fun with photo ops, exclusive deals, and your chance to win a $1,000 shopping spree. Celebrate in style at Pittsburgh's premier luxury and shopping destination with more than 150 stores and restaurants. Ross Park Mall, where the draft meets destination shopping.
It's Dora Dickerson. Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Oh, it was scary cold, but just as scary is that now you know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer long. Let PJ Fitzpatrick reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Topps is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington's spring sales drive is on, and the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. And now through April 30th, take home a new 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander with premium interior, advanced safety, and third row seating starting under $30,000. Get yours today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. And with our trade assistance, get $3,000 minimum for your trade when you purchase a new vehicle.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is a Panther Insider Show. Guaranteed picks are brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. Family owned and operated, local, the best in Pittsburgh, guaranteed. Guaranteed picks, I would say the Panthers on the diamond. Skipper Mike Bell going to join us next. They're going to score some runs, averaging over 9 runs a game. And we're joined by head coach Mike Bell, kind enough to make some time for us this morning. Skipper, good morning.
Good morning, Pat. How are we doing?
I am doing great. It's always sunny and 75 right in Pittsburgh. I'm not sure that's the case right now, but we're going to run with it.
I think we'll get there by the afternoon. This rain will get out of here by 12, 1 o'clock. And we got, I know softball's got, I think, got a 2 o'clock first pitch. We're going 3 o'clock later today. It should be a beautiful afternoon.
Beautiful afternoon for baseball. And I got to start with what happened earlier this week. We'll get to last night because ACC play critical right now. You guys sit at 8-11 in ACC play, 26-14 overall, well on your way to a 30-win season. But 23-1 in Morgantown. I mean, you've been around the game a long time. That's a darn good baseball team. You guys put a thumping on. How special was that?
It was the most enjoyable bus ride home from Morgantown we've ever had. I thought their crowd was phenomenal, and the ability to silence that crowd by the third inning with the 7-run second and the 8-run third inning, those kill shots early on just kind of silencing. And a credit to our guys, they just kept pouring it on.
What's more impressive to you, and perhaps you can answer both, scoring 23 or holding them to 1?
You're talking to a former pitcher or somebody that thought they could get people out. So in today's college game, the pitching and defense, it's everything. You know, our offense has been phenomenal all year. They've carried us. They've allowed us to settle in games. They've allowed us to stretch leads in games. But the ability to keep teams 3 runs or less, it's a dying breed nowadays, especially in college baseball.
You guys are averaging over 9.5 runs a game, and Lorenzo Carrier has really, he's been your spark plug on offense. 57 ribbies He's got on the year 16 home runs. You got 3 guys with double-digit homers this season. Where did this offense come from? Is it something you thought you had going into the season?
Yeah, I think the key, as you talk about, with getting some experience back from Lorenzo, but then him reaching his ceiling. He's a fifth-year guy. There's been some ups and downs throughout his career and his travels, but the potential's always been there. The retainment of A.J. Nessler at the top of the order, the retainment of Cade Doolin in the 2-hole, those are high contact rate guys, plate discipline guys, and then the recruiting cycle of adding pieces such as Kyle Wagner, Trey Fenderson, Joey Barron, Carter Deerdorf. This adds length to your lineup and physicality. So you take a look at last night's game. When our 6-hole DH comes up with a key RBI double, our 7-hole catcher goes 2-run homer on the backside, and our 8-hole goes 3-run homer late in the game to give us a lead. There's length in the lineup. So, yes, you have to worry about Carrier in the 3-hole, but this is a full production lineup that allows us to go deep.
We're joined by Pitt baseball head coach Mike Bell in his 8th season now, Coach? I mean, this is we're approaching double digits here, and you've brought stability to the program for sure, and obviously a special season underway here, more to do, and that's what I want to ask you about. You're in this mode right now. There's a log jam at or around 500 in ACC play. You're 12 games over 500 on the season. You're well on your way to 30-plus wins. The ACC is the best of the bunch. You're a tournament team in any other league in the country. You're head down right now, but you're kind of seeing the end of the tunnel here. How's it going to cut? What do you guys got to do to extend this season?
I was talking to somebody post-game yesterday, and all anybody ever wants is an opportunity, and that's what these guys have. We've got a top 10 ranked team in Virginia in this weekend. Our next 2 weekends, we're on the road with top 5, top 7 ranked programs of Carolina and Florida State. When you look at our league top to bottom, the depth is insane. I think every underdog team, 4 underdog or 5 underdog team won their opening series last night. So everybody's just beating everybody up right now. And it is an absolute grind. It's an absolute bloodbath. You're just trying to stack the W's and survive. And what that number needs to be at the end of the year, you don't know, because the league is going to kill itself. The other leagues, you don't know what they're going to do as well. I think you just have to be present where your feet are from a day-to-day standpoint and just attack and win the day.
Yeah, and you could have the benefit of the doubt when you know that you might throw up nine runs a game. I mean, that's a good place to start. Am I right?
You're still chasing 27 outs on the defensive side, and I thought that was a big key to last night's victory. We had 3 key defensive plays, and our pitchers did enough to hang us in there. I thought we had a quality, I'll say, open from dog and arrow to get us 4 innings and keep them 2 runs or less, and then the bullpen kind of kept it in check with some key defensive plays.
Again, 2 more games against Virginia this weekend. The 10th-ranked Cavaliers at Charles L. Coss Field. 3 o'clock first pitch today. Rain should be out of here for sure, so it'll be a beautiful afternoon for baseball. And then a beautiful day tomorrow for the rubber match. Hopefully not a rubber match. Hopefully you guys have the series, but the 3rd game of the set tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And then Kent State next Wednesday at Florida State. Your old stomping grounds, Coach Bell, next weekend for a 3-game set. Mark your calendars, Pitt fans. Panthers play Mercyhurst at PNC Park. 6 o'clock first pitch on Tuesday, May 5th, before heading to Chapel Hill. Penn State at Charles Coss Field, and then the season-ending homestand against Notre Dame. So Penn State, Notre Dame to finish the season, and we'll see where the chips fall. Let's talk about today's matchup against the Cavaliers. Obviously, you guys take the first game of the series. Who's on the bump today, either side, from your standpoint, and what are the keys?
The Panthers, we're going to go with a staff day, so we're going to see quite a few guys.
Yep.
And it's kind of what we've evolved into over the last couple of weeks, giving our guys shorter roles. You see some of the major league teams do this throughout the season, but we've been doing this in the midweeks as well as the Saturday games and allowing us to kind of stack on Fridays and Sundays. They've got Mr. Johnson, a very quality left-hander, going against us today. They've got 2 key pieces of their lineup that are on the day-to-day kind of service right now, and Gracia and Becker, that are going to be, when I say day 1 drafts, I know we've got the NFL draft going on right now, but these are 2 elite college baseball players that will hear their names selected. So we'll see how the lineup shakes. We'll look at the matchups and the pregame notes. I'm heading in right now to look at your version of the 22, the center field shot from last night, to make some adjustments from last night's game plan into today's game plan. And then we'll let this weather clear out and attack the day.
Well, we're looking forward to watching you. I wanted to get you on the show because you got Pitt fans watching baseball, following baseball. Obviously, congratulations on a historic win earlier this week. Best of luck today. Clinch that series up, and then keep stacking and keep making us proud.
Appreciate you, Pat. Always here for anything you need, and hail to Pitt.
There he goes. Skipper Mike Bell, the head man for Pitt men's baseball, doing a great job with that program as they continue to ascend towards what we hope is an NCAA tournament berth. But a lot of baseball between now and then. Virginia on the road to Florida State, Carolina, and you got Penn State and Mercyhurst non-conference games at Notre Dame to close out this series. It is a rainy day. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors help you get that done. Highs in the low 60s today. Rain this morning should clear out. Going to be hovering around 60 this weekend, so not balmy by any stretch, but seasonable temperatures here in the Pittsburgh region. We've covered a lot today, man. A lot of calls, a lot of input on the Steelers drafting Drew Aller. Mike Bell joining the show. The Pirates are winning. They're above 500. Obviously, the Pens, we haven't gotten into that much, and this is a tough one. We'll close the show. You mentioned, this Pittsburgh-Philly thing and the Eagles jump in Pittsburgh to take Mekhi Lemon. I grew up in South Central PA, so I'm a Pittsburgher now. I've been here over half my life. I'm not going to tell you how long that is. I'm not into giving up my age. But I grew up a Flyers fan, Joel. Full disclosure. Grew up a Flyers fan. Grew up an Eagles fan. And I've shared this openly. I'm a total convert. I'm a total convert on all fronts. Phillies, Flyers, Eagles. I still root for the Sixers just because there's no NBA team in Pittsburgh. But this series, man, I've never found myself disliking the Flyers more than I do right now. I mean, this is a new high for me. And partially because they're outclassing the Pittsburgh Penguins right now in the playoffs. But also because, we're sitting down with my family, watching the game. Forget what night that was. Maybe it was Thursday night. Forget. But that penalty was 6 people in the box. The embellishment call on Crosby, getting hit in the face with a stick, drives me nuts. Obviously, an important game for the Penguins tonight if they want to stay alive. Flyers with a commanding 3-0 series lead over your Pittsburgh Penguins. Next week, we're going to get General Manager Jay Kuntz on the show from Pitt men's basketball. Hopefully we've got some more news, some more updates on their roster development. Jay's made his kind of media tour. It's time for him to grace us with his presence on the Panther Insider Show and give us some updates as to where this roster stands heading into 2026. An important year for Jeff Capel and company. Got to make the tournament. They're trying to put together a tournament roster. We'll have some more updates for you next week. Really appreciate all the calls today. It's awesome getting you guys, getting your input, tuning in to the Panther Insider Show every Saturday, and really just can't thank you enough for being a part of it. Thank you to Mike Bell for joining the show. Most importantly, Joel Nelson behind the glass, man in the ones and twos, having a lot of fun here on this Saturday morning. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the closing hours of the NFL draft here in Pittsburgh. Kudos to all the workers out there that are burning the candle at both ends to get our city ready to host this generational, maybe once in a lifetime type event here in Pittsburgh. And I think I can say without any shadow of a doubt that people, if they didn't know that Pittsburgh is a great city and that it's a football town, the country knows now. The country knows now. Have a great weekend. Hail to Pitt.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VOSstv.com.
It's time for the once-a-year Spring Patio and Hot Tub Roadshow, only at Pool City. Pool City has Pittsburgh's largest patio furniture selection designed to last a lifetime. New or pricing, your choice for only $14.99. Plus, accessorize with a free outdoor area rug on your patio purchase. Complete your patio with new models from Jacuzzi. Huge deals at every budget, like the 6-person Sun and Soul Hot Tub, only $79.99. Pool City's Patio and Hot Tub Roadshow ends May 4th. Hurry!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Pirates last night were 6-0 winners over the Milwaukee Brewers. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 7:10. Mitch Keller up against Jacob Mizorowski. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 6 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's Bucko Talk with Jason Mackey.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And welcome into Bucko Talk. A happy Saturday morning to you. I am Jason Mackey talking to you live from Milwaukee. A couple hours after what Joel Nelson, who was producing, suggested Well, you didn't suggest this, Joel. You just raised the question. I guess I suggested it. Might have been one of the Pirates' better wins of the season. I wouldn't disagree with that. Joel, how are you?
Doing well, Jason. How about you, man?
Doing great. Last night, and that's going to frame sort of the discussion of our show, but last night was one heck of a ball game. Really enjoyed covering that. Paul Skeens, I was thinking it was possible. Not going to lie. I got pretty far down the road. It did not. I'm not going to blame Andrew Filipponi, I swear. Did you see Pony's tweet, Joel?
Yes. How about that?
Pony, we need to talk, man. I mean, making bad predictions is one thing. I feel like that's a whole nother discussion, but last night's win, to me, is, sort of feeds into, we're reaching this point, we will this weekend, the sustainability discussion. And I think we need to have that this Saturday morning. How serious is this? A couple years ago, 2023, looking at 20-8, they finished the first month 20-9. I think a lot of us just attached 20-8 to it, and that's fine. Where are we at now compared to where were we then? If that's grammatically incorrect, but you know what I mean. Compare this to that. Is this real? I felt this way before last night, but last night only reinforced it to me. Being in that clubhouse and getting the vibe around this team on the field, traveling with them, everything that you see being around this club every day, totally different. Totally different. That 2023 team, it was fun. There were gimmicks. It was happy-go-lucky. It's easy to compare what this group might be doing with things like, the welder's hood and the tickets and the building or the downtown skyscrapers and whatnot, cityscape that Bill Murphy's putting in people's lives. Like, there's a lot of similar fun things happening. What this group has that I think other groups didn't is sort of an understanding, maturity, and not a vibe that this is like the greatest thing ever and look at us and we're surprising everybody. Like, I don't even know if this group is surprising itself. And that's kind of how I see the difference between the two. Like, they're happy. They're obviously, like, vibes are high and all of that stuff. But you'll read some quotes this week. And I saw Colin Beasley from the Post-Gazette wrote about this. Colin will join me at 10 o'clock, by the way, to talk about this. Kevin Gorman from the Tribune Review wrote about a similar thing, reading some of these stories and prepping for the show. But you'll see quotes from Mitch Keller talked about it. Brian Reynolds talked about it. What arms this group to sustain this better than the other ones? And a lot of what these guys are talking about is that they don't even feel like they've played their best baseball yet. And I would agree with them. Going back through the week, I think we saw some of these, there was some frustration. There was some games that the Pirates they should have fared better. You'd like them to fare better. You can look inside the game and, there's reasons that they should want to fare better. Like talking about Bubba Chandler not being particularly sharp. Same game, Jacob deGrom really hands it to him. That first loss in Texas was not their best showing. Carmen Mlodzinski, 4 1/3, gives up 5 earned runs. We've seen some really good performances, but we've seen some meh performances so far. We've seen some games where the Pirates have kicked it around. And so they're I don't even want to say bobbing along, but they are in a position at 15-11 that doesn't feel crazy to me. It doesn't feel like they're doing anything that is outside of the norm for them. So I want to talk about a lot of that this morning. That will frame most of our first hour. I want to get Yins involved. If you will indulge me, I'd like to hear what makes you think that this start is sustainable, or poke a hole in the argument. That's fine too. Why do you think it's not? What worries you? But that's the discussion I want to have for this first hour. Rest of the show, like I said, Bees will hop on at 10. We'll talk to him about the game last night, what he's observed, his off-the-bat column that he produced. You can read that in Sunday's Post-Gazette. It is online now. I had an interview this week with Chris Truby. He's the Pirates infield coach, has an interesting path. We talked about his background. Truby has sneaky been a really important part of what the Pirates have done this season. You maybe never have heard his name, but you should know it. He works, again, with the infielders, but last night I thought this was a noticeable part of Paul Skeens throwing a near-perfect game, at least almost through 7 innings, but a couple of plays Brandon Lau made. Some rangy plays. Lau's defense, it was supposed to be this albatross. He was supposed to be one of the worst defensive second basemen in the league. I'm not going to give him a gold glove quite yet, but he's been perfectly fine. You couple it with what he's done offensively, it's been pretty darn good. So we talked to Truby about that. Talked to Truby about Connor Griffin's defense. Obviously, he was a big, important part of last night. We'll get into that. And also talking to Chris Truby, Pirates infield coach, about Nick Gonzalez and Truby's background and all that stuff. So you'll enjoy that. That'll be in the third segment. Had a lot of fun putting that together. Joel, it's tired out this morning, man. It really is. Joel, we lost Joel. No. All right. We'll get into the rest of this stuff in a little bit. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. If you want to weigh into the conversation, again, 412-928-9370. Again, 412-928-9370. But we'll start with yesterday's game and some impressions from that and how it feeds into the larger picture about the Pirates being able to repeat this in a way that they were not able to do in 2023. But if you didn't watch it, Paul Skeens was he was on one last night. This looked like, Paul Skeens of last year. I love this about the way he pitches. Just absolutely loves it. I was talking to a few people at the ballpark last night about it, but it's beyond throwing. It is so far advanced beyond throwing where he dusts off his splinker last night. And I can't pinpoint the reason why. It's just he keeps things kind of in his back pocket. And I guess when he sees a matchup where he might need them, brings it out. And was having dinner with John Wayner last night, and we were talking about, how good of a pitch that is and why he doesn't use it. And we were sort of speculating on, sometimes if you miss, these are the kind of misses that you want to avoid, probably going under the hood more than we needed to. But he cycles through things and stays away from certain sequences, certain types of pitches, and then brings them out at the most, seemingly, I know there's a method to his madness, at the most opportune times. So Skeens does that last night, throws his splinker about 30% of the time, works like a charm. 7 innings, 1 hit, 7 strikeouts, 93 pitches, 62 for strikes, 10 whiffs, just dominant, fun, and continues to put some distance between what Paul did in that first start, which really wasn't all of Skeens' fault, but he's made up for it in a hurry. His last 5 starts, an 0.95 ERA. Overall, through 61 starts, has a 2.01 ERA. That's the lowest by any pitcher in the major leagues during the live ball era. Yep. Pretty darn good. Very impressive. There were all kinds of superlatives to come out of last night. You've probably seen some of them in my story and other things that people have written about. But only Ken Brett and Jeff Karstens, they've gone longer. He was the 6th Pirates pitcher since 1901 to go 7 scoreless with 1 or no hits allowed, no walks, 7 strikeouts, just a bunch of random stuff, but really, really good. It would have been enough if that was it, if that was the only thing that happened in last night's game, and that was not the case, clearly. Connor Griffin was also a gigantic storyline, hits his first major league home run, happens on his birthday, and it just so happened it came on a swing that, You can maybe see Griffin taking that a few times. And not to diminish Griffin, I guess. I feel like I'm jumping into the other point, but, I think about this team and what it's capable of doing and what it's gotten from somebody like Connor Griffin. Right now, after last night's game, 3 hits, 3 RBIs, stole a base, scored a run, all that stuff. Really, really, really fun game by Griffin. And yes, I've officially just zoomed past the accomplishments of one of the Pirates' most important players. So shame on me. But my point is, this being sustainable, is it not? Right now, you're getting a 214 average and 587 OPS from Connor Griffin. What if that goes up? What if the Pirates all of a sudden start getting the production that led them to sign Connor Griffin for $140 million? Doesn't that change the calculus a little bit? It does for me. Because I go up and down this lineup and I look at what the Pirates have done so far. And it's not crazy. It is not crazy. Compare the numbers and the players that we're looking at right now to the numbers and the players that we looked at in 2023. I did that this morning. That's the genesis of what I'm trying to talk about here. And I'm actually going to work from the bottom up because I think it's interesting that way. Number 9 hitter last night, Henry Davis, hitting 173 with a 514 OPS. Is that going to go up? Is it going to stay the same? I don't know. Is that going to be an important driver of offense? At this point, I'm just willing to say no. Fine, whatever. Like, let's say Henry Davis is going to continue producing a 514 OPS. You can be mad about that, but that number can sustain. Spencer Horwitz, 262 with a 773 OPS. Do we think that Spencer Horwitz is capable of doing something like that? I'd say yes. I think he's capable of producing an OPS, 730, 740, something like that. Maybe it's at 770. I don't think that's a huge thing either way. Nick Gonzalez OPS is 647. He's hitting 284. Can Nick Gonzalez produce an OPS in the 650 range? My argument would be yes. So that's our bottom 4. Henry Davis, Connor Griffin, Spencer Horwitz, and Nick Gonzalez. Nothing's crazy there yet, right? Okay. So you keep working up. Ryan O'Hearn at 944 OPS. Marcell Ozuna at 487. I don't think O'Hearn's going to stay at 944, and I don't think Ozuna's going to stay at 487. Let's look at that in the aggregate, shall we? 487 plus 944. Divide by 2. 2 players, Ryan O'Hearn and Marcell Ozuna, do you think they're each capable of producing a 716 OPS? I would say yes. That would be above Spencer Horwitz and slightly above Nick Gonzalez. I think they can do that. Brian Reynolds, 757. Perfectly capable of doing that. He's done better. Brandon Lau, 882. O'Neal Cruz, 875. Maybe slightly on the high side. I think 716 for Ozuna and O'Hearn. It's on the low side. But again, this is what the Pirates are doing, right? Like, you need to have some semblance of this sticking. Can this stick? It can. You're not asking anybody to do anything that they either haven't done or incapable of doing. It all fits within their career scope. Back in 2023, you're looking at Ji-Hwan Bae, that all of a sudden he broke through some magical wall. That's fictitious. That's hope. That's not a strategy. Their strategy is counting on guys to do what they've done before, as recently as last year. And then your X factor here is, what if Cruz sustains an 875 OPS? What if this is real? I don't think that's a big leap. What if Brandon Lau is around 800? I don't need 882. What if Connor Griffin suddenly pops? What if 587 goes to 787? Or 887? We'll get really nuts. That's the kind of stuff that intrigues me about this start. I believe it's sustainable. I don't question that. I question more, or I wonder more, where can you go with it? And what happens once you get there? Could be a lot of fun. We have plenty of time together. I'm excited about all this. Again, Colin Beasley will swing by at 10 o'clock. We have an interview with Pirates infield coach Chris Truby. In the discussion I want to have with you, and solicit some participation here, is this start sustainable in your mind? What makes it so? What doesn't make it sustainable? A secondary point thought I'd bring up for a little talk. Who's been your biggest surprise so far? Who's been your biggest disappointment? Let me know. 412-928-9370. Again, 412-928-9370. This is Bucko Talk. Joel Nelson producing. I'm Jason Mackey, back with more after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
First pitch for tonight from Milwaukee is at 7:10. It will be Mitch Keller up against Jacob Mizorowski, the Brewers' opening day starter. It's right here on The Fan with coverage at 6 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Most finance HML low APRT or 2 Atlanta 24 monthly 75 miles per year $39.99 due at signing. MSRP 24,110. All offers plus tax acquisition fee title plates and dealer fee. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers end 4/30/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE with 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease the new 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE with payments as low as just $69 a month. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwick Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk. I am Jason Mackey talking to you live from Milwaukee. Joel Nelson producing. Thanks so much for finding us here on a beautiful Saturday morning. A lot to discuss with the Pirates. Our conversation topic this morning: is this sustainable? Why or why not? I don't know. Maybe it's rose-colored glasses. I don't think it is. I was laying out my case for it in the first segment, why I don't think that too much is being asked of this team to continue playing baseball in this way. I do understand there might be dissenting views. We have some calls on the line, and I have a feeling our first one is going to be one of those dissenting views, but I want to have a conversation about sustainability, what makes you think that this thing could go poof, or what makes you think that we might be able to keep this going? So let's head out to the phones. Greg in Youngstown first up wants to talk about pitching. What's up, Greg?
Hey, no, Mike. Sustainable, I think they can. I think they could do something. I'd love.
What?
Yeah, I do. I really do. I think the hitting.
Is this Greg in Youngstown, and are you okay?
Yeah. I think I love O'Hearn. That guy has the best eye. I mean, this guy's a really good hitter.
Yeah.
The thing I'm worried about on this team is they need another starter, a veteran starter. I think Bubba Chandler looks lost out there, and I don't think Davis is ever going to hit. I hate his batting stance. I hate the way he swings. I don't think they ever fix that swing. So, if they can get another veteran starter, I'd like to see them get a third baseman and then somebody else in the bullpen. I think they could do something, but they need one more starter, which would have to be a veteran. A lefty would be great. I don't think Chandler is good enough right now, and I think they're weak in the bottom end of the starting rotation.
Anybody you'd like in particular, Greg?
Left-handed starter-wise. We'll see where it plays out, like in a month. But I really do think they need one more pitcher that can – just a veteran. A lefty, again, would be awesome for the field that we play in. Third baseman would be great, too, to get. But, again, we'd have to get rid of somebody in the minor leagues. But we could make a run at it, but we got to fill in a few of the empty slots, like another bullpen, third base, and another starter, and I think we could do something.
All right, man. Appreciate the call. Thank you very much. I get what Greg's saying, and I'm frankly floored that Greg is like remotely positive and isn't yelling about frustration. I think that's how we know that the Pirates made it. But I get the point about third base. I'm going to do a segment in the second hour about just 3 up, 3 down, some positive storylines, some negative storylines from the past week. But, I mean, third base is unquestionably one of them. I don't like the amount of offense the Pirates are getting from third base. If you're going to poke holes in things, that's certainly part of it. But they are scoring plenty of runs. I don't think they can address all of those things. But if I had to pick one, I don't think it would be a left-handed starter at this point. I really don't, unless that person is some sort of, lefty swingman. I mean, honestly, who I'd probably love to have right now is Bailey Falter, like that type. You could fill in the fifth starter role. You can use him as a bulk guy out of the bullpen. I do think that's a, kind of a weakness, and Greg was getting into that a little bit. That long relief type that you have to start in a pinch, and you basically have, you have a 6-1 game. Either way, you need somebody to cover your innings and allow your bullpen to just, rest up your leverage guys. I think that's a weak spot on this team right now. Now, I don't think it's a terribly hard thing to fill. Like, you can find those guys on the waiver wire. I don't think you have to give up, high-level prospects to get that type of pitcher. But, yeah, I mean, that's certainly something they're going to be looking at. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to make a move here at some point. All right, let's go to Tony in Munhall. You're next. Wants to talk about KG. What's up, Tony?
Yes, I do. Real quick, and then I'll get to your points. KG, I see everybody kept saying he's not ready. He was 19 until yesterday, Jason. So, I mean, I don't think there's much more he can accomplish in the minor league. That's what you usually ask yourself when you say, is a guy ready for the big leagues? He just has to adjust and learn at this level. I mean, the 3-hit night, happy birthday to him. I mean, what I like about him, though, he does look like he's behind a little bit on some of these pitches, but he seems to adjust quick. And he's using all fields, right? Like, that's a good sign of a guy that understands the game, baseball acumen, right? Now, O'Neal Cruz, big surprise to the start he had. Can he sustain that? Probably not. He's probably going to settle around 250 of a batting average. Looked like he was showing some signs of regress, and then what does he do? Hits one off the top of the foul pole. I don't think I ever seen that before. A ball hit the top of a foul pole. Looked terrible for 4 at-bats, and then there you go, right? Disappointment? I think so far early on, I'm not overly disappointed. Is Ozuna, right? I think he's going to come on. He's going to be his normal 240 guy, hit about 25, 30 homers. And, yes, I think they can sustain it, but I do agree with you, Greg, and yourself. I think they need that middle to long relief guy, either from outside the organization or inside the organization. Beto looks like okay, but he's a young guy, 10 prospect. I mean, he pitched okay, gave up a home run, to his first hitter, and then he looked like he settled in the rest of the week. But, I mean, it's like, yeah, I think that's the ad you need. But I think I covered everything you asked me to cover, and I'll talk to you next week.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Brought back an Osvaldo Beto reference, huh? Oh, Tony hung up. That's okay. He meant Wilbur Dotel, but that made me smile. I knew who he was getting at, but Osvaldo Bido pitches for somebody else. We saw him earlier in the season. I can't remember against who, but I wanted to, recycle. I almost said regurgitate, and that's probably not the right word for it, but the Connor Griffin point. And this is appropriate after last night, which was hilarious, by the way. Paul Skeens had all of us laughing in the clubhouse afterward. You probably saw the video on social media. If you haven't, the clip is talking about Connor Griffin's birthday, which was yesterday, and what the Pirates thought about doing for his birthday. And Skeens said they thought about getting a bounce house, but it would have been a little tough in the clubhouse. And that had the group in stitches. And Connor Griffin, to Tony's point, he does enough to help the Pirates win. He's playing very good defense. No, his offense isn't where you would like it. After last night, I said it last segment, 214 average, 587 OPS. No, that's not going to get it done. But, the guy signs a long-term contract, which, when you zoom out and think big picture about the Pirates, it makes a ton of sense. That's what you want them to do. And to get that contract done, yes, this is a part of it. Like, you want the guy to sign, and it's baked into the negotiations that he's going to be up here and he's going to complete his development at the major league level. So you're going to have to live with some lumps. And I know Tony wasn't complaining about it. It's just something that I think is appropriate to talk about with the Pirates, and it's even, perfect timing with the Brewers. They did the same thing with Jackson Chourio. If you look up Jackson Chourio's numbers soon after he signed the contract, they weren't very good. And they got there, but you have to give it a little bit of time. And so if Griffin, I would look at, is he down? Is his confidence shot? Is he having problems making adjustments? Does he look lost? You can tell when a guy is not in a good place with that stuff. And that's not Griffin. Like, with Griffin, the results are lacking. Fair to say. Or the results have been lacking. They certainly weren't lacking last night. But, is he going through it mentally? Is he worn down? Is he a different person? I'm around him every day. I can tell you absolutely not. There is no difference in how Connor Griffin has behaved over the past month compared to whenever we were in spring training and Connor Griffin was the talk of the town and he was putting balls on top of Pirate City and hitting them over the batter's eye and doing all this ridiculous stuff. He's been the exact same person. So, you know what? I bat him 8, then I live with it. It's okay. They're productive at bats. The Pirates are winning. Other guys are picking up the slack. There's 9 guys in the lineup. He's not hurting you defensively. Let him run. He's playing the game the right way. I can live with it. I'm not going to get mad about it. Is he a finished product? Absolutely not. I don't think anybody would have thought that a 19-year-old was going to come in here. And to the last point that Tony made, middle relief, absolutely. I think that's something, internally, externally, have to get that going. All right, let's go to Chuck in Uniontown. Next up in our discussion about sustainability. What's up, Chuck?
Good morning, Mac. Thank you.
Of course.
Mac, the key thing, one of the key things for this team is going to have to be, it's going to have to show resiliency. Because let's face it, over 162-game marathon, you're going to have valleys, you're going to have losing streaks, you're going to have times when you're not playing well. This team has to show that it can rise out of the depths and get back to the mountain again. If it does that continuously, they've got a chance of being not only a viable contender, a playoff team, or maybe a divisional champion. But coming up right now, we started last night. I told Dan Zangarelli this the other night on the postgame show. This is the Big Ten, and I'm not talking about the football conference. This 10 games, 3 on the road in Milwaukee, 7 at home against the red teams, the Cardinals and the Reds. We need at least 7-3 because for years there's been 4 competitive teams in the Central Division and 1 buffoon. We need to show that that's in the past we need to show that we're ready to join the group in a big way, and not only join the group, maybe be better than the group this year. I was not pleased with the last homestand. We were 4-3. We could have easily been 7-0 on that homestand. But now that's done. But now this one coming up, this is the big homestand because it's more than just quantitative. With this homestand coming up in these last two games in Milwaukee, we can send an unmistakable message to the rest of the division that we're here to play and we're here to win. Just because I not only want a playoff berth, I want at least a Central Division title. And remember but I tell you this, remember what the great Jim Leland used to say, we haven't won anything yet. So there's a lot of work to do, but I will just leave you with this. The 2015 Kansas City Royals, and like back in the early 80s, the group from the University of Illinois called Champaign, they put out a song that said, "How about us?" Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, Chuck. Appreciate it, man. Have a great Saturday. A bunch of really, really good points there, as Chuck always makes. I'll share this from being around the club. This happened as recently as yesterday. They're not thinking about this, and I kind of alluded to it in the first segment. But, I mean, they're not thinking about this as some sort of, like, magical start, we're hot, blah, blah, blah. I mean, frankly, it can be frustrating as a journalist, and maybe I'll use frustrating in air quotes because, like, you're looking, for stories or for answers that maybe fit your story, whatever. But, I mean, they tend to give pretty boring responses to stuff like that when talking about what's hot or expectations or whatever. They're expecting this. This isn't surprising anybody in the clubhouse. They're also not looking at, like, we have to prove it this series against the Brewers. We have to prove it this series against the Cubs and the Cardinals. Anything like that. We have to go this number on this homestand. That's not the way these guys are considering their season. The way they're considering their season is we're a good team. We know we're a good team. We don't have to talk about it. I think it was that first day. No, it was the second day in Texas. They lost. It was kind of a boring ho-hum loss. Karma Majinski started. They didn't get much going offensively. Kumar Rocker, kind of had his way with the Pirates, whatever. It happens. So I'm talking to Ryan O'Hearn the second day about their ability to bounce back, which Chuck started off his call making the point about resilience and wants to see resilience from this group. And obviously that's important, but I would argue they've shown a pretty good amount of that so far. And it's been one of the things with Donnie Kelly that, people will criticize his in-game stuff. And I understand that. I don't think there's any managerial situation in Major League Baseball where fans don't criticize the in-game moves or think that they can do better or disagree with some of them. Like, that's the nature of the job. That's the nature of baseball. But does this guy set a tone where there are expectations, where there's leadership, where, guys are coming to the field with a purpose, where, there's belief? Like, yes. 1,000 times over, yes. Don Kelly has done a phenomenal job with that. And I think an important part to any successful baseball team, because there's going to be bad stuff that happens. And over the course of 162, they're going to get in bad stretches. They're going to lose 4 in a row, 5 in a row, whatever. The Dodgers lose 4 in a row, 5 in a row. You can't avoid that stuff. But what I think Pirates teams in the past have lacked has been that sort of leadership or presence to not stop 4 in a row, 5 in a row from becoming 10 in a row, 11 in a row. And then, you're okay for a week, and then it falls off again. And so to bring Chuck's points sort of to a boil there, it's not about having a good week or a good homestand. It's about believing in what they have and what they're able to do. And, honestly, in some ways, sort of being mathematically armed to succeed. And you can break down what the Pirates are doing performance-wise based on expectations, based on precedent, whatever, and ask, is this stuff reasonably repeatable? And my argument to a lot of that would be yes, it is. I outlined the offense, but you're looking at Paul Skeens with the 2.48 ERA. Mitch Keller, 2.79. Braxton Ashcraft, 2.43. Carmen Mlodzinski, 3.28. Bubba Chandler, 4.80. You add those up, and that's about where I would expect this Pirates rotation to fall. And if you're having a rotation with a top 5 ERA in baseball, which this group is capable of producing, you're going to be in most games. There are going to be outliers, but you are competitive in most games. If you combine a top 5 ERA in a top 10 offense, that's a playoff team. I outlined the argument for why the top 10 offense could continue bare minimum. I don't see how this group, based on what it's currently doing, what it currently has, all this stuff, slips out of the top 20. And I use this point a lot over the offseason, that if the Pirates could just drag their offense from the worst in Major League Baseball to top 20, based on the rotation they have, that should be good enough. It was in 2013. And now we're seeing it. And then a step even further than that, look at what some of the bullpen pieces have done. If I can, with the lead, turn things over to some combination of Isaac Mattson, Gregory Soto, and Dennis Santana, I feel pretty darn good about my chances. There's some middle relief questions, no doubt. But if they could get Justin Lawrence right, Mason Montgomery has pitched above average. I like Johan Ramirez in sort of a fifth inning role, not a fifth or sixth, early game role. I don't know so much about 7, 8, 9. That's a winning recipe. All right, let's go back out to the phones. Got some more calls I want to get to. Jim in Monaco wants to talk about the team. What's up, Jim?
Good morning, Mr. Mackey. Thank you for taking my call, as always.
Good morning.
I was actually going to read off that the starting 5 starting pitchers and their ERAs. And
I stole your thunder. I'm sorry.
That's fine. That is very sustainable. To what Greg in Youngstown or wherever he was calling from said, Bubba Chandler's just fine. I have no concerns. And what we have to consider is when you ask the question, is this sustainable? What does the equilibrium of collectively of the 9 batters in the lineup look like? And yes, O'Hearn will likely come down. Ozuna will likely come up. Griffin will likely come up. Brandon Lau might come down a little bit. Maybe Brian Reynolds stays the same. But in all those different ups and downs, we're still probably going to see the same run support we're seeing. It's just going to be from different guys. And the one guy that can put us over the top, and he's trending in that direction, is Henry Davis. Henry Davis has become, forgive me, I can't remember his name. He was our defensive catcher ace a year ago, and then he won a World Series or whatever. Henry Davis has replaced that defensive mind, and catcher's a hard spot. So once he figures out the bat, if Henry Davis can be a 240, 250 hitter, we're like a really, really top 5 competitive team in Major League Baseball. And you have to look at it from a perspective of totality. What will this team do, and where are the weaknesses? I do agree with Greg. It would be nice to get a third baseman in here at some point that is a veteran. Maybe a team starts to fall way off the cliff, and they're looking to move players early. That's great. If I could relate it to a 90s guy, if we could get a Francisco Cordova in there, that'd be great too. But we're also getting Jared Jones back, and that's going to force possibly Jared Jones to start out in the bullpen, or maybe send Mlodzinski to the bullpen, and that stuff figures itself out on the own. And that, to me, is exciting.
Yeah, I agree with you more on the third baseman. Actually, I would take a middle reliever over all of them. I really would. I don't think they're going to add
like a 2-inning, 3-inning guy.
Yeah, they have these guys. They're swing man, right? Bailey Falter could have been that. Like, you start him if you need him. You go multiple innings out of the bullpen, and maybe that guy's left-handed. I don't see them adding a third baseman. You have Jared Triolo on a rehab assignment. They're going to see what they have in Nick Gonzalez, Nick York, Tyler Callahan's in AAA. I don't see them going a fifth option there. I think they're probably going to live with it.
I see your point there, too, because, Jason, third base is a big-ticket player. It's a lot of money.
I know, but a lot of their big-ticket money is being spent at shortstop, Jim. And they're getting plus production out of Brandon Lau at second base. That's atypical. So I think they're going to have to live with something.
Like I said, it would be nice to have that. I don't think they're going to get that. And if that's not attainable, then you bolster your bullpen and get that extra guy. But what do you do when Jared Jones comes back? What does that look like?
Well, I know this, man. You can never have too much pitching. And it seems like I'm asked this question 100 times. What happens when so-and-so comes back? Things always seem to have a way of working out. And I agree with you that if it ends up being Jared Jones is in your rotation and then Carmen Mlodzinski ends up in your bullpen, man, you just made your bullpen a heck of a lot better. I love Carmen Mlodzinski in a bullpen role. I'd have no problem with it. But I'd let him keep starting for now. I don't see enough. Yep, you got it. Carmen Mlodzinski, 3.28 ERA as a starter. I'm not bumping that right now. I don't need to bump that. I understand when Jared Jones comes back, you're going to give him an opportunity to start. I mean, frankly, when Jared Jones comes back, I think that's a perfect probably piggyback situation where if you start Jared and then bring in Carmen Mlodzinski, that's a way between the two of them, you figure out 7 innings. And I think that spot actually becomes really, really good. But that is, to me, not a problem. But I would like to see a little bit more pitching depth just because, you can go Jones. I think Hunter Barco has a future with the Pirates. I think it's as a starter. I didn't like him in a relief role. I didn't think that worked for his development. I'm just fine with him being a AAA, kind of figure some things out, have him wait in the wings. Thomas Harrington, maybe he gets up here. But, kind of beyond that, you probably need 1 or 2 guys who are a little bit more proven commodities than what they have right now. And, you stay active. You stay in conversations. Maybe something pops free agent trade-wise. I don't know free agency, who's really out there. Maybe somebody pops on the waiver wire. I think Taijuan Walker is still out there if that's something they want to try, if they can even get him. But, it's not a huge problem. It's just something to be aware of. Rob in West Mifflin wants to talk about the team. What's up, Rob?
Hey, Mackie, how you doing, man?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good, man. Get ready to go back down to the draft. Man, I was down to Thursday. I had to take a break yesterday, man. But I'm going back.
Man, I don't blame you for that. I'd need to take a long break.
Yeah, I was down there at 1 o'clock with my son on Thursday because he came in from college. He played college football, so I wanted to get that experience with him, man.
Oh, nice. Good for you.
But, yeah, you stole my thunder, Mackie, man. You went all into the ERAs and all that and everything, but everything you said is I'm 1,000% with you, man. This looks more sustainable than ever. And you got these veteran guys in there. And like you said, everything will level out with Ozuna, Hearn, and all of them. But my big thing is a lot of people calling in, and this team reminds me of those Braves teams. I mean, those pitchers are more veterans than anything, but this team reminds me of those Braves teams where pitching can really dominate. You just had just enough hitting, but your pitching gets you over the hump. And I think when Jared Jones comes back, I don't know what Kelly has planned for him just yet, but he can be a middle guy. Give him about 2 or 3 innings in every now and then. And like you said, him and Mlodzinski can piggyback some starts. But I'm telling you, man, if these guys stay healthy, I'm pretty sure if this pitching staff stays healthy and we don't get no season-ending injuries from our position players, hey, Mac, I'm telling you, I believe, man, this team could go deep in the playoffs, man. I'm telling you, just on pitching alone. But I'm with you. We need that middle reliever. I'm not really crazy about getting a third baseman because, like you said, you'll get production from York and Gonzalez and Triolo, but it's not going to average out to what a core infield should have, 30 homers, 100 RBIs, nothing like that. But I'm pretty sure we can get enough to get over and out with them. But I'm excited about the pitching. And I just see these guys, the camaraderie. O'Neal Cruz is smiling more. I never seen him so happy since he's been a Pirate. And all that stuff, the body language is different. These guys, they just look important. They look like a major league team. This out
Thank you, Rob.
Every day, man. And that's different, and that's big, man.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, man. Appreciate it, Rob. Enjoy the draft today, buddy. All right. I want to talk about that. I'm glad Rob brought it up. Something you see being around the team every day. I'm going to paint that scene for you when we get back. Have a few more calls. Please hang on the line if you want to weigh in. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We'll do one more segment about this conversation and turn things over to Colin Beasley from the Post-Gazette at the top of the hour. But I want to talk a little bit about O'Neal Cruz and some of the turns that I've seen him make, including in the game yesterday, because Rob is hitting the nail on the head with that one. Have to get to a break. You are listening to Bucko Talk, which, by the way, is brought to you by Westminster College, one of my favorite places on earth. Register for a summer information session today. Visit westminster.edu for details. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
4 selections last night for the Steelers in rounds 2 and 3 of the draft. Alabama wide receiver Jeremy Bernard was their second-round pick. And then the Steelers took Penn State quarterback Drew Aller, Georgia defensive back Dalen Everett, and Iowa guard Jennings Dunker in the third round. Steelers have 6 picks for today. Pirates were 6-0 winners last night over Milwaukee. They're back at it again tonight, 7:10 on The Fan, with coverage beginning at 6 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. And the Penguins are back in action for Game 4 against Philadelphia, needing a win to stay alive. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
For the best view of the draft, it's Lamont. Celebrate with Lamont's City of Champions menu April 21st through the 26th. Watch the draft from Lamont's TVs and excellent sound system. Avoid the crowds and traffic. Regular menu not available. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft, don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Topps is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Pittsburgh International Airport's on-site parking provides the most convenient and cost-efficient parking options. The shuttle lot is in close proximity to the new terminal, with a less than 10-minute travel time by shuttle, offering the lowest price parking option when you book early at parkatpitt.com. Visit parkatpitt.com to review all parking options and receive special offers. That's parkatpitt.com.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday is here. It's Wayfair's big sale, where you can score the best deals in home, like up to 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. You won't find better deals for your home anywhere else. We're talking furniture, decor, rugs, and more, all at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Wayday now through April 27th to score the best deals in home.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side. side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
Suzuki, here's the pitches, high in the air to deep right field, toward the wall, and there it is! First home run for Connor Griffin. He turns 20, and he hits his first big league home run. He goes oppo in Milwaukee. 1-0 Pirates.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mackey talking to you from Milwaukee. That was the great Greg Brown last night in the Pirates' 6-0 victory over the Milwaukee Brewers at American Family Field. A lot to talk about today. We've been talking about the sustainability of the Pirates' start, if this is different than 2023. At 10 o'clock, we'll bring on Colin Beasley from the Post-Gazette, who wrote about that exact thing in his off-the-bat column. There's some interesting numbers and comparisons between the two. We will get to a few more calls here if you want to weigh in. 412-928-9370 before our final break of the hour. One point I wanted to make, and Rob brought this up, is Oneil Cruz and him being such an X factor, and just some things I've been noticing about Cruz recently. The body language is much different, much better. He's bought in. I was standing there for BP, as we often do yesterday, and the Pirates were waiting to take the field. And just seeing Cruz joke around with so many different teammates and people. I think good and bad. You just see this guy's emotions very easily with his body language, if he's moping, if he's upset, but also if he's happy and if he's locked in. We saw this from a very early day in spring training. Very early on, intent to prove something to somebody, and he was. We've been over these storylines, but how much he wanted to prove against left-handed pitching, he's done that. How much he wanted to prove about overall consistency and also his defense, and has it been perfect? No, but defensively, I've noticed a few things, and I caught this last night. Balls hit right at him against the Mets. He's running it, and his past couple, it's been first step back. It's been exactly what you want. He gets a good read on it. And then last night, he made a couple plays where I'm looking at the routes and the jumps that he's getting, stuff that you can really only see live. It's really good. It's exactly what you want. I remember sitting in the press box last night watching Cruz catch one, and I turn around. Michael McHenry and Stephen Brault are both on location. They're doing their pregame and postgame for Sportsnet Pittsburgh here because of the draft. And I turned around and looked at McHenry saying, that route. And both of our eyes got real big saying, that looks like a professional outfielder. His body language, his focus, his everything has been exactly what you want from a player. I understand some of the strikeout numbers are still high. They certainly need to come down. But I'm not going to nitpick the guy based on all the progress that he's already made so far. He knows it. The good is so far outweighing the bad right now The speed and power combination. He's played at professional center field. It's just been very, very good. Very, very impressive. All right, let's go back out to the phones. Jenna in Overbrook wants to talk about Connor Griffin. What's going on, Jenna?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing well. How are you?
Good. So I'm not indicting Cruz. I'm not. But I swear the first night that Griffin was up, one of the announcers said that he actually prefers center field. Did I hear that right? Number one. And if it's true, why not make Cruz the DH with Ozuna acting the way he is?
Well, a couple of reasons, Jenna. Number one, I think you might have misheard them. Like, Griffin doesn't have a preference. He's capable of playing center field. He really likes shortstop, and he's played a good defensive shortstop. He's their best defensive shortstop in the organization. So I don't think that's a realistic consideration. And then, no, I mean, and they spent pretty good amount of money on Ozuna. He's had a history of having slow starts. He's going to figure it out. Like, I think they just have to play him and kind of grin and bear it for the time being. Like, I don't think sitting him's an option. So not to ruin your argument.
Field, then. No, it's all good. That's why I called. But you think so? That's his best position. You think Cruz center field?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Okay.
I do.
That's why I call you guys. Love you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. I appreciate you. I just, for a couple of reasons, I feel that way. Number one, the Pirates have invested a great deal into Oneil Cruz. They're not going to turn their back on him. And I know Jen is not suggesting that. She's saying, theoretically go to the DH spot. And I just, you sign Ozuna, you went that route for a reason. I know the start's been slow. It's been only a month. He's done this stuff before. I just think you have to ride it out. We've seen some signs, but I'm not pulling the plug on Oneil Cruz. Like, I want this guy, and I, for the reasons that I was outlining, I think I've seen some progress there, and I actually feel pretty good about the progress. I think Connor Griffin's capable of playing center field. I also think he's a very good defensive shortstop, and at this point, I don't have any question about that alignment. Now, I'm going to go with Oneil Cruz in center. I'm going to go with Connor Griffin at short, and I don't feel bad about it. I don't like the idea of putting Oneil Cruz at DH, at least not yet. I just think there's too many tools there. He's their fastest player. He's their most athletic player. He has the strongest arm. I mean, what he lacks is a feel in center field, and he's never played out there. And it's gotten better. It has. Like, is it all the way there? No. But it's gotten better. And so I would really like to see them, and they're going to do this too. It's not even a debate. Like, you're going to ride it out with Oneil Cruz. If it becomes untenable, maybe they make a move. But I don't see that, and their best alignment, again, just to finish up the point, I think is certainly that. But I really like the vibe with Cruz. And that's true for all of these guys. Like, that's another reason that I feel like this start is so much more sustainable. Like, you can look at the mathematical reasons, which I did, outlining the rotation and ERAs and how they've pitched and the bullpen, and look at offensive performance. There's an entire case there. The final case I'll make in this hour is the idea of the intangible stuff, of what the expectations are for this group, for how together this group is. This is not something that I sensed in 2013. Or 2023. It was not something that I was around, and I was around that club every day too. Just like going from Texas to Milwaukee, Thursday into Friday. It's a getaway day. It's a night game. In ideal circumstances, I traveled with them. Like, I was around this the entire time. You wouldn't have known it. You wouldn't have known it. It was completely professional. They show up to the field. There's no, energy's not down. It is matter of fact. It is get your work done. It is focus on the game. Everything is as it normally is. I've been around Pirates teams where it was just dead. It was a morgue. There was no, and it is the furthest thing from that right now. I know it's just one little thing. It's just one day. But over time, this stuff kind of adds up. Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain expected across the morning. It should clear up by the late afternoon. Coming up, Colin Beasley from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette to weigh in with his thoughts on whether this start is sustainable, what sort of numbers Colin brought up in his piece, the off-the-bat column that he does every week. To support that argument, what Colin thought about Paul Skeens, Connor Griffin, and a potential bounce house in the Pirates clubhouse next on Bucko Talk. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Come on, Taylor, inform us. During the Jeep of Pittsburgh's Declaration of Deals sales event, what's your difference?
Bob, we keep it really simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're gonna beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
We haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Pony, imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. All with our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same internet price. Lock in reliable, fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming, plus get the Disney Plus Hulu bundle and Peacock Premium included on us. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change and availability. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
A soggy Saturday ahead with rain in the morning, then scattered showers through the afternoon with high temperatures in the mid-60s. Overnight, mostly cloudy with lows in the upper 40s. Decreasing clouds on Sunday with high temperatures in the upper 60s, and mostly clear Sunday night with lows in the mid-40s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. The Pirates last night were 6-0 winners over the Milwaukee Brewers. Game 2 is tonight at 7:10. It's right here on The Fan. Coverage at 6 o'clock presented by Keystone Custom Apparel as Mitch Keller will take on Jacob Mizorowski. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Colin Beasley joins the show next.
Back to more Bucco Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
Welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. Jason Mackey talking to you live from Milwaukee following a 6-0 Pirates victory over the Brewers last night at American Family Field. Plenty of storylines to pick through. Paul Skeens, 7 innings, carried a no-hitter. Almost through 7, gives up a grand total of 1 hit, strikes out 7. Really, really impressive stuff. Equaled by Connor Griffin, his first Major League home run on his 20th birthday. Heck of a birthday present for himself. Let's go out to the phone lines where we find Post-Gazette Pirates beat writer Colin Beasley, who was there to cover it all. Colin, good morning. How are you?
I'm pretty good, Jason. How are you doing?
Doing all right, man. Waking up in Milwaukee and doing a little Bucko Talk remotely. It's been a good time so far. A lot of what I was talking about is actually what you wrote about for Sunday and off the bat and how sustainable this is for the Pirates. So I'm just going to start general, but just what did you learn talking to guys about the sustainability of what the Pirates are doing right now? And how do you first personally feel like this is sustainable? Is it?
Yeah, so that's kind of the question to see whether it's sustainable or not. I don't necessarily know whether I believe it 100% is, whether it 100% isn't. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to look at the numbers and look at the last time the Pirates have gotten off to decent starts in a 25 to 30 game sample size. So I looked at 2013, 2018, 2023, and now in 2026. And obviously the entire key is consistency. If you can continue your numbers from the start, you'll be able to have success. The Pirates were basically able to do that in 2013 with batting average, OPS, homer numbers, scored roughly the same amount of runs per game. 2018 was also pretty similar. The pitching actually ended up getting better, which helped as the offense dipped a little bit. But then in 2023 was when the hot start ended up spiraling into a 76 and 86 season. And that year you kind of knew that some regression was clear because they were hitting 267 and had an 802 team OPS after 28 games. Those were numbers that seemed kind of too high to continue. This year, 247, 718 OPS, 4.9 runs per game, hitting 303 in balls in play, 345 ERA. All of those numbers aren't dramatically high. They're numbers that you could see continuing throughout the season, especially if the starting pitching remains the way it is. So at least from a numbers perspective, it seems like something that could be sustainable.
It's crazy to me, Colin, that the OPS is only 716. Like, doesn't it feel like that should be higher? Like, they're scoring more runs than that. I don't know. I think about Ozuna. I think about Connor Griffin last night. Like, I actually think that's higher, or that number like does a disservice to this offense. I know it's real. I just think there could be more there.
I think it just shows that the lineup is deeper than it's been in years past because they can weather days or stretches like that from Connor Griffin, from Ozuna, or because you've got O'Neal Cruz hitting well, or Ryan O'Hearn, or Brandon Lau hitting well, or all that sort of thing. Something honestly, I didn't really notice it as the game was going on, but saw it on Twitter this morning. I don't have the exact number, but I think the top of the lineup yesterday for the Pirates went like 1 for 17 or 1 for 18 or something along those lines, and it was really the bottom of the lineup that did all the damage. I don't have the exact box score in front of me, so feel free to correct me, but it shows that the Pirates can weather off nights from Cruz or from Lau or from O'Hearn because the lineup's a lot deeper, and you've got someone like Connor Griffin who can have a really good game at the bottom.
Yeah, no doubt. And I, having covered the 23 team, like what you're saying, I couldn't agree more with. Like, it felt fake. It felt not real. And this year, it's just there's so much more where your 6, 7, 8 can actually be productive hitters. Let me change the conversation over to pitching a little bit, Colin. We're chatting with Colin Beasley from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Read his work, of course, at post-gazette.com. Follow him, Colin_Beasley on Twitter or X. Who's been your biggest surprise so far among the pitchers, and who's been the biggest disappointment? I think I know probably the answer to that second one.
Among starting pitching or pitchers overall?
All pitching.
all pitching overall, I'd say my biggest surprise has been Braxton Ashcraft. I figured he'd be good. I figured he'd be a consistent starter, but I wasn't necessarily expecting him to be as good as he has been to start this year. I've seen people at the beginning of the season who were suggesting that he could earn Cy Young votes. And when I saw that, I was like, man, that is a bold prediction. That is something that's a little bit too dramatic for me. And then after 5 starts, you could see it if it continues. I'm not sure I'm quite ready to jump on that and say that what's happened over 5 games will continue over 32 or that everything will continue to go well for him. But he has been that impressive early on. We knew he was good, but I was kind of curious how he'd adapt to the full-time starter role, and he really has so far. And as for biggest disappointment, you could go with someone like Justin Lawrence or say that out of the bullpen, but I don't know if I'd say biggest disappointment, but I have been a little surprised that Bubba Chandler has struggled the way he has, especially with his most recent start. We've seen some tough outings out of Chandler before, and I fully believe he's going to recover. I fully believe that he's going to be throwing important innings for the Pirates this year and will be a really good starting pitcher. But I didn't think he'd have outings like he had on Thursday where he's struggling to find the zone, and when he is finding the zone, he's hit hard. He's a pitcher that, yes, there's been some command issues, and you always knew that that's something that could be a risk, but generally when he's in the zone, he's not getting hit. He was getting hit on Thursday. So that's something I'm going to be monitoring going forward. I'm not super concerned about it going forward. I think that it's something that he'll recover from. I think that he's going to be very, very, very good, but I expected him to be better through his first 5 starts than he has been so far.
Yeah, same here, Colin. And the Chandler question, though, I think I'm with you. I've gotten this a lot. I'm sure you have too in chats and whatnot. Like, I don't think they need to do anything with him. Like, I would just, keep on keeping on and have him correct his issues here. But I mean, is there any part of you that thinks about, maybe sending him down or doing anything other than starting him every 5th day? Or do you feel pretty good about him working out his issues up here?
Yeah, I feel good about him working out his issues up here. I think it's a similar thing with Connor Griffin where he doesn't need to learn how to get AAA hitters out. He's done that. It's major league hitters that is the final slot for his development, and we've seen how good he can be. I wouldn't be shocked at all if his next start he goes and throws 6 shutout innings or something along those lines and goes back to being the Bubba Chandler we've seen. But what I do kind of wonder about is if this continues, if he continues to have more bad outings and his ERA ends up being somewhere around 5, I kind of wonder if that changes what happens when Jared Jones comes back. I don't think so. I think it's still going to be something where Jared Jones and Carmen Mlodzinski end up being piggyback roles, and you kind of combine those 2 strengths. I think that works out too well for the Pirates, but I do kind of wonder if Bubba Chandler struggling would change the calculus when Jared Jones is healthy to return.
You're listening to Bucko Talk. We're chatting with Colin Beasley of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Follow Colin at Colin_Beasley. Read his work at post-gazette.com. Asking specifically about Connor Griffin, Colin, what have you made, one, about just his work at the major league level? Do you feel confident that last night may be something that he's able to repeat? And just like overall, does he look like he's getting more comfortable to you?
Yeah, I would say he's getting more comfortable. He looked a little uncomfortable in Texas. That was something I kind of noted as well, but obviously he put that to bed rather quickly with what he did last night. With Connor Griffin, I was getting questions in a chat about whether the Pirates should send him down or whether he needs to continue his development somewhere else. But again, he's someone that needs to be at the major league level. He's the Pirates shortstop for essentially the foreseeable next decade. He's someone that I believe should continue learning at this level, and last night kind of showed why. He's always capable of having a game like this, and even when he's not, he has so much defensive value, both because he's really, really good and also just because he helps the Pirates align well defensively. By having him at shortstop, you can have better defenders at third base, and everyone else can play off of a Gold Glove shortstop. So I've seen him get more comfortable, and I do think that this is something that can continue.
2 more questions for you, Colin. One is serious, one is fun. I fielded a few calls in the first hour about what the Pirates need to add or look at midseason, areas where the team's deficient or whatever. If you have one card to play in a way to upgrade this team, and some of the things that I heard was that they need to get a third baseman, they need to get a middle reliever, they need to get a left-handed starter. I'm not saying I agree with all or any of them, but in your mind, if you could upgrade one thing on this team right now, what would it be?
Middle relief, for sure. And that probably should have been my answer to most disappointing pitcher earlier. That kind of shows it's early, and I'm not thinking.
I think Bubba's fair. I think Bubba's fair.
Yeah, but with middle relief, that is something that has been an issue for this team so far. They haven't really found something that works. They've gone through Hunter Barco and Jose Urquidy and Cam Sanders, and now they're with Evan Sisk and Wilbur Dotel, who both had solid weeks, but I don't know if that's necessarily the long-term answer there. I feel like the bullpen could use a little bit more depth, and when you're in that 5th and 6th inning, if you have a start that doesn't go 6 or 7, that has been an issue for the Pirates so far. I think that bullpen reinforcement is something that pretty much any team will be looking for at the deadline. I expect the Pirates to be in that group, and that would be my number one spot for the team.
All right, last one. Do you think the Pirates could actually pull off a bounce house in the clubhouse? And if not, what would be the most hilarious way to celebrate Connor Griffin's 20th birthday?
I wonder if you could pull off a bounce house in the clubhouse in somewhere that has like a little bit of a higher ceiling. And I'm thinking of PNC Park. I don't know if you could do it there, but I mean, maybe you could come up with something where it would just be like a glorified mattress or something like that. I don't know how big of a bounce house you could get, but man, I would have loved to have seen that. I absolutely would have loved to have seen that. And let's see, what would I like? Well, what they could do for his 20th birthday is, if they wanted to go along with that theme, is they could go with like a ball pit. They could have more like an inflatable pool or something, fill it up with those little plastic balls and take a swim in there. That's something that maybe would fit a little bit better, and you could still get the point across that this kid is really young and cannot crack open a beverage, and we're going to treat him like the child he is. That would have been really funny. But yeah, I'm still laughing at what Paul Skeens said yesterday about celebrating Connor's birthday. I don't know about you, but I wasn't expecting it. I thought it was really, really funny.
That was gold, Jerry. That was gold. I loved it. Thanks, Bees. I'll see you over at the yard in a little bit.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
All right, Colin Beasley from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. There he goes. Read his stuff, post-gazette.com. Follow him on Twitter or X at Colin_Beasley. Oh, the ball pit would have been a good one. Opportunity missed. The other thing I suggested, and we were joking about this last night, of course, and when Paul Skeens dropped that line, I mean, there's the group of us standing around him. There was not a single person that couldn't stop laughing. I mean, I was guilty. It was a great line. Paul Skeens and Jake Mangum were cooking that one up. But I joked with Skeens that they should have gotten one of those little plastic Little Tykes slides in the clubhouse. That could have been a little bit easier to set up and assemble than it would have been a bounce house. But it was good. Nonetheless, love the age jokes. Love what's going on with the Pirates and the clubhouse culture right now. It's a lot of fun. When we come back, I have a new segment I want to do: 3 up, 3 down. 3 positive storylines from the past week, 3 not so positive storylines. We'll also take a trip down on the farm talk about some affiliates, including another dominant performance from one Seth Hernandez yesterday. And we'll finish up with an interview with Chris Truby, the Pirates infield coach. You're listening to Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
7:10 is tonight's first pitch in Game 2 between the Pirates and the Brewers. It is Mitch Keller up against Jacob Misiorowski. It's right here on The Fan, 6 o'clock, the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Remember your first football game? The sound of the crowd, the smell of the grill, the moment you fell in love with the sport. Now it's your turn to pass on that moment at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Families walk through the greatest moments in football history and create new memories of their own. From legendary artifacts to stories that span generations, it's an experience every family should share. The hall is located less than 2 hours from Pittsburgh, so make the short drive to greatness. Plan your visit at ProFootballHof.com.
The draft is coming to Pittsburgh, and the party starts at Ross Park Mall. Get ready for a pregame ticket drop for Jason Aldean concert tickets April 20th from 5 to 6 p.m. Don't miss it. All week long, enjoy game day fun with photo ops, exclusive deals, and your chance to win a $1,000 shopping spree. Celebrate in style at Pittsburgh's premier luxury and shopping destination with more than 150 stores and restaurants. Ross Park Mall, where the draft meets destination shopping.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than $200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Big color, bigger savings. Sherwin-Williams Super Sale is here. Get 40% off paints and stains April 24th through the 27th with prices starting at $30.89. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Jim Sharkey Mitsubishi North Hills Spring Sales Drive is on, and the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. The 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander features a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. Drive yours home today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. Plus, take advantage of our Spring Sales Drive bonus box and get up to $750 more for your trade.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Sharkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
I'm
John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 fee $0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 4/30/2026.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
The payoff pitch. Line drive right center field. Gets down. This scores a couple. Connor Griffin. What a birthday. He's 20 and he's 3 for 4. And he has driven in 3 runs, and this one gives the Pirates a 6-0 lead in the 8th inning in Milwaukee.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk. Thanks so much to Colin Beasley for joining us. I am Jason Mackey, talking to you live from Milwaukee. Excited to get over to the park later today. Pirates and the Brewers at 6:10 my time, 7:10 your time. I do believe it's Mitch Keller, 2-1 with a 2.79 ERA against the Miz, Jacob Misiorowski, 1-2 with a 3.04 ERA. We'll talk about that one just a little bit as far as what's at stake. I was joking with Bees. I want to ask Don Kelly, and I'll be curious of his answer. Hopefully he's not listening, so he gets a heads up on this. But would he permit a bounce house in the clubhouse? Like, what if they did that? What if the Pirates players actually thought it would be fun to have a bounce house and bought one and put it in the visiting clubhouse in Milwaukee? What would Don Kelly's reaction be? I feel like you kind of have to let that go, right? It'd be fun. Joel, have you ever been in a bounce house?
It's been a little while, but they're pretty fun. I know that.
Yeah, I'd say so. I was probably pulling my kids out of one. I can't say that I've actually experienced it, but they are fun. It's a good time. Fan text lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. So I talked last segment about 3 up and 3 down. And basically it's 3 positive storylines from this past week and 3 not so positive storylines from the past week and what we expect to change. So going to get right into that. And my first one is fairly obvious. We've been talking about him quite a bit, and that's O'Neal Cruz. Him hitting a home run off the right field foul pole. I've talked to a few people since that time. I've watched baseball a lot. I've played it, and I've never seen anything like it. That was something. Right now, Cruz sits there at 271 and 875 OPS, has 8 home runs. Only 5 players in Major League Baseball have more, has 24 RBIs. Only 1 has more. One thought I had with Cruz, in addition to noticing some differences in his maturity and focus level, remember when the calls about him hitting leadoff? That was our very first show in New York. So why is he there? Drop him in the lineup. He's hitting homers. He's producing RBIs. He's stealing bases. Just let it go. He's doing just fine. Secondary's been Brandon Lau. It's been very, very good, but I'm not putting him ahead of O'Neal Cruz. The second one is Paul Skeens, and this is in no particular order. It's not a first star, second star, 3-star kind of thing, but just all the talk about the rotation and where Skeens has gotten to. Not that there was any doubt, but it's every start he has, you almost see him like focusing on, and I know he's not doing this way, I'm just saying this is sort of what it looks like to me, that first start. And, we're sitting here laughing about Paul Skeens having like a, 30 ERA or 10 or whatever number it is. Like, he's under 3 right now. He's at 248, and that thing's dropping fast. And the way he pitched last night, how focused he is and how he responded to that, that's been an ongoing conversation around the club, just how impressive it was. Even the moments after that game, how he's pitched subsequently, just erasing that from memories, and the Pirates starting rotation as a whole. I mean, Skeens has rubbed off on everybody, and right now 3.22 ERA. That is the third best in baseball, tied with the Braves for that mark, the second best in the National League. Pirates starters have worked 131 in a third innings. Opponents are hitting just 214 off them, a 1.15 whip. Up and down, it's just been really, really good. And yes, totally true that Bubba Chandler, there's some issues to work out there. We'll get there in a second, but by and large, that group has been very, very good. My third one is kind of off the grid. You might have missed it a little bit. It's certainly not been a primary focal point, but something I think that could be sneaky important for this club. Mason Montgomery. Over the past week, we've started to see it. Over the past 2 weeks, really, he's now made 6 straight scoreless appearances. He's pitched in 11 games, worked 10 in the third innings, 5 walks, 20 strikeouts. So Mason Montgomery, he allowed multiple runs in 2 of his first 3 games this season. He's been scored upon just once in his past 8. I love the walk to strikeout ratio with him. If he's in the zone, if he's challenging hitters, his stuff is so good. People aren't touching it. They're just not. In that time, I mentioned scored once in his past 8. He's thrown 118 pitches. 85 have been strikes. 1 walk, 14 strikeouts in that sample. That's going to work. We talked about Justin Lawrence's struggles. I would not give up on Justin Lawrence. No way, no how. I'll find lower leverage spots for him. I want him to work through his issues. But in the meantime, they have needed kind of that fourth arm. You talk about Santana, Soto, Matson. Those are your top 3. Great. But sometimes you need a fourth because somebody's down. That's been Mason Montgomery or Yohan Ramirez. But again, my preference would be Yohan as kind of an earlier inning fireman type. But Mason Montgomery's been more than just like a matchup specialist. He's been really good against lefties. He's been really good with men on base, but he's been really good, period. All right, 3 down. Let's look at that. Bubba Chandler is my number 1 in that spot. Fairly obvious. 1-2 with a 4.88 ERA, 5 games started. He's given up 4 home runs. He's walked 16. His problems have been command related. They're not stuff related. I don't even think they're mentality related. Like, I really like Bubba Chandler. I like him as a kid, as a competitor, as all this stuff. It's just, we need you in the zone. We need you in the zone consistently. We need you to command your fastball. Even stuff like his changeup is really, really good. But the one he threw the other night where he leaves it, to Corey Seager, it's like middle in, he's going to crush that pitch. And he did. Like, it just can't be executed there. And Bubba Chandler knows it. And it kind of comes and goes. When you're seeing good Bubba, he's dominant. When you're seeing bad Bubba, he's getting hit or he's walking people. So for the Pirates rotation, for the Pirates period, to get where they want to go, they need that depth. They need that guy. And, I don't know what Mitch Keller is going to look like in the second half. I don't know if Carmen Mlodzinski is going to stick. I don't know what Jared Jones looks like when he comes back. But I know that Bubba Chandler, elite prospect, some people have kind of put on the Paul Skeens track. I know that should be better than an ERA nearly 5. The middle relief thing is number 2, and that's been a grind. We saw the Pirates this past weekend make a move bringing up Wilber Dotel. I've been fine with it so far. It's such a limited sample. He's pitched in 2 games, worked 2 2/3 innings. If anything, that's kind of a TBD for me as a 3.38 ERA. It's absolutely nothing against what Wilber Dotel has done. It does kind of rob from their minor league pitching depth. This is a guy who would be best served making starts and logging innings, but they have a major league need right now. As Colin Beasley outlined, Jose Urquidy, Hunter Barco, Evan Sisk. Sisk has been okay. He's been the best of the bunch. Cam Sanders, no. A lot of guys have cycled through this role, but I think it's definitely something they might say in the corporate world. It's been flagged, and they're going to take a look at it and see if they might be able to improve some things. Got a couple calls on this last point. This is my third for the 3 down. And I think there's only so much the Pirates are going to be able to do in these spots. And I'm talking about offense out of their catchers and out of their third baseman. Right now, their catchers have a combined 524 OPS. That's 25th in Major League Baseball. And I mean, it's too low for what they're paying Joey Bart and the capital they invested in Henry Davis as a 1-1 pick. You'd expect better return on investment. Totally fair. Based on the swing changes Henry made, based on Joey Bart, 2 years ago has an 800 OPS. Like, there's track record there that you can think that these guys are going to produce more than that. They haven't. Third base is another one where you hoped for more out of Jared Triolo the way he finished last season. That hasn't happened. He's been injured. He's in Bradenton. You give Nick York an opportunity. He's kind of cooled. Nick Gonzalez has hit for a high average, but there hasn't been much walk. There hasn't been much slug. Tyler Callahan had a really poor start to the season. He's come on lately, actually homered yesterday. But those are just two spots that, again, if I'm going to look at stuff that I'd really like to see improve with the Pirates, those two are very high on my list. All right, going to take another break. When we come back, I have an interview that I want to play with Chris Truby, Pirates infield coordinator. We will also go down on the farm and look at some minor league system results for the Pirates, and we'll put a bow on this episode of Bucko Talk. Don't go anywhere. It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins in action tonight, 8 o'clock, as they look to save their season against the Philadelphia Flyers, who lead 3-0 in the series. 8 o'clock is tonight's puck drop from Philadelphia. Pirates were 6-0 winners last night. They've got Game 2 of their series tonight at 7:10 in Milwaukee. Mitch Keller up against Jacob Mizorowski. Catch it here on The Fan with coverage at 6 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $200 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. aquickdrain.com.
Pittsburgh International Airport's on-site parking provides the most convenient and cost-efficient parking options. The shuttle lot is in close proximity to the new terminal with a less than 10-minute travel time by shuttle, offering the lowest price parking option when you book early at parkatpitt.com. Visit parkatpitt.com to review all parking options and receive special offers. That's parkatpit.com.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted
accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
There's a new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe, and they can't wait to meet you. Smale Chevrolet Latrobe is officially open and now part of the Smale Auto Group family. They invite you to come in and experience a high standard of sales and service, and what better way to celebrate than with Chevy Truck Month. Right now, they're offering the Chevy supplier discount to everyone. That's right, you pay what the suppliers pay on Smale Chevrolet's incredible lineup of Silverado trucks and Equinox SUVs. Big savings, and the trucker SUV you've been dreaming of. Visit them today on Route 30 in Latrobe or online at smalechevrolet.com. Smale Chevrolet, welcome to our family. Together, let's drive.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
Madsen, pitch, going to fly ball to center field. O'Neill Cruz back to the track, approaching the wall, and he makes the catch. Rays the Jolly Roger in Milwaukee. What a masterpiece. Paul Skeens, the Dominator. 7 innings of 1 hit, shutout baseball, 2 base runners on the night against the Pirates staff, and this was a statement game against the Brewers.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. That was, of course, Greg Brown. Another highlight from last night's game. One of the best of the season, I would argue. There was a game, I think it was against the Padres, where Skeens and Griffin also combined efforts. It's funny how that works, right? If the Pirates are getting contributions from their 2 premium prospects, how much better things are. It takes me into a storyline that I actually discussed with Paul Skeens, and to just sort of shamelessly self-promote for a second. I'll be hosting the Pirates Insider Show, of course, on Sunday, as I've been doing. But a segment I want to do on there this week involves guys talking about their recent draft experiences. I thought it would be interesting. I talked to Henry Davis, Connor Griffin, and Paul Skeens about what it would have been like if you were in the NFL draft and had all of the fuss surrounding your draft as they had in Pittsburgh. And so you can hear those audio clips, but it took me to a conversation last night with Paul Skeens after his scrum about some of the stuff we saw last night, him and Griffin together, because yesterday was a big day for Pirates prospects. Skeens, Griffin, Seth Hernandez with Loe Bradenton. And Paul Skeens told me it's because they draft well. They developed well. And he's very, very impressed and excited by everything that's going on. And so you can hear that interview an hour before first pitch tomorrow. But as far as today, just a few news and notes from around the minor leagues before we get to our Chris Truby interview. The Indianapolis Indians 4-3 winner over St. Paul last night. Tyler Callahan with the home run, his second of the season. Mitch Jebb there hitting .438 has made a quick impression. Thomas Harrington threw 5 innings yesterday, 3 earned runs, 7 strikeouts. Chris Davinsky, somebody to follow there, has a 1.13 ERA. Altoona lost 12-6 to Harrisburg yesterday. Sean Ross and Callan Moss each with 2 hits. Greensboro goes down 11-3 to Rome. Axiel Plauz went 1 for 3 with the home run, his third of the season. And I was talking about Seth Hernandez a little bit before, but 5 innings, no runs, 1 hit, 2 walks, 9 strikeouts, got 11 whiffs on 25 swings through 4 starts. Seth Hernandez, I'm hoping to get him on the Pirates Insider show on Sunday as well. A .53 ERA, 17 innings pitched, 32 strikeouts, and it's allowed just 4 hits. Just 4 hits in 17 innings. It's pretty good. A couple days ago, but Edward Florentino also went deep again. Important stuff for one of the Pirates' top prospects and a top 100 prospect in all of Major League Baseball. All right, so wrap it up. So I'll come back and put a bow on this thing, but have an interview with Chris Truby, Pirates infield coach, talking all things infield as we feature a different member of the coaching staff. Hope you enjoy.
Welcome back to Bucko Talk. I'm here with Chris Truby, Pirates infield coach. Truby joined the Pirates Major League coaching staff as an infield coach in May of 2025, right, Chris? When the staff changeover when Donnie took over. So my first question is this: what does a Major League infield coach do?
I mean, our job is just to make sure that our guys are ready to play. They have, whatever they individually have to work on, get them working on that, but also preparing for each team that we play against. Every team does something a little different, whether it be bunting or playing the small ball game or the other way around, but we just try to get everybody prepared to play come game time.
So I see you guys doing, I don't want maybe call them basic, but like fundamental oriented drills on the field before the game. Talk to me a little bit about the emphasis there. What's the goal, and what are you trying to get guys to do with those?
Initially it's we call it glove work, and it's relatively basic and it's targeted towards some fundamental things, but it's also, I like to use it as a switch over from offense to defense, where most guys are coming to do that work fresh out of the cage, and it's kind of a prep work right before the defensive work on the field. So it gives them a little mental reset to focus on some defensive stuff prior to the actual defensive work. And I'm just a big believer, and it's something that I try to push on to players, is the separation from the offense and the defense. And for me, it's a little thing it's where it starts for the day. It's you're having a little separation, you're switching over from offense to defense, and it kind of gets you going.
So we're seeing them like down on 1 knee, 2 knees, just kind of a basic thing, and it's more mental than it is physical.
Yeah, and there's some physical components to it, that whether it be your glove angle or, everybody has a little different routine that they go through. And so, some guys spend some time on the ground, some guys are moving their feet. So everybody has a little different thing to do, but it is a very much a mental component, because guys at this level can catch pretty much every ground ball that's thrown out of a machine, but it at least gets them focusing on a little thing.
Chatting with Pirates infield coach Chris Truby. Several guys have credited you with helping them this season. Brandon Lau, Connor Griffin, Nick Gonzalez. I might be missing some people, but I was wondering if I could ask you about those guys individually. Maybe we'll start with Brandon. Just, kind of what have you emphasized with him?
Initially when we got him, and right when we got him, I was excited, and so I go and pull up video and just was able to identify a couple of things with how he started. And I think he's a good athlete, and I didn't think he was taking advantage of his athleticism by just the way he started. Very flat-footed initially, so we just added a little pre-pitch to him and got him thinking a little different way. And it was something that I think every player now looks at their metrics and sees what their metrics are, and they want to be able to improve it. We're able to identify something early on that gets him off the ball quicker and gets him to be a little bit more athletic and play athletically. And it was something that he bought into right away. It was something that, he wanted to get better at it. He was looking for answers, and to see a guy that has got 7 years in the big leagues and he's looking to improve something was refreshing, and it was good to hear. It was good to see, and he's continued to work, and metrically it's shown, and he's been very consistent out there defensively.
Another special guy is obviously Connor Griffin. He's more than held his own defensively. What have you been working with him on, and what have you thought about his progress in short so far?
We have a conversation. If you were to look at him at the start of Major League spring training last year, his first big league camp, to where he is now, we were still in the middle of seeing outfielder, seeing shortstop, and he has just grown into that position. Credit to him, because he has worked his tail off from the get-go on everything. And again, a young high schooler playing baseball at a high level, the speed of the game, how quick everything happens, the baseball component, the leadership component as a shortstop, everything everything has gotten to the point where he is a legit shortstop, and he is fun to watch play defense. He's a guy that can impact the game in every way, and on the defensive end just makes us better.
Chatting infield with Pirates infield coach Chris Truby and Nick Gonzalez. He came up as a second baseman. He's played some shortstop. We're seeing him most often at third. Has versatility been the emphasis, or has there been something else you've been working with him on?
Yeah, just he is learning third base. Same with Nick York. Two guys that were trying to teach him third base from the start of spring training, and they've had a little bit of experience in it through the minor leagues, but not very much. So with Nick Gonzalez, it's you're be ready to play short, third, second, wherever. And every position's a little bit different with how you're going to attack it, but he's been a solid worker. Real good worker, and he's kind of grown in that position. Because third base it's when you're playing second, you have a whole lot more time. It's just so much faster at third base, and he's really grown into it.
So last year you were going to manage AAA Indianapolis. May happens, Donnie takes over, you're promoted to the Major League staff. What was that transition like? Was it difficult? Was it easy? Why or why not? Just tell me a little bit about how that went for you.
It was relatively easy, I think, because I've been around the guys in spring training at least, so it wasn't like I was coming in not knowing anything about anyone. And a lot of the players that we had here last year are guys that came through the minor leagues. So the trend and being around Donnie and the staff, just having experience around them, obviously different because it's a different level. And even at this level, we're still developing players. Nobody here is a finished product, really. So the transition into it was made easy by the staff and the players, and just having some prior relationships with them.
So you played for Houston, Montreal, Detroit, and Tampa Bay. Who's a coach, or maybe multiple coaches, that made a big impression on you as a player?
The first coach, one of the first guys I had, Manny Acta, who's with the Mariners now. I played for him probably 5 or 6 years consecutively, and he sort of took me under his wing and really taught me professional baseball and taught me a lot about playing the infield. And he's a guy that I keep in contact with, obviously, because he's had such an impact. But there's so many coaches out there that when you go through the minor leagues and in the major leagues, it's they help you in their own special way. And I was fortunate just to be around a lot of good people.
You grew up in Hawaii, which is a somewhat unique place to 50-some major leaguers that come out of there. Just how much of a point of pride is that for you?
It's awesome to be able to say that and know that I'm still kicking around this game 30 plus years later after graduating high school. And baseball's big there. It's a fundamental game out there. You don't have the travel circuits like everybody else does now, but baseball is a sport out there. And again, there's a lot of influences out there and good baseball people. So just proud to be one of the guys.
Listening to Bucko Talk, we're chatting with Chris Truby, Pirates infield coach, and this is the part of the show where you can trash your boss if you want. But working on Donnie's staff, what's it like? What's that experience like for you?
He's awesome. Everything is about the group and the team, and one of the things he's talked about since I got here was it's bigger than you, and our goal is to win as a group. And I think that he's kind of put forth a mindset within the group that this is a team thing. This is not about one individual or two individuals. This is about how I can help the team win, whatever role you have. And you look through the players, they bought into it. Everybody has a role in the team. You look through the staff, everybody does their job. So Donnie's been great. It's been a lot of fun to work with him.
So the last question I had for you is a fun one, but what Pirates outfielder, catcher, or pitcher would make the best infielder? And what Pirates catcher, outfielder, or pitcher would make the worst infielder?
I would guess, I got to be around Bubba as a shortstop when I first got over here with the Pirates, and I would guess that he would probably make the best infielder. I mean, I can still vividly remember the play he made where he threw it to second base, where all the infield athleticism came out. So as far as the best, it would probably be Bubba. The worst, I would guess.
You're gonna get yourself in trouble with this one.
I would guess the majority of the pitchers would make the worst. I'm not going to throw a name out there right now.
Fair enough. Chris Truby, thanks so much, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Come on, Truby. Could have said somebody. That's all right. I don't blame him. Jason Mackey, you're listening to Bucko Talk. Thanks so much to Chris Truby, Pirates infield coach. Hopefully you enjoyed that interview. Truby's had an impact on a lot of guys, as you can see. And the Pirates are playing better defense under Don Kelly. I also like what Truby said about the culture around the Pirates, and it's bigger than you, and it's not, a bunch of individuals. I think that was something that the Pirates suffered from last year, that you had a bunch of people running their own race, and there wasn't so much of a, worrying about the collective. That has changed this year. It's healthy. It's fun to be around. I can tell you first person being around it. Very, very good stuff. I have one final point to make, but before that, I want to tell you the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. So my final word here is Brian Reynolds, and how much I've been improved with his improvement. Easy for me to say, right? I talk for a living. No, how much better he has been this season at the plate. The plate discipline has improved. It's part of what I'm talking about the selflessness and thinking about things more than just individual numbers. But Brian Reynolds is walking and getting on base a ton. He has 19 walks. That's tied for the third most in the National League. He has a .413 on base percentage this month. Only 13 hitters throughout Major League Baseball have been better. He's getting on base at a .374 clip. That's his best since 2021, when he was getting on base at a .390 clip. There's a reason for that. Don Kelly will explain.
No, I think he's been having great at-bats. And again, when you think about hitters, everybody wants to be the guy that hits the big home run, right? O'Neill hit the big home run. And Brian has hit those. He's going to hit those. And he's also showing the plate discipline to be a table setter, too, to get on base and make the pitcher work. I think that when we've talked about passing the baton and having good at-bats, Brian epitomizes that. And as we fill out the lineup and get deeper into the lineup, having multiple guys that have that type of approach and, take the same thing that Brian's doing, it's going to lengthen it out, makes it really tough on the opposing team and pitcher.
Good stuff there from Don Kelly on Brian Reynolds. Keep it going. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain expected across the morning. It should clear up by late afternoon. Joel Nelson back in Pittsburgh. Thanks so much for producing, man. Always appreciate your hard work and diligence.
Likewise, Jason. Have fun tonight at American Family Field.
Absolutely. Miller Family American Field Park, I think is what they call it. That's my running joke. But I like baseball there, and I love watching the Pirates. Looking forward to that one. Mitch Keller on the mound opposite the Miz. Talk to you from the ballpark. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Did you know Zero Res does commercial cleaning? Yeah, Zero Res isn't just for homes. They help your business stay cleaner longer with a patented residue-free cleaning process. No sticky soaps, no harsh chemicals. That means carpets, tile, upholstery, and ducts stay cleaner longer, even in high traffic spaces. So instead of constantly recleaning, you're maintaining your facility the right way. Zero-Res Commercial. It's smarter cleaning. For more info or to schedule a free estimate, visit zerores.com/commercial.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's Ram Truck Month. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, it's as easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft, don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome football value box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
It's time to spring into deals at Lowe's. Freshen up your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Then get what you need to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. The Steelers made 4 selections last night. Alabama wide receiver Jeremy Bernard was their second-round pick, and then they had 3 picks in the third round, highlighted by Penn State quarterback Drew Aller. They also selected Georgia defensive back Dalen Everett and Iowa guard Jennings Dunker. The Steelers have 6 scheduled picks today, one in each round of rounds 4 through 6, and then 3 in round 7. Pirates were 6-0 winners last night over Milwaukee. They're back at it tonight at 7:10. Mitch Keller against Jacob Mizorowski. It's here on The Fan with coverage at 6, and the Penguins hope to keep their playoff hopes alive as they take on Philadelphia in Game 4 of their series at Philadelphia in 8 o'clock puck drop tonight. For more, get to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by number one Cockroach, Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome inside Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Bob Pompiani here, flanked by the one and only, the Swiss Army knife here at 93.7, The Fan. It's Joel Nelson. How are you, Joel?
Great, Bob. How are you?
Good. It's been a very busy weekend.
I'd say so.
And it's only going to get busier. This is day 3 of the NFL draft. We will talk about what the Steelers have done or not done so far in this draft coming up at 412-928-9370. I want you to get on that line because we only have 1 hour today. Donnie Football and Company will take you through the rest of the draft beginning at noon today, rounds 4 through 7, and the Steelers have 5 picks in those 4 rounds. 3 of them come in the 7th round. So I want to get your take on that. But first, I want to remind you the Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Peters Township. Also tonight at 7:30 on KDK TV, Charlie Batch, Rich Walsh, and I will recap the entire draft on a Steelers wrap-up special. That's 7:30 tonight on KDK TV. We have a lot to get into, and as I said, time is of the essence. So I want to hear from you. If you want to call, do it now at 412-928-9370. We'll talk about what the Steelers have done. I also don't want to shortchange here last night's Pirate game, which was outstanding. 6-0 whitewash of Milwaukee. And boy, this Central Division is turning out to be a really interesting division. Last night it was so simple. All the good ones make it look simple, and Paul Skeens did exactly that. He was in control of everything, took a perfect game into the 7th inning. So ever since that first game in New York, where he lasted 2/3 of an inning and was victimized by some shoddy defense, where his ERA rose to over 64, it's now down to 2.48. In his last 28 innings, 3 runs allowed. That's it. 29 strikeouts. He has been totally in control, and that is what you get with a Cy Young guy year in and year out. And he made it look simple against a good hitting team in Milwaukee. The other star on this team, the young star, would be Connor Griffin, who celebrated his 20th birthday in his 20th Major League game with his first home run. He went 3 for 4, 3 runs batted in, stolen base. The guy's getting more confidence as he goes through, and that's a great sign for the Pirates. But even with their win, that brings them to 15 wins, 11 losses. Cubs and Cincinnati right now are tied for the top at 17-9. Cubs have won 10 in a row. They're red hot. They beat the Dodgers last night. Cincinnati had a walk-off win against Detroit. So they both 17-9. Pirates are 15-11. St. Louis 14-11. Milwaukee's 13-12. This is also a question I want to throw out for you. Is this the end of an era for Crosby, Malkin, and Letang? I didn't think it would go this way. I thought it would be a tough series. I thought the Penguins would win in 6 based on what I saw in the regular season. Flyers got hot at the right time, and that was the one team I think we all indicated could be a problem just because of how they were playing. They went down the stretch with 18 wins, 6 losses. And when you do that, you know good things are working. And the way they played has carried over into this postseason. They've made the Penguins look old. And I didn't think they looked old at times during the regular season when they were the 3rd highest scoring team in the NHL. Also, the 3rd most power play. They had all the numbers in their favor. Power play, shorthanded, even strength. And yet Philadelphia has dictated play. And that's an understatement of a word. Dictated play against the Penguins, who tonight face elimination. Down 3-0 at the Xfinity Mobile Arena, where they're going to be out for blood tonight. I don't think there's any question about that. We'll see what the Penguins can do. But the numbers are certainly stacked against the Penguins. 213 series all-time in the NHL playoffs that have seen teams go down 3-0. Those teams that were down 3-0 only came back in 4 of those 213. So they're 4-209. That does not bode well. I will throw this out, though. Stuart Skinner has been through this. And I don't think he was that good in Game 3. He was really good in Games 1 and 2. But 2 years ago, in 2024, when he was with Edmonton, they were down 3-0 to the Panthers in the Stanley Cup Final. They won 3 in a row, and they forced a Game 7. So, the problem is digging a hole that deep requires so much effort to dig out of, and they haven't gotten it. Sidney Crosby has basically been invisible in this series. So has Anthony Mantha, who led them in goals. You got to get better there. There's no tempo. There's no urgency in these first 2 games especially. I thought in the 3rd game they had a good first period. Also, in case you missed it last night, Montreal's taking a 2-1 lead over Tampa Bay, 3-2. They beat the Lightning in overtime. All three of those games have been one-goal games. Anaheim beats Edmonton. Now, the Ducks are up 2-1. Edmonton continues to have goaltending issues. Connor Ingram got lit up. 7-4, the Ducks win that game. So that's certainly not good. Utah, another surprise team, but they're young and aggressive. They have the lead over Vegas, 2-1 after winning last night. And by the way, in that Ducks series, Joel, you remember Michael Granlund? Michael Granlund was here, remember? And people just wanted to get rid of him. Sure. He has been a star in this series so far, and he had 3 more points last night for the Ducks, who've blended a lot of young players with some of the veteran guys on their team. So that gets you set for what happens today. Carolina, Ottawa at 3 o'clock today. The Canes are up in that series 3-0. Minnesota, Dallas, Stars lead at 2-1. That's a 5:30 game. And then tonight at 8, it's the Penguins and the Flyers. So that sets the stage. I want to get into the Steelers. I thought it was very interesting in the middle part of this draft, rounds 2 and 3, where they've come up with some big-name players over the years. I don't think there's any question. Jack Ham, Jack Lambert, Mel Blount going way back. Dermontti Dawson was a day 2 pick. Under Omar Khan, you got Zach Frazier, their starting center, as a second-round pick. Peyton Wilson, Joey Porter Jr., Darnell Washington. So they came away with 4 picks yesterday. Jeremy Bernard is the most intriguing one. They moved up to get him. And I think after what happened on day 1, that they were definitely going to look at a wide receiver. They let a lot of them slip right through their hands, and they ended up taking a big tackle out of Arizona State. And Max Ihonachor may be a very good player. And I don't think any of this has to do with him. It's just the way that went down. I think that's what people were talking about, and that left them kind of with egg in their face because they were talking to Mekhi Lemon. They were on the phone with him, and then Philadelphia swooped in and jumped ahead of them in an unlikely trade between Dallas and Philadelphia. There are a lot of reasons you could look at that and say, what was going on there? Bottom line is they got a tackle. And it also underscores to me, because they took another offensive lineman in Jennings Dunker later, that Broderick Jones' situation could be a very difficult one for him to overcome. They've drafted 3 tackles in the last 4 years. You don't want to get in a habit of redrafting the same position, but that's exactly what they did here. So after that, Jeremy Bernard's a guy who was productive at Alabama. Played with Ty Simpson, who went 13th overall to Vegas, 840 yards, 7 touchdowns last year. They weren't necessarily a throwing team, but he was their main target. Then it was Drew Aller, an interesting pick, because Carson Beck went earlier in that round. I think he was the first pick of the 3rd round. And once that happened, I wondered about Drew Aller and Garrett Nussmeier. Drew Aller got the call from the Steelers, and we're going to talk a lot about that. I want to hear what you have to say at 412-928-9370. Good pick, bad pick, or wait-and-see pick. They have a lot of wait-and-see here in the quarterback department, but they're still looking for an eventual franchise quarterback, so there's no harm in drafting quarterbacks if you believe they have an opportunity to develop, and that'll be the key for Mike McCarthy and his offensive coaches, to develop these guys and see what they got. It also makes me wonder now, what does this mean for Aaron Rodgers? Does he simply continue to string this along with no knowledge of what he's going to do? I got to believe the Steelers do know that, but I also am not 100% on that. Ian Rappaport, after this selection was made, Drew Aller immediately came out and said the Steelers now would be entertaining trade offers for Mason Rudolph. Well, if that's the case, then I guess Aaron Rodgers is coming back. But if that's not accurate, then what happens? Is it down to the fact that if Rodgers says no, you're going to go with Aller and with Will Howard and with Mason Rudolph? And I say if that's the case, fine. Let the best man win. See what you got. And if it doesn't work, then you draft it again next year when the quarterback draft pool is a little bit bigger. So that is the one question that remains unanswered, and how they utilize these guys. But Drew Aller in his career, up and down at Penn State, I thought going into last year he was looked at as a possible first-round pick. He got the injury, the broken ankle, that ended. He has been decent. I think if you look at the numbers, they're below what NFL standards would be, 62% completion percentage. And I think James Franklin's system did not help him as a prospect. But I also know that, you're in the NFL. If you have the tools, and he has the tools, I don't think there's any doubt about that. He has a very good arm. Whether or not it's accurate or not, we'll see, because I think in some of his tape, if you look at the biggest games, that's when he had the biggest problems. So Drew Aller was the pick there. Then Dalen Everett, a cornerback, and a guy who has a lot of upside. And then I think a guy who everyone's going to love in Pittsburgh, Jennings Dunker, the mullet-haired maniac. I may call him that because that's the way he plays. He's an offensive lineman, and he goes after you. So I think he'll become a fan favorite right off the bat. 412-928-9370. Let's get it rolling with Shriver in Newcastle. Hello, Shriver. How are you?
Hey, Bob. Good morning. I'm doing great. Thank you. I don't know. When you go into a draft with 12 picks, it just seems like you're not going to go to camp with. Well, I guess you can go to camp, but you're not going to start the season with 12 rookies on your roster. Out of 53, that's basically almost what, 20% of your roster?
Yeah.
There's going to be rookies? This makes no sense. So why not? I don't know. Seems like why not package something and just say, we'll give you all of our sevenths. We'll give you all of our fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh for a second. Like one second round pick is probably more likely to make the team than 5 or 6.
Well, they did move up in the second round. If you're referring to the first round, I thought there were plenty of opportunities for them to do that, and I thought that's what might happen. I thought actually they're going to move up to maybe 13.
Yeah.
To get Vega Ione from Penn State in an effort to keep him from going to Baltimore, because you know that's not an unrealistic move up. And whether or not they did or didn't, we'll never know. But they kind of stood pat there, played their hand when they saw Lemon dropping. They were going to just take him, but they didn't expect.
Yeah.
And you can't be reactionary when these guys are going at it, especially Howie Roseman. He's a guy who he'll do whatever it takes. And so you have to have the same mindset there. And you should have known maybe that, Philadelphia needs a receiver. There's reports that A.J. Brown's going to get traded. Therefore, watch out for them. They may get, in a move with Dallas, they did. They swooped in and got him.
So today, with the rest of the picks today, it's like, what's the point? I probably have maybe one decent guy comes out of these picks today, but they're not going to. Doesn't make any sense to me. With all the free agent signings too, they have. What was the? I
really thought they were going to
win.
They traded up twice. They also moved up from 99 to 96, but that's hardly anything in the third round.
You got to move up to
But I like that selection there. But I get your point. They should have used them earlier for bigger players.
One more thing, guys, say, and I know you're busy. So Griffin hit his first home run yesterday. He now has more home runs than Fernando Tatis and Bobby Witt Jr. So
there you go. He's already signed. I was going to say sign him to a long contract. He's already signed to a long contract.
He's got to take off now. He's going
to. Those guys are going to come back to life too. They're not going to stay where they are.
I'm going to make a prediction. I think he's going to have a similar thing in Milwaukee as Crosby has had in Philadelphia, where he does really well there. And this is his first time playing there. He's going to play there for a lot more years. Watch, he'll start taking off in Milwaukee every year. You watch.
Yeah. All right, Trevor, thanks for the call at 412-928-9370. Let's move along. Rapid fire style, as we only have an hour today. It's Daryl in Houston who joins us right now. Hey, Daryl.
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
One of the worst drafts I've seen in probably 30 years. I mean, I'm not being, and that's not hyperbole. I mean, it's just like the previous caller said, if you got all this draft capital, utilize it. Make sure you get the players that you want to target and target them early and utilize those draft choices. I'm questioning Omar Khan at this point. Is he really the man for this job? Is he? I mean, because we always say with Khan artists, but this is the first year without, Tomlin in the room, and there's been mistakes and just head-scratching draft choices that you just ask yourself, what is really going on?
So you're mostly referring, I would imagine, to the first-round scenario surrounding Mekhi Lemon and how that turned out to be, right? Because I'm not going to look at Max Ihanachor as somebody who can't get the job done. I think that's a separate topic. Two things can be true. They got a good guy or maybe not, but they also messed up in, ended up with the selection they had.
I totally agree with that. And you're right. That first round selection was, I think that Omar has been in that room so long, he was so eager to be able to make that call to say, hey, I'm greeting the first round pick. He just got ahead of himself and it bit him in the backside. And like you just mentioned, you have to read the board. You have to anticipate that Howie Roseman is looming and he's going to be aggressive, and he looks like he's going to, they're going to be getting a receiver or looking to get a receiver. You have to take that into consideration. You have to don't hold on your picks and try to be smarter than everyone else. And I heard somebody mention that Omar likes to be patient, and his patience is sometimes he says his patience is a good thing. Well, in this case, it wasn't. You sat,
right.
You thought you had it figured out. Roseman does what Roseman does. He comes in, you get your player. And let me just say this in parting, Bob. I don't want to hear about, we got an offensive staff now. We don't know what we don't know what their output is going to be. All right, we can assume they're going to be better than the last staff, but the last staff stunk. just because you're better than somebody that's bad doesn't make you good.
All right,
Let's
Daryl.
just hold tight.
I got you. That's a good take. I appreciate the call. I will say that if you're analyzing where they were, you were sandwiched between Dallas and Philadelphia, and you probably went into that, at least I can only conclude that they knew Dallas wasn't going to take a wide receiver there. They have some pretty good ones, and they just gave Pickens a franchise tag. So, they're not going to take a receiver, so you think, but you had to know and had to be aware of what the Philadelphia situation was. And they became very proactive there, and that's where if the Steelers really wanted Lemon, and clearly they did, you had to be more proactive than what they were. Let's go to Ryan in New Jersey. He joins us at 412-928-9370. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, Bob. City looks good. I hate watching the draft. It's so performative.
They did a good job. I'll say that. They had everything pretty well organized, and it looked great.
The drone shots pulling back from Point State Park toward down the Ohio, really nice. So everything looks good. I hate ESPN, but whatever. That's another thing. Anyway, so is this the end today? It's been a rough week out here, and as far as this game 4 tonight, I can't talk about the Steelers when Pens are still playing, but I don't know if this is the end. I kind of want it to be honest. Obviously, I overestimated them last week. This team it really didn't belong in the playoffs because it doesn't have that playoff extra gear, and that's really what it comes down to. They just had no way to upshift, which means they had a good season. So I'm not going to say I didn't enjoy the season, but they don't have the gear. So that's what it comes down to. But
are you surprised how quickly that gear was shifted into low gear? Well, Philadelphia has dictated the terms because we hadn't seen that throughout the course of the regular season until the end with Philly. But the Penguins generate a lot of offense and control of attack zone. They don't now, and it's amazing how difficult this has been for them. And maybe they look old now because they are old, or the Philadelphia Flyers have made them look old.
I think there was this is it. I mean, granted, it'll fade. I mean, you should never get swept by your arch rival, which has never happened before. I'd like to point that out if anybody is not considering what's going on here. But there's a lack of leadership here, and these guys. It reminds me you are not 18 years old and a prodigy anymore. If you didn't know what was going to happen, or if you didn't know, the dive thing, of course it was embellishment, and let's not, I know.
Yeah, but they never called that penalty at that point, it would never have happened and if you get it in the face, your reaction could be a lot of different things.
I understand that, but here's the deal. They got 5 power plays on Tuesday night. They were in Philly. They were ineffective. And they got 5 power plays. You got to know the situation where you are. You can't do that on the road. You can't do that there. So that, and Brian Russ losing his mind, and I get it, there was some kicking and all kinds of nasty crap going on. But these guys, their leading their era ended, and I think the door's going to shut on them. And I don't want a Game 5 where they're chanting Geno the whole time and he's crying on the bench. I don't want to see it because you know what? This is where you got. This is where you are. You have to turn the page. If he's not back, I'm okay with it. But then there's this other thing as well. Letang's under contract. If
2 more years.
Control your team, he cannot be on that team because he's done.
Yeah, I think he's reached the end of it as well. He still can skate, but some of the mistakes he makes. And I thought, and thanks for the call, Ryan. I got to move along. But I thought the one play that I will remember from this entire series that sums up this entire series is how Owen Tippett flew into this is shorthanded, by the way, flew into the Penguins zone, took the puck away after Skinner tries to move it along to a defenseman, up against the walls, back passes it off the wall to himself to split 2 Penguins, Novak and Letang, who both collapse, and then Tippett goes in, sets up Garnett Hathaway, shorthanded goal. Of all the daggers, if you're going to remember one dagger for this series, that is the dagger to remember. Got to go to a break. We have John, Rob, Emmanuel, Rob. Oh, a lot of Robs in the business today. Jim and Greg will get to you as we roll along here till noon. But first, I want to tell you about West Shore Home because the best bathrooms don't just look good. They change how you start your day. And at West Shore Home, they've built their reputation on making that possible for homeowners across the entire country. They are America's most trusted home remodeler. And they make home remodeling fast, easy, convenient. They make it easy for you as a consumer for sure. And their modern composite wall system gives you a custom designer aesthetic without any of the upkeep. You don't have to worry about grout. You don't have to worry about scrubbing. Just affordable luxury, engineered to last, and getting there is easier than you think. Their team of highly trained employee installers, they handle everything. We don't have subcontractors here. No strangers in your home, no stress. And that's what they say. It's because you look over 7 70,000, not 7,000, 70,000 homeowners have given 5-star reviews after trusting West Shore Home with their projects. So now it's your turn. You buy a full bathroom model, you get a shower and a second bathroom absolutely free. So get started with no money down, lock-in finance options. Visit westshorebath.com today. That's westshorebath.com. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Steelers have 5 scheduled picks today, 1 in round 4, 1 in round 5, and then 3 in round 7. Last night they had 4 selections, most notably Penn State quarterback Drew Aller in the 3rd round. Pirates last night 6-0 winners over Milwaukee. They've got game 2 of the series tonight at 7:10. It's right here on the Fan. Coverage at 6 o'clock presented by Keystone Custom Apparel as Mitch Keller will take on Jacob Mizorowski. Penguins have game 4 against the Flyers tonight at 8 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's Nora Dickerson for my friends at PJ Fitzpatrick. Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly, old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower with PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. You push your body. Now it's time to recover. At Body by Design, they can help you perform at your best. From deep muscle massage to their Oasis Wellness experience, accelerate recovery with infrared heat and targeted therapies. Train harder, recover smarter. Book at bodybydesignpgh.com. Family owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. Baseball season is in full swing, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage before and after every Bucks game. Listen to the Og, Murphy, and Perkowski reaction show immediately after the final out, presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and brought to you by Pellman Electric and Pella Windows. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy 2 get 1 free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number 1 Cochran has gone all in on Audi. 2 state-of-the-art showrooms in Pittsburgh and Washington, Pittsburgh's largest new Audi collection, and 3 locations for service, including Monroeville's only Audi Authorized Service Center. Because when you're a number 1 Cochran Premier brand, you don't take half measures. That's why customers always enjoy benefits through the complimentary membership in the number 1 Cochran Club One Rewards program. Whether you're looking for a luxury sedan like the A5 or an SUV like the Q5, the Audi lineup is the gold standard. Breathtaking design, lavish amenities, intuitive technology, legendary performance. It's all yours when you go all in on Audi. Find Audi Pittsburgh on Liberty Avenue in the Strip District and Audi Washington on Racetrack Road. Shop online at AudiPittsburgh.com or AudiWashington.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if
if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years. Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Bob knows sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go crazy.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. We have open lines here all the way until noon today before Donnie Football and Company break down rounds 4 through 7. Should be another busy day. Coming up later tonight, it's the Pirates trying to make it 2 in a row over Milwaukee. Mizorowski's on the mound against Mitch Keller in that one. And then the Penguins trying to survive. 8 o'clock face-off in Philadelphia. But what will the Steelers do in round number 4? Rob in Turtle Creek joins us right now. Go ahead, Rob. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Bob. Beautiful day out, eh?
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 were better, but yeah, this is okay as long as the rain stops.
I was just joking with you because I know how you feel about the weather. Hey, I got 3 quick takes for you. First off, I'm not happy with the Allard take or draft. If I'm Will Howard, I'm like, what's going on? And this is the same way it's been with them with the quarterback situation over the past, 10 years.
Well, no, I don't know about 10 years. But since Ben retired, yeah, that's been musical chairs, when it comes to quarterbacks. And I don't blame them necessarily. There's two schools of thought here, Rob, the way I look at this. If you don't have a future quarterback, it is the most important position in football. You have to keep taking swings at it. However, by doing that, you may be shortchanging yourself on other pieces you could use to eventually get the quarterback here. So, what is it? And you're right. What messages are going on here since we don't have a clear message from Aaron Rodgers?
It's to me, it's a mess. I don't see him going anywhere for the next, 4 or 5 years. It's just forget about the playoffs. Forget about winning a playoff game. Who cares?
Well, sometimes that can work to your favor. Rob, thank you for the call. That could work to your favor if you don't get in the playoffs and you have a higher pick and it's a loaded quarterback draft class, at least how it looks right now. You could draft another quarterback next year. There's a lot of options on the table. But like I said, if you're desperate for a quarterback and a franchise guy, you take your swings while you can. And I thought when Carson Beck was taken, I really did think the Steelers were interested in him, but he went in first pick of the 3rd round. And once that happened, it opened the door for either Aller or Nussmeier. Rob is in a truck, and now he's on the Fan. Hey, Rob.
Hey there. How's it going, Bob?
Good. What's going on with you?
Well, shout out to all us Steelers fans. Let's not freak out because of Drew Aller. And I'll just say what I got to say quickly for you, Bob. Everybody will chew on this, I suppose. But I started thinking about that this morning when I first heard he was drafted last night. I was shocked. But then I started thinking, we can't really rely on Aaron Rodgers for the future. And taking a swing, as you had proposed, on a guy like him kind of keeps the door open for the future. But both these men are built about the same, have about the same quality throw, big guys. Who's to say we don't keep both of them and ditch Rodgers and try to make one of them be the future? Or one guy gets hurt, the other guy can step right in because they're going to be running the same kind of offense. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, and thank you for the call, Rob. I think that's the situation they are in. You say they're both the same. They are. They're big guys. I think Aller has a better arm. I think Howard has played better in bigger games than Drew Aller. Aller's 63% completion percentage at Penn State, 7,400 yards, and I forget how many touchdowns he had last year, but I think 61 in his career. The bottom line is I think their offensive philosophy there changed with more and more coordinators coming in, and I don't know that James Franklin and the way he instituted those offenses made it easier for Aller or harder for Aller. So he definitely has talent. We'll see how much that talent shows itself at this level. Dave is on the line John. We're going to go to John in Munhall, who's been waiting a little longer than you, Dave, so we'll get to you in a second. But, John, go ahead.
Hey, Bob. Penn State alumnus here, long-time hardcore fan. Drew Aller's a bum. I mean, typical pampered guy that looks great on paper. He's a deer in the headlights in big games. Absolutely no intestinal fortitude in big games. Deer in the headlight. I mean, say what you want about offenses installed and always thrown behind guys, interceptions in big games. Just doesn't have. He doesn't have the it factor. Never willed his team to march down the field and win a big game. He's not a winner, and
Well, I think as I said, on the biggest of stages, you're right about the fact that he has not shown his best. And that's what I wanted to see, and I did see it with Howard. Now, you can argue that Howard had a lot of tools at his dispense, but I think Penn State had some pretty good skilled people too. So it's up to the quarterback to make the difference in that.
I mean, Bob, Franklin pampered him so much that, bringing in different coordinators, bringing in every year, replenishing the receiver core and the transfer portal, and he just couldn't come to grips with it. Was Aller. Aller is not a football player. He's not a quarterback. He's awkward as hell. And to Rob's point earlier, it's a wasted pick. I mean, at best, if Rodgers comes back, you got 4 quarterbacks. At best, Aller's a practice squad guy, and that's a wasted third-round pick. But Aller does not have it. Steeler fans will see this if he ever has a chance to get into a big game.
And this is coming from a Penn State supporter who's watched him in his entire career. All right, John, thank you for the call. Appreciate that. Penn State, like Ohio State, has not produced a lot of great quarterbacks over the years. Todd Blackledge, Joel, is that the best one? Maybe him or Kerry Collins, or who am I missing? Christian Hackenberg was once thought of as they haven't produced a whole bunch of quarterbacks, but I would say the same about Ohio State. So it's interesting. You have Penn State versus Ohio State in the quarterback room right now. Rob in West Mifflin always has an interesting take, and he joins us right now. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Bob, man.
Does that sum up your feeling?
Huh?
You took a big sigh there. Does that sum up how you feel?
Yeah, the Drew Aller situation. Listen, man, I know we need to listen. First of all, I'm gonna say thank you, Arizona Cardinals, for drafting Carson Beck, because I did not definitely want him. I don't want to touch him at all. I see him. So, oh my goodness. But anyway, a lot of these callers call in, man. They just don't be non-football, man. Like seriously, the worst draft the last 30 years. Has he been watching the Steelers? We need offensive tackle. We need a guard. They pick what they needed. I don't understand.
Yeah, regardless of what round they're in, they do need, and they did that. They addressed it twice. And I will say this now, the big question is, and this is why in a case of Max Ihanachor, he's a kind of a project, but a good one because he has a lot of talent and he's risen quickly through the ranks up until where he was drafted. However, number one, it means I don't know about Broderick Jones. Number two, it means where does he play? You like position flexibility, but I think you also like people who are engraved right in this position they are in their offensive line. You like stability there. So they have it on the right side. My question is, does Troy Fautanu move to left tackle or left guard? Does Ihanacho start at right tackle? You know, you also have now Dunker, who could be a guard. They have a lot of potential there, but it's a lot of flexibility more so than stability. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think as soon as they took Jennings, that's your guard. Perry, he's a guard. He's a guard. You put him right beside.
And there's a big opening there too, and they need someone to fill it.
Exactly. So that was my point. Like, a lot of these guys, they just be calling and saying anything, man. Like, we picked what we needed. If he was the best available, the Arizona guy, okay, I'm cool with that. Yes, we could have moved up earlier. I wanted to move up and get the Penn State guy, and I wanted to move up to get Lemon when he was there. But who would have thought that those rivalry teams would have made that trade? Nobody thought that if we would.
Well, they should have been aware of it. They should have been aware, given what Philadelphia was needing, and they needed a receiver. And so he dropped, and all of a sudden they get anxious. They want him, and they're going to make a move. And you wouldn't have expected it with those two teams. I get it. But they also are in the business of getting, you know, if Dallas, they didn't need a receiver. They got an extra pick out of the deal. Does it help them? Probably, even if it's Philadelphia. Thanks, Emmanuel. I got to run to a break, but I appreciate that. But we'll get one more call in here before we actually go. That was Rob. Now we're going to go to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, go ahead. Make it quick, please.
Yeah, I'm going to try to make this quick. Yes, the Cowboys could have traded with anybody up above us to give up the receiver that we should have got in Lemon Line. The problem is we're wasting picks. We're wasting draft picks. That's the problem. It's not about who we're getting. I don't have no problem with us getting an offensive lineman, but we're wasting draft picks. We had opportunities to get star generational type players, and we're missing them. And I don't like the Drew Aller pick as well. I don't mind us getting another quarterback, but do it in the 4th or 5th round. We had opportunities to get another receiver. We still need another receiver. We have only 3 right now. We still need another receiver.
Well, and we didn't. Technically, they have Roman Wilson in there, so that's. And if you want to count Skoranek, you know, one guy I'd like to see them get because he fills the role of a Skoranek. He could add to a Skoranek is Eli Heidenreich out of Mount Lebanon via Navy. He's one of those Swiss Army knives, even though he went to Navy, so he'd be a Swiss Navy knife. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say, man. Right. I have no problem with the selections, but just the timing of it. We had an opportunity to get a really, really good number 2 receiver and a future generational type of player, but we passed on it and got our lineman, which I have no problem with it, but it's just the timing of it. We could have got him in the 2nd round. We're just wasting picks on players that we don't need.
All right, Emmanuel, thank you. Appreciate the take. We have Dave, who attended the draft, be coming up next, as well as Guy and Tom and Jim and Bob. We'll try to squeeze them all in before we go here. I want to remind you as we go to break, though, that the best bathrooms don't just look good. They change how you start your day. I don't know if you're like this, Joe, but when I get up, the first thing I do is go into the bathroom. So if it's a beautiful-looking bathroom, that makes your day better. And at West Shore Home, they've built a reputation on making that possible for homeowners across the country. They are America's most trusted home remodeler, and they make home remodeling fast, efficient, convenient, easy for you, the consumer. They have this system. It's called a modern composite wall system. It gives you custom designer aesthetic without any of the upkeep. No grout, no scrubbing, no nothing. It's affordable luxury, engineered to last, and getting there is easier than you may think. Their own team of highly trained employee installers, they handle everything. There are no subcontractors, no strangers in your home, no stress. And that's not just what they are telling you. It's why 70,000 homeowners have given West Shore Home 5-star reviews after trusting them with the project. Now it's your turn. Buy a full bath remodel and get a shower in a second bathroom absolutely free. Get started with no money down. Lock in finance options when you visit westshorebath.com. Mark it down, westshorebath.com. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Steelers have 5 scheduled picks for today, 1 in round 4, 1 in round 5, and then 3 in the 7th round. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build, Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com. SportsRadio.com.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi can't be beat. New 2026 Outlanders, $5,000 off, or finance at 2.99% for 60 months. Outlander Sports, take up to $4,000 off. How about Eclipse Cross, up to $3,000 off? Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our spring savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Big color, bigger savings. Sherwin-Williams Super Sale is here. Get 40% off paints and stains April 24th through the 27th with prices starting at $30.89. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 doc fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Keeping it live and local.
Peloton.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
All right, we're back. Bob Pompiani, flanked here by Joel Nelson, coming up at noon. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds of the NFL Draft. 93.7 The Fan will keep you covered. And starting at noon with Donnie Football, as far as we are concerned, television tonight, we're going to have a special to wrap up the entire draft. It's called Steelers Wrap-Up Special, KDK TV. Charlie Batch, Rich Walsh, and I will break it all down with all these picks and what it means, and that's what we're asking you right now. Also, the Penguins, will they survive? Will they come home for a Game 5, or is it over? And if it's over, is it the end of an era? And in case you missed it last night, and you might have with all the draft stuff going on, what a performance by Paul Skeens. 7 shutout innings, 1 hit allowed. He took a perfect game into the 7th. And then Connor Griffin on his birthday, 20th birthday, 20th Major League game, went 3 for 4, home run, stolen base, and 3 runs batted in. Let's get back to the lines. Dave, who attended the draft, is now attending our show. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Bob.
I won't bore you with my draft opinion. I don't think we're going to know anything for 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, and that's really true. Can I interrupt you right now? I want to tell everyone that's the main thing. Every draft either looks good or bad, depending on. But when you look back over time, the opinions often change, and drastically too. So that has to be said. But go ahead.
Yeah, I would like your grade on my Pittsburgh experience. All right, I'll make this quick. Night 1 of the draft, Mike Spearbar for round 1. Day 2, we made a day trip to Cranberry, went to the Card Castle, and then we watched rounds 2 and 3 in Oakmont in a little pub called Vinny's. I don't know if you know it.
I know where that is. Yeah, I don't think I've been there. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a chip chopped ham, talked to the guys down the strip at the Gun and Cigar Shop. Had a wonderful time. and the kicker, we stayed in an Airbnb, and the street had a sinkhole in the middle of it. I think I got an A+. What do you think?
Well, just to avoid the sinkhole, you had to get an A+. If that was the case, yes. So, in other words, you went to the draft without going to the draft. You watched the draft. But you.
Absolutely.
Well, a lot of people had that strategy too.
Same thing in Green Bay. Yeah, did the same thing in Green Bay. Did the same thing in Chicago. I just wanted to be around it.
Well, that was good. If that floats your boat, then that's great. I'm glad you had a good time no matter where you watched it from. Thank you, Dave. Let's go out to Bob, who joins us right now. Bob is on the hotline. Hey, Bob, what's up?
Hey, I like all the picks that Steelers have made so far, especially the Drew Aller pick. I think that's going to push Will Howard and him to be the quarterbacks going forward for us. And if they don't improve or do good, we'll have a better pick next year.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing you can do, but with Aaron Rodgers coming back, they may not play it all again this year, if he's coming back. And again, until that changes, you got to keep saying if. So, yeah.
They can't keep 4 quarterbacks on the roster.
I can see, Bob, thank you for the call. I got to run to some others, but I appreciate that. I can see a situation where these two guys just basically go through the entire season without any knowledge of what they're going to be doing. And again, that'll open the door for another pick next year. I really believe that it's good to get these guys an opportunity, but how do you do it if you have a 43-year-old coming back? And until that changes, that's how you have to look at it. Now, there could be injuries involved, and he may not play all the games, and if so, who would play? And maybe that's the position that needs to be fought out in training camp in the preseason games. I will tell you this, our preseason games will be very fun and interesting to watch this year, especially if there are no injuries involved like last year. I think Howard had slated to play a whole bunch last year, and it never happened because of his finger injury. Guy in California joins us now. Hey, Guy, make it quick, please, if you don't mind.
Will do. Listen, Bob, it's still too early to talk to do the Penguin season post-mortem discussion, but this team is on life support with a can't be resuscitated order and that Flyers hockey gritty person at the door looking in. I'll call you a little bit later when you have more time to talk about why this team is not a playoff construction.
Do you think it's at the end of an era, though?
Well, obviously these guys are getting old. But you know, the biggest complaint by Maple Leaf fans of Dubas was these playoff collapses. Playoff hockey is different than regular season hockey, and you see it here.
No question about it. And I'm just surprised it's been this easily done by Philadelphia. I thought they were playing well, but I thought the Penguins, especially in games 1 and 2, more specifically game 1, would come out and take it to them, and they were very apprehensive. And the only reason I say end of an era, Malkin is without a contract. Letang has 2 years left, and I don't know if they want to continue him for those 2 years. I mean, he's been such a legendary player, but like everything else, it changes. Thanks for the. Do you think they'll win tonight, Guy, before I let you go? Yes or no?
Yes.
So they'll go to a game 5. It makes it a little more interesting.
Don't drag this out.
All right. Thanks, Guy, for the call. We go to Tommy in Zelienople. Tommy, what's up?
Hey, it was Pompiani. First of all, I just wanted to say I've had the pleasure of meeting you a couple of times. You've been nothing but kind and gracious each time.
Well, thank you, Tommy. I was glad to meet you along the way then. Thanks.
Yes, and I can say a bunch about the picks, the Drew Aller pick. You know, I like it. The guy was considered to be maybe the top quarterback before Mendoza emerged, and he got hurt. I just don't like they picked him at 76. I felt like maybe they could have waited for the last pick of the 3rd round. But, I mean, the guy definitely has potential, even though he never did it for me at Penn State. But the real winner of the draft is the city of Pittsburgh. I was down there Thursday night, And I got to tell you, as Pittsburghers, as a lifelong Pittsburgher, I am so proud of the city. What we did was absolutely amazing. And
I will agree 100% because, Jim, thanks for the call. It is not an easy thing to pull off. And the NFL is very good at what they do. They have people in place to do it. They constructed that stage over there. That was a big undertaking, and they do it so efficiently. It's the second biggest event they have next to the Super Bowl. So I think all things considered, and the weather cooperated, tremendous experience. And I'm wondering if the NFL, although they want to get to different places like next year Washington, would they ever consider coming back to Pittsburgh based on the experience they have had? Jim is in the Hill District. Hello, Jim. How are you?
How you doing, Bob?
Good, thanks.
Hey, I wanted to know, what's the reason why Cal Lewis out of Pitt hasn't been selected yet?
Not sure, other than I think he was a very productive player, and maybe that'll be a good pick for the Steelers today because he plays a position that I think they can never have enough depth. So you may look for him to get taken today.
I agree with you because he comes up with the ball a lot.
He does. There's certain players you look at, all right, he has true athleticism, right? And then they measure all the measurables. But the one thing you can't really measure is desire and heart, and he has it. He's shown that at Pitt. And to me, those are players that when you take them, you feel pretty good that they're going to just jump up and be productive. So we'll see how it goes for him. Thank you for the call, Jim. Got to move along. We have Ethan in Upper St. Clair. Ethan, you're on. Go right ahead.
Hey, Bob. So, looking at, the Steelers picking Drew Aller, me personally, I think he has a lot of potential. The injury sort of screwed him over. But, whenever we're talking about quarterbacks, do you think that was really the best quarterback to pick, or do you think we should have gone with, a Nussmeier or a Beck sort of situation?
Well, I thought Beck would be their play, Ethan. I did. But once Arizona took him, then I was wondering about those next two. And listen, Drew Aller's going to be a lightning rod for controversy because Penn State fans who like him, there are some who don't like him. Pitt fans don't like him. Some guys do like him. They have to keep trying to figure out their quarterback situation. And this is the biggest problem when you lose a franchise quarterback who was here for all those years, like Ben Roethlisberger. You took it for granted. You never had to draft another quarterback if you didn't want to. You just filled up other slots around him. And now look at all the turnover they've had at quarterback. And until it changes so that you lock in on one guy and get the kind of results you want, they're going to keep taking chances. And I don't necessarily blame them for that, but I also know that, at some point, they got to hit something. Otherwise, this will continue to just be a wheel going down a hill with no end in sight.
Yeah, right on. We really just need to find our guy and work around him. Me personally, I don't think drafting all these mid-tier quarterbacks is really going to help us anywhere because people think Will Howard could be a starter, but in the end, he's drafted in the 6th round for a reason. So I don't really know what the play is there.
All right, man. Thanks, Ethan. Appreciate it. One more call before we sign off. And unfortunately, a lot of you guys, I appreciate you calling, but we're going to have to, we only had an hour today, so we'll do it again next Saturday. Joe in Robinson is up. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Pomp. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. What's going on?
Good. I think the Steelers are getting some unfair criticism for the first-round draft pick and letting the Eagles get ahead of them. I feel that's the dumbest move a franchise could do. What the Cowboys did is trading a pick to their arch rival to get arguably the most explosive wide receiver in the draft. That's going to kill the Cowboys if he turns out to be what he's supposed to be for the next 10 years. I don't feel like you can blame the Steelers for that. Who would think that that's a stupid move? Dallas is getting credit for that. I hear pundits on the radio saying that Dallas, is getting credit for making that move with the Eagles. I think it's horrendous. If he turns out to be the way he's supposed to be, he's going to kill the Cowboys for the next 10 years.
That's a good point.
Why would they do that?
That's a good point. Other than there could be some long memory here. You might remember back in 2017, the Steelers were not in line to take the Shazier situation. I don't think Jerry Jones has the memory that goes back that far at this stage of his life, but who knows? Maybe that triggers something. It could be a Mike McCarthy thing because he spent time in Dallas. They didn't want him to get that. I don't know what happened, but I do know that the criticism they're getting is fair because you cannot allow that to happen if you're on the phone with the guy. You've got to understand what Philly needs. They're up next. Dallas would they make a trade? It's unlikely, but you can't rule it out, and you have to be mindful of that. And I think they just let it slip right without thinking that possibly could happen.
Yeah, because Pump, and it's hard to disagree with you, being the legend that you are. But I disagree with you on that. Like, who would that's the dumbest move the Cowboys could have ever done. It's who would think the Steelers had to be thinking there's no way that there's a GM dumb enough to do that. And the fact that he's getting credit from anybody is mind-boggling to me.
But you had to be aware.
I hope that guy has 10 touchdowns a game every year against the Cowboys.
Well, he might. Thanks, Joe. I don't know. That's something down the road we'll talk about. Just as there's so many topics like this, the fact that Ty Simpson was taken by the Rams, I thought was an interesting take at 13. And clearly, it looked like Sean McVay was not happy with that, or at least that's the impression he gave, although everything in that organization runs through Sean McVay. So I'm not so sure what happened there, because you would think a Rams team that needs more to help Matthew Stafford, they were so close to a Super Bowl, get another receiver, get somebody who can help you. Devontae Adams is getting up there in age. And Puka Nacua is in rehab right now. So I have no idea what they have, but I think Matthew Stafford probably thought, okay, much like the Love situation when Rodgers was in Green Bay. What are you doing that? We're trying to win now, and you're drafting a future quarterback. So there are pros and cons on all these arguments, and that's going to wrap it up for us today. I want to tell you about Fam Weather, brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get that retirement started and on track for you. Rain expected this afternoon, should clear up by late this afternoon. Rounds 4 through 7 of the draft coming up. Donnie Football will anchor that coverage coming up. Our thanks to Joel Nelson. Thank you, Joel, as always. Look forward to seeing you again next week.
Let's do it, Pomp. Great show as always.
Good to talk to you, all of you out there. So thank you for calling. Next Saturday, same thing. Join us tonight, 7:30, KDK TV for a draft wrap-up special. It's a busy time of the year. Penguins trying to survive. Pirates trying to make it 2 in a row over Milwaukee. You'll hear that later today right here on your home for Pirates Baseball, 93.7 The Fan. Bob Pompiani signing off. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and now's the perfect time to take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180, which has a very cool ring to it when you have the finish line right there, 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. Be pretty cool to have it reading 200 by the 4th of July. Or maybe the scale says 300. I bet 260 would be a lot nicer on your knees and your joints, right? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. Now, I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. That means there's no reason you can't drop 40 or more by the 4th. So ring Independence Day in, shirt off, confident, and of course, the most important thing, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. Crack open the beer, roast up the dogs, enjoy some of the good stuff because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. Yes, free for life, and they stand by it. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This Saturday, day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Topps is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Topps Chrome football value box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. See you Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. PA only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space?
Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Steelers are set to make 5 picks today. They've got a selection in round 4 and round 5, and then 3 in round 7. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Draft coverage continues with Donnie Football and Andrew Filipponi next.
It's draft day. We're excited that the draft is here. It's a national, international spectacle.
The draft. It's Saturday, and our exclusive draft coverage rolls on. It's our 2026 NFL Draft Special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Tune in as Donnie Football gives you all the info on the latest picks, with exclusive guests and insights you can only find here.
Come in and be myself and, bring what I do to the table.
The Fans Draft Special, presented by Target Management and your local AAA travel show, and brought to you by True Green and Groundworks on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, here's Donnie Football.
It is our 93.7 The Fan draft coverage continuing from our studios today in Green Tree on a rainy day in Pittsburgh as the NFL Draft Day 3 is about to get underway just outside of Acrisure Stadium on the North Shore. Donnie Football here until about 6 p.m. Once this baby gets wrapped up, the Las Vegas Raiders, a team that drafts right now to begin the 4th round. And these picks are going to be pretty hot and heavy today because the time is 5 minutes per pick for rounds 4, 5, and 6. It was the same for round 3 last night. And then round 7, only 4 minutes per pick. We will be here to break down all of the picks. We will get some opinions from you out there at 412-928-9370. A slew of guests will join the program today. And across from me right now is Andrew Filipponi, the man who at one point said he would quit his job if the Steelers drafted Drew Aller. Lo and behold, last night, pick number 76, the team's first selection in the opening round, not in the opening round, in the 3rd round, was Drew Aller, the quarterback from Penn State.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, he did not get picked in the 1st round, in which case I don't think I'd have a way to wiggle out of this, and I'd have to quit some job. I have a few, so I'd have to pick one. I didn't say the Fan in that post either, which saved me a little bit. So, yes, I am using technicalities here. But this is just really a way for me to try to deflect and not get to the heart of the matter, which is I am not just bummed out that the Steelers took Drew Aller. I am angry that it happened because I think, again, it reveals really a slipshod process as far as how they're going about finding their next quarterback, their next real quarterback. And I think that this amounts to more just throwing manure against the wall and seeing if it sticks. Now, am I more critical of Aller because even though I'm not a Penn State fan, I watched pretty much every single one of his games? Yes. And I would defy, I know we have one individual here at the radio station who acted like he, had his virginity taken away from him last night. In hypothetically speaking, I don't know if that actually happened in real life, but you know what I mean. We saw all this guy's warts. And to me, the biggest one is the way that he struggled so badly in big games. But even beyond that, Donnie, he was not an accurate passer. He was not accurate. Mel Kiper said that about him last night. It's not like they had like a downfield passing attack either. On short and intermediate throws, he was not an accurate quarterback in college. And one of the things that people have said for years, with the exception of like Josh Allen, he's the one guy, if you think Drew Aller's Josh Allen, well, then you're right and I'm wrong. If you're not an accurate passer in college, you're not going to be an accurate passer in the pros.
I can't get over the lack of big game performance.
Dude, I know.
I can absolutely be on the side of taking a chance on a player that has what he has physically, because there's not a player that plays that position in this draft that looks the part more than Drew Aller. I know that Carson Beck was also a big guy, but Drew Aller, to me, just looking at him, like
yes.
just the
I agree.
test of the guy getting off the bus.
Yeah.
He looks more like an NFL player and an NFL quarterback than any of the other guys. But every single time that Penn State played in a big game, he came up short. And then now we get it was James Franklin's fault.
We're getting all kinds of crap like that.
Fault.
Yes.
It was
no wide receivers.
He had no weapons on his team. Sure, he didn't have the weapons that Will Howard had at Ohio State. I will concede that. But I'm not going to act as if the guy had nothing.
He had better running backs and better tight ends than Will Howard had.
Yes.
Right? I mean, that's obvious.
Tight end for sure.
Tyler
Warren was one of the best players in college football.
I would say offensive line isn't exactly a blowout for Ohio State. He had a left tackle that was a Jets first-round pick. He had a guard that might be the next Quentin Nelson. So it's not like he had bums up in front of him blocking him that were causing him to go deer in headlights and play panic football. Because this is what Penn State fans did to Pitt, let's just be fair and turn it around here. If one of the strongest arguments about Kenny being a potential bust was, if this guy is so good, why did 20 teams, many of them quarterback-hungry teams, why did they pass on him? How did a guy who looks the way that you just described, how did he last until the third round? If he has, quote-unquote, all the tools, if he's a toolsy quarterback, you know who's a toolsy quarterback? Mitch Trubisky. He got picked number 2. He got picked second. This is toolsy guy who's quarterback built in a lab who doesn't get picked until the third round. If the success rate of quarterbacks that get picked in the first round isn't even 50-50, what's the success rate of a quarterback that goes in the third with his resume? I just don't buy it. I don't believe it. And it complicates a lot of things. It complicates... Here's one that Caballi's brought up a lot. I actually can't believe I'm giving him credit. So if their intention is to win, and I think it is, would you agree that Art wants to win? He actually wants to win. So they are going to have a 42-year-old quarterback with 2 rookies as his backups. Right? Wouldn't you think?
That was a big part of our discussion last night. And it was, are they going to have 2 guys that have never played? And we will get to picks periodically as they come throughout the day.
Because a big one just got made.
Happening fast, yeah. And the guy that was the best player available for a while was just selected. We will tell you about that in a moment. I'm not sure if we still have the feed that we had.
Is the commissioner even making picks? Is this like, are there monkeys from zoos today? Are there guys from outer space?
Day 3 gets weird.
Is there somebody in Germany and like Lederhosen who's going to announce picks?
So if they do make a normal pick, Joel Nelson behind the glass, he was phenomenal on Thursday night. Charlie Borges will be in here to relieve him soon. Charlie was very good last night. I give those guys a ton of credit because it was a lot of moving parts. But the discussion that was had last night was, are we really going to have the Steelers with 2 quarterbacks that have never played a down in the NFL, and the only guy in front of them is going to be 43 years old? But it feels like Mason Rudolph has to be the odd man out, assuming that the Aaron Rodgers return happens.
That's what got reported as soon as the Aller pick was made by NFL Network. Rappaport went out there and said the Steelers are shopping Mason Rudolph. I don't know how many urgent customers there are going to be to pick him up. There didn't seem to be a lot in free agency when he was available last year. And I wouldn't say he had a great year backing up Aaron Rodgers. He was good in the Cincinnati game and then not good against the Bills and wasn't good against the Bears game that he started. So I don't know what the demand is going to be for him, but it is unusual and it is odd that you would say we're defending AFC North champs, we're not a rebuilding team, and the two guys behind our very, very old quarterback and very brittle quarterback are going to be guys that have never played before. Do we have the audio on this Raiders pick or no, Joel? We do not? So the Raiders kicked off the 4th round by taking Jermod McCoy, who is the best corner in this draft. Problem. He didn't play all of last year because of an ACL injury, and now a separate injury to the knee requires a plug in his bone. And apparently, to repair that, he might miss another year, in which case, if that surgery doesn't work or doesn't take, his football career is over. So that's why he goes day 3. And that's, to me, makes sense. I mean, you can't run that risk on day 1 or even day 2 of the draft if it's that delicate, his knee problem.
No, but you certainly can, as the Raiders did to begin day 3 of the draft, because it's pick 101, and you can talk yourself into, okay, this is absolutely a risk where the guy may not play. He may never even get on the field because of these injuries, but if he does, this is what the guy can do. And you see the tape of him from 2024, one of the lone guys that was able to lock down the superstar receivers from Ohio State. This guy, if healthy, would have been the top corner in this year's draft. Mansour Delane went number 6 to the Chiefs. This guy would have been ahead of Mansour Delane if he was healthy. So, if the Steelers would have gotten up at 121 and they would have taken this guy even after taking a defensive back last night, I wouldn't have gotten on them for that.
Well, he would have been the perfect guy to take today because you have still 10 picks total. And, you can afford, and you have that many picks, to redshirt guys. And, so I would expect, I don't know if you remember this, Donnie. You probably do. And this guy hasn't really panned out for Baltimore. But do you remember when they took Voorhees, the guard, because he got hurt training for the draft, and they picked him super late, and everyone was like, well, that's a smart pick because this guy, if he had been healthy, would have been a day 2, a 2nd-round pick, and they got him, I think, in the 7th round or something like that. If the Steelers keep a lot of their picks, that's what I expect them to do. I think they'll take guys that are injured and try to stash them away for down the road.
I think that's I'm not going to say it's the smartest thing to do, but I think it is.
If you can't trade the extra picks, that's what I would do.
There is something smart about it. By the way, the Jets drafting Darrell Jackson Jr., no relation to the former wide receiver, but that's a name that was maybe on the radar.
He came here as a visit
of some Steelers
and
fans.
The Bills, the pick before at 102, took an offensive tackle from Boston College to back up Dawkins, who's getting older. They're allergic to taking wide receivers. Their fan base is incredulous with how they've handled this draft. They have not taken one. They did trade for DJ Moore, but if the season started today, it would be Josh Palmer and Khalil Shakur with Keon Coleman, who the owner of the team ripped, and McCole Hardman, who's still out there with a pulse and trying to play professional football.
Yeah, I don't know how Keon Coleman ends up being on that team by the time they get to week 1. I mean, that would stay with me for a long time.
If I were Omar, if he doesn't get another receiver today, okay, let's say for whatever reason, I think it should sync up, but let's say it doesn't, I would propose to the Bills a Roman Wilson for Keon Coleman trade. And just say, hey, this guy's in our doghouse. That guy's in your doghouse. Want to just see if a change of scenery works? Why not?
And Coleman would fit here a lot better, at least thinking what Mike McCarthy has normally done, because the guy loves receivers that have size to them. He's not necessarily in love with the
smaller guys,
size dude like Calvin Austin.
That's what I mean.
Roman Wilson.
Yep. And I think he'd be good insurance for Metcalf or Pittman if one of those guys went down with an injury because he could be an outside receiver.
The Steelers' next pick comes at number 121. They will then have one selection in round 5 at 161. Round 6 will go by, at least for now, with 0 Steelers selections as we have a line change behind the glass. 3 picks, though, in...
Nelly's already done? We were just loving like the work Nelly could do with stuff, and he's gone already?
Nelly was only supposed to be here until noon, but now Charlie Borges has come in as relief for some late innings out of the bullpen. 3 picks in round 7, 224, 230, and 249 after a pair of trades that were made last night. The Steelers trading picks 53, 135, and 237 to the Colts for 47 and 249. They also made the trade to get Jennings Dunker when they traded picks 99 and 216 for 96 with the Seattle Seahawks. I had a text from my father around 7:30 last night, Andrew, and it was just a picture of Jennings Dunker. 3 hours later,
is that like the piece of paper in Kevin Costner's pocket during the during the Draft Day movie? What was the thing that he kept?
Vontae Mack, no matter what.
Yeah. Jennings Dunker, no matter what.
Yeah, that was pretty much my dad's sign to me that that's who he wanted. So I'm sure he was long asleep by the time that the pick was actually made, but I was able to let him know around, 10:30-ish, almost 11 o'clock, that his dream came true there. The Steelers did take a wide receiver, though, last night. Jeremy Bernard, the wide receiver from Alabama. I like what this guy can bring to the table. In a way, it makes me feel better about what they did in the first round. I know it was a panicked move. It certainly looks like a panicked move. But kind of like you were just saying about the Bills, if they would have passed again on that position, I would have grown even more frustrated. Instead, they did get a little bit aggressive. They jump up 6 picks, and they get Bernard, who can be kind of a Swiss Army knife type player, Pony. I mean, the guy had receiving touchdowns, rushing touchdowns, return touchdowns.
Yeah.
For Alabama, he was able to do a little bit of everything.
The only hang up with him is that he's not fast, and he didn't test well because of the speed stuff. I think if he had done better with that, he might have been a first-round pick or would have gone even earlier in the draft, maybe early second. I think he's going to be a very good complementary receiver. I don't think he'll ever be a number 1 receiver. I don't think he has that. And I tweeted this. It's, to me, the opposite of how Tomlin would approach these wide receivers in the second rounds, where he was trying to hit home runs and find guys that he could, okay, this dude's a little bit weird or a little bit nutty or has discipline issues or has work ethic issues, but he's got absurd talent. This guy, to me, is the opposite. I think he's a high floor receiver. I think he's someone that's going to be a very dependable receiver. I don't think he has star written all over him, though. But that's fine. You've already got one guy that should be that. You're paying DK Metcalf to be that way. And Michael Pittman Jr. has been that type of wide receiver for the Colts. So someone that catches the ball when it's thrown to him, who blocks well, who can do gimmicky stuff too. I don't know if he's going to be a return man or anything like that. I think they still need to find that player probably in this draft. He can play inside if need be, or you could play him outside and play Pittman inside. So, yeah, I thought they picked him where he should have been picked, in the 40s, which is pretty much where every evaluator had him pegged going into the draft. No one had a first-round grade on him, but everybody that studied him said he shouldn't last past the second round, and that's where they got him.
And he is somebody, again, that makes Roman Wilson pretty expendable. You, again, to reference that proposal that you put out there that they should call up the Buffalo Bills. There's no loyalty to Roman Wilson with this staff. I mean, yeah.
Other than Omar.
Yeah, like Omar Khan and Andy Weidel were technically still here when they drafted him. It was, their second draft together.
Yeah.
But why would Mike McCarthy, why would any of the other offensive coaches have a loyalty to what he brings to the table?
Well, and if Aaron Rodgers is back, we know he doesn't. And I still think he is coming back. Like I was talking.
I do too.
Not like 100%, but if I had to pick one, is he or is he not? I would pick he is. And they're going to sell us on the idea that having Drew Aller and Will Howard around Aaron Rodgers is going to be very beneficial for both of those guys. And Howard said as much about his first year with Aaron Rodgers. Here is the thing, though, okay? This is the point that, like, even the city limits of the world, I think, have a hard time answering this riddle, okay? Let's say Aaron Rodgers comes back, Donnie, and doesn't get hurt. He plays all 17 games, right? He plays the entire season. Let's say it's another like average Steelers season where they win, I don't know, 9 games. And that's a nice number. Let's say they win 9.
Yep.
So they're picking not 21. Let's say they're picking 17 or 18 again. What's your draft plan for 2027? You haven't seen Will Howard play other than in the preseason. You haven't seen Drew Aller play other than the preseason. Are you going to trust those guys enough where off of just preseason tape, you're not going to want to draft a quarterback in the first round?
That's why, I mean, I know that there's belief that people have of always just taking a quarterback. Like, just keep taking chances, keep taking lottery tickets in the middle to late rounds if you don't know what you have. Now, again, it could be a little bit different of a draft strategy since Mike Tomlin now out of the equation, Mike McCarthy in. He's not quite as attached to the entire process, and he's allowing Omar Khan, Andy Weidel to do their thing. That should not have them stray away from what their plan should be in 2027, but it does make it difficult because the amount of people, not only just people like us or fans, people in that building that may say, should we take a QB? Like, we don't know what we have in Drew. We don't know what we have in Will. Like, should we, even though they should? But that's kind of that's kind of what the conundrum they've put themselves in, and why I really wasn't in favor of drafting a quarterback at all. It didn't have to do with Drew Aller. Carson Beck, Garrett Nussmeier. I mean, unless they were going to get Fernando Mendoza, I didn't want them to take a QB at all because that exact thing has a very real chance of playing out. Rodgers stays healthy. We have no idea what the other two guys can do, and now we question, should they take a quarterback in 27?
And if they had not made so many promises on Will Howard, if a 6th-round pick was taken, a quarterback was taken there, and the whole point all along was, we just think this guy can be a good backup for us. Finding a backup quarterback in the 6th round is not a bad pick. The problem is they've promoted it and presented it as if they got the steal of all steals in the 6th round. That's what they've said. Think about this now, okay? Let's say Will Howard is exactly that. He's just a backup quarterback. You know how weird it's gonna look like years from now when we go back and we look at the things that were said as to why Mike McCarthy was hired, and we see quotes that are like, we really, he had nice things to say about Will Howard. He really believes in Will Howard. We're gonna be like, wait, what? Like, he got hired because he had a fond opinion. He had a fondness for a 6th-round quarterback. It's going to look even more ridiculous than it did at the time of when they said it. Like, what they did last night, if they just thought Will Howard was a run-of-the-mill backup quarterback, makes more sense. But they've told us for months that they don't look at Will Howard that way, which is why I just am so confused and frankly put off by the Drew Aller pick, and also just my experience of watching Drew Aller makes me feel like he does not have a bright future in the NFL as a starting quarterback.
Fan text line, you can hit us up there at 412-928-9370. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. However you may be consuming us today, out and about on a rainy Saturday, in the car, listening on the Odyssey app. Maybe you are watching the show on YouTube and on Twitter. Both of those are
we up
live.
on those yet?
We are. We are live on Twitter. We've been live on YouTube, and the chat is even pretty active so far today. Maybe not quite to the level of weekday afternoons, but still pretty active nonetheless. Should we have limits on at some point before you're done?
If he wants to come on, I don't care.
Well,
sure. Is he down there again?
That part's not a question, Pony. Let's be honest. Does Limits want to be on the air?
That's true.
That part is never in question.
I'm shocked. Did you guys have him on last night?
No, but he was batting down the hatches for us to have him on.
Oh, really?
I just said, maybe tomorrow, Austin.
Yeah.
Calm down, get a new pair of pants. And
Charlie, did you like the videos and stuff he put out, the content he produced last night as an excitable boy after that pick was announced?
That was the correct phrasing there, Pony. Excitable boy. Congrats.
I'm going to be honest. I'm really not going to knock him a ton. I know that he very well could really overdo this thing about Drew Aller. I was excited. You were excited when they drafted Kenny Pickett. I'm not going to act like I've never celebrated a pick.
I agree, but here is the big difference there between what happened with Kenny and what happened with Drew Aller.
Penn State's insufferable. Austin can be insufferable.
If Penn State actually came through and delivered last fall, and they won the national championship, and the Steelers picked him, I completely understand the elation and celebration and excitement. They had, compared to expectations, they had their worst season of all time. If Kenny Pickett had gone 7-5 his last year at Pitt, and the Steelers made him their pick at quarterback, you and I wouldn't have gotten as pumped up as we did. He had the best season at Pitt since Dan Marino. Drew Aller last year wasn't as good as Trace McSorley or Sean Clifford.
He's also coming off injury.
Yes.
That required surgery.
Yeah. How many times other than Austin did we put out siren calls? Hey, Penn State fans, tell us what you think of Drew Aller. Should the Steelers draft him? We weren't overwhelmed with people no, they got to take him. He's a diamond in the rough, believe me. He's got everything you want in a quarterback. We didn't hear that. There's been one vocal minority on the station who feels that way. That's it.
They also have the Steelers' current draft picks out on the stage, and I'm pretty sure Dunker got the biggest pop of all of them.
Did you hear his story about his lone trip to Pittsburgh last night?
Yeah, he met up with Cam Scatterbo.
What was Cam Scatterbo doing here?
Who knows?
Right?
Imagine the night out that those two could have had.
Imagine now looking back on it, you're a waiter at that restaurant. You're like, I was right. That was two football players and a man that has a ginger mullet who were dining with us.
412-928-9370, the number. If you want to get involved this afternoon, I will be taking the coverage until about 6 o'clock. Andrew will be here for another 90 minutes. We will take your calls. Shoot us a text as well. I gave you that number just a moment ago. We may have Austin Bechtold on if he has calmed down at all in the last 12 hours. The NFL Draft special on 93.7 The Fan continues next. The Steelers just about a dozen picks away. We will have it for you in a bit right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 4 between the Penguins and Flyers tonight at 8 o'clock. Seems like the Penguins are making a goaltending change. Artur Shilovs will be in net. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings. Holdings Incorporated.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
This April, spring into serious savings at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payments starting at $399 for 39 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I respect them for taking that chance on me, and they're going to get everything I have.
Back to more of our 2026 NFL Draft Special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Handful of picks have been made here in round number 4, day 3 of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. A little bit ago, they had the Steelers' current draft class out on stage. They will still be joined by a few other players before we get done today, because Pittsburgh does have 5 more picks to make: 121, 161, 224, 230, and 249. We haven't quite reached the point where we have like zoo animals making picks or them going overseas just yet. They've brought fans out to make selections.
Actually, Mark Rippon is making every selection this round, so you might be here until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, my goodness. He put like McAfee to shame.
That was awful.
With his announcement.
Crowley was not happy with Mark in any way, shape, or form.
How about, what's the guy's name? Gene Demiroff?
Gene Deckeroff.
Deckeroff. The Buccaneers guy, Pony.
Oh, he made
Florida
a pick?
State guy. He went out there last night when Tampa Bay was on, and we were able to
grab that.
Yeah, get it going just in time.
There's
for
Kyle
his little
Lewis.
Promo.
He's Mel Kiper's best available. I thought he would have been taken by now. We had Lewis Riddick, the Pitt alum who's on this ESPN set, say he could be the next Derek Brooks. Well, if he's the next Derek Brooks, you don't wait around until 110 to take him. Clearly, no one else in the NFL views him that way.
Did you also notice what it just said by his name?
What? Safety?
They had him listed as a safety.
Huh.
On Mel's board. 412-928-9370. Get you in with us, either a call or a text, or you can chime in on the YouTube chat as well. Pony, I hope you're ready.
No. Is it happening?
Because our special guest is with us live from State College. He was so excited. He probably,
oh my God! Is he at Eller's apartment?
He probably drove up there without pants on.
Is he tailgating outside of Drew Eller's house?
He may have driven up to State College last night in his birthday suit.
Is he begging to get into Drew Eller's draft party currently?
And he's listed on here under the name Mrs. Aller. Austin, do you have pants on?
Wait a minute. He's not on video?
Oh, gentlemen.
Why aren't you on the video?
Because I didn't even know I was getting called at this time. Charlie called me and didn't even ask about the video.
Oh.
I would do the video, but it wasn't broached to me. I am currently standing
Maybe
in
we
a
think it'd be
lot.
X-rated. He was on video.
I'm currently standing in a lot looking at Beaver Stadium for the blue-white practice today. Not even a game, a practice now.
That's got to be one of the most moronic things I've ever heard in my entire life. Why would Penn State hold its spring game?
I don't care.
Why would it hold its spring day at the same time of the draft? They have players getting drafted today.
Yeah, that is a very good point. They did the same exact thing last year, actually. The last day of the draft, they had the spring game. I don't know. That's just kind of the weekend that they picked, typically the last weekend before finals and everything.
So did you, make the 3-hour drive up there last night with just, a pasted smile on your face?
No, I fell asleep at 1 a.m. watching Drew Aller highlights and watching ESPN and NFL Network's coverage of the pick because I was in the fourth row at the draft stage watching it.
That actually checks out. That Drew Aller highlights put you to sleep because that's what they've done for me over the last few years.
I'm
so
sure.
at least we're lockstep on that.
Do you send your resignation papers in yet?
I predicted that I would do that if it happened in the first round, Austin. Do math. 250 days, it was 251.
Days. And it was 251. But then you sent a different tweet that said, at this draft stage, if Drew Aller is picked, I will resign from 93.7 The Fan.
Yes, in the first round, as the previous tweet stated.
But you didn't address that in that tweet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You didn't specify.
I didn't know Twitter ombudsman Austin Bechtold said you had to include everything you put in one tweet in the next tweet. Thank you, Twitter police officer, for telling me how social media works.
We're trying to just specify for the people here. We're just trying to make sure we get everything sorted out. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here because it's a glorious day. It's a glorious day for Drew Aller to be picked by the Steelers. And look, he's not a perfect prospect. I'm not going to gloat here and say, they got their
You're not going to gloat. That's all you did last night. I'm not going to gloat. You've been gloating since. What do you mean I'm not going to gloat? That's all you've been doing is gloat.
Hell yeah, I'm going to gloat about the pick, but I'm not going to come on here and say he is 1,000% the next face of the franchise. Get ready for the next 10 Super Bowls or anything like that. There are a lot of holes. There are a lot of things that need worked on, but he has all the traits. He has all the frame. And with Mike McCarthy, I think there's a chance here. And this also says a lot about what they think of Will Howard, guys, don't you think?
Here, let me try to put this in the best way I possibly can for the people that are watching and listening to this right now. You are a diehard Penn State fan, correct?
That's correct.
Your sister is currently enrolled in school there, and that's a big reason why you've been traveling back and forth to hang out with her. Also true, right?
Here comes the biased portion of this.
No. And you've got your master's degree, which you had to pay for out of your own pocket from Penn State, right?
I graduate next Sunday, yes.
Congratulations on all your success. So all of that proves to me that you are a legitimate Penn State fan. Penn State was picked to win the national championship last year by you and others. This guy that you're praising turned in, until he got hurt, one of the most underachieving, disappointing seasons by a quarterback ever in Happy Valley, if not the most. And, you hold none of that against him. You're not mad at him for that. You're not angry at him for that. You're not disappointed in that. You've chosen to have, that, is it Men in Black where the pen erased all the memories, Don? Is that what that movie was? Am I right about
the Neuralizer?
The Neuralizer. You've erased everything that happened at Penn State with him last year. It's wild.
I feel like you have forgotten about what my take was back then, because you know how harsh and critical I was after that interception that was thrown against Oregon.
So why wouldn't you still be harsh and critical of him?
Of the season. Why do you think the coach was fired after 6 games?
He didn't throw the interception. Aller did. He didn't go out on the field and take the football and throw it to Dylan Feeneman. He threw it. Drew Aller did.
So you're telling me that you don't think the coaching staff was any part of his lack of development over the years?
Of course they were.
The two coordinators or the head coach?
Yes, of course they were. Yes. But you're like, you love the pick so much, Donnie. Does it not sound like Austin blames all of Drew Aller's misfortunes on people other than Drew Aller?
No, Pony, like before Donnie addresses that, like I've said before, he's not a perfect prospect. Like, there are flaws here. There are things he needs to work on, whether it's footwork and big game moments. I've been very critical of his big game moments. I've been at pretty much
sounds
all.
like it. That face, that goofy-ass face you made at the draft last night really makes it look like you're his harshest critic. Austin Bechtold.
Oh, come on, Pony. When they made the pick, one, it was kind of out of shock that they actually did it. Two, that I get to be able to have this much fun with you and the other guys that for the next, 6 months plus, that we're going to be able to talk quarterbacks for this long. Drew Aller versus Will Howard. The discourse is going to be unbelievable. But I feel if Mike McCarthy is this huge quarterback whisperer that everybody proclaims him to be, and the Steelers truly think that he is to help find their next franchise quarterback, why not at least take a shot in the dark on it? Why not take a dart on Aller in the third round? I'm kind of surprised that it wasn't at 99 or, 85? I'm kind of surprised that it was 76. But still, they must have seen something good enough in him to be able to think that they have something. So,
well, we are all lucky that did not cost them the opportunity to draft Jennings Dunker, Austin.
Correct.
That would have ruined this entire weekend.
Wait, I have to ask you a very pointed question on Aller then, just so people understand where you're coming from.
Sure.
Do you believe that 5 years from now, Drew Aller will be a top 10 NFL quarterback?
Top 10 NFL quarterback. You're really going to put that on me right now?
Yes. You're the guy that is the Drew Aller expert and Drew Aller lover. I am. I'm asking you that right now. 5 years from now,
I think he has a chance.
No. I'm not asking you to guarantee it. I'm asking you, do you think?
I think it's possible.
Oh, can you just answer the question?
I'm not giving a full guarantee for you.
I'm not saying you. You don't. I'm not putting words in your mouth. You don't have to say I guarantee he's going to be a top 10 quarterback. I'm saying if you had to pick, yes he will or no he won't, which side would you pick?
I think there's a chance. I'm not going to fully 100% commit to yes, but I'm not committing to no. I would say there's a better chance that he is than he is not. I'll put it that way.
Okay. Oh, Pony,
I'm not going to get back into the Twitter corner. Here we go.
928-9370.
Okay, but
Drew Aller will be a top 10 quarterback better than.
Well, hold on though. Hold on, Donnie. We actually just got somewhere with that answer. He thinks there's a better chance he is than isn't. If that's true, if he really believes that, then I understand why the guy acted like he, just got a free ticket into the Playboy Mansion last night. Because to get a guy that has top 10 potential in the third round is a great pick. It's amazing.
Well, think about it, Tony. Like if he did have a successful year this past year, or even if he came out a year ago after going to the college football playoff semifinal, despite the interception, which from where I was sitting, I saw he was going to throw that damn interception before he even did. I feel like he probably would have been a late first-round pick last year, maybe in like the Jackson Dart range, right around 26, 27, 28.
Yeah.
So to be able to get that value at 76, I like it from that spot. I would be a little bit more critical if it was, like if they would have picked him where the Rams picked Ty Simpson, because I just didn't think Simpson was a first-round pick. But for the value and the fact that...
That's actually not true. That's not true, because I listened to the things you say on the air. You told Pomp and Joe that the only reason why you wouldn't take Aller in the first round is because you thought they could get him in the third round, which you were right about. But you did make it sound like you thought he was a first-round graded quarterback.
I think he's a first-round talent, yes. But, I mean, with the injury that he suffered and only playing 6 games last year and not having games against Indiana.
And 6 horse crap games, but as you pointed out, that's everybody's fault but Drew Aller last year. It's Andy Kolnicki's fault. That's James Franklin's fault.
Like I said, he's thrown the interceptions, and I've been very critical of that. He needs to be better in those big game situations. Not a perfect prospect whatsoever, or else he would have heard his name number 1 of the Raiders, and Naman does it.
True or false?
Johnny, do you have any questions?
I was just going to ask one before we let you go. True or false? You have your Drew Aller jersey on right at this moment.
1,000% I do. And my sister is actually taking a picture right now. We're going to post it on Twitter of me on the phone with you that I will tweet at you guys, putting a thumbs up like I did yesterday.
Thank you, Austin.
See you, Austin.
Thank you, fellas. See ya.
Oh, man, how about that? I enjoyed that. I enjoy sometimes just sitting back. I kind of
Did he sell you on him? Did you come out of that thinking, you know what, Pony's being too hard on Drew Aller? He actually swayed me. He is a guy that has a chance to be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
No, he didn't sway me. I mean, again, like, there is something to be said about guys that rise up no matter what the level is. I can get behind tools, size. Sometimes it's all about what's up here,
especially
and
at that position, man.
Yeah, every time the game got big for him, he shriveled. Every time. And you are right. It feels like, and I know that, excuses are made for players, especially quarterbacks, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But it did feel like when they would fail and he would fail, it would be about 70% on James Franklin, 20% on whoever the offensive coordinator was.
Yep.
9.5% on his weapons.
Yeah.
0.5% on him.
Look, I mean, I don't think Mike Tomlin put Kenny Pickett in an advantageous situation. That can be true, and so can this. Kenny Pickett was never going to be a good NFL starting quarterback, and I was wrong about that, but it wasn't just the environment he was put into. He didn't have it, and I don't think Aller has it either, and I don't think that light bulb goes on where all of a sudden now you don't tense up and you're not a deer in headlights in big moments.
And there's also something else they could very well run into. Let's say Rodgers comes back. Let's say that they move on from Mason Rudolph. Is Drew Aller going to be the guy that, if Aaron Rodgers at 40-plus years old gets hurt early in the season, I know that mostly was avoided last year, which was good.
Yep.
Is Drew Aller getting thrown right into the fire? Kenny Pickett came in after, 3.5 games?
So I would say if Mason Rudolph is not on the team, and I don't think he will be, if I had to guess right now and make a hypothesis on April 25th, the day after he was picked, how their depth chart looks when they start the season with Aaron Rodgers here, I think Drew Aller will be ahead of Will Howard because of where he was picked. So I think that unless it's so glaringly obvious that Howard is way ahead of Aller, I think in your scenario, if something were to happen to Rodgers, Drew Aller would be the guy that got the first crack at it. Yeah. If you're a Will Howard fan, it was not a good night for you last night.
412-928-9370 gets you in on all of this. We'll take a couple of calls when we come back. We are closing in on the Steelers' next selection at number 121. You can follow along on Twitter. You can watch the show. It is live there right now at 93.7 The Fan, which is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Some calls when we come back. Hopefully we are close to the Steelers' next selection. It is the 93.7 The Fan draft special. We got you until about 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Couple picks that have happened in the last few minutes. Cade Klubnik, the quarterback from Clemson, goes to the New York Jets. And Drew Shelton, a offensive tackle from Penn State, just went to the Dallas Cowboys, further making Limits a happy young boy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
The draft is coming to Pittsburgh, and the party starts at Ross Park Mall. Get ready for a pregame ticket drop for Jason Aldean concert tickets April 20th from 5 to 6 p.m. Don't miss it. All week long, enjoy game day fun with photo ops, exclusive deals, and your chance to win a $1,000 shopping spree. Celebrate in style at Pittsburgh's premier luxury and shopping destination with more than 150 stores and restaurants. Ross Park Mall, where the draft meets destination shopping.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Act more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT 044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Just ready to get to work, you know? It's Saturday, and our exclusive draft coverage continues with the Fans NFL Draft Special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Indiana wide receiver Elijah Surratt, who was opposite Omar Cooper Jr. this past season when the Hoosiers won the national championship, just went off the board. The FBS leading 15 touchdown receptions for Surratt got him selected by the Baltimore Ravens at pick number 115. The 6'3", 210-pound wide receiver goes to Baltimore with that selection. 116 belongs to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then the Chargers have 117. The Lions have 118. The Panthers have 119. The Packers with 120. The Steelers have 121. We'll take a quick break in just a moment before we get back with the Steelers pick. Get us through the top of the hour here. Donnie Football, Andrew Filipponi, who is here until 2. I will be here until this thing wraps up around 6 p.m.
And then you're heading to watch Kane Brown?
I went to high school with a guy named Kane Brown. Not the same guy, though.
I went to high school with a girl named Amanda Bone.
I thought you might say Amanda Bynes. That one almost made Charlie spit out his water.
By the way, I don't know if Charlie experienced this too. So I'm in the back getting ready for the show right before noon, and Pomp was in here for an hour. I start walking down the hall, which is probably like the length of, I don't know, to use a football analogy, like 20 yards. Pomp's cologne was wafting through Like the entire building. Did you catch it when you walked in? It's like the aroma of marijuana when you're walking around like downtown now. It's like it was so pungent and strong. It like knocked me over. And he was already long gone. He left a trail of it. He wasn't even here anymore. It's just everywhere.
It lingers.
Yeah, it was a pleasant smell.
Well, we have that one promo that we run during Pirates games where it smells like pancakes. And everybody...
Yeah, this was not a pancake smell.
People were like, we call Bob's Cologne the International House of Pancake Cologne because he just smells like maple syrup and pancakes.
We will talk about that.
Do you ever wear cologne?
Yeah, I do.
Like every day? Or to like formal occasions? Bob came in here to...
formal occasions. I mean, sometimes I'll just give like a little spritz and...
What about aftershave? I never really got into that.
Bob came in his casual garb in cologne for Nelly, just so Nelly knew that he smelled nice.
I like the fact that I have gotten to see Bob Pompiani like behind the scenes. Like Bob Pompiani behind the music. Everybody knows Pomp. He's this city's version of Ron Burgundy, one of the greats of all time. But when you get to see him when he lets his hair down a little bit, he throws a hat on. He's always protecting the hair, but when you see Pomp with a hat on, you know it's a casual day for him. All right, Pony, a couple of picks away. Who do you think the Steelers take here at number 121?
So right now, if I had to guess, I think it's going to be the North Carolina State tight end, Justin Joly.
Jolie Nelson,
who was at UConn before that.
They do need to take a tight end at some point. I'm gonna go safety here. Either Jalen Kilgore out of South Carolina or Zakee Wheatley, another Penn State guy. They sometimes like doubling up.
What if the Steelers view Kyle Lewis as a safety? I'm doing the Starkey eye thing.
Kyle Lewis could be. I wouldn't be upset about that one. We'll step aside quickly, come back. We should have the Steelers pick around the bend. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain expected early. It should clear up at some point this afternoon. It is the NFL Draft Special right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Site downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi can't be beat. New 2026 Outlanders, $5,000 off, or finance at 2.99% for 60 months. Outlander Sports, take up to $4,000 off. How about Eclipse Cross, up to $3,000 off? Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our spring savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Cohen Markets is introducing Crave Wraps. Each one comes on a 7-inch tortilla wrapped around one of their famous chicken tenders. Try all 7 varieties or build your own. Get the wrap you crave, now 2 for just $5. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number One Cochran has gone all in on Audi. 2 state-of-the-art showrooms in Pittsburgh and Washington, Pittsburgh's largest new Audi collection, and 3 locations for service, including Monroeville's only Audi authorized service center. Because when you're a Number One Cochran premier brand, you don't take half measures. That's why customers always enjoy benefits through the complimentary membership in the Number One Cochran Club One Rewards program. Whether you're looking for a luxury sedan like the A5 or an SUV like the Q5, the Audi lineup is the gold standard. Breathtaking design, lavish amenities, intuitive technology, legendary performance. It's all yours when you go all in on Audi. Find Audi Pittsburgh on Liberty Avenue in the Strip District and Audi Washington on Racetrack Road. Shop online at AudiPittsburgh.com or AudiWashington.com. BetParks.com.
It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. New casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game, The Sweetest Collectum, plus up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParks online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win.
Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See BetParks.com for T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 4 tonight in Philly between the Flyers and Penguins. Dan Vladar was a game-time decision. Well, the game's not until 8 o'clock, and he's in. And Artur Shilovs is in that for the Penguins. From Oregon937thefan.com, fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm ready to just get out there and just soak it all in like a sponge.
Back to Donnie Football with more of our 2026 NFL Draft Special powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We are closing in on the Steelers' next selection, round 4, pick 121. We will have that live from the podium here on 93.7 The Fan. It is our NFL Draft Special 2026. We are back in our Green Tree Studios. The weather kind of put us back here today. We got to experience the last 2 days at PNC Park. The Buccos opened the place up with the team out on the road, and that was, I thought, a really good idea on their part. It was really cool to see so many people swing by, so many different NFL teams represented, but we are here for the final day of the 2026 NFL Draft. Donnie Football with you for the duration, Andrew Filipponi with me for about another hour, and gorgeous Charlie Borges is behind the glass with me this afternoon. We will get to your calls at 412-928-9370. Later on, we will hear from some of the newest Pittsburgh Steelers that have already spoken to the Steelers media. We will check in with a handful of guests throughout the rest of this selection process as well. But we are very close to the Steelers pick at 121, so we will be waiting with bated breath on that. The Packers are currently the team not on the clock. Their pick is in. I'm sure if you looked on social media, you would know who these next few picks are. I have done a very good job of not doing that.
Same with me. I've stayed off of it because I didn't want it spoiled. I've been adhering to the Peter Schrager way of consuming the draft and not having it spoiled for me. Now, was Doran tipping picks for you guys last night? Did he come out of retirement at all?
No.
He did not.
And actually, Crowley was the one that he ruined the Drew Aller pick for everybody because as we were going to, kind of around the room there of, hey, who do you think they're going to take here?
He said, oh, I already know.
He goes, well, I think they're going to take Drew Aller. And he made a face. He gave it away. Because the poker face was terrible.
But I was getting texts.
Because he was on his phone the whole time, so I knew he either got a text from somebody.
That probably was great to have his undivided attention for the show last night. No, I was getting texts that he was very Limits-esque as far as his defense and support and praise of the pick.
He was a lot happier about it than I anticipated. Maybe it's because one of the only teams that Drew Aller played well against was his West Virginia Mountaineers.
Yeah, the first game of his career. I remember that in Happy Valley. That was the first game on NBC, like outside of the Notre Dame games that they've had for my entire life when they had that primetime game. I was at my buddy's house watching that.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's why he had a different viewpoint on that. Another Penn Stater just went, Danny Dennis Sutton.
Another guy who, when the season started, it looked like he was going to be a top 20 pick.
I will probably have our friend Little Joe Smeltzer on later on to certainly break down the Drew Aller selection by the Steelers.
Once he's done with the blue and white game.
Yeah, but see, he's there covering it as a respected journalist.
He's not in Drew Aller's front yard waiting for an autograph or a kiss.
Limits is there in his Drew Aller jersey, his gym shorts, and his high black socks. The typical drip just off the chain.
Okay,
he's going with the navy jersey and black shorts with black socks.
So who do you think this pick is going to be? What's your prediction? I'm hoping it's Kyle Lewis.
Kyle Lewis would be cool. I mean, I keep forgetting because they have him listed as a safety. I think they're going to go either him or one of the other safeties, which could be a Penn State guy. Zakee Wheatley, Jalen Kilgore is from South Carolina.
You don't think they double up on wide receiver here and take Skylar Bell?
I wouldn't be mad about that either.
Me neither.
Charlie will have the feed from the podium here in mere moments. We are watching on the...
And it's Charlie Batch and a bunch of, I think, his Best of the Batch Foundation kids, which is pretty cool.
All right, we'll send it to the podium now.
The 121st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Caden Weegan, wide receiver, Iowa.
So here they go with a wide receiver, but there's something else about this guy.
Can we hear evaluation from them and analysis, or we go right back to us? Do they have live takes?
Return man, look out. Look out. This is the best returner in the draft, an All-American in the past 2 years because of his ability in the return game. 85-yard punt return, 100-yard kick return. He has been fantastic for Iowa. Bill mentioned earlier not having to change the color scheme. Yeah, we know the Steelers love Iowa players, but he, like you said, Reese, I don't know that he impacts the game a ton as a wide receiver early, but he will impact the game as a kick returner, a punt returner, fantastic speed in the open field. I think he's a lot faster than that 4.47 time we saw at the NFL Scouting Combine. The short area quickness is fantastic. Find a way to get him the ball in some gadget ways, but man, when teams are kicking, they're going to be afraid to do it to the Steelers now.
So there is that, Matt Miller? Is that on ESPN or was that on NFL Network, Charlie?
This is an ESPN feed.
So that was Matt Miller.
We can't play like more than 30 seconds, I think.
So they go with a guy that is mostly a return specialist, Caden Weegan. That is how you pronounce that last name. So it has a T there in the middle, but don't worry about saying that part. Just under 5'10". He's just under 200 pounds. He's going to be a special teamer. The 40 was at 4.47. You heard them say he's one of those guys that plays a little bit faster. Look, he comes from Iowa, so there they go, doubling up with Iowa players. They went Jennings Dunker, and then they went Caden Weegan with their next pick. This guy has been playing college football since the COVID season, so he's not a youngster. He spent his first 2 years at Iowa Western Community College, but then he became a great special teams player for the Hawkeyes. Back-to-back seasons, 24 and 25, he was the Big Ten Conference Return Specialist of the Year. First team All Big Ten specialist.
Here is the Scouts Inc. write-up on him. Wetjen is a gadget player who served as a wide receiver and a return specialist in college. He lacks great size, he's 5'9", and length. His top speed does not make up for his lack of size despite running well at the combine. It was a 4.47 40. At receiver, Wetjen primarily was used on jet sweeps, misdirection plays, and underneath routes. His best attribute is his dynamic return ability as he makes decisive cuts and sees the field with good vision. Wetjen returned 4 punts and 2 kicks for scores across the past 2 seasons. He is hard to bring down and has a good feel in space. So here are the pros and cons of this pick. You ready, Don? The pro is you had an obvious need with the return game. You lose Kenny Gainwell to the Bucs. You would put Jaylen Warren back there, but that wasn't ideal because he's your starting running back. We saw the disaster that was Caleb Johnson in that respect, not good. And then punt return was either Calvin Austin III or like they were bringing up guys from their practice squad and making them active on game days to try to do that. So I think you clearly upgrade something that is a facet of the game. I mean, Devin Hester is in the Hall of Fame because of what he did in the return game.
Yep.
It is part now of football again, especially kickoff returns. To me, the downside of this pick, though, is this. You took somebody in the 4th round who's really just a special teams player.
That is a holdup that I have.
Like
and I know that could they have gotten him at 161? I mean, I guess we don't know, but maybe.
Like, to me, this is not that far from taking a kicker or a punter in the 4th round. You took somebody who's a return guy. And I think even, like, I would say when they took Calvin Austin in the 4th round, Calvin Austin was a better college receiver than this guy. Sauce Gardner said he was the hardest guy that he matched up with in college, and even though Cincinnati played outside of the Power 4, they made it to the college football playoff that year. So, like, Calvin Austin had more of a resume as far as a receiver goes, but this guy is he might be, in terms of guys they've drafted in the last, maybe since AB, the best return man they've picked. Like the best pure returner they've gotten in a draft.
And think about how that they used to play the return game and how it could be different now with Mike McCarthy in the fold. I think back to Mike McCarthy's days in Green Bay where Randall Cobb came onto the scene. I think it was like the NFL kickoff game his rookie year.
Yeah.
And he returned one of the first kicks of the entire season. Not that this dude's going to become that by any means, but under Mike Tomlin for a long time, I mean, and even in Cowher in some of his years, they really just threw whoever back there. It would be like a fullback returning kicks. Like there were years when Kerry Davis was bringing the rock back, or Najee Davenport, who was like 275 pounds.
Can we also admit, though, with the transfer of power here, without Mike Tomlin being around, one thing that has remained true is that Iowa and the Steelers share more than just the same colors and same jersey scheme. The Steelers love Iowa guys. He's now the 7th Iowa player on their roster, right? You've got Black. You've got
Caleb
Lee.
Johnson.
You've got Caleb
Johnson.
Johnson. You've got the guy. You've got Jennings Dunker. Like, they go to Iowa for mid-round picks like crazy. And I can tell you why that is. Kirk Ferentz, who's been their coach there forever, who's from Pittsburgh, by the way, his background was in the NFL before he became a coach there, and I know that's a million years ago now, but he is like long, even before NIL, he has very much run that program like a professional institution. And like, even though their offense has been god-awful for a very long time, like, remember it, didn't his brother have like something in his contract where if they didn't score a certain amount of points, he was going to get fired at the end of the year? Like, I had never seen that before. So their offense is like in the Stone Age, but like their concepts are very like pro style, quarterback under center, use 2 tight ends, run the ball. Like, this guy's a gadget guy, but like for the most part, they run like not like a gimmicky offense. So I think what I'm saying is I think it's an easy – the biggest struggle that people have in evaluating college players is trying to figure out how are they going to translate to the NFL. Iowa runs its program like an NFL team, so it gives, I think, scouts and teams a better idea of how those guys are going to do at the next level.
We already have a nickname suggestion out there, and I got to say I do like this one. If he actually turns into a pretty good return man, he will be called Swiffer Wetjet.
Do you use those?
We have one.
Are you like somebody that steps up to the plate and gets involved in like the chores and spring cleaning that's being done this time of year? Are you more of like an outdoor landscaping, do that part of the gig?
I always offer my help. My wife likes to just do things her way or else I will do them wrong. She's like that. She goes by that mindset. But I always offer my help, and if she wants it, I will help. That's usually how that goes.
My fiance is 5 foot tall, so I have to. Like, I have to get up to the high places to dust. And
oh, I was like, wait a minute. Because she's only 5 feet tall, she's incapable of
no, so
cleaning
like,
around the house?
Our lights on the ceiling, we have vaulted ceilings.
Yeah. Congratulations on all your success, apparently.
Oh, yeah. They're sick. I love them. But to dust them, I'm the one that has to like get up on the step ladder, and I even have to reach over to try to dust the lights and all that fun stuff. The fan, that's me. Not like the fan here, but like the spinning fan in our living room.
You know, I had a fan when I was just living alone well, I guess not alone. I had a couple of buddies that I lived with, and I just turned it on like the first weekend we moved in, and I had that thing running for about 3 years.
There's always that one fan at like your grandparents' house or like a family member's house that every time you're over there, that thing is going, and you even touch it, you're getting yelled at. And that thing has been going for over a decade.
I never turned it off. I turned it off like the day that I moved out. It was like 3.5 years.
It really is crazy, I think, that of all the great college teams that are out there that have become factories for pro players, that the Steelers have the most guys from Iowa in the NFL. And none of them are tight ends, by the way.
Can I ask a quick question about Iowa and this? With the Steelers drafting so many offensive players from Iowa, isn't Iowa notorious for having an offense that absolutely sucks?
Yes. Like the punter for a long time has been like the biggest weapon in their offense. Really? Like, didn't they have an all-time great punter last year, 2 years ago? They got drafted super high?
Yeah, he was the one that got drafted by the Bears, and Caleb Williams said, don't worry, we won't need you much.
Yeah.
Now, that didn't age well his rookie year. It was a little bit better this past year. Yeah, what was his name? Torrey Taylor?
Yeah. But they've always had great offensive linemen. Wisconsin and Iowa is where you go for offensive linemen, which is why I'm excited for Dunker. CBS Sports, by the way, and I don't know if this is Ryan Wilson, Donnie, but they absolutely hate this pick. Listen to this. They had Caden Wetjen ranked as the 315th best player in this draft.
It's definitely rich to me. Listen, I'm not even going to really listen to people that are going to say, man, you guys just complain about every pick. He could be a good return guy. They picked a return guy with pick 121. Now, if we find that he actually adds something to the offensive aspect of the game, or he's just somebody like Devin Hester that every time he touches the ball on a punt or kick, he is a true threat to take it to the house, then okay. This is absolutely too rich to take somebody that just helps out your special teams. Like, I say this every year, it's mostly about, the Bills just took Skylar Bell, by the way, a wide receiver. So the wide receiver from UConn.
See, this guy's not, I don't know what his special team contributions are going to be, but he could actually develop into a good, look, he was a first-team All-American last year. Think about that.
He's a good player.
I mean, he played at Connecticut, and he was, think about all the great wide receivers in college football last season, including, wait a minute. So the two APL American wide receivers last year were Jeremiah Smith and this guy? Better than Cardell Tate, better than Denzel Boston, better than Mekhi Lemon. He was a Biletnikoff finalist for the best receiver in the NFL, and the Steelers picked just a special teams guy over him. I'm shocked by that.
That's why I don't want to hear the people that bitch and moan and just say you guys are just negative after every single pick. They picked a kick returner.
No, we love the Jennings Dunker pick.
Weegen was ranked 252 overall
by
ESPN.
So okay,
and they got him at 121.
So here's one.
Where did Brugler have him? Can we get that?
1 second.
I'll give you one while Charlie's looking for that. Our guy, Operation Shutdown, Derek Bell. People love his stuff. He does phenomenal work. He crunches as much tape as pretty much anybody else.
And he usually has a glass half full.
Yes, he had him at pick 230 in this draft, and they just took him at 121.
Yeah. Hey, you get into day 3. The thing I've heard teams say before, like the Steelers, is we're trying to find guys who can make our roster. And if somebody has a skill or a niche that we don't really have, we're going to draft that guy on day 3. Like, remember the all-time hubris of that was when they took a long snapper in the 6th round and the guy never even panned out?
Yeah, Colin Holba.
Yeah.
You should never take somebody. I mean, I guess a return specialist can help out a little bit. You should never take a specialist in the draft. Never.
In round 4. No less.
Yeah.
Brugler had him at graded as a 6th round grade. I don't know. 30th overall wide receiver.
That's what Kuiper had him, 30th overall. Here's going to be the telling thing, and I don't know if it's out there yet. Like, I'm guessing it is. Who did the Steelers send into the media room to talk about this guy? Did they send in their wide receivers coach? Or did they send in their special teams coordinator? And my guess is they probably sent in their special teams coordinator, which tips their hand as to what they drafted him as. They drafted this guy to be a return man.
You basically have to hope and pray that this guy is
224 overall.
That he is a poor man's
for Brugler.
Like, you got to hope he's a poor man's version of Tim Dwight.
Hey, Tim Dwight from Iowa was a hell of a player.
That's what I'm saying. But you have to hope he's like a very poor man's version at best, because Tim Dwight had some good receiving seasons.
And you got to hope that the trend continues. Iowa will from time to time pump out some exciting whites. Right? Cooper DeJean, Tim Dwight. This is what this guy is. Like, he ran a fast 40. He made people miss in the return game. It's just, there's not a lot there. Okay. So really, when you look at their wide receiver room now, because I think it's filled out, okay? You've got DK Metcalf as your number 1. You've got Michael Pittman Jr. as your number 2. What an upgrade there from MVS last year. You've got Jeremy Bernard from Alabama, your 2nd-round pick, as your number 3 wide receiver. Would you agree with me so far? Of course.
Yes.
It's their debate. 4 would be Roman Wilson. 5 would be Ben Skoranek, and 6 would be this guy. And your 5 and 6 are really special teams guy. One is a gunner, and the other is a return man. And Skoranek will occasionally get out there as like a blocking wide receiver. But like, you're one injury away from having to trust Roman Wilson again, is how I see that. And is he going to get a new lease on life? I'm skeptical that he gets a fresh start if Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback, because Aaron Rodgers doesn't like Roman Wilson.
Yeah, I think if Rodgers comes back, it's another wasted Roman Wilson year. And with the new coaching staff in here that we brought up, there's no loyalty. There is zero reason that you have to be loyal to what Roman Wilson has done or not done for you.
Omar Khan's made some good picks. Some of them have come in the 4th round, like this guy. What they've whiffed on are these 3rd round offensive players like Roman Wilson and Caleb Johnson. And maybe they were like, okay, actually, here's how I'm going to pivot on this pick. I'm going to ask you guys this question. Would you rather have Cade Wetjen, or would you rather have Eli Heidenreich?
Heidenreich.
Right? And I don't know. I haven't talked to him like Chris has. Does Eli think he can return kicks and punts? I'm guessing he probably could.
he'll probably be a player that does that. I mean, because he's going to get picked in a spot that is, how can I get on the field fast enough? And usually that's special teams.
And I watched, and you can accuse me of like local bias again. I watched Kyle Lewis at Pitt. I have a hard time believing that this guy's a better football player than Kyle Lewis. I'm not like in the idiotic Lewis Riddick, he's the next Derek Brooks camp. But I think if you have Kyle Lewis, you have Patrick Graham would say to himself, ooh, this is cool. He might be a tweener, but I have a guy that might I can move him around on the football field. I don't think he's going to be the next Derwin James. Probably not, because he's a 4th-round pick. But maybe there's a 10% chance he is. He was a great, great college football player, man. So, how could you not view this as a reach?
It's
I don't know how else you could. What do you tell yourself? That Iowa deployed him wrong and he's actually a receiver in the making and they just don't know anything about offensive football? I guess maybe that would give you some solace.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely 110% a reach.
Did you guys see the Jerry Dulac tweet?
No, please give us the Jerry Dulac tweet here.
This is at 12:40. Steelers still need a tight end, but they plan to spend day 3 of the draft taking the best player available regardless of position. So, I don't know who had Weegen their best player available, but that's fun.
Yeah. I have to remind myself, though, that it probably it makes for great conversation here and it's fun, but to not freak out over them screwing up in the first round. Don't get as upset about what goes on in these rounds. But then again, man, I think you illustrated this before the Super Bowl, Donnie. Look at all the great picks Seattle has made lately. Look at how loaded their drafts have been. So, yeah, I think it's actually okay if you get frustrated by, we're still talking about in the 4th round, guys that you expect to be potential starters, like Darnell Washington and Nick Herbig, for example. I mean, look at how those guys have developed. This is a special teams stud.
And, so, yeah, he's going to start on special teams. And they haven't had a kick return in a game in almost a decade. Juju did it against the Browns, in the 2017 season finale or something. That fact, is that something that drew them to do this? But, again, McCarthy has always treated the return game a little bit more seriously. Randall Cobb, KaVontae Turpin in Dallas turned into a really good return man. So maybe he's able to strike again here and things can pay off. But, I mean, I'm just hoping that the pick can carry its value at 121 because it just seemed like they could have waited on this.
What I would have done is I would have taken a guy that has a chance to be a starting football player with this pick. You have a 5th round pick and you have 3 7s. If you have to use your 7th round picks to move up a few spots, say in the 5th round, to get a special teams return man that you like, do it. Or here's a novel idea. Why not take a return man with one of your 7th round picks? You don't think there's going to be a guy that projects as a good NFL return man that's available in the very last round?
Yeah, that's how it should have gone. You got 3 picks in the 7th round. That's how it should have gone.
This is almost the equivalent of when you're doing a fantasy football draft with your buddies and you're like, wait a minute, you just took a defense there?
Yeah, or somebody takes
It just took Chris Boswell in the 8th round? What are we doing here? Wait until the end of the draft, pal.
Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll get to some texts. We'll get to some calls in a bit. Andrew Filipponi here for 30 more minutes. 412-928-9370, the number to get connected with us. It is our NFL Draft special for 2026 right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Connor Griffin hit his first Major League home run last night in a Pirates 6-0 victory. They're back at it tonight against the Brewers. First pitch scheduled for 6:45 from Oregon 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, the road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock, with John Party.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight.
Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos, sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and now's the perfect time to take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180, which has a very cool ring to it when you have the finish line right there, 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. Be pretty cool to have it reading 200 by the 4th of July. Or maybe the scale says 300. I bet 260 would be a lot nicer on your knees and your joints, right? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. Now, I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. That means there's no reason you can't drop 40 or more by the 4th. So ring Independence Day in, shirt off, confident, and of course, the most important thing, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. Crack open the beer, roast up the dogs, enjoy some of the good stuff because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. Yes, free for life, and they stand by it. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
For the best view of the draft, it's Lamont. Celebrate with Lamont's City of Champions menu April 21st through the 26th. Watch the draft from Lamont's TVs and excellent sound system. Avoid the crowds and traffic. Regular menu not available. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
The next 30 seconds could save you hundreds on your car insurance. At The Hartford, we're passionate about your protection. If you're 50 or over, AARP Auto Insurance from The Hartford gives you benefits that really matter. And you could save $597 when you switch. How's that for a little peace of mind? Visit trusthartford.com today. The Hartford, your protection is our passion. The Hartford Insurance Group, Inc. pays royalty fees to AARP for the use of its intellectual property. AARP and its affiliates are not insurers. Savings vary.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. NFL Draft. It's Draft Day 3, and Donnie Football has you covered with our exclusive draft special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
.93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. More details at 937thefan.com. It is our 93.7 The Fan NFL Draft Special. Donnie Football with you for the duration of rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. Andrew Filipponi joining for about 20 more minutes. We will hear from plenty of the newest Steelers that have been selected this weekend. We will have some guests joining the show as well as the selection process moves on. The Steelers' next pick comes at number 161.
And
yes,
we have Charlie Borges producing us, and the clip now that is being massively distributed to make Steelers fans feel better about taking a special teams man in the 4th-round return guy is a kickoff return by Caden Wetjen against Rutgers from last year, where he went 102 yards, and it looked like he was like you're trying to use your remote to like fast forward in a game, and he is moving at that speed, and the Rutger players are in normal speed, and he is just blowing by them. And I am bringing that up because you are the only Rutgers football fan. Actually, you're not. Aditi's a Rutgers football fan.
Congrats on returning a punt for a touchdown against St. Mary's School of the Blind. Like, I don't know. They are atrocious. It's like, look at this highlight. This guy went 108 yards on a run from the goal line, and it turns out it was like a D3 school that you paid millions of dollars to get their asses kicked. Like, Rutgers is terrible. So congrats on returning a kick against a school that's god-awful. It might as well have been Teal.
The late, great James Gandolfini, too, Charlie. Don't forget about Tony Soprano.
And Charlie is one of the most self-loathing people that you and I know, and we work with Chris Muller 40 days a week.
That is true. So, yeah.
You be a Rutgers fan and the Devils fan and a Mets fan.
Well, he is a Mets fan.
You will be self-loathing.
He is talking right now that he being Danny Crossman, who is the special teams coordinator, that's who they brought out. And he is lauding Caden Wetjen for his dual ability of being a kickoff return man and a punt return man.
We're going to have to make, at some point, just a new pronunciation guide after this weekend, because the Steelers have two. There was a Cody Carpenter who dives into the NFL, who put out a pronunciation guide. It had 3 players on it. Venga Ioane was one of them, and then the 2 others were people that the Steelers picked.
Max?
Ihanichor and Weejan.
Oh, it's Weejan.
Weejan. Caden Weejan is the return man from Iowa. Would you like to take some calls, Pony? At
why not? I'm here for another 20 minutes. Let's just go full Monty here and go all the way with it.
We have a few that have been waiting very patiently. Here is Connor in Lawrenceville, who's hopefully still with us. Thank you for your patience, Connor.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Hey, so, I just wanted to say, if Pony's not going to quit today, he should probably just have to admit on air that he's not a man of his word, right?
No, because you didn't read the tweet properly.
No, I sure did.
Okay, it said 250 days. Was Drew Aller picked 250?
No, I'm talking about the other one, and you know that. You know I'm talking about the one from February where you said this is the place that if the Steelers draft Drew Aller, I'll quit my job.
Yes, because I had said the other one. I also didn't specify what job.
Okay, what job are you quitting then?
I don't know. It didn't happen 250 days later.
After you're a liar, correct?
No, because it was not 250 days later.
Oh, but that's not what the second post said.
Oh, so the second tweet negated the first tweet. I didn't know that you're the ombudsman or policeman when it comes to which tweets we take seriously and which ones we don't.
100% in.
You are.
Those are two unrelated thoughts.
Oh, I didn't know that you were Elon Musk here that was in charge of community noting the tweets that I send out. Are you a billionaire that has rocket ships and cars that don't run on fuel?
I sure am. You know exactly what you did, and you're cowarding out like you always do.
Like I always do. I got my nipples pierced. What are you talking about?
They quit your job. They quit your job.
Why? Why do I have to answer to you in Lawrenceville?
If you have any integrity, any honor, any respect for your own self, you will quit your job.
And if you had any respect for yourself, you'd march your ass down here and say it to my face, you buffoon.
Okay. 1
651 Holiday Drive. Get in your car now. I'll be done at 2 o'clock.
All right. I'll see you outside.
See you there, buddy.
What building are you? Building 10?
Building 6. We could take a picture together. Okay. See ya.
I don't know why, but the words have some integrity and quit your job being in the same sentences.
You know what it is?
Great.
It's actually really scary. Think about this. The Steelers are making very, very important decisions. And people are allowing for a tweet of mine to override or overtake the actual real stuff that is going on right now. You know?
It went over big with people last night whenever that happened because Mulsey had fun with it. I had fun with it. I said, who's ready for the Mulsey and me show?
Probably a lot of people,
and there
guess.
There were people that were fans. Certainly Penguins Jesus. I know that he's no fan of Andrew Filipponi. He was all about it.
How about Penguins? So I guess if he's in charge of the pearly white gates, I'm screwed, huh?
Yeah, you better hope it's not Penguins Jesus at the top. You better hope
Is there a
it's
Steelers Jesus and Pirates Jesus, and am I in better graces with them?
Well, the Steelers have the Pope.
No, but is there a Steelers Jesus and Pirates Jesus on Twitter?
Oh, like Twitter's?
Yeah.
I don't think so, or at least they didn't take off to the same degree.
I think it's just Penguins Jesus. I think we can... Obviously, you're not going to quit your job. I think we can try to...
No, but somebody would have had, I would have really had to admit that I was not a man of my word if it had happened in the first round. I would absolutely have to, come up with some... I would have to quit a job. Right? I'd have to quit one. I didn't say the fan. I didn't say the PM team.
Maybe quit for a week and
No, I think I really would have. Not here, because this is my favorite job and my best job.
Well, work at the front desk for a week.
That's not quitting a job. That's taking on a new job. That's changing jobs.
You're quitting here, but you're doing something else while you're still here. We can do stuff. You can answer the phones at the front like I do. Make some Staples orders.
Some Staples orders?
Well, yes. These are all things
Some candy orders. Those are big ones.
You could put sand in the sandbags.
These are all things that would absolutely be on the table and open for discussion had the Steelers taken Drew Aller 250 days after I sent out that tweet, but they didn't.
Okay, but you know what? I'm not getting into it. We're good. I'm fine.
What would
you're
you
just
have
checking
actually...
out of the you're tapping out here.
No, but you did have that second tweet that does not negate the first one, which differentiated between the first and the second round. But the second one did not have that.
It didn't specify.
I know it didn't. But the first one did.
Yeah. Then the second one said, "This is the stage."
Yes.
Where I would quit.
Yes.
If they took Drew Aller.
Yes.
And they took Drew Aller.
Right.
But that one did not have the specifics of day 2 versus day 1.
But people are choosing to value the second tweet more than the first. Some people, not all people, but some are. Right?
Yes.
Fair, which you are correct in that one. In the same breath, you did not specify the second one.
Which gets back to what I said to the caller. I didn't know that like my tweets were binding contracts where I had to specify and put the details in a medium where you are limited to only so many characters. I didn't know that every single detail was necessary for every single tweet.
In your defense, people saying that you're not a man of your word, you did get your nipples pierced
And when
charity.
when I lost 2 bets to this guy, number one, I produced for a day, and number two, I did pay him. I didn't even make him wait. We came in the next day, and I had cash.
One guy on the text line when you did say this last night said he didn't pay you $1,000. I did have to respond to him and said that was
we shook on a new bet.
Yeah,
a revised
there
bet.
was a correction addendum to the bet.
Yeah.
So Pony is a man of his word, and I know it's funny for a joke. People actually wanting you to quit your job and affect your livelihood. Y'all are idiots.
And I know, well, they would be less idiots if they actually had a leg to stand on here and he was picked in the first round. I know I can fight my own battles, but I really was hoping during that conversation against that man that was yelling at me, you too would have jumped in and said, he is in fact a man of integrity.
We are just sitting back, putting our feet up and laughing?
You should be there too, as saying Pony is a man of integrity.
Well, in my defense, I have my finger over the dump button because somebody could just willy-nilly just drop something that I have to dump.
We have dump buttons in here too.
I'm not used to... like on Saturdays, Pomp, every time somebody swears, if somebody swears, he kind of looks at me.
I don't think Pomp knows where it's at.
No. Neither does Ty Polk.
You can follow along.
Just random people taking strays here.
You can follow along on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. You can watch the show on Twitter. We will have you until 6 o'clock. Pony here for about 10 more minutes. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Nearly to the end of round 4 of the NFL draft. We will keep taking your calls. As the day goes on, we will hear from the newest Steelers as the day goes on and hear from some guests around the team as well. The 93.7 The Fan draft special continues next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dan Vladar will start for the Flyers tonight against Artur Shelovs, who will be coming in for the Penguins in favor or in replacement of Stuart Skinner. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds Saturday, May 2nd at 7 p.m. as they take on Phoenix Rising FC at FNB Stadium for Austin Powers Night. The first 750 fans will receive a Groovy on the Mon Austin Powers themed t-shirt. A shagadelic night of soccer fun and giveaways on the South Shore.
Refresh your ride this spring at Joe Ball GMC. Get a new GMC Sierra 1500 or Sierra 2500 for just $99 over invoice on all in-stock models. Don't wait. Your new truck is ready today. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw, JoeBallGM.com.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
South Hills Kia, let's go. The 2026 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $249 a month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, only $199 a month. Top trade values are happening right now. Don't miss it. 24-month leases, $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offers end May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia. Deals like this don't last. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I respect them for taking that chance on me, and they're going to get everything I have.
Back to more of our 2026 NFL Draft Special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is our 93.7 The Fan Draft Special, all powered by Bowser. Also, our friends at Target Freight Management and AAA have been huge contributors this weekend. All of the coverage yesterday.
AAA's definitely been a big contributor this weekend.
For me, for sure. Oh, man, they were on speed dial on Wednesday night. What an absolute unmitigated disaster that was. Charlie, did I tell you about that? What happened? The Steelers are up in about 25 picks. We will be updating the picks as they go on. There's potential for an angry caller meeting Pony in the parking lot in under 10 minutes' time. We will find out soon if that happens. Pony will have to update us. Wednesday night, we had the night before concert at the Rivers Casino, and I start my car out here, and I have a 2013 Subaru, so that baby's been around the block. You know, I don't have one of these nice shiny ones that a lot of people in here have.
Oh, boy, here we go.
I make it about halfway there, and it's not that far away, maybe a 15-minute drive, and my battery light comes on. And I noticed like an immediate loss in power steering. And I'm like, okay, well, this isn't good.
Quite dangerous.
I'm going over the West End Bridge. I don't have power steering. The battery light comes on. Then by the time I get off the exit for the North Shore, it starts to blink. And that normally, to me, I'm not, too much of a car aficionado. Normally, it's not good when a little dashboard light is on. It's really bad if it begins to blink.
Correct.
So it starts blinking, and I'm trying to not go into a complete panic mode because there's a line of cars trying to get into the casino, and since it falls under the NFL's footprint, they have dogs walking around the cars.
Yeah.
Checking for like smugglers or whatever it may be.
Smugglers,
so
goes.
I have Pony and Kabali in the car next to me because Kabali wanted to ride down, and I'm in the left lane going into the casino garage, and it was a point in time where I'm thinking, I can't be doing all this start and stop. Like, I don't know how much time this thing has left. I don't know if I can even make the car into the garage. It has to get up those ramps. I'm able to get in there. I am able to successfully get into a parking spot, and the thing just dies.
It got you where you needed to go, and then it gave you all you had.
But that being said, this is like the one weekend that we've ever had where you can't just kind of leave your car in the casino.
Yeah,
like
if you have to pay for parking.
Yes, if it would have happened really any other weekend,
you would have been okay.
I would have been fine if like Sarah just came to pick me up and we went from there. I had to call I had to leave the event early because I'm thinking the whole time in there, I'm like in my mind panicking about what's going on with my car. I had to leave the event early because my car didn't start when I went back out there. First AAA guy comes in, says, well, it's actually not your battery. It looks like it's your alternator, maybe even like the belt that's connecting everything. So I'm like, all right, great. He's like, you're going to have to get towed out of here. So I had to call AAA again. And this journey took a little bit longer, but eventually the guy gets there. He then calls. He says, I can't bring the truck up here. I'm going to have to get a little ride up here from one of their people. I will put a battery pack, I will connect it to your battery. You're going to have to be able to get the car out of here so that we can get it on the flatbed of the tow truck.
Ugh.
We made it happen.
It just sounds like a nightmare.
It all worked.
The last few days.
Took it to the mechanic I've been going to for a few years now. Absolute disaster for me, but I do have to give a massive thank you to our friend Gary Bowser because he has been very generous. When I was telling him about this, I saw him on Thursday because he was down at PNC Park before our draft coverage began. And snap of a finger, he just said, you let me know, I'll give you a little loaner for the weekend, whatever you need. So that helped me out. So I got something nice and new out there.
By the way,
I'm not even used to driving cars like that.
Breaking news here as I bid you adieu. Kyle Lewis just was selected at the end of the fourth round here by the Miami Dolphins. Pick 138.
Well, TV, we're still on the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's a good spot for the Dolphins to get him at.
Derek Brooks. Chess.
I don't know about that.
2 selections left in round 4. It'll be 139 to the 49ers, 140 to the Cincinnati Bengals. When we come back, we will be into round 5, 6, and 7 of the NFL draft coming up next. First, I want to give you fan weather, which is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain expected into the afternoon today. Hopefully it clears up for the folks down outside of Acrisure Stadium at the NFL Draft. Pony, thank you for hopping on for a couple of hours today. I appreciate it. Hopefully that guy isn't actually out in the parking lot.
Why? I think it's a great photo op. I think we have an opportunity to, I said, say it to my face, which I like when people do that. Like the guy that Charlie, did you hear the story about the guy that said, as he was walking by, there's the dumbest man in America?
I was producing when that happened.
Yeah.
How about the guy that called him an a-hole yesterday? Were you on the board for that? Or no, that was Seth.
That was Seth.
Yeah,
yesterday was the excitable Pirates fan that I had to dump.
Uh-oh. What happened there, Donnie?
There was a guy who walked by and yelled.
Oh, was it the guy that said, let's effing go, buckos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think.
You were on the ball.
I was.
All right, guys. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
All right,
Talk to you
Tony.
Monday.
Have fun getting
Coming
beat
up
up in the parking lot.
We will take your calls at 412-928-9370. We will have some guests joining the program as we go on today. You got me for 4 more hours. We will take you to up until 6 o'clock when this thing is all wrapped up. We will also hear from the newest Steelers on this roster. That is all ahead. 412-928-9370, the number to get connected. It is our NFL Draft Special right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington's spring sales drive is on, and the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. And now through April 30th, take home a new 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander with premium interior, advanced safety, and third row seating starting under $30,000. Get yours today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. And with our trade assistance, get $3,000 minimum for your trade when you purchase a new vehicle.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Free trial is 7 days. If customer does not cancel prior to the end of a trial period, fees will apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins Flyers puck drop scheduled for 8 o'clock. Artur Shilov's in net for the Penguins against Dan Vladar of the Flyers. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm just ready to get to work, you know?
It's Saturday, and our exclusive draft coverage continues with the Fans NFL Draft Special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It is our NFL Draft Special here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football with you until the end of this thing. We will take you through the end of round 7. We are at the end of round 4 of the NFL Draft. The Bengals have selected at pick 140 Colby Young, a wide receiver from Georgia, a big wide receiver from Georgia at 6'5", 220 pounds. As we go to round 5 next, the Texans have pick 141. Then it is the Titans, Cardinals, Panthers, and Chargers after that. The Steelers' next selection comes at pick 161. But I want to hear from the people out there at 412-928-9370. We will have some guests joining the program throughout this afternoon. Jarrett Bailey from Behind the Steel Curtain and SB Nation. He will join us in about 25 minutes. Joe Smeltzer, our buddy from Nittany Sports Now, he will talk about the Steelers drafting Drew Aller and maybe some other Penn Staters that have gone in this draft. Nick Farabaugh, you all know him, PennLive.com. He joins the show at 3:30. At some point later on, John Ledgard from the Audibles and Analytics podcast and the Yins No Ball podcast, he will join sometime after round 5. And Jeff Hathorn, who has been yet again the hardest working man in this building, will join in also later on sometime around round 5. A lot of people to listen to, a lot of new Steelers. The coaches have talked. The GM has talked. We will hear all of that over the next few hours right here on 93.7 The Fan, as well as reacting to every pick from the Steelers the rest of the afternoon. 412-928-9370. Get you into it. Danny is in Cranberry. Now he's on The Fan. What's going on, Danny?
Pony, what's up, my man? First-time caller. I wanted to ask you, Drew Aller's been drafted. What does this mean for your job now? Are you going to quit? What's going on?
Well, I'm not Pony. Pony was with me. I'm Donnie. I never said that I would quit.
Oh, okay. All right. Is Pony here or no?
He was with me until 2. So
he's gone.
Yeah, so you did hear his voice. You weren't going crazy or anything like that. But, no, he already addressed somebody earlier, and thanks for the call, Danny. He's using a few loopholes to get out of this one. Fair or not, but he's using a few loopholes. I know people were very excited about the idea that he would be quitting his job. I don't think that's going to happen. I wonder if that guy met him out there.
I opened the window. I opened the blinds here, making sure there's nobody just wandering aimlessly around in the parking lot. I'll keep you updated if I see somebody.
What do you think the odds are?
He sounded determined, man. So I would say 40% that he actually shows up.
That's a pretty high percentage.
He sounded determined, man. I'll fine 30%.
If you actually see a guy out there, you have to find. I mean, it's very hard though to see out of those windows. They're like constantly blurred.
Yeah, this one's a little fogged up.
So you got to find some way to get the video. That's what Craig's going to want that more than anything.
On the hunt for Pony? Is that what we should call it?
That'd be a good little nickname. We could
confronting Pony.
412-928-9370. Brad is next. What's up, Brad?
Oh, hey, Johnny. How you doing?
Good. What's going on, man?
Hey, so when Tony quits his job, can I send you my resume to replace him?
Yeah, you can send it to craig.riley@odyssey.com.
I'll absolutely do that.
You sound like you're pretty young. You like aspiring to do this? You coming out of college soon? What's your deal?
Well, I definitely think when Tony's take about Drew Aller kind of I didn't agree with it very much. I think he was a really great pick, great value in the 3rd round. Let's be honest here. I don't understand why all the Steeler fans are so intrigued with Will Howard, who we took in the 6th round, who we all think is going to be the franchise savior. It was a 6th round pick for a reason.
It's going to make it very, I guess, easy, but also fun for us. And thanks for the call, Brad. And I was being serious, by the way. That is what Craig's email is. You can email your resume to him at any time. And I promise you this: he will look into it, Charlie.
But he will. He'll look at where things are on that front.
The quarterback battle we now have for the likely number 2 spot. That's going to take us all the way through the offseason, into training camp, and I don't care what people want to say as if I don't care about it. Like, you're going to get people that say we talk about it too much. There won't be such a thing because people always crave that stuff. The numbers show that people crave that stuff. Our listeners and our ratings show that people crave that stuff. So that's only helped to us. I wasn't in the mindset of them taking a quarterback anyway. I didn't want them to go, and it wasn't just Drew Aller. It was Carson Beck, Garrett Nussmeier, Taylon Green. Like, unless they were getting the guy that went 1-1, I didn't want Ty Simpson either. You can throw that name in there. I didn't want them to go quarterback because I think a point that Pony and I were talking about earlier that does make sense could absolutely come true. Let's say Aaron Rodgers does come back this season and he plays the entire season. He doesn't get hurt. I know that that's putting the cart before the horse, especially with a guy of his age. But let's say he comes back, plays a full season. We don't see Will Howard. We don't see Drew Aller in a single game. You'll see him in the preseason, but we don't see him in a real game. How are we going to know what those guys have to offer? Then you go into the 2027 draft and you get your answer. Rodgers is done. He's finally done with the circus and the parade of his career of if I'm coming back or not. Then you go into this loaded quarterback class in 2027, and there are going to absolutely 110% be people in this city and probably even in that facility that are then second-guessing, should we take a QB? Do we have to go with a quarterback in 2027? We don't know what we have here. Drew Aller would have been a first-round pick if he didn't get hurt and Penn State's season wasn't a disaster. We've never seen Will Howard actually play in a real game. I know that it's easy for you to say now that they will absolutely take a QB in 2027, as they should. That would be what my pick would be as of now, 1 year out. But I'm saying this time next year, we will get to this weekend and people will have that in question. Should they do that? That's all with the caveat of if we don't see what either of these guys have to offer. Those questions will arise, and a QB class in 27 could just go by the wayside. It could. It could. 412-928-9370. Let's go to AJ in Natrona Heights. What's going on, AJ?
Thanks for taking my call, man.
Yep.
So, little off topic. I mean, they're going to have to work out this quarterback situation. I'm personally a little disappointed at the news that it sounds like they're going to make a move to ship Mason out. That's a whole other topic. I could go on about my belief in him, but I want to shift it to Roman Wilson. McCarthy said he's going to have a clean slate. I realize they took Jeremy, but I'm still a believer in Roman Wilson. I don't know exactly what the momentum was that led him to be phased out altogether pretty much, but I'm willing to see what's going to happen there. Now, as to who's going to throw it to him, that's another story.
I appreciate the call, AJ. The other thing with an Aaron Rodgers return in Roman Wilson is that's going to be the third wasted year this guy has. Because think about how much the organization bows down to Aaron Rodgers. And I know that Roman Wilson missed the moving train in his rookie year and Rodgers wasn't here. That was Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. But then year 2, third-round wide receiver, you think this guy should end up being a contributor on this team. And again, we barely saw the guy. His only highlights really came in garbage time. That was it. Clearly something that the quarterback did not like about him. Attention to detail, whatever it may be. He didn't like something about Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson barely got on the field. He would be a healthy scratch in games as the year went on. If Aaron Rodgers comes back, and I would still say if it's not 100% certain, I'd still say it's likely. To me, it feels likely. Then Roman Wilson ain't going to play much. They acquired Michael Pittman in the offseason, the big trade on the first day of free agency. DK Metcalf is back here. They draft a wide receiver last night in the second round, Jeremy Bernard. There's your 1, 2, 3. And then they just drafted Caden Weegan, who looks mostly like a special teamer, but maybe Mike McCarthy has something creative up his sleeve to work this guy into things on the offensive side. That could wipe Roman Wilson out of here. 3 years and he's done nothing. So I guess I can appreciate the loyalty, but it's got to be hard to keep that guy around if it's another wasted season. 412-928-9370. Michelle is in Latrobe. Hi, Michelle.
Hi. I was just curious if the hothead kept his word and met Pony outside, and why everybody's stressing over the social media comment when 70% of social media is a lie.
Michelle, that's a great point. You know that 70% of social media is a lie. We don't have an update. Charlie doesn't have his binoculars in there, but he has been periodically checking out the window. He's going over to check as we speak. Could you imagine if the guy was just like beating Pony down? He like has Pony on the ground. The fists are flying. What would your reaction be? Just laugh, or would you have to go? Would you go out and help him?
I would go out and help him.
Where would that leave me? Like, I guess I would have to pull up like an interview if we have to both go out there and help him. We would need something to make sure
I would turn on the backup thing that we have back here.
The triple backup thing.
The triple backup
that you have back there.
That would be a funny visual. Just a fist keep going up and down in the air.
But no, Michelle, we do not have an update on that.
Has Pony texted us? Or you?
I don't have a text from him. No, I do not. Did he text you?
No. Uh-oh. Do we know what his car looks like? I don't know what his car looks like.
Pony's car? He has a black car. Like not an SUV.
I can look and see if there's any black cars in the parking lot.
412-928-9370. Larry is in Washington. Hello, Larry.
Hey, Donnie. How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Hey, a quick question. When Tomlin left and McCarthy took over, the scouting staff, did that switch or did that stay the same?
A lot of the. Oh, that is a good question. The entire scouting staff. I don't know if it's completely different or the same, because they kept a lot of the. They kept a few of the coaches that they already had, but so many guys were out of here as coaches. Now, Sheldon White is still the director of pro scouting. So they kept a handful of the dudes that they already had. And even a couple of former Steelers are still listed as college scouts. Mark Bruner, his son, is on the team. Chidi Awoma. Now, there was a special teams ace back in the day. So a little bit of a mix here. And then you have some Roonies that are also scouts. So good question there, Larry. The staff in that aspect of the front office isn't a complete overhaul like most of the coaching staff was. Kevin is in Southside. Now he's on the Fan. What's going on, Kevin?
Hi there. How you doing? Good.
What's up?
So I feel like I don't know if you play much poker, but I think after that first round fiasco, which I understand could end up working out for us, but the look was bad with the Eagles stealing Mekhi Lemon. I think it seems to me that Omar Khan has gone on tilt, and he's he's flailing and he's pushing the chips in the middle and the table, and he's lost his mind. And I circled the draft error, maybe at pick 85 in the third round. Emmanuel Pregnon was a really highly ranked guard. And I don't even know who the quarterback they took is. Everett?
He's become the forgotten man. Yeah. Dalen Everett.
I mean, I bet you he'd still be sitting there if we didn't take him. I mean, like Wetjen. I mean, right. Wetjen or Weegen, whatever, in the 7th round would have been a good pick. Great pick in the 7th round. I don't mind Drew Aller in the 5th round. There's a lot of talent out there on the board, and he's just passing it over.
Something else that this goes to show, and thanks for the call, Kevin, is that how different, especially when you get into the middle rounds, how different a team's draft board is in comparison to what the media has as their draft board, whether it be NFL.com, ESPN, CBS, Fox, go down the line. This shows that when you get into round 3, round 4, all the way through 7, you're going to see some names fly off these boards that the consensus of those who cover the game didn't really see. But maybe there was something about a particular player that really stuck out. Clearly, there was something about Caden Weegen that really stuck out to the Steelers that made them think, we got to take him at 121 because I don't know if he'll be here at 161. And that's what they did. And you see it with other teams, too. Now, Emmanuel Pregnon was a player that we had our eyes on last night, the guard out of Oregon. He has comps to Kevin Dotson, who was originally drafted by the Steelers, then went on to become one of the highest paid guards in football with the LA Rams. At the same time, the Steelers were still able to acquire Jennings Dunker after the fact. Could Pregnon end up being a better player? Absolutely. But it's not as if they completely neglected that position. And I think Everett, he's going to be the forgotten man out of this entire class. Did they overdraft him a little bit? ESPN had him, I think, at like 110 or 112, something like that. They picked him at 85. Here's what is good to note about Dalen Everett. The guy never gets hurt. So we saw a player like Jermod McCoy who went with the very first pick today. He went 101 to the Raiders. That guy slid all the way because there is a major, major concern about his knee. And the Steelers have drafted guys like that before who never got on the field. Remember the name Senquez Golson? Maybe not, because the dude never got on the field. Got drafted in the 2nd round by the Steelers years ago. Everett played in 55 games at Georgia in 4 years. Barely missed time. Led the Bulldogs with 10 PBUs this past season. 50 tackles, somebody that could play the nickel if they want him to. I feel like, not that he's going to be the star or anything, but he's already the forgotten man of this class because there are your top 2 picks are always going to have popularity. And Ihanichor being the 21st overall guy and all of the controversy that now surrounds that, it's going to be someone that is always a polarizing figure now. Jeremy Bernard filled a wide receiver need that people wanted. Drew Aller played football at Penn State. He quarterbacked Penn State. There are already more Penn State fans in Allegheny County than any other county in America. We all know that guy. Again, polarizing. Jennings Dunker, the man who understood the assignment, a big, ugly offensive lineman who has a red mullet. That guy is just an absolute character. So Everett's just sort of chilling in the middle of that as the forgotten man right now. But I didn't think that was a bad pick, really at all. 412-928-9370. We will keep taking your calls as the afternoon goes on. Jarrett Bailey from SB Nation will join us in a couple of minutes. You can also hit us up on the fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Our NFL draft special continues next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins and Flyers tonight. Game 4, do or die for the Penguins. If they lose, they are out. And Dan Vladar will start for the Flyers. Artur Shilovs will start for the Penguins. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Pony, imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. All with our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same internet price. Lock in reliable, fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming, plus get the Disney Plus Hulu bundle and Peacock Premium included on us. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change and availability. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. PA only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I'm ready to just get out there and just soak it all in like a sponge.
Back to Donnie Football with more of our 2026 NFL Draft Special powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Big news in the AFC North. The Browns just got Justin Jefferson. Don't worry, not that Justin Jefferson. There's another guy in this draft named Justin Jefferson. He plays linebacker for Alabama. It is our 93.7 The Fan NFL Draft Special, Day 3. The draft going on outside of Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. Due to the weather, we're back in the studio today in Green Tree. Donnie Football with you until about 6 o'clock. Charlie Borges is with me behind the glass. And right now, you see if you are watching on YouTube or Twitter, and we have big audiences there for a weekend show, that's for sure. That is Jarrett Bailey on the other side of the screen from SB Nation, behind the steel curtain. He also hosts a podcast with Todd Haley. Yes, former Steelers offensive coordinator Todd Haley. Jarrett, just your overall thoughts on the Steelers draft class so far through the first 2+ days after making their first pick earlier today.
Yeah, I think I was probably, feeling about the same as everybody else was when it came to the whole first round debacle. They're on the phone with Mekhi Lemon. Howie Roseman comes in from the Eagles and snipes them, and they pivot to Maxi Honachor. It just wasn't a great look for that to happen. And then to pivot to more of a raw offensive tackle when Broderick Jones is already a pretty raw offensive tackle. So didn't love that, obviously rooting for Maxi Honachor to succeed. But, I think myself and most people after night one were feeling pretty underwhelmed. And then last night, I really liked a lot of the stuff they did. They trade up to get receiver Jeremy Bernard, who I think slots in as their slot receiver right away, to put between DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman. They get Jennings Dunker, who, again, a potential day one starter at guard. He played tackle at Iowa. They'll kick him inside to guard at the next level. Drew Aller, obviously the polarizing selection of the night, the big splash, but you got to take a shot somewhere, right? This isn't a team that's been drafting in the top 10, top 15 of quarterbacks. So you got to take a shot. And with a guy that big, that athletic, with that big of an arm, for somebody like Mike McCarthy, who fancies himself a quarterback whisperer, those are tools in a guy that you like to see. And hopefully he can hone in on that, help him become the best version of himself. Dalen Everett kind of becomes the forgotten guy there because
he does.
Aller, the big quarterback selection, and then Jennings Dunker, who could legitimately be like the mascot of the Steelers tomorrow and nobody would blink an eye. Dalen Everett's kind of in between those two. I was surprised they didn't go Jermod McCoy just because he had slid so far. But, the whole medical stuff, clearly scared off a lot of teams where he slid into the 4th round. But fast guy, I'm never going to complain about getting a super fast press man corner. So I think I'll end up being a good pick. Overall, day 2, really liked what they did. Obviously, they started off today getting, Caden Wetjet from Iowa. A little bit of a reach probably, but the best returner in the nation. So they could afford to go that way after already having 5 picks.
Did you think that Aller was the best quarterback they could end up with? Obviously, Beck was off the board, but if you had your pick of any of the guys that went after round 1, so you can take obviously Mendoza and then Simpson out of the equation, would Aller have been the next best guy to you?
Yeah, he would have. Carson Beck was surrounded by a ton of NFL talent at Miami, didn't have a great final year at Georgia, and was surrounded by a ton of NFL talent there. His arm, I feel like his arm's just shot in terms of being able to push the ball downfield. With Aller, the criticisms of Aller are valid. In the big moments of big games, he largely didn't play well. When the play broke down, sometimes his footwork got messy and he would panic. Those are all valid criticisms of him. However, when you look at the guys he was throwing to, receiver-wise, it wasn't very good. Obviously, he had Tyler Warren there for a little bit, but in terms of just, boundary guys that couldn't gain separation, he's having to force balls into tight windows consistently because they don't gain separation. And the Andy Kotelnicki offense didn't benefit him either. It was a lot of RPOs, leaning on the run game, not really pushing the ball downfield, which, a guy with his arm strength, that's what benefits him. So it just felt like a weird match and a team not taking advantage of the talents that Aller had. So I think he was the best guy that they could have gotten. The Steelers kind of hinted at him being the guy when McCarthy was talking about what he wants in a quarterback. They want a guy who's big, athletic, big hands, and Aller is all three of those things. So makes sense. And I think of those guys where we talk about Cade Klubnik went today, Carson Beck, Garrett Nussmeier. I think Aller was the best of that tier of guys.
You mentioned Dalen Everett being the forgotten man. I said those exact words last segment because the poor guy gets picked on night 2. I mean, you already have whoever you take in the first round is obviously going to be a big deal. So Ihanichor or anybody else was going to be a big deal to fans. They trade up and take a wide receiver who you and I both think could be the slot man week 1. You take a quarterback, a polarizing one at that because of where he played as well, Drew Aller. And then Jennings Dunker, who was the man that went to the combine with the flowing red mullet, and you knew he was going to be everybody's fan favorite. Like, he was the vibes guy of this draft. The man understood the assignment. And I feel like Everett's kind of a sneaky good pick because you brought up the name Jermod McCoy. He's kind of the opposite of that. This dude, never missed a game when he was in college. I love that part of his ability.
Yeah, the best of ability is availability. And with his speed, like I said, he ran sub 4.4. I think it's 4.36 at the combine. I have to go back and look at the official number. We've seen the Steelers be a very zone heavy team when it comes to their defense. Derek Bell pointed it out last night. They are going to be a team that presses a lot more than we're accustomed to with the guys that they have in that secondary right now. And it's a very deep secondary when you look at, they signed Jamel Dean. They brought back Asante Samuel. Joey Porter's obviously turned into a stud before our very eyes. Brandon Eccles was really productive when they called upon him. So adding Dalen Everett, there's not pressure on him to be one of the top 3 guys in the secondary. They can rotate him in sub packages and get him, a few snaps per game. So he'll play on special teams. So there's not really any sort of pressure on him to, be one of the starters right away, which is always good. I'm excited to see what he does in the preseason. But yeah, that's a guy where, didn't miss hardly any time. And when, I wrote about it last night and I probably redacted a little bit saying, that maybe McCoy should have been the pick. But again, the medicals on him, teams have clearly freaked out about that. So I think I'd have to go back and look and see what I gave. I think I gave it a B- or a C+. I'd probably give that a little bit more of a bump. I'm never going to be mad about a very fast cornerback who is capable of playing press man. So good pick there in the 3rd round.
Can they have him in the nickel at all?
Maybe. Right now, if they would, who would they go with? It would be Eccles and Asante Samuel maybe competing for that. Maybe Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah.
But I think the best option for Jalen Ramsey is just pushing him back to safety. So it's possible. We'll see what Patrick Graham decides to do. I think he said, there's no depth chart right now. It's open to everybody. It's open to all ball hawks. And I love that quote. So they're going to, turn over every stone just to see what alignments work the best. And if that's where if he does shine there, then yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that at all.
Talking to Jarrett Bailey from SB Nation here on 93.7 The Fan, our 2026 NFL draft coverage for a few more minutes. Based on where things are right now in round number 5, the Steelers pick coming up in a handful of selections and who is still on the board, where would you like to see them go?
Well, let's see. They already got kick returner out of the way. We've seen them take a couple receivers, but with Wetjet kind of being, the return specialist, if they wanted to go receiver again, I wouldn't be too mad. Would like to see them go linebacker at some point here. I was surprised they didn't go Kyle Lewis. He went to Miami, as did Jacob Rodriguez, two of my favorite players in this draft, both going to the Dolphins. So if they wanted to go linebacker here, Patrick Queen's entering the final year of his deal. We haven't really seen Peyton Wilson. I don't want to say that he hasn't shown positive progression, because he certainly has, but they've largely leaned on PQ in that top spot. And we haven't really seen what Peyton Wilson looks like as the number one green dot guy. So if they wanted to go linebacker here, wouldn't be upset about that at all. If they wanted to go safety, similar situation where Jaquan Brisker, they signed him, but he's only on a 1-year deal. Deshaun Elliott spent most of last season injured, which has kind of been the big red flag on him throughout his career, is just staying healthy. So I think that safety, linebacker, those would probably be my two top choices. But if they went receiver again for, a player that's actually going to play more receiver than kick returner, wouldn't hate that either.
Do they take a running back on this final day of the draft?
I don't hate the idea, especially if Katron Allen or Nick Singleton, another, two more Penn State guys are there. Not just because they went to Penn State, but just because we've seen very few running backs taken in this draft, and those are probably the two most notable names remaining at the position. They just both happen to go to the same school. With Rico Dowdle signing, how much longer is Jaylen Warren going to be there? That's a decent point to make. If you can get one of those guys in the 5th round, I don't hate the flyer there. And how do they feel about Caleb Johnson? They took him in the 3rd round last year, and he had 19 carries on the season for less than 100 yards. So obviously, new coaching staff, new eyes on him and whatsoever. But last season wasn't exactly his best, and he wasn't utilized a whole lot. So I wouldn't say it's a 0% chance, especially if somebody like Katron Allen is there at 161 and they just want to take him. I think that's certainly possible. I've got it pulled up in front of me right now just to make sure that Katron Allen didn't go, and I'm not talking out of my rear end. I wouldn't hate that at all.
Yeah, he and Singleton are both still out there. ESPN at least has Singleton as the best available running back that is on the board. Jarrett Bailey, SB Nation, Behind the Steel Curtain, does a podcast with former Steelers offensive coordinator Todd Haley. Jarrett, thanks for taking the time, man. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care.
There we go. To continue our 2026 NFL Draft coverage, we'll get to a few more calls, and you can keep bringing them in at 412-928-9370. The Steelers make a selection here in just a little bit, so we'll step aside, come back. We will talk about that pick, and we will talk to you at 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter, that's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. You can watch the show on Twitter live. You can also watch live on YouTube. Joe Smeltzer joins the show at 3 o'clock to talk about Drew Aller. Nick Farabaugh, you know him from Penn Live. He joins at 3:30. That's all coming up on our NFL Draft Special 2026 right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Brewers tonight in Milwaukee, Game 2 out of their 3-game set. Mitch Keller goes for the Pirates, Jacob Mizorowski for the Brewers. First pitch scheduled for 7:10. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangerli will begin right after the Fans Draft coverage at 6 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service. Clear your space and contribute to a greener planet.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I'm at Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
South Hills Kia, let's go. The 2026 Kia Sportage S Hybrid, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Hybrid or gas, your call. 24-month leases, $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offers end May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia, let's ride. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
For a true German beer garden experience during the draft, visit the Teutonia Manor Corps at 857 Phineas Street in historic Deutschtown on the north side. German food paired with Munich's Hacker Pashore beer on tap. Prost, open to the public Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. New casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game, The Sweetest Collectum, plus up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win.
Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Featured on America's Got Talent and the world's best magician and comedian in a dragon costume. Don't miss Piff the Magic Dragon, returning to Pittsburgh on Friday, May 15th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Alongside the world's only performing magic chihuahua, Mr. Piffles, Piff brings his dynamic and hilarious performance to Pittsburgh. Piff the Magic Dragon, Friday, May 15th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Get reserved seats now at librarymusichall.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's Draft Day 3, and Johnny Football has you covered with our exclusive draft special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Looks like we may have a trade involving the Steelers pick at number 161. And we indeed do. And our buddy Nick Farabaugh has that for me on social media. The Steelers have traded out of the 161st pick of the draft, and they have acquired pick 169 and 210. They also gave up pick number 249. So the pick that they acquired from the Colts last night now goes to Kansas City. The Steelers will have pick 210 at the end of round 6. So they get themselves back into round number 6 by acquiring number 210. They also now move down to 169 in place of Kansas City out of 161. So there you go. They get themselves into round 6. That means they have 169 in round 5, as we are about halfway through that round. They now have one pick in round 6, and they are now back to just 2 in round 7. 169, 210, 224, and 230 is what is left on the board for the Steelers. So they are not making the selection here at 161. We will wait a little bit longer on that. Joe Smeltzer from Nittany Sports Now will join us in 10 to 15 minutes, break down the Drew Aller selection to Pittsburgh. Also, any of the other Penn Staters that have gone so far this weekend. 412-928-9370 is the number to hop on with us this afternoon. Feel free to either give your praise or air your grievances, your thoughts on the 2026 draft so far. Maybe you even want to share how you feel about the city hosting the draft in general. Did you go down and experience it over the course of the last 2 days? How were your interactions? How was it for you getting in and out of town? How accessible was everything? You can talk about that too. 412-928-9370. Dylan is in Cranberry. Now he's on the Fan. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, Donnie. How are you?
Good. What's going on, man?
Donnie, the first round for me is all about instant plug-and-play starters. And if they really had high hopes for Lemon, and obviously that did not happen, I believe there were only 3 wideouts taken before, or 2 or 3 before him. Why not just stay with wide receiver? And really, I think a lot of guys had Max between the 6th and 9th ranked tackle. I just felt like it's a definite reach. Is he an instant starter? Maybe, but we don't really know. And I just really feel like Cleveland had a better draft. I feel like Baltimore had a better draft. God only knows what happens at quarterback. The Pens aren't doing great. The Pirates are, my God, they got a winning record. It's a very interesting time to be a Pittsburgh sports fan. I'm just glad it's golf season. But Donnie, I'm really struggling within that first round. Why not get a guy who's just an instant plug-and-play day one starter without the discussion to say, well, the guy's got a lot of upside?
I wanted, and I appreciate the call, Dylan. The Pirates coming off a nice win last night. Connor Griffin, his first home run on his 20th birthday. Paul Skeens had a perfect game, I believe, through 6. And he went 7. He allowed just 1 hit. The Pirates won the game 6-0. Game 2 against Milwaukee tonight just after 7. And you can hear that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Dan Zangrilli will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 6 once we wrap up this NFL draft show. The discussion there about where you go in the first round, you guys know I wanted receiver. I have been all in on taking a receiver in the first round really since we got to the discussion of the NFL draft in 2026. And I would have just taken Omar Cooper Jr. right after the Eagles took Makai Lemon from out underneath you. I almost liked Cooper better for this situation than I liked Lemon. That might end up being crazy. Probably is. But instead, they do go with a player that I think gave reason for people to be disappointed. And yeah, I was underwhelmed by how that went down on Thursday night. You get Maxi Honachor, who has not played a whole lot of football. He is a raw athletic freak, has that high upside that is talked about, but he's a real boomer bust candidate. That's just the fact of the matter. He's not a safe pick. Vanga Ioane is what I would term as a safe pick. And now any of these guys can end up not working out, and I'm not even really in love with that phrase, but that's still something that gets thrown around. This guy could be great. He could be average. He could be flat out bad. And maybe, some gray area in there. But he didn't start playing football until 2021. Post-COVID is when this guy started playing football. And he just got drafted into the National Football League. He spent 2 years at East Los Angeles College. He was second team all Big 12 in 2025. He got up to speed pretty quickly. Played in the SEC, 12 games at right tackle. But I would tend to agree, day one starter, I don't know. I don't know if you throw that guy right into the fire and make him a day one starter for you. You have Troy Fautanu, who now likely would have to go from right tackle to left tackle. He does have that versatility. Fautanu was somebody that played 50-plus games at the college level, had a really good second season at right tackle, could move him over. I think Jennings Dunker is going to be a day one guy. You want to have that projection, the big potential with your first-round pick. I think Dunker, Frazier, and McCormick, that is going to be an interior offensive line that people love. And I think we get that on the very first day of the regular season. Week one, wherever, against whomever, the middle of that offensive line to me from left to right. Left guard will be Dunker, center will be Frazier, and right guard will be McCormick. So I do think they got a couple of opening day starters out of what they've done so far. 412-928-9370 to get in with us. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. It's been a rainy day, hopefully clearing up for people down around Acrisure Stadium. We'll keep taking your calls all day as the show goes on. We're about halfway through this thing, this 2026 NFL Draft Special Day 3. Joe Smeltzer from Nittany Sports Now, he joins us on the other side right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids post for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599 VIN TT 044098 RWD model 7186 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwick Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and now's the perfect time to take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180, which has a very cool ring to it when you have the finish line right there, 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. Be pretty cool to have it reading 200 by the 4th of July. Or maybe the scale says 300. I bet 260 would be a lot nicer on your knees and your joints, right? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. Now, I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. That means there's no reason you can't drop 40 or more by the 4th. So ring Independence Day in, shirt off, confident, and of course, the most important thing, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. Crack open the beer, roast up the dogs, enjoy some of the good stuff because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. Yes, free for life, and they stand by it. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800.
Doran Dickerson here for PJ Fitzpatrick. Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Remember your first football game? The sound of the crowd, the smell of the grill, the moment you fell in love with the sport. Now it's your turn to pass on that moment at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Families walk through the greatest moments in football history and create new memories of their own. From legendary artifacts to stories that span generations, it's an experience every family should share. The hall is located less than 2 hours from Pittsburgh, so make the short drive to greatness. Plan your visit at ProFootballHof.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins and Flyers tonight in Philly Game 4 of their series. If the Penguins lose, they're done for the year. For Morgan 93.7thefan.com, fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I respect them for taking that chance on me, and they're going to get everything I have.
Back to more of our 2026 NFL Draft Special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football with you until the end of the NFL's annual selection meeting. It is our 2026 NFL Draft Special. Charlie Borges is doing his thing behind the glass. The Steelers have traded their most recent pick. They moved from 161 down to 169 in a trade with the Chiefs. They also, in that deal, get back into round 6 with pick 210. And in the process, they give up pick 249, which they acquired last night from the Colts. So their remaining picks in this draft are 169, 210, 224, and 230. We will be with you for every step of the way up until 6 o'clock at the latest. That is when Dan Zangrilli will take over as Pirates pregame begins on the Fan, all brought to you by the North Shore Tavern, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 6 o'clock. First pitch between the Pirates and Brewers in Milwaukee just after 7 o'clock. Last night, perhaps the biggest reaction to any Steelers draft pick to this point came at number 76 when Pittsburgh called Drew Aller, the quarterback from Penn State. And with us to talk about that live in Happy Valley, writer for Penn State, Nittany Sports Now, our guy Joe Smeltzer is back with us here on 93.7 The Fan. Joe, shoot it straight for us. Did the Steelers make a good move taking the former Penn State QB where they took him in the draft?
They did, Donnie, and thanks for having me on. And I'm glad that you mentioned where they took him because everybody knows that Drew Aller is flawed, right? He didn't quite meet that 5-star reputation in college. He didn't get it done in the big games. His last season, just in general, wasn't up to stuff. But, you know, when you drafted the guy at pick 76, yeah, he's going to have some question marks. The Steelers know that Drew Aller is a flawed guy, probably going to be a project. And if they didn't think that, they would have drafted him in the first or the second round. So I think with what the Steelers draft situation is, with where it was in the draft at pick 76, with having the 12 picks and having 2 of them in the third round, yeah, you can afford to take a chance on a guy like Drew Aller more than most teams can. So is he a guy I would have drafted before the third round? Probably not. But where the Steelers drafted him, yeah, that's exactly how I would have played it.
If things didn't go down in 2025 for Penn State and for Aller the way that it did, where do you think he would have gone? You know, let's say they have a good season, maybe not a national championship, but let's just say a good, typical 10-2 Penn State season, and Aller stays healthy. Is he a first or second rounder?
Probably, and I'll take it a little further, Don, by saying that Drew Aller declares for the draft after the 2024 season in retrospect. I think he would have been probably a top 10 pick, and maybe if you remember the Browns had pick number 2 that year before they ended up trading it to the Jags. Does Cleveland kind of fall for the hometown guy, feel-good story, Brown season ticket holder story, and take Drew Aller at number 2? I think that's a possibility. So, yeah, I think if Drew Aller had the season he was expected to have and led Penn State back to the playoff and maybe even to the national championship, as a lot of people were anticipating, he would have been a guy going in the first round. And I think one of the great what-ifs is going to be what if Drew Aller had declared for the draft after 2024, because I think he would have gone quite high, maybe even as high as number 2 to his hometown Browns.
You've talked to the guy plenty of times before, going into games, coming out of games, so you can think about this as, you know, somebody who has seen into his mind at least a little bit, certainly more than I have. I mean, I've never had a conversation with Drew Aller, same with many people out there. But the big thing on his end, in a negative sense, is his mental aspect of the game. No denial that he has all of the tools. He has the perfect size to be a pro quarterback. It comes down to what he was unable to do in the big games, Joe. And for what reason do you think that always seemed to be the case?
That's a good question. I think it's a variety of things, Don. I think, for one, Penn State did not set up Drew Aller perfectly to succeed. They didn't have great wide receivers. You look at what Will Howard, and I'm sure I'm opening up a can of worms by bringing this up, what Will Howard had at Ohio State in that national championship run with the Avengers at receiver versus what Penn State had, where the most talented receiver Drew Aller had to throw to was Keontae Lambert-Smith, and he won the 6th round, I think, last year after transferring to Auburn. So that was one strike against him. And the other strike was the system. When they hired Andy Kotelnicki, he was a coordinator that was known for designing offenses kind of working around not having that pro-style quarterback. Andy Kotelnicki didn't have experience in coaching that 5-star pro-style pocket passer. I think if you're good enough, you rise above those things. You could rise above not having great receivers and elevate your receivers. You could rise above the scheme not being the best. But both of them at the same time, that's tough for anybody to accomplish. And I think it's all in fairness to Drew Aller to point that out. Another issue was, he was playing some very good teams, right? Notre Dame was a national championship caliber team. Those Ohio State teams were great. That Michigan team in 2023 was awesome. And it's not easy going up against those defenses. But with what you brought up about the mental game, it's really hard because I talked with Drew Aller a lot through Penn State's media availabilities, but I wouldn't say I know the guy too well. And when you don't know somebody too well, it's hard to say, what their mental makeup is. But I think there were signs that maybe Drew didn't have the confidence that he should. He even said it after, I think it was the 2023 season, about how it was a challenge for him, flushing out a play, not thinking about a mistake as the next play was going on and kind of letting that linger throughout the game. And I think that was something that we saw evidence that he struggled with really throughout his entire career at Penn State. It's something that his coaches alluded to. Drew himself alluded to it. I think the mental game, at the very least, was a part of the issue for him, and that's really hard to fix. I will say from a personal level, you don't have to worry about Drew Aller kind of slacking it on the practice field. He's going to work his butt off. He's a good kid overall, I think, with how he was able to handle the media. Again, that was the extent of my exposure to him. They asked him to do a lot media-wise, being the face of the program, and he handled that all, I think, pretty well, both before and after his injury. He gave us he did the Penn State beat an interview, I think about a month after he got hurt, which I thought was a class move on his end. He didn't have to do that. But, yeah, I think Drew's going to give it his all. But the mental side of it, if that is indeed a big issue, which there's evidence that it is, it's really hard to fix that. And that's where, if Aaron Rodgers stays around, I think having him around is going to be huge.
Is that ankle any sort of holdup for him after the surgery?
I don't think so. I think we're far out enough. He got hurt in mid-October. We're in late April now. He was able to throw at the Combine and throw at Pro Day and look pretty good doing that. So I don't think that was an issue. His footwork in general has always been suspect, but that's kind of irregardless of the ankle. But, yeah, from a health standpoint, Drew looks just about ready to go. And he never had a problem doing stuff on the practice field and impressing coaches that way. It's just a matter of what's he going to be able to do when it's 11 on 11.
Let's play the hypothetical game just because that's one of the things that we do in this business. Let's say that Aaron Rodgers turns down the Steelers. He ultimately decides that he's not coming back, and they are kind of just left there with Mason Rudolph, Drew Aller, and Will Howard. And what if Drew Aller has to be the guy that starts that very first game? Would you say that he's a dude that is actually ready to roll in there on day one?
Day one, I wouldn't be comfortable saying that, Donnie. Again, it goes back to, you draft a day one quarterback in the first round or the second round, certainly before the third round. I think asking Drew to be the day one starter would be a lot, but I think it'd be asking a lot of Will Howard too. And I'm glad you showed the side-by-side of Drew Aller's head-to-head against Will Howard. And when I say head-to-head, they weren't playing each other. They were playing the opposite defense. But that was the Penn State-Ohio State game. And Will Howard, his numbers and Drew Aller's numbers, and you think about Will Howard having Emeka Egbuka, Jeremiah Smith, and Carnell Tate, and Drew Aller having Harrison Wallace, Julian Fleming, and Liam Clifford, and they both put up pretty similar numbers in that game. So I think, I'll say it right now, I think Drew Aller is the better option than Will Howard. I think what Will Howard did at Kansas State was more of an indicator of what he'll be in the NFL. I think he benefited greatly from having great receivers at Ohio State, and Drew didn't have that at Penn State. So if it comes down to between those two guys, I don't think it's an ideal situation for either one of them to start right away with Aller as a rookie and Will Howard basically as a rookie. He missed a lot of last season. So, I wouldn't necessarily be comfortable with it, but if it comes down to those two, I'm taking Drew Aller because I like his physical skills better, and I think he had the better college career, all things considered.
Joe Smeltzer, check out his stuff, Penn State fans, writes for Nittany Sports Now. Joe, thanks for taking a few minutes today, buddy.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Sonny.
There we go. Joe Smeltzer doing some great stuff for Nittany Sports Now. As we were bringing Joe on, for those Penn Staters out there listening, there was another Nittany Lion that got drafted. Nicholas Singleton, right as I think we started that call, got drafted at number 165 overall to the Tennessee Titans. And after the Titans did not get Jeremiah Love on the first night of the draft, when Love went number 3 and the Titans got Carnell Tate at number 4, I love this move for them. I think Singleton's a good ball. I think both of those Penn State running backs are really good. That's kind of where I understand in the Aller argument about, okay, he didn't have the wide receivers. Elsewhere, he had some good weapons. 2 good running backs. I think Katron Allen has a chance to be a pretty damn useful NFL player. And tight ends were always loaded at Penn State. Tyler Warren was often the best player on the field when Penn State was playing a game. That's how good that dude was. I mean, he was one of the best players in college football last season. The Steelers are officially on the clock at pick 169. A handful of more picks to go in round number 5. They have 5 total minutes in this round. They will have 5 minutes per pick in the next round, and then it's down to 4 minutes in round 7. And again, just as a reminder, and if the Steelers go to the podium, we will carry that live for you here on 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh trading with Kansas City, so they have given 161 to the Chiefs. The Steelers have 169. They move back into round 6 with a selection once owned by the New York Jets. That is pick number 210. And then they also have picks 224 and 230 in round 7 of the NFL draft. So we will see momentarily who these Steelers could be going with here at pick 169. Again, we will carry that live. Still some interesting names out on that board. Xavier Harris, who is a massive defensive tackle, 6'8", 330 pounds, 52 games played at Ole Miss. That would be a name that I would not mind hearing from the Steelers here. Harold Perkins, the linebacker from LSU. Deontay Lawson, a linebacker from Alabama. And we should have something at the podium, and that is Michael Keaton, baby. Let's send it.
Thank you. With the 169th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, I hope it's me. I hope it's me. I hope the legendary Pittsburgh Steelers select Riley Nowakowski, a tight end from Indiana.
You had to have a feeling as you hear Michael Keaton give that announcement that they were going to go tight end at some point, because the Steelers witnessed 2 of their tight ends go elsewhere this offseason. Connor Hayward took his talents to Las Vegas. They let go of Jonnu Smith after one failed season here. So it is Riley Nowakowski, a tight end from the national champion Hoosiers, that played and started in all 15 games for them this past season. That is who the Steelers just made their selection in round 5 at number 169 overall. So they trade down, they acquire a pick in the next round, and they get somebody who is 6'2", so a little bit undersized in terms of height at tight end. A 6'2", 250-pounder, ran a 4.6 40 at the NFL Combine. The projection here from Lance Zierlein, NFL.com, he saw him as a 7th-round player. So this may be another one that feels like a reach to the national pundits that put out their thoughts on the NFL draft. But another thing to throw out there, we brought it up last hour, that the boards for people are a little bit different than what the teams always tend to have.
Would you like Bruegler's?
Oh, you have the Beast.
I have all.
What's the Beast say?
Nowakowski is ranked 158th. Made the Indiana playbook come alive. Projects as a utility H-back.
So that's a way better review than. Yeah, the Steelers put their own tweet out there as a fullback. So this just feels like Connor Hayward replacement, because they didn't put him out there and post it as a tight end. They said, we select FB, Riley Nowakowski. Okay, so right around the spot that he should be taken in, according to Dane Brugler, and he is the man that publishes The Beast, which is one of the single most impressive things that gets sent out there every single year. It is a write-up and analysis on pretty much every dude that's going to have his name called over the past 3 days. So the Steelers with their pick at number 169, they go with a national champion from Indiana. You have some thoughts on that? 412-928-9370 is the number for you to join in on the fun. You can also hit us up on the fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. More thoughts on Riley Nowakowski, the Steelers' most recent draft pick at number 169 in the NFL draft. We will have our guy Nick Farabaugh joining us in just about 10 minutes to recap what the Steelers have done so far. John Ledgerd and Jeff Hathorn at some point as well. And of course, as promised, you will hear from some of the newest Steelers that have already spoken to the media this weekend. That is all ahead on our NFL Draft Special 2026 right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 2 between the Pirates and Brewers tonight. First pitch scheduled for 7:05. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangarelli will begin at 6. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house on Saturday, May 2nd. Doors open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Bring the whole family and enjoy food, prizes, and Kids Corner. Their 4-year apprenticeship program is tuition-free, and you will earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades, as well as the pre-apprenticeship program. Join them Saturday, May 2nd, as 4th-year apprentices from their 6 crafts participate in competitions and demonstrations. Find out more at eascarpenterstech.edu.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. PA only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people, by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
It's time for the once-a-year Spring Patio and Hot Tub Roadshow, only at Pool City. Pool City has Pittsburgh's largest patio furniture selection designed to last a lifetime. New or pricing, your choice for only $14.99. Plus, accessorize with a free outdoor area rug on your patio purchase. Complete your patio with new models from Jacuzzi. Huge deals at every budget, like the 6-person Sun and Soul Hot Tub, only $79.99. Pool City's Patio and Hot Tub Roadshow ends May 4th. Hurry!
Must finance HML low APR tier 1 through 2. Advance 24 monthly, 7,500 miles per year, $39.99 due at signing. MSRP 24,110. All offers plus tax, acquisition fees, title plates, and dealer.fee. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers at 4/30/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE with 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease the new 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE with payments as low as just $69 a month. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
For a true German beer garden experience during the draft, visit the Teutonia Manor Corps at 857 Phineas Street in historic Deutschtown on the north side. German food paired with Munich's Hacker Peshore beer on tap. Prost, open to the public Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Just ready to get to work, you know?
It's Saturday, and our exclusive draft coverage continues with the Fans NFL Draft Special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Charlie, something very, very good for us has happened. The clip of Pony fighting with the guy who called him up to say he should, in fact, quit his job is starting to go viral. That is going to sit very, very well with one Content Craig Herbert Riley.
Should I make a video?
You could, but I think a lot of people already have it out there, too. They may have done the job for you. Because I know this guy listens to the station a whole lot, and he's a fan of mine, not so much Andrew. Penguins Jesus put it out there. I think it might have been Chris Dokish who put it out there, and his tweet has blown up. And he didn't even put the video. He just basically told the people what happened. The video got posted in the comments. I don't even know if it might have been by the actual guy that called. And now Awful announcing a post. Andrew Filipponi keeps his job on a technicality over the Steelers' Drew Aller promise.
Yeah, I'm making a video. Craig, if you're listening, I'm making a video.
Craig may actually be upset that you haven't made a video yet, since that happened a couple of hours ago.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get on you, Charlie, because there's a lot of moving parts.
It's been a long weekend for everybody.
Yep. They got the write-up already. And now I'm looking to see if they bring up anything that happened on the show. I don't know if they have the clip in here or not. But it's now getting out there to people, Charlie, what happened a couple of hours ago in Pony's random weekend appearance on the Fan. He hasn't done that in quite some time. He wanted to do this with me. He wanted to be on for basically the whole fourth round. He stuck around until 2 o'clock. And now it's out there. His verbal confrontation with a fan who I don't think showed up here today by 2 o'clock. We would have heard about it by now. Handful of picks left to go in round number 5 of the NFL draft. Right after the Steelers selected at 169, Riley Nowakowski, the tight end from Indiana. Interesting post from the Steelers when they put it out there on social media. The former athlete, I just saw Pony walk into the building. Is he in that booth with you right now? Tell him to come in here. What? Why did you pop back in? I thought you were long gone. I thought you were at home.
I was doing my FanDuel show. You know, I still have jobs. Just to let people know, I still have gainful
So
employment
Pony
here.
was doing one of his other jobs in the back.
Yeah.
So this dude could be in the parking lot just pacing around.
I can't hear you
walking
right
around.
now because my headphones aren't.
Charlie said the guy could be in the parking lot for like 2 hours now waiting for you. 90 minutes since that came around 2 o'clock.
Well, he's going to miss out on his photo op with me then, I guess. My bad.
I mean, he could be still out there. You never know.
We think the clip is starting to go viral, Pony.
Which one? Of what I said?
Yes.
Okay.
Not you outright saying that you would quit your job, but the phone call.
Oh, really?
The man that called in.
Who's taking it viral?
Well, Penguins Jesus put it out there.
Dokish tweeted it.
Awful Announcing just put out an article about it. I don't know if they have I didn't look through their article yet to see if they have it in the post.
Maybe it was Penguins Jesus who called.
It might have been. Well, I'm uploading a video on our end as well.
Yeah, because you know that Craig's going to want that baby to go viral.
All right. Well, I'm getting out of here.
All
See
right.
you, boys.
You have fun. I was just surprised to still see you in the building.
You can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
Nick Farabaugh will be joining us here momentarily. But the Steelers coming off their most recent pick, a converted linebacker is what Nowakowski is as well. He spent 2 seasons as a linebacker with the Wisconsin Badgers in 2020 and 2021, but only playing a combined 5 games. He then spent 3 more seasons in Wisconsin where he converted to fullback and then played a little bit of tight end. And then he was a tight end on the Indiana National Championship team in 2025. So this is somebody else that not exactly young coming out of school. He played 6 seasons of college football. Got that granted extra season during COVID, only played 2 games in 21. So, I mean, they give out eligibility in college athletics now like it's candy. So that's a little bit of Nowakowski's story. To me, this feels as simple as the Connor Hayward replacement. This doesn't feel to me like it's going to be a guy that truly plays tight end. Like it's any worry for Darnell Washington, Pat Freiermuth. Why are you shaking your head, Charlie?
I'm trying to grab Mr. Faribault.
Oh.
It's going right to voicemail.
What the heck's he doing?
I have no idea. Normally he's on video. He's not on the video. It's going right to voicemail. Honestly, his voicemail sounds like it's like him, but like 20 years ago.
Yeah, I think I got his voicemail once when we were having him on, and I was very thrown off by it was pre-pubescent.
Like a young Faribault.
Yeah, very, very young Faribault.
Pre-man bun.
Well, I hope everything is okay with him. And we're going to try to get Nick Faribault here in a few. He just tweeted something out. So what's happening here? Now I feel like Joe. The guy tweets something out 7 seconds ago, but he's not answering the phone. It might be a little bit thrown out of whack because they just made this pick. I'm wondering if that's part of it. And if that is why he has been unable to answer. I can't say that I'm in love with what the Steelers have done so far today. I know that people already get upset about sounding like I'm complaining if I'm not in love with every single pick. I guess I just would have gone a little bit in a different direction with some of these, but these could be more and more weapons if it's what Mike McCarthy wants to do. And benefit of the doubt will go to somebody that has that offensive background the way that Mike McCarthy does. So I didn't really care for a kick return guy that got picked what looked like about 100 slots ahead of where he should have been. But now they go with a guy that has a little bit of tight end fullback versatility, but I'm not going to get overly excited about what he can bring to the table. If it's similar though, to what Connor Hayward could do, then that may change the calculus a little bit and bring something to the Steelers on offense. 412-928-9370. By the way, 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com and register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. We'll take a little break here. We'll see if we can get Nick Farabaugh on the other side. If not, we may hear from one of these new Steelers around the bend. That's next. It is our NFL Draft Special on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins Flyers tonight in Philly at 8 o'clock. If the Penguins lose, they're out. Artur Shilovs is in the net instead of Stuart Skinner. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi can't be beat. New 2026 Outlanders, $5,000 off, or finance at 2.99% for 60 months. Outlander Sports, take up to $4,000 off. How about Eclipse Cross, up to $3,000 off? Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our spring savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Thursday, April 23rd through Saturday, April 25th. Come see the stunning Kenzie Taylor only at Cheerleaders.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, the road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock, with John Party.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight.
Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
South Hills Kia, let's go. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and they're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I'm ready to just get out there and just soak it all in like a sponge.
Back to Donnie Football with more of our 2026 NFL Draft Special powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is the 2026 NFL Draft in Pittsburgh on a gloomy, rainy Saturday outside of Acrisure Stadium. We are back in our Green Tree Studios. Donnie Football with you until 6 at the latest. We'll see just how far this draft does go, but Dan Zangrilli will have Pirates pregame coverage on the Fan beginning at 6, Buccos and Brewers at 7:10. We have finally tracked the man down, the man with the man bun, a fan favorite on 93.7 The Fan. That is our guy, Nick Farabaugh from PennLive.com. Nick getting caught up there in that presser with the Steelers' newest pick, Charlie Riley Nowakowski, the national champion from Indiana. Did they just get the Connor Hayward replacement here, Nick?
Yeah, and I think as a tight end offensive player, he's a better player than Connor Hayward was. And so that's, I think, really nice, man. He can play tight end. He can play H-back. He can play fullback. They're listing him as a fullback. So I think he's going to be utilized a lot in the backfield there as a lead blocker, as a guy that's maybe in the offset. He can pull. He's a really solid all-around football player. I think this is really good value for him. Honestly, he was a guy that I kind of pointed out throughout the process where, I was like, he's a very Steelers-y-like player, and he can do a lot of different roles. He can play special teams. So this is a really good pick. It's probably my favorite pick of theirs since Jeremy Bernard in the second round, actually.
Second favorite pick here by the Steelers, going with Nowakowski here.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, I think. I think the Steelers in this draft have kind of been all over the map in value. Like, I think sometimes, like with the Weegan pick, it's like that's probably a little too early for him. But on other sides, you see, Dunker, for example, great value. Bernard, good value. But Nowakowski as well, I think good value here just for what he does. I think the way he's going to condense roles into one player, the way that you can utilize him out of the backfield, the way he can really be kind of a true backup to Darnell Washington in some ways, where if Washington gets hurt, They have another sure blocker that can move in space. So the run game just doesn't die on arrival without him in there. I think that's very important. I don't think they had that last year, and I think that is going to be something that they are really going to like.
So you said Jeremy Bernard is your favorite Steelers pick so far. Explain that one.
Yeah, so Bernard to me is just a really good dirty worker. I think the way I would talk about him is not too dissimilar from the way we talked about Omar Cooper, Johnny. I mean, we talk about Omar Cooper all the time, but right after the catch, tough, catches everything through traffic. He is going to block his behind off. He doesn't have elite speed, but it's good enough. He's got enough quickness to shake people in space and get open. He can beat man-to-man coverage, discard press. He's a very high-character player. This is a glue guy. I think, you talk about him as kind of like, that Robert Woods vein type of player. He's not going to be your one, but he can be a good 2-3. And so he's just a really solid player, very high floor, catches everything thrown his way. When Alabama and Ty Simpson needed something to go right in the big moments, they went to Jeremy Bernard. And so I think this is a really good pick. And I really like their wide receiver room now. The top three of this wide receiver room being Bernard, Pittman, and Metcalf is a good complement of skill sets. They're different from one another. They don't kind of step over each other's toes, and they will be very, very good in 12 or 11 personnel.
What does it mean for Roman Wilson's future in the black and gold?
I'm going to tell you what. I actually think Roman Wilson right now is a big winner from today, because I'm a little surprised that they haven't drafted another true wide receiver. Like, Weegan is not going to be a true wide receiver. He's not going to get a ton of offensive snaps. So they're probably going to keep 6 wide receivers because they play 11 personnel. Well, Skowronek's there for special teams. So who would the other receiver be that would stay on the roster? Right now, it's sure hard to argue it's not Roman Wilson. And so Roman Wilson could still be on thin ice, and I think has to prove himself. If he can be a gunner, he did some gunner work last year, that'd be nice for him. But honestly, I thought Roman Wilson, we would be talking about this as a very gloomy day for him, but I honestly don't see it that way. I think Roman Wilson has to be kind of happy with how it's happened today and looking at his chances of making the roster.
What is your feel on the Weegan pick? It seemed like that's a player that they could have very easily gotten later in this draft. They choose him at 121. They probably could have taken him at 169 a little bit ago. Hell, even after that trade, I think the guy definitely would have been there at 210.
I don't know if he would have been there at 210 because he's the best returner in this class, and he is not just your usual returner. Weegan is like a once in 3 or 4 drafts type of returner process. And I think that is what makes him unique. Now, that doesn't make him worthy of a 4th round select. I'm certainly not going to argue that. I think that was at least around early for sure. We're talking about a guy here that had 46 offensive touches at Iowa. I mean, that is just a lot of lost value. But he does have 4 punt return touchdowns, 2 kick return touchdowns, back-to-back Jet Award winner. He is dynamic with the ball in his hand. There's no doubt about it. My feeling is, and I like to draw direct comps to people in Dallas because I think it is kind of how Mike McCarthy views some of this. I think Hayden Weegan is his KaVontae Turpin. That's kind of how I think he's going to view this. So I like the player a lot, but I just don't think the value for a returner only in the 4th round is worth it. It's too early to take a role that specialized.
I know we are way far out, but how little on offense do you expect him to play? Weegan, that is.
So here's the thing. 22 of his 30 touches last year in the passing game were behind the line of scrimmage. It was screens, it was hitches, it was flat routes, and that's really all he ran. He didn't run a lot of anything else. Now, he showed at the Shrine Bowl maybe he can run crossers, and I looked up KaVontae Turpin's numbers when he was utilized in Dallas. He had a 430-yard receiving yard season in 2024, Mike McCarthy's last year there, and about 80% of his routes were the exact same 4 routes that I just talked about. So, to me, it's almost a direct comparison. Now, he's not going to get the usage KaVontae Turpin did that year because KaVontae Turpin was a veteran that could be utilized like that. But I do think that he's going to probably get very limited touches. And when he does He might get some jet sweeps because he was a running back when he first started. He's a guy that I think will get some screen passes. Like, he'll get a manufactured touch here and there. But year one, like, the impact he's going to have on offense is minimal. Maybe by year 3 or 4, we're talking about him as, like, a legitimate piece that could be a manufactured touch guy.
Talking to our guy, Nick Farabaugh. He covers the Steelers for PennLive.com. Nick, your initial reaction last night at number 76 when you found out the Steelers were taking Drew Aller?
Honestly, Bechtold was my first reaction, but I look at Aller and I said, I understand it, I get it, I don't like it. That's kind of what I came from. I understand taking bites from the apple at quarterback and taking a high upside bite of the apple. They needed a ceiling raiser. They needed someone that had ceiling, not floor. That's why I was so against the idea of a Carson Beck pick. And I think the Carson Beck pick to Arizona is far worse than what the Steelers did at 76, getting Drew Aller. At least you talk yourself into Aller. Prototypical size, big arm, functional mobility. Like, highly smart kid, guy that is loved in the locker room. The intangibles are great. There's ways to talk yourself into Drew Aller. Now, I'm not talking myself into Drew Aller in the 3rd round at 76 overall. I'm talking into myself with Drew Aller like 121. If they'd taken him at 121, I would have said, I get it. That's a really fine pick. You take a bite of the apple. You take a very high, basically a high ceiling, high potential player at that spot. But he does struggle with a lot of things. I mean, the footwork is a mess. He's scattershot accuracy-wise. The release can get a little long. He kind of jumps into pressure a little too much. He's tough, but he can really wind himself and almost drip into that pressure. And he doesn't get through his reads consistently. He has to be better playing the quarterback position. The idea of Drew Aller has always been fantastic. The actual play of Drew Aller has always fallen beyond that, where he has not met those expectations. And I don't think that he's been given the best circumstances, right? The weapons that he had sometimes outside of Tyler Warren, like the receivers, I get it. We're not that good. And so I get that part of it. But I also think you look at some of his own faults, and there's a lot of preventable things from his own side on his tape. So to me, he's just such a raw prospect. I didn't value him as a 3rd-round player. I value him more in the day 3 range. And so that's kind of where I came from. I think it's a round too early for him, but I certainly understand why they did it and the process behind it.
Due to his draft slot, do you think he immediately gets put ahead of Will Howard?
I don't. I think he's going to probably be on the same plane as him. I think those two guys are going to get a lot of reps. I mean, listen, this move puts Mason Rudolph on the outs. He's got to perform. Mason Rudolph has to show up at training camp this year and have a really good camp. He can't just dust by, because if Aller and Howard perform like they could, this could be very much the same spot Landry Jones was in. You remember that year. They had 2 young quarterbacks, Mason Rudolph and Josh Dobbs, and they cut Landry Jones. And so Mason Rudolph could be in a very similar spot in that regard. I do think that these guys are probably going to be like co-QB2s almost, like 3-way QB2 battle. And it's kind of how I'm viewing this. And if Aller's good enough, he can be the backup. I mean, he is a top 76, almost a top 75 draft pick as a result of where they picked him. So he's certainly going to get a lot of opportunities, but I don't think his depth chart's going to be really crystallized as long as Aaron Rodgers signs behind Aaron Rodgers. So I think these guys will get to prove what they have, and whoever picks up the playbook and can show it on the field is going to end up being the backup in the QB3.
What is your sense right now with Rodgers, the maybe percentage that you have in mind of him coming back?
I mean, I still think it's like 95% that he's coming back, something like that. It's a very high percentage, Donnie. He is very engaged in what they're doing. I think he's made it clear. And I said this before. I mean, they put minicamp in the middle of OTAs. Like, mandatory minicamp is in the middle of the 10 OTA sessions. There's a reason for it, I think. It's probably because I think Aaron Rodgers is going to ink his deal before that. And, you know, Mike McCarthy's comments on the Rich Eisen show talking about how he didn't even need Aaron Rodgers at OTAs, to me, is pretty revealing that obviously he is probably going to sign then. And so I think he is going to come back. I think he will be a Pittsburgh Steeler. I think he will be the starting quarterback next year. And then behind that, you'll see how it filters out.
Nick, we are in store in late August for one of the more electric preseason games in Steelers history. Assuming they keep on with the tradition with David Tepper's Carolina Panthers, there could be a preseason football game where it is the combination of Will Howard and Drew Aller against Kenny Pickett. Do you realize that?
That is truly unbelievable, but it's great. Can we get like Will Greer in there too? Like just for it? I don't know. Can Geno Smith just sign a one-day contract with the Panthers and the Jets can just be like, yeah, go there or something? We need a WVU tie into this. But yeah, either way, that's going to be crazy. The storylines that week talking about that are going to be certainly something to watch, Donnie.
Nick, I feel like Dalen Everett is the forgotten man in all of this because he goes in the middle of the third round last night. But Ihanachor, since he's the first rounder, you're going to talk about that guy. Jeremy Bernard, they trade up for a wide receiver like a lot of people wanted them to do. Aller is a quarterback, and he went to Penn State. Jennings Dunker is like the textbook definition of what the typical Steelers fan would want out of an offensive lineman. And then there's Dalen Everett in the middle. Tell me more about him. I love the fact that the dude was healthy for his entire college career. This guy, never missed a game.
Yeah, he was a team captain. He was the leader of that secondary room. Listen, Dalen Everett is a guy that is a very, very good athlete. Testing-wise, I think on tape, it doesn't always look like that. He is like the most hit-or-miss player. He's a very smart player, but he sometimes plays a little bit undisciplined, a little loose. He holds when he doesn't need to. He sometimes doesn't have great technique and can get beat off the line of scrimmage. Watch this game against DeJon Stribling, and it's really rough. Stribling dominated that matchup, but then you watch other matchups. I mean, you think about, his game against Alabama. You think about his game against Chris Brazzell. I mean, he performs in some of the biggest games Georgia had at his best. He rises to the occasion. He's a big game player. And so the name of his game is inconsistency. The technique is inconsistent, but he's very smart. He's a hard, diligent worker. He's already got special teams experience. That's where he's going to be. And the good thing is now that you have Jamel Dean, you don't need to play him right off the bat. You can really let him develop 2 years probably, even 3 if Dean's still going, and then you can throw him out there. He's very physical. He's a press man corner, which is what they have in Dean and Porter. So he fits what they have already in the corner room. So there's a good deal to like about him. There's also a good deal, I think, of question marks. Personally, there were other guys on the board that I liked, but Julian Neal went 15 picks later to the Seahawks. I prefer him as a player. Mm-hmm. Keith Abney, the Arizona State corner, I preferred him a little bit. But I understand the kind of swing on tools. And a developmental player at that position, not a bad swing considering what you got already. You have Dean and Porter, so he's not going to have to play right away.
Nick, what does the offensive line look like week 1 of next season? Because I think Jennings Dunker starts day 1 at left guard. I don't know if we can say the same about Maxie Ihanachor being the day 1 starter.
I'm a little skeptical about Dunker starting. I think, about the persona is phenomenal. The violence he plays with, the mindset is very infectious. But I also think he is somebody that has a lot of work to do in pass pro. And I think that's a little scary when you have Aaron Rodgers potentially being your quarterback. It's just his hands get wide. He opens his chest too much. And since he's going to be moving inside the guard, that matters a lot, especially if you're facing Dexter Lawrence. And so that's something I think that is going to be something to look at for him. I think he is really, really kind of polished in the run game, though, so that will give him a leg up. But I do think Brock Hoffman is a good player. Here's where I kind of view the offensive line, and this is just my kind of what I would think right now. I think that at left tackle, I think that's probably going to be Troy Fautanu. Now, that could be Dylan Cook or Broderick Jones, but I think, that's probably where he goes. I think Ihanachor is going to be a right tackle. I think they're going to keep him there. I don't think they're going to try and mess with it too much. I think Fautanu has shown the ability to move sides. So I think maybe we'll kind of move Fautanu rather than moving Ihanachor, which I think is the right move to make, honestly. And I think Ihanachor is probably the favorite to start at right tackle. And the reason I say that is because I do think he's maybe a little less raw than people give him credit for. There's a lot to work with there. He's taken a lot of tremendous strides throughout his career. He's going to be 23. So it's not like he's like a spring chicken. He's played a lot of football. And so I do think you look at him, and I think he can have a better camp than people give him credit for. He's going to be thrown in the fire against these edge rushers. So we'll see where that goes. But I think he could start, and then obviously the injury, we'll see at left guard. I think any three of those guys could win it. I don't think Dunker's a slam dunk. I don't mean to do that. Kind of put it's not pun intended, but I don't think he's a slam dunk to start week one. But I think there's also this idea, what if, and I think the real wild card, it's not even Broderick Jones with the neck. I think the real wild card in this, Don, is Dylan Cook. Like, what if what he showed at the end of last year is real? What if he has an unbelievable camp in preseason, and you're like, we just cannot keep Dylan Cook off the football field? And so that's one to watch. I think Dylan Cook is a forgotten man right now, and if he showcases what he did at the end of last year, continues it, we could see him force his way to the starting lineup, and that's where interesting discussions start to happen. Stockton State right tackle, do you start to kind of throw out the left guard idea for him? Like, I think Dylan Cook, if he has a really good preseason and training camp, could really shake up this room.
What do you think is more likely, Dylan Cook being that guy that makes it hard to get him off the field, or Broderick Jones coming from the ashes and doing it?
Man, that's a tough question because Broderick's neck is such a question mark. I'll say Dylan Cook because I do think Broderick Jones' neck is a really, really big question mark. I mean, he could be ready for the preseason. He could be ready for week one. He could be ready for training camp. The timeline there, if he's not ready for training camp, I think that really diminishes his chances of being a starting player. And he's shown swing tackle ability, so you can make him your swing tackle if you need it. So I'm going to say Dylan Cook because we're talking about a guy that was legitimately good. And Broderick Jones, I mean, when he played last year, he struggled at times. He wasn't perfect. He had probably the best year of his career, but I still don't think it was, the level of a high-level starting offensive tackle, not even necessarily a super average one. It was kind of a low-average starting tackle, and Cook immediately gave them average tackle play. So I think I'm going to go with Dylan Cook.
Nick, how do you want to see them finish this thing out?
Yeah, so, I mean, I'd like to see them address the safety position. I think that's a big, big need that they still have. There are some guys out there, theoretically, that they could maybe add to that room. But a lot of those guys have already been picked off the board. So safety's a little thin, but I definitely think they need someone depth-wise to that room. They still have not signed Darnell Savage, so the depth is just non-existent. So if they get a safety slot guy, I think that'd be a good thing. I'd like to see them add a linebacker, kind of a young linebacker to compete with Carson Bruner for that job. I'd like to see them add another young interior defensive lineman as well. They have 3 picks. So that would probably be my 3. I don't really see another need to go on the offensive line. I don't think you need a running back. I don't think you need an edge. So I'd like, a safety and a linebacker and then a DT. So I'd probably go more so in the defensive route. I will say this, and I've had my thoughts about this, Donnie. They only have one punter. Could they draft a punter in the 7th round? I'm not going to rule it out.
Oh man, I don't want that. They already took the return specialist. Stay away from the special teams is what I say. How about the pick the Browns just made, Nick? Before I let you go, Taylon Green, the quarterback from Arkansas.
There you go. Nussmeier is still on the board, huh?
Nussmeier is still out there.
Man, the oblique injury and stuff must be really bad. So I think Taylon Green, man, that's a fun fit for him. I mean, they got a guy there that is a developmental prospect, and if it doesn't work out, they can stash him and let him be a guy that can just figure out tight end or wide receiver. I think that's the beauty of Taylon Green. So I really like that pick, given where they are. I mean, that's the type of swing. That's the type of high-ceiling swings you make on late day 3.
Nick Farabaugh, you know him, the man with the man bun. Covers the Steelers for PennLive.com. Nick, thanks for taking the time, brother.
Thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate that.
There we go. Nick Farabaugh, and we send him on his way. Coming up, you can join the conversation at 412-928-9370. We will have John Ledgard from the Audibles and Analytics podcast, also the Yins Know Ball podcast at some point, maybe 4:30, maybe a little bit after that. Jeff Hathorn will eventually join the show as well. Let's hear from some of these Steelers draft picks, and perhaps we could start with the top guy coming up next. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Temps in the 60s on Sunday. We will get back into the 70s on Monday. Coming up, Maxie Honachor. He met with Steelers media for the first time yesterday. Let's hear what the first-round pick had to say as our NFL draft special continues on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. The next 30 seconds could save you hundreds on your car insurance. At The Hartford, we're passionate about your protection. If you're 50 or over, AARP Auto Insurance from The Hartford gives you benefits that really matter. And you could save $597 when you switch. How's that for a little peace of mind? Visit trusthartford.com today. The Hartford, your protection is our passion. The Hartford Insurance Group, Inc. pays royalty fees to AARP for the use of its intellectual property. AARP and its affiliates are not insurers. Savings vary.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. New casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game, The Sweetest Collectum, plus up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win.
Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The draft is coming to Pittsburgh, and the party starts at Ross Park Mall. Get ready for a pregame ticket drop for Jason Aldean concert tickets April 20th from 5 to 6 p.m. Don't miss it. All week long, enjoy game day fun with photo ops, exclusive deals, and your chance to win a $1,000 shopping spree. Celebrate in style at Pittsburgh's premier luxury and shopping destination with more than 150 stores and restaurants. Ross Park Mall, where the draft meets destination shopping.
Okay, here we are. Weather is heating up, so start to think spring, think summer. Get to Schultz Ford. Maybe you want that convertible. Now's the time. Grab it now. That convertible Mustang, and man, are they sharp. You're going to go on vacation. Maybe you're driving. Maybe you're the driving type, right? You want to drive to the beach? How about that Expedition? How about that Explorer? Load in, and the family could take all they want to the beach. Yep. Check it out, SchultzFord.com, right? All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. The customer service, spectacular. Hey, you need your car serviced? Pickup and delivery. They have that option. Also, mobile service, something small. They'll come right to your driveway, get it done for you, and you don't even need to leave your living room. That's fantastic. So get to all the locations, and if you just want to browse around, check it out online. Always open at SchultzFord.com.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins and Flyers tonight, 8 o'clock puck drop in Philadelphia. The Flyers win. The Penguins are out of the playoffs, getting swept. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
NFL Draft. It's Draft Day 3, and Johnny Football has you covered with our exclusive draft special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Charlie, I think I owe you Twitter from last hour, so I want to tell the folks that they can tune in there. They can follow us there at 93.7 The Fan, which is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. It is our 93.7 The Fan NFL Draft Special. We take you up until 6 o'clock. Pirates baseball on the air tonight. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show starting at 6. First pitch at 7:10. Maxi Honachor, the Steelers' first-round pick, 21 overall. He met with the Steelers media yesterday. Let's listen to what we got from the first-rounder.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, and we're excited to welcome Maxi Honachor to Pittsburgh today after a red eye last night. So, Max, I hope you're feeling all right. Yeah. But we're pleased to have somebody who played in 32 games in his college career, gave up 3 sacks in 1,150 passing attempts, and just had a great week at the Senior Bowl. So a lot to get excited about Max being here. And of course, he is the first player that we've drafted from Arizona State since Marvell Smith. So great role model for you there, Max. So I'm pleased to introduce Max Honachor. Welcome, Max.
Sir, thank you so much.
All righty, sir.
I just want to give a special thank you to, Mr. Rooney right here for bringing me in, man, giving me the opportunity. Mr. Khan and Mr. McCarthy, man, thank you for real. This means a lot to me. I'm ready to get to work, man.
All right, we'll open up the questions.
Who do you know about him? Say it again. Who do you know about him? I know a little bit, man. He played at ASU, got drafted in 2000, second-round pick. Played here for about 8 years before going to the Niners. So he's a really good player, man.
First of all, can you pronounce your last name?
Yeah, last name's pronounced Honachor. Yep.
Take me through kind of your emotions of the night and your family, just what it all meant, and then how, last night, how you got here today. Take us through that.
Yeah, honestly, man, yesterday's unbelievable. It was just a surreal moment for just me and the family. Family was there, friends was there, coaches that, was with me where it all started, JUCO. So, just, got to really say thank you again to them in person, man. So it was really a special moment, and I'm happy I got to share that with them.
Max, whenever you first started playing football at junior college, did you have ever expected this opportunity or envisioned this opportunity to be a first-round pick?
When I first started, honestly, man, I knew it was going to be hard. But obviously, the vision was there, but I knew it was going to be hard. So, just try to get better every day, man, and just put your head down and work, not to try to look too ahead and try to just, predict stuff. Just work every day. That was my whole motto, man. So, yeah.
Max, you told me yesterday about your AAU basketball coach being the inspiration for making the switch to the football field. Was there a specific conversations he had about you, or was it just kind of a cumulative thing, and what was some of those conversations like?
Honestly, it was after a summer basketball game. We was in the car. He just brought it up. He already told me a little bit, but he brought it up, and we actually had a real conversation in the car. And it was probably 30-minute conversation. He was like, man, look, I know high school's over. It's basketball stuff, man. You probably look into football because he played back in his day, played at San Jose State, played probably a year or two in the league. He was just really advising me on that, telling me to really look forward to it. So I went down south with the head coach and she had vision me being an offensive lineman. And ever since then, it's just been history.
Max, when you started playing, what did you immediately like about football, and then what was the hardest thing for you to get into?
I'll definitely say, man, football, man, like the best thing I loved was just the process, man. Just going through it, man. It's going to be a hard time just embracing that moment, just learning from it. And definitely on the field, man, just punishing people. Like in JUCO, like I was just fun, just getting to bully people, man.
Max, even taking us back further than that, what was it like coming here to the U.S. from Nigeria as a 13-year-old? I'm guessing football is pretty far from your mind.
Yeah, I mean, our football, it was called football, but it was soccer back home. Man, it's crazy. Just coming as a kid, just excited. I mean, I watched a lot of American movies, seen snow. Got to see snow for the first time in Atlanta. That's where we lived for 6 months. I remember me and my little brother right there went outside trying to catch it and stuff. It was definitely a fun moment as kids, man. But, I mean, for my parents, it's making that transition, sacrificing everything they had built back home to put us in a better position for education. Like, big shout out to them.
Max, when you first started playing football, was it always offensive line right away? And what did you sort of grow to love about that job?
Only position I ever played, definitely offensive lineman. I ain't really had no other choice. Just coming in that late, man. Head coach showed me offensive line. He didn't bring no other position up, and that was all I was used to and just played.
Now, back to your JUCO head coach.
Yeah.
Where you recall some of the early days of you playing football, maybe some of the growing pains you went through. What were maybe some of the most difficult things to get a hold of in those first days? What do you remember about those first experiences in football?
Honestly, man, going in, I mean, I just remember, I keep saying this, like, I was like, what the hell is an A gap? Like, a B gap. It was like, you got to know all these things. I'm like, bro, you can't just line up and just go block. It was like, nah, you need to know. So just being detailed as offensive lineman, just knowing the little things really matter in this game, man. It's a game of inches. Just, being detailed definitely as offensive lineman, that's key. So just that whole piece of it, man, that was just really it.
Mike McCarthy spoke last time about positional flexibility and the importance of that. How do you embrace possibly playing another position outside of right tackle?
Yeah, I'm open to it. I've been training this whole offseason for it. I mean, I play left tackle in JUCO, play right tackle at ASU, whatever the coaches put me at, that's where I play. So, I mean, just open to that, just, ready to just get to work.
Along those lines, too, how much do you know about the other guys who got through on the offensive line in Pittsburgh now?
I watched a lot of offensive linemen. Broderick, when he got drafted, Georgia, watched him. Troy Fautana, got to play him. He actually texted me last night, too, welcoming me. Got to watch him, played against him when they won the championship that year. It was just really cool seeing him reaching out to me and just welcoming me. But Andrews Pete, he played quite a time. I played with his younger brother at ASU, too, so, yeah.
Max, is this your first time?
Yeah, it's my first time. Yeah. Man, it's beautiful. I just remember that tunnel, coming out that tunnel, and just bam, just hit me. I was like, okay, yeah, liked it.
Max, your offensive line coach Saad was talking about this earlier today. He said that he found you sort of by accident in junior college as you're going to look at another tackle.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that was sort of fate for you to wind up where you did at Arizona State, following him out there, and you have the same feeling about how you wound up here?
Nah, I mean, honestly, man, everything happens for a reason, man. It's really just all God's plan. So, I mean, that's how, he met me, and, I can't be mad at that. Just the opportunity. He also got to recruit the other tackle that was there, too. He's a hell of a good player. But, just all God's plan. It all just worked out in his favor. Without him, none of this is possible. So, yeah.
Do you remember what you did maybe to impress him to catch his eye that day?
Honestly, we never really know when coaches really come in and practice. Just like kind of just show up and watch it. Just practice hard like I always do. So I must, he like that. So, yeah.
We did talk with your JUCO coach earlier today. He also mentioned a little bit when you came up to him and said, I know what football is for me. I don't want to do this anymore. Looking back at that person now, what would be your message?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that first year was rough. Switching a new sport, wasn't playing, had to gain weight. And honestly, if you guys are used to Nigerian parents, like they love doctors, nurses. So my mom was kind of on my ass. She was like, "Man, you're not even playing. You're wasting your time. Like you should go to a 4-year." So I mean, just trying to own that respect. So I went in and just really sat down. And I'm like, man, like my parents, they wanted me to go to a 4-year. That's the whole point of us coming out here. They're really big on education. So, I mean, the first year was really rough, man. But I mean, that just showed, I just stayed through it and just kept fighting every day and just trying to just get better. So, yeah.
Max, as of right now, what do you enjoy the most, pass protect or run block?
I love both. I take pride in both those. They're very big aspects, but obviously running the ball really helps a lot. Make everybody else's job easier when you can run the ball efficiently. But I'll definitely say really both. They're pretty high, protecting the quarterback. Just taking pride in my job. I mean, that's what I'm here for. It's pass protect and run block.
When you saw Bailey get drafted so high, did you say, I beat that guy?
Say it again?
Bailey, the two big from Texas Tech, last night.
Yeah.
You said to yourself,
we did beat them. We was the only loss they had until the playoffs. So, he was a great matchup, man. I also trained with him this off season. He's a great guy. Just both guys just being competitive. Just going out there and just playing hard. I was excited for him though. Yeah.
Did you think to yourself, I can do this. I should go to the top two.
No, I know I could do this for sure. Without that, I know for sure I could do this.
How much time not knowing for an AGAP when you first played the sport?
Yeah.
Where do you feel you're at? Do you feel like you're still learning in terms of what you need to do, or where are you at in that kind of, especially NFL level?
No, I'm straight. I was just, just the little details in football. Everything else, it's pretty just, play wise and stuff. Just really just doing your job. And yeah, that's just the small details at the time that I didn't understand. I thought you just line up and just play, but nah, it's more stuff to it for sure.
You're telling a story about the question of football was ranked for you at one point. Was that the toughest moment in this journey, or did something else came out of that?
That was just, I wouldn't say it was just tough. It was just like kind of like everybody around me, even my basketball coaches from high school, parents. Like, they was just like, why did you leave basketball? You know what I mean? So it was kind of tough. I was really young. I was 17 at the time, just trying to just figure football out by myself. So it was definitely a growing moment for me. Definitely needed. Yeah.
Actually, we talked about having some doubts at some point, and you were saying, before that matchup with Texas Tech, you knew you could do this. Was there a moment in there when that clicked for you that you were going to be able to do this as a career?
Yeah, I'll definitely say first year at ASU, man, just playing that first year when I got there from JUCO. I grew so much in that first year after that first year, and ever since then, it's just been just confidence level that's higher. So, yeah.
Max, you're relatively new to the game. How have you developed a love for the game? When you hear Omar and Mike and these guys talk about finding receivers, players, how do you develop a love for the game?
I definitely say, man, like throughout the whole process, man, that's what I fell in love with. Started with the process for sure. Just, waking up every day, going to just, especially in this position, man, it's one of the most selfish positions out there. So, just taking pride in my job, man, and just, going to war with the brothers next to me. That's what the whole fun is about, going out there and just, all 5 guys being on the same page, dominating, like, that's fun. And winning. I got to win a championship, Big 12, my year at ASU. One of the best moments of my life, other than last night. But, yeah.
As a latecomer to football, did you feel like teams in the pre-draft process were kind of trying to see, does this guy really love it? Is he just playing because he's big? We also had Cliff Vrabel kind of roughing you up the pro day getting in your grill. Is that something that teams were trying to ask you about in this process?
I wouldn't say nah. I wasn't really questioning about that. Like, just the way I just go about things, man. If you have questions about my love for the game, then you just gotta just watch harder, like just about how I do and just what I go about, what I'm about as a man. But I'll definitely say, the clip was a clip. He was just, just trying to just coach me up, hand placement and stuff like that, and just seeing like my recovery. Yeah.
Two more questions. Do you remember what you weighed when you started, when you were in high school? And did you actually grow height-wise too since you started playing football?
Honestly, I probably grew about like an inch, maybe. I'm not too sure on that, but I hope I did. But weight-wise, I was about like 250 going into JUCO. So, yeah.
All right, last one.
Do you feel like the moment you're here for drop off, do you feel like it's set in yet? And if so, what did it take you?
Say it again one more time.
Do you feel like it has said it yet? That you were drafted, you're there in Pittsburgh, you're not the first draft?
Man, I mean, it still feel like it's crazy. It's crazy still, man. I don't know if it's ever gonna die, but this is really exciting, man. Just being blessed. All you can ask for in this life is opportunity, man. You know, God, you pray for stuff. You just gotta do the work, and everything else falling apart. So, like I said, man, these guys, big shout out to them, Forever in Depth, ready to get to work.
There we go. The first-round pick of your Pittsburgh Steelers in 2026, Maxie Honachor, the offensive tackle from Arizona State. Impressive when you listen to him, polished in front of the media, and a player that didn't even move to the United States until he was 13. He talked about his upbringing coming from Nigeria, and the Steelers here are betting on their coaches in a big way. They didn't pick a guy that has a low ceiling and, you know, not a guy where the ceiling and the floor are very close. There is opportunity here for the floor to completely fall out, but there is also opportunity here that Honachor really does become an all-pro player, which would be awesome. I root for the player, no doubt. I always want these guys to do well because that means the Steelers then in turn are doing pretty well. I was frustrated on Thursday night a ton by how that process went. The optics of it looked terrible. Everything that happened involving the Philadelphia Eagles, where they basically just clowned the Steelers, and that just became a running joke really until the second round of the NFL draft began last night at 7 o'clock. John Ledgert is going to join us in just a few moments. This guy knows his stuff better than a lot of other people out there that follow football. And I think John may surprise you with what he has to say about who the Steelers selected at 21 overall. The Steelers are up again in about 20 picks. The Giants just chose J.C. Davis, the offensive tackle from Illinois, at 192. The Steelers' next pick is at 210 in round number 6. Penn State's Katron Allen went off the board a few minutes ago, 187 to the Washington Commanders. The Browns selected Taylon Green, the quarterback from Arkansas, to kick off round 6. Ledgert joins us next. You can shoot us a text at 412-928-9370 on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We continue with the NFL Draft Special 2026 next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Steelers have had 2 draft selections on day 3 of the NFL draft. Caden Weegan, a wide receiver from Iowa, and Riley Nowakowski. Did I pronounce that right, Donnie? Nowakowski?
Riley Nowakowski.
Nowakowski. There we go. A tight end from Indiana. However, on the Steelers' official Twitter page, they announced he was selected as a fullback. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. Recently, our company's softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win. Like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later.
Sound familiar, Dale?
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599 VIN TT 044098 RWD model 7186 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I respect them for taking that chance on me, and they're going to get everything I have.
Back to more of our 2026 NFL Draft Special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Our NFL Draft Special continues here on 93.7 The Fan. It's been a long weekend, but a fun weekend at that. Appreciate you being along for the ride, whether you are listening the old school way on the radio, maybe just in the car out and about on a gloomy Saturday in Pittsburgh, maybe on the Odyssey app if you're out of market, maybe one of the people watching on our YouTube and Twitter video streams. The numbers doing great this weekend. We had to deal with a Paul Skeens potential perfect game last night, and our numbers really didn't take a hit, Charlie. So that's how you know people in Pittsburgh. They may say that they get too much football. They ain't no such thing in Pittsburgh as too much football because they kept listening as Paul Skeens was dealing and dealing in Milwaukee. If you are watching, the other face on that screen is John Ledgard, Audibles and Analytics podcast, the Yins Know Ball podcast, a guy with Pittsburgh ties, Waynesburg ties as well, and he joins me here as part of our draft coverage on 93.7 The Fan. John, I think this will make a lot of people happy. When the Steelers drafted Maxie Honachor on Thursday night, you were one of the guys that got me to turn the tide a little bit because I do buy into a lot of what you say. You are somebody that absolutely does know ball, like the kids say on social media, and you're a fan of this pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the tools are there for Maxie Honachor to become a great tackle in the league. I think when you evaluate this position, especially in most classes, if you're a high upside guy and you're have all the tools and everything like that, and your tape is great, you go in the top 10 at this position. Almost always. Other than that, it's traits. Where do we find the traits? And sometimes the traits guys just go in the top 5, right? Lane Johnson was a great example of a player that just went high because of the traits. But Teron Armstead, David Bakhtiari, Jordan Mailata had not even played football, right? Like the traits. Traits matter at this position. This position gets developed more so than any other position in the league. A lot of positions doesn't happen in the league. It's fool's gold. It doesn't really work out that way. This position does. So you should be drafting looking at traits, athleticism, length, physicality, like even play demeanor traits, I think are an important thing to look at. He has those things. Honachor is not a perfect player at all. If you put on the tape of any tackle in this class, I would say you're going to find flaws. You're going to find things that need to work. I would say the things with Maxie Honachor that need to improve are things that are easier to improve than some other players have. He's great out of the stance. He can really move and mirror guys. He has the physical strength. He has the anchor to not get rocked back into the quarterback every single time, every single rep. So I think those baseline things are there. He has to improve the strike timing. He's a high hands carry guy. He carries his hands really up here. Most guys are carrying him lower these days. I think it's fine that he carries them high. It's old school stuff. Campen, the new O-line coach, may actually prefer that he carries them high, but he's got to improve the timing, the placement of his hands too wide a lot of the time. Guys get into his pad. So there are issues. There are issues with every single tackle in this class. So he was my number one guy just based on traits and upside. Blake Miller, probably the best tape in 2025 and is the best guy right away, but Ihanachour is the guy I would have rolled the dice on for the Steelers timeline.
Is Ihanachour somebody that you would want to see starting week one, or do you think it's best for the Steelers to slow roll this a little bit if they want to get the best ROI?
Good question. What is the offense going to look like? Who's the quarterback? Is he throwing the ball in 2.1
Lord knows.
seconds?
Drew Aller, Will Howard, Old Man Rogers. Who knows?
We got a lot to talk about on this show, Donnie. But yes, I think he can absolutely start week one. Is he going to go on the right side? Fautanu the left side. Fautano's got experience there. That would be my guess. I think he can start week one, but don't expect him to be a finished product. Anybody watching him week one and is evaluating him and saying, well, if he's good right in the first 5 weeks of the season, he's good. If not, he's bad. It's just not going to be that way. Like, he's going to have to grow into this thing. It's not going to be perfect. And again, I repeat, this was not a class with an elite tackle prospect. You are sort of looking at this thing and saying, okay, who can develop and become that guy? I think he's got the best chance to become that guy. Doesn't mean it's going to happen automatically. Doesn't mean it's going to happen right away. So patience is needed, as it usually is with this position in the league in terms of the developmental upside. Will he be able to hit it? How soon will he be able to hit it? But he has the traits that I think you can fix a lot of the stuff that he does pretty quickly. So I think he's played. He's newer to football, but he's played a lot of football. He's played in a conference where he's facing top competition. He has matchups against quality players. He plays the Texas Tech guys. Those guys rocked Spencer Fano, who went to the Browns with the 9th pick. He played much better against those guys than Fano did. Now, was there still reps that need work? Yes, absolutely. Like I said, it's not going to be perfect in any game for him, but I think he's got a lot of what you're looking for and the traits to continue to develop that stuff. So he can play right away. There's going to be some bumps in the road, but I mean, he's better as a prospect than Broderick Jones ever was coming out of Georgia for sure. So I feel more confident playing right away than I did with Broderick.
And I think something that scares people with this pick is that we're used to what has happened now with Broderick Jones, where he showed flashes at the very best of what he could do, but that really nothing more than that. He never put it together consistently. Now there's even question of, if he ever plays for the Steelers again. It seems like his NFL career is not in jeopardy, but if he plays in Pittsburgh again, seems to be the case. And I think that's what scares us next into, is this another project offensive tackle? Yep. I think just so programmed to knowing that Mike Tomlin was the coach here for 2 decades, completely different staff. Should we have more faith in what Mike McCarthy put together than what Mike Tomlin had in place with Pat Meyer and company?
Yeah, and it's tricky because, I mean, I want to give Pat Meyer some credit, even though I don't think he's some, bastion of development or anything like that as an O-line coach. But, I mean, Mason McCormick got better with him. Troy Fautanu, is not a finished product either. I love Troy Fautanu as a prospect, so I was all about that pick. Got better with him. So it wasn't like everything was so bad. I think people just wanted Broderick to work out. And what I would say with Broderick is the thing you need to be aware of when you're scouting tackles. Okay, he had traits and upside. He had tons of really bad habits. Bad habits are hard to unwork, especially specific bad habits. He lunged and leaned at his waist a lot. His hand placement and strike timing, super erratic, was a technical mess from top to bottom. I would say Ihanachour is some messy things technically up top. So with the hands mainly and the strike timing, the placement, those kind of things. The feet are way quieter, way more controlled, way better as a whole. So I just think Broderick Jones was so far away in every aspect of pass protection. I felt this way with him coming out too. And I was like, not at all a fan of that pick and thought that he was a 3rd round type of prospect, was where I'd kind of have rolled the dice with him. And I think Ihanachour is just way closer as a pass protector to being pro ready. Now, some of the stuff in the run game can continue to improve. Some of that's going to be synergy with teammates too within the scheme. And I think that stuff is easier to develop probably than even pass protection stuff. Broderick was just so far away in that regard. And then I think also, I want to be careful how I say this, but I think Broderick wants to be great. I don't know that I don't know that things ever connected for him as fast as you want him to be against NFL speed. Ihanacho has barely played football and processes those things quicker than Broderick did during his tape at Georgia. So I think we're just talking about a player who, from a football IQ standpoint, just gets it, is more natural, more instinctive to understand those kind of things. And the development is really recent for him. So a lot of bad habits haven't set in because he is, even if you watch him now, he is playing to the coaching points that he has been given. You can say some of those coaching points will change in the league. Some of those things will adapt in the league to a different pocket depth, all these different things, right? Different offense, different dropbacks, all that kind of stuff. But he is doing what he's been coached to do pretty consistently on tape up until the point of engagement. So I think that that's encouraging that he takes really well to coaching and he's already naturally applied some of those things. Now, when the point of contact happens with other players, that's where I think some of the development can happen with him.
Is Jennings Dunker going to be a day one guy?
So the tone of this is going to change quite a bit here, Donnie, because I am just not a fan of what they did on day two.
No, the fan favorite Jennings Dunker is going to get a negative review. This isn't good, John. Here come the pitchforks.
It's not good at all. It's not good at all. And I think it's going to be a media selling point, right? Drew Aller, local guy, great story, Penn State, all this stuff. And enough people watch Drew Aller play in college that maybe the tide will be negative in terms of the turn against him because they know what he got is how much he struggled at quarterback. But also, I think with Jennings Dunker as well, mullet, tough guy, Iowa, everybody always loves it, loves the story, loves the narrative. He is effective in the run game and that he can really bulldoze people. He has really great strength. He's got a great frame, obviously. He's really strong. That scheme hit him in pass protection all the time. Iowa runs the rock. Everything they do in the passing game is off of the boot action. The pocket slides. They go with them. It's a boot action rollout to the opposite side. A lot of fake pass protection stuff. Not a lot of real pass protection situations like you'll have in the league all the time. When he had real pass protection situations, it is a disaster. I mean, he can't move laterally. He's on the floor. He can't match athleticism in space. Really upright, stiff player. He was really hidden and protected by the scheme. So what you're betting on is in the run game, he moves people. Even that is hit or miss. There are highlight reels that you can put together for the internet if you need to. There's a lot of falling off blocks, a lot of missing people at the second level, a lot of not being able to get to guys lunging and trying to get to them and ended up on the floor. It's just kind of a roller coaster ride in the run game and then mostly bad in the pass game. And I think he'll be even more exposed in the pass game in most NFL systems. So could he get to a point where he's sort of like a Dan Skipper-esque player for you, where he's your rotational lineman, he's back up, he can get you through a couple starts if you scheme around it here and there? I think maybe that's possible. Obviously, he moves inside to guard now, so you give him some developmental potential upside, perhaps. I just think there's a lot of issues, the posture and the technique, and I don't think the athlete is where other people kind of think that it is. So just a lot of issues with that pick would not have been the direction I would have gone there.
Now, did you sort of hint that you didn't like anything they did last night? Is that what you were going to say first?
Jeremy Bernard is a totally solid, serviceable player. I see him as a decent wide receiver 3, depending on the offense. Could be a wide receiver 4 for you. I think maybe. I don't see the profile as much greater than that. I wish he made more tough catches. I think down the field you can find a couple. I don't think he's a great separator. I don't think he's a great burner over the top. I think he's good enough route runner that he kind of knows what he's doing. There's a couple decent releases in there. He can play inside or outside. High IQ player. High character player. So that's no drama wide receiver in Pittsburgh, Donnie. What are we going to do with this? What are we going to talk about? This is crazy. This guy's all about the team. He is just going to fit in from that perspective really, really well. A pro right off the bat. I just don't think there's a lot of upside here. I think he is more of a fill a role type of player, potentially fill a bunch of different roles for you type of player. That's helpful. I've compared it to maybe like a Josh Reynolds type of player where he's been in the league. Is the upside more significant than that? I don't think so. That's okay. You know, maybe what they needed, if they're trying to win right now, that makes sense. That's the way they've set up the roster. It wouldn't be my necessary approach right now to win the window they're in. So he's okay. But yeah, Drew Aller, I mean, I just not even close to a fan of the pick. The player himself, I think I understand he's tall and he has a big arm. How many times are we going to go down this road, man? Quarterback is about processing. Yep. It's about accuracy. It's about game management of situations. He's a disaster in those regards. He misses layups constantly. All this big arm, never made plays down the field. And this offense that he played in Penn State is way less complicated than what he'll have to do in the NFL, in an NFL system, especially Mike McCarthy's system. So just don't see it at all. I know McCarthy just thinks this is his chance to flex and show everybody that he can fix a quarterback with any type of issues. And as long as he has tools, I can do anything else with him. It doesn't work that way in the league. And I think that they're going to be sorely disappointed by that one, I'd say.
I mean, with Aller, you're already getting the excuses coming out. Now, that tends to happen with quarterbacks, especially when you have passionate fan bases, and there's certainly the passionate Penn State fans here. But it was, I don't know, to me, it felt like about 70% James Franklin's fault, 20% the offensive coordinator's fault, whoever it may have been. I know they had a couple in his time there. 4.5% the lack of wide receivers. I won't even say talent because he always had good running backs and tight ends and a good offensive line. And about 0.5% would get put on Drew Aller. I mean, to me, it's just so hard to get over the fact that in every big game he ever played, he spent more time peeing down his leg than being the guy that had the game-winning drive.
Yeah. He really folds in the face of pressure, and it's a shame. I think he's a great guy. I think teams are attracted to that part, just like, oh, a guy loves football. He wants to be great. He's got the arm. He's got the physical tools. He's a good enough athlete. It's like all the baseline stuff that we want, but really that stuff is the stuff you should chase in the opposite end. The baseline stuff is accuracy, mental processing, understanding of the game, poise under pressure, unflappability the way that Fernando Mendoza showed it, despite the fact that he doesn't have anywhere close to the tools that Aller has. Mendoza should be a learning experience for people in evaluating quarterbacks, that where the baseline stuff you should look for come from. Instead, these outdated teams and these outdated philosophies look at it from the opposite way. Where's the tools? Where's the physical tools and the athletic tools? Then we can teach you how to become a quarterback. Doesn't work that way. That's why we see Brock Purdy drop all the way to the end of the draft, because he doesn't have those things, but he has what you actually need at this position. And so they've just viewed the position backward. It's cost them before. It's going to cost them again, I think, in this situation. I just don't think that the upside is a perception. It has to actually happen at some point when you have this much experience to be able to be perceived as a real thing. Otherwise, it's just a figment of your imagination. And I think in this case, just like their whole evaluation of Drew Aller, most of this is a figment of their imagination.
The two picks they have had today, Caden Weegan and then Riley Nowakowski. We will start with Weegan, who is the return specialist. You do a podcast with Derek Bell. I respect the hell out of his opinion. I think you guys have the podcast called Yins No Ball, and you guys are two that I would certainly put into that category. He had him rated, I think, as like his 230th best player or something, and the Steelers took him 121. And of course, oh man, you guys just hate on every pick. You're negative about every pick. That's all you get on social media. Listen, I mean, I feel like their best bet here is if he's like a poor man's Tim Dwight, and I don't know if that's coming.
Yeah. How many years ago is Tim Dwight?
Funny enough, Tim Dwight, also Iowa. Keep in mind, also an Iowa Hawkeye.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, Weegan is a really good return guy. Might be the best return guy in the draft. And that's pretty much it. Full stop. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, he's 23 catches in his career, I think, at Iowa. Like, just there's not enough production. There's not enough impact. There's not enough snaps to have an impact. Like, in the role they drafted him, will he be good? Sure. But how many return touchdowns are there even from it? I mean, it's just, you're betting on this being like such an ultra impactful player in such a tiny role and part of the game with how many fair catches there are. I know there are more kick returns now, but to me, it's just not a big enough part of the game. You're not going to be able to impact football that much as a return guy to be worth this investment. They're acting like they've got like one of the greatest teams of all time put together to be able to spend a pick on this guy. So it's nothing against him. It's just a totally ridiculous allocation of resources to spend this pick with the players that were still on the board, to spend this pick on a return-only guy.
Talking to John Ledger, the Audibles and Analytics podcast, the Yins No Ball podcast. John is a football film guru. I highly recommend giving this guy a follow on all of your socials. He has a Substack. I'll let him explain that a little bit later on once we sign off with him. But is it fair to say that you like Ihanichor, you dislike pretty much everything else they've done? You don't mind Jeremy Bernard, but it's disliking a lot of what they've done since night one.
Yeah, I think Dalen Everett, too, we didn't talk about as much, but just the tape is such a mess from a technical standpoint, just nowhere close to being ready to play. Has some experience, but Dazon Stribling cooked him, like top guys cooked him just all over the place. I think just more of I'm an athlete. I have traits. I'm a good guy. If you ask people, like leader, rah-rah guy, then when you put on the tape, just not a football player. Like you're just like, oh, the football stuff just doesn't happen fast enough. The game is too fast. Everything in coverage happens too fast. You process a beat late on everything, run defense, tackle. Like it just, there's so little instinctive, fast football play from him. And you just question that that's going to be able to be the case in the league. So yeah, across the board, I would say that's true. I mean, I think Jeremy Bernard is just a low ceiling player. So he's going to be able to help this season. You need somebody who can play wide receiver 3 role this season. He will fill that this year. So that will help. I just wish the Steelers were in an era of Steeler football that they were saying we're going for upside, similar to where the Dolphins are at, I think, where they've said, let's start over. Let's stockpile picks. Let's go for upside with the guys that we hit. Let's try and get chase high ceilings. Let's try and be a great team in 3 years from now. Steelers just don't think that way. And so I wish they thought that way with some more of their picks. I would say I am interested in Riley Nowakowski from Indiana. It will be in a small role again, so it's probably not that impactful of a role.
Right.
But this guy can really block on the move. He expands the menu of what you can do in the run game. Really physical player. He's got good hands. He makes some nice plays. He's really similar in a lot of ways to Connor Hayward. And so I know Steelers fans are going to roll their eyes and groan at that point because he, I think, didn't have the greatest rep, but I thought he was a helpful player. And I think Nowakowski is a better blocker, and he will, with some of the stuff I'm hoping McCarthy will want to do in the insert game, in the run game, insert him into the formation, have him be a lead blocker, have him leak out and get some things off play action with him. He has a chance where he is like a fun, helpful player, special teamer, lead blocker type player. But again, if we're talking about this kind of a player, 10 snaps a game kind of player, it's just it's a bleak outlook. It was just not a good class. And I've been critical of the organization, but I think the way that they think about ball and evaluate players is just hopelessly outdated.
What could they do with their final few selections here? Because they do have 3 left. They have 210, then they have 224 and 230, and those will be coming up pretty quickly, especially once we get into the 7th round. Is there something they can do? Are there players that they can pull off here that would have you feeling differently and maybe not leaving a sour taste in your mouth?
Honestly, one of the position groups that still has some talent in it, at least in terms of what I've seen the board now, is edge rusher. There's some talent there. I think that they could invest potentially. I mean, I know they don't need that, but that's where a lot of the group talent lies, I think, in the draft. Maybe there is some, developmental potential in the offensive line late in the draft. I'm always looking to chase traits in that area of things. There's probably not any other than maybe as situational pass rushers. I'm looking at my board. I'm not really seeing anybody that I think would maybe contribute. There's one guy. Has Lewis Moore been taken yet while we've been on he would be the one guy I would say, the Indiana safety, could maybe play in the nickel for them a little bit. Tough, smart, aggressive.
He's still on the board.
He would be one that I'd target for sure. One of the top players left on my board. I think older. There's some, one of the small safeties in the league. Could he play the nickel for you? I think that there doesn't come without some questions. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes undrafted, but he is a really solid player for Indiana. So he'd be one that I'd looked at. But I mean, we're talking about a range of the draft, Donnie, that it's unlikely guys even make the team or let alone have an impact beyond special teams. So at this point, it is what it is. You're a team without a quarterback. That's a problem. You've built a win now roster, a roster that you think can win now. I question whether that's true, but that's the way that they've allocated resources, the way they've addressed things, the way they've approached the offseason. I think it's a better roster than last year in some small ways, but the coaching will need to be additive in order for them to be successful. So do they get plus from the coaching staff? Do they get plus from the quarterback position? It's been a while since those things were the case in Pittsburgh, in my opinion.
John Ledyard, football film guru is how I like to describe you. Tell people where they can find all your stuff.
Yeah, my Substack's Audibles and Analytics. If you want to hear me be negative, I'm not just kidding. I am positive. I'm positive about the first round pick where everybody else was negative.
Right. But, I also want to ask how many players, because I do go on your Substack. I listen to what you and Derek do mostly since it's Steelers centric. How many guys did you do profiles on?
Yeah, I have 165 player evaluations that I did for this class, full evaluations. And then I probably am aware of about 50 others, I would say maybe. Next year, hoping to bump that even more. But there's some guys even that have been drafted so far that I'm not fully aware of. And so next year I want to be on level that I am. But obviously, do this on the side, so it takes some time. But those you can check out all my written evaluations over there. I have a lot of those guys written up. I will end up writing up the full Steelers draft class so people can have like some of that stuff. They can access some film and check out the players and clips and some film analysis and scheme breakdown of each of those players. And yeah, my Substack's Audibles and Analytics. Derek and I do the Ins No Ball pod over there. Ollie Connolly and I talk NFL ball. We were live until the end of the 5th round for the first 5 rounds of the draft. You can go watch our video reactions and analysis. We've literally analyzed every single pick through the first 5 rounds of the draft. So every single player gets analyzed and we talk about every single one. So if you're interested in just hearing film and analysis and thoughts on those players, you can check out that stuff over my Substack. And it's like $5 a month, $50 for the year to subscribe to it. So try to keep the price down too.
John, awesome stuff, man. Thank you so much for taking the time and hopping on here.
Absolutely, Donnie. Always appreciate you having me on.
There we go.
Yellow Jackets.
John Ledger, Audibles and Analytics, Yins No Ball, and he is one that does know ball. And yes, a proud Waynesburg man, Charlie. So that's another point for the Yellow Jackets over your Westminster Titans. Fan Twitter, you can follow us there at 93.7 The Fan. You can watch the show there as well. We have about an hour to go before we hit Pirates pregame coverage. But fan Twitter is at 93.7 The Fan, and it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Coming up, the Steelers have a pick at number 210. We will also hear at some point from Drew Aller, who spoke to the Steelers media last night after he was the man selected at number 76 overall. That's right around the corner as we enter the final hour of our NFL draft coverage right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Oh, thank you, Charlie. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Temps get back into the 60s. Well, they'll stay in the 60s on Sunday and then return to the 70s on Monday. More draft coverage next on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins and Flyers tonight, game 4 between the two teams. If the Penguins lose, they are done for the season. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Thursday, April 23rd through Saturday, April 25th. Come see the stunning Kenzie Taylor, only at Cheerleaders.
Spring into April savings at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Drive home in a brand new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payments starting at $239 for 36 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Most finance HML low APR tier 1 through 2. Applied to 24-month lease, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due with signing. MSRP 24,110. All offers plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Novel buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers at 4/30/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE with 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease the new 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE with payments as low as just $69 a month. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. Land rewards and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos, sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Between hybrid work schedules and getting pretty much anything delivered to your doorstep, it feels like there's no reason to leave the house anymore. But some of the best deals are still in store for you, literally. At Omaha Steaks, they're known for quality meat delivery, but they also have stores right in your neighborhood. At the streets of Cranberry and Cranberry Township and Settlers Ridge and Robinson, now is the time to stop by and pick up their Burger Perfection Stack. This bundle includes premium 6-ounce patties made from 100% aged, single-cut steak, filet mignon, ribeye, and more. Plus, come in today and get 8 free smash burgers with the stack. While you're there, also ask about the manager special, 4 USDA certified tender top sirloin fillets for $29.99. These beauties are aged for over 35 days and are just as tender as a grocery store filet mignon. Grab dinner from your local Omaha Steak store in Cranberry Township or Robinson tonight.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-965-6698, 800-965-6698, or biglou.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
We are currently at pick 208 in the 6th round. The Steelers, now we're on pick 209. Steelers are at pick 210. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Just ready to get to work, you know? It's Saturday, and our exclusive draft coverage continues with the Fans NFL Draft Special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The final hour is underway for our 2026 NFL Draft coverage on The Fan. It has been a long weekend, but a fun one, following the biggest event, persons-wise, in the history of the city of Pittsburgh, as the Steelers are close to being on the clock at number 210. The Commanders have picked 209, and assuming that with it being in Pittsburgh, they will have the Steelers' announcement of the pick as the host city. We will go to the podium in a few moments for that. Donnie Football with you on 93.7 The Fan. Charlie Borges is with me behind the glass, less than an hour away from the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Dan Zangrilli will lead the way on that as the Pirates are in Milwaukee, 2 of 3. Game 2 of 3. It was a 6-0 win for the Pirates last night. Paul Skeens taking a perfect game into the 7th inning. Connor Griffin hitting a home run on his 20th birthday. And just to show how powerful football in this town is, I did have a fear last night when we were doing that show down at PNC Park that, man, of course, this is going to be the night that Paul Skeens has a perfect game, and that's going to take away a lot of our numbers for people listening far and wide. It didn't really do that, at least according to our guy, Content Craig Riley. It didn't do that, which is good news.
It helped that Pony tweeted out that, hey, a perfect game is happening right now, and then immediately right after he tweeted that, done.
We did get the luxury of having 2 things happen in pretty quick order. I think Paul Skeens lost his perfect game bid, and then right around that same time, not long after, that is when the Steelers drafted Drew Aller. So it just really got lit with a match after that, and things took off a little bit for us. Pittsburgh is now on the clock at number 210. After this, they have a pair of picks in round number 7 at 224 and 230 in the 7th round. They did have 2 later 7th round picks. One of them was their own that they traded in a deal last night. They then traded the 249th pick that was once owned by the Indianapolis Colts in the deal earlier today to get them back into the 6th round and move them down in round number 5. That was in a deal with the Kansas City Chiefs. So Pittsburgh is on the clock at number 210. We will await to see what that pick is. We are also going to listen to what Drew Aller had to say to Steelers media last night after he was selected out of Penn State at number 76 overall. We may hear from a couple of other players before we are all done tonight, but Pittsburgh so far in this draft, they have 3 selections to go. So far, they have taken Maxi Ihanichor in the 1st round, the offensive tackle from Arizona State. Jeremy Bernard was the wide receiver they traded up for from Alabama at 47. Drew Aller at 76. Dalen Everett at 85. Jennings Dunker at 96. Then it was Caden Weegan, the kick return, punt return specialist and wide receiver from Iowa at 121. And then 169 was Riley Nowakowski, who is sort of the Connor Hayward replacement from the national champion Indiana Hoosiers. So they sit here with a few more picks to have in this 2026 NFL draft, and I'm hoping that they go someplace on the board that they surprisingly haven't done today or haven't done all weekend, I should say, and that's defensive tackle. I thought they would absolutely be a team that is snagging another defensive tackle at some point, and there are a few different body types out there. Xavion Harris, the massive defensive tackle from Ole Miss, 6'8", 330 pounds, somebody that would line up in multiple spots across the defensive front for the Rebels. He would be a 1 technique, a 3 technique. He'd get out to a 5 at some times. He appeared in 52 games for Ole Miss in his career. Dante Corleone, they call that guy the Godfather. He is more of a natural nose. 6'1", 340 pounds is the big fella from Cincinnati as the Steelers sit on the clock here. So maybe they go with a defensive tackle in this spot. Maybe they go with a linebacker in this spot. There are a few names out there that I think could make sense to just add to that room. Deontay Lawson, the 6'3", 225-pounder from Alabama. Harold Perkins has been connected to the Steelers, too. That's another LSU guy, 6'1", 220 from LSU. 146 tackles very early in his career. His first 2 seasons with LSU, he had 146 tackles and 13 sacks. But then injuries followed that. He had an ACL that cut the season short in 2024, so that may be a reason why he's falling down. I wouldn't be stunned either if they perhaps go down the well of Indiana again with Aiden Fisher, but we will see here momentarily what this pick is. The Steelers selection, I don't know if they're going to announce this, Charlie, unless they are really just holding this graphic over the screen on ESPN. So we will wait and see if they make the actual announcement of this pick. Could they perhaps go receiver again, even after getting a return guy that is more of a receiver earlier? And they do take a defensive tackle with this spot. So there we go. Defensive tackle does go. It is Gabriel Rubio, the defensive tackle from Notre Dame. That is where Pittsburgh goes with their selection at number 210, and we will get the info on Rubio here in a moment. So they go with someone that does fit a position of need for them, I would say, because not that it's a pressing need at this point in the draft. If you're taking a guy, you're not going to be plugging him in, but you can never have enough bodies along that defensive front. So somebody that's going to be more of a 3 technique for them, 6'5", 320 pounds for the Fighting Irish, someone who's not yet at the age of 23. So he is going to come into a crew, bring his heavy hands, the aggressive heavy hands, and try to join that Steelers defensive line unit, as he is the number 210th player that has been selected in this 2026 NFL draft. The final pick for the Steelers there in round number 6. They have 2 more to go in round 7 with 224 and 230. All right, 76th overall pick last night, Drew Aller, the quarterback from Penn State. What did he say to the Steelers media in his first chat with them? Here he is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Take us through the night. Where were you when you got the call, all the emotions leading up to it, and now?
Yeah, I mean, I was at home celebrating with a lot of my family, extended family, and close friends with family. So really, it was just a lot of anticipation kind of throughout the day in the last couple of weeks, honestly. But very excited for the opportunity I have to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. So it's definitely a dream come true to, play for such a great organization and fulfill my dream of, having the opportunity to play in the NFL.
Drew, Chris Halleck with DK Pittsburgh Sports. You've met with the Steelers a few times throughout this draft process. Can you go into those meetings with Mike McCarthy at the Combine and then your pre-draft visit here as well?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So I had a lot of great meetings with the whole staff in Pittsburgh. Loved my time, spending time with them on my visit and throughout the Combine. Really enjoyed all the conversations we had and really just getting to know them and them getting to know me, how I process the game of football, how I learn, things that we did at Penn State, things in my game that I feel like I did well or do well, and then things I want to keep improving on. But yeah, so I'm really excited to learn under a coach like Coach McCarthy and obviously play with outstanding teammates that are there and players that are there already. So really looking forward to the opportunity that I have in front of me.
Drew, Jeff Hathman with KDK Radio. How do you view your opportunity here with Will and Mason and potentially Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, my focus is going to be on how can I make myself better 1% each day. Obviously, catching up on the playbook and learning everything like that. and just acclimating myself to the team, being a great teammate, really getting to, create those relationships with everybody throughout the team and the organization. So that's going to be my main goal, just coming in and putting my head down and going to work and, just taking it a day at a time.
Drew, Tim Benz from Trib Live. Following up on that point, what feedback have you gotten from the Steelers and other pro clubs about where they think you need to get better, and what's your own self-evaluation about where you need to get better from your own point of view?
Yeah, for me, it always starts with getting more consistent. I feel like the more consistent I can be, the better player I will be. So it's just going to always start with that. And, I'm really looking forward to getting to work with Coach Arth and Coach McCarthy and really the whole staff to, really come up with a detailed plan on how I can get better and what I should be doing working on by myself and, spending time extra in the facility and things of that nature, to, put myself in a position where I can, become, the best player that I possibly can be. So that's going to be my number one goal, just, acclimating myself to the team and just trying to find ways for myself to get better, and improve on that in the future.
Hey, Drew, what's up? Brooke Pryor with ESPN. Sorry, we're all so excited to talk to you. I read that you were a big Browns fan growing up. So what is it like to be drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah, I mean, I was a Browns fan growing up, but I guess that's kind of, gone out the window right now. But I'm very excited to be a Steeler. Honestly, I have a lot of family that grew up in the Pittsburgh area that are huge, Steelers fans and Pittsburgh fans in general. Some of my best friends are from that area too. So honestly, at my time at Penn State, I got a lot more familiar with obviously the whole state of PA, but especially Pittsburgh. So I know how serious the culture is around sports in Pittsburgh, and how much pride the fans take in all the pro teams. So I'm really excited to play for a fan base and a really, organization that has such high tradition and standards. So I'm really looking forward to, becoming a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Drew, Jack Hillgrove with WTOV. Obviously, your college career didn't end the way that you wanted it to with your injury. Throughout that process and as you've recovered, what have you learned about yourself? Did you learn anything about yourself as a player, as the latter half of the season went?
Yeah, there was a lot of things I learned. I think number one was I just gained a lot more perspective on the game. Just seeing it from a different lens and seeing it from a different angle, whether everything or during the games when I would travel with the team, just on the sideline. So I feel like I gained a lot more perspective from that. And then also, I feel like I always knew I loved football, but that experience really taught me how much I really did care about football and how much I truly, cherish this game and have a passion for this game. So, just going forward, not taking this opportunity for granted and just doing everything in my power to, make this the most successful thing I can make it.
Hey, Drew, Ryan Batko from the Post-Gazette. Congrats, man. Tom Arth was telling us he was one of the first offers for you and Will Howard once upon a time. He said, Will, what is the relationship that you have with a Philly area guy who went to Ohio State as a Ohio guy who went to Penn State? What's the dynamic between you two, going into this?
Yeah, I've met Will a handful of times. Actually, my roommate in college, Drew Shelton, he was teammates with Will Howard in high school. I think Will might have been a senior and Drew Shelton was a sophomore, I believe. So, I actually got to meet Will a handful of times, and obviously a tremendous player. Have heard nothing but great things about him as a person away from the field. So, really, really excited to, kind of get to know him more, and really just, get to know him more as a person and as a player, obviously.
Hey, Drew, Mike DeFabo here with The Athletic. This is a unique dynamic that now you have two young quarterbacks in the same room, and you guys are going to be in a variety of competitions for different spots on the depth chart throughout your time here in Pittsburgh. Have you been another quarterback? How did you approach other quarterback competitions in the past, and what kind of energy do you plan to bring to this one?
Yeah, I think it's about pulling for each other first and foremost. You want the team to be the most successful every Sunday. So you want to go out and win every game. That's the ultimate goal, and that's my ultimate goal. So, for me, it's just about putting my head down and focusing on what I can control, and just, my effort and attitude each day, and the amount of preparation I can put into going into each day. And I know everybody in the quarterback room is going to do the same thing, and I feel like it's going to be a really exciting room to be a part of, just with everybody that's involved in that room. So I'm really excited to be part of that room, just because I feel like it's going to be a really good room to learn and grow from.
Drew, Amanda Gotzi, Johnstown Tribune Democrat. What does it mean to you to be selected by the Steelers with an offensive mind like Mike McCarthy as their head coach now?
Yeah, I'm really excited to learn under Coach McCarthy. Obviously, has a tremendous pedigree in the NFL with, everything he's been able to accomplish in his career, not only as a head coach, but as an offensive coordinator and position coaches that spots he's held throughout his career. So, he's been around a lot of great players. And I'm really looking forward to, building our relationship and learning as much football as I can from him.
Drew, Jenna Harner, WPXI. Has it sunken in a little bit yet that you're going to be playing in the National Football League, especially for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Honestly, I don't think it has. I don't know when it will, but I'm sure it will hit me soon. It still feels like I'm kind of on cloud 9 right now. It doesn't really feel real, but I'm really, honestly blessed and very fortunate to have this opportunity to, play in the NFL, but also to play for, such a prestigious franchise and everything of that nature. So I'm really excited for this opportunity.
There you go. Drew Aller, his first meeting with the Steelers media from last night following his selection at number 76 overall. Charlie, something very, very concerning that I came across while we were letting the people listen to that Drew Aller discussion. So we had John Ledyard on last hour. His Yins No Ball podcast co-host is Derek Bell. We've had Derek on the show a ton. You may know him on Twitter as @Steelers_DB. Another one of these guys that does extensive film breakdowns. Really good stuff. These guys that do this, guys like John, guys like Derek, you heard John say that he did full profiles on how many guys? Like 200?
165, like full in-depth.
Yeah, and I read a couple of them. Like they're not just like blurbs. They are like full-on like articles about these guys.
So for one guy to
several paragraphs.
165, that's impressive.
Yeah, several, like the good, the bad, the ugly, like several of them. Derek Bell tweeted 5 minutes ago, full transparency, guys. Never heard of this cat from Notre Dame. He was number 635 on the consensus big board, so cut me some slack.
To which my rebuttal.
635. I don't want to get upset about a guy that they drafted in round 6. What in the hell are we doing?
So we could have watched the NFL draft. We could have watched 2 full 7-round NFL drafts and then gotten to the 6th round of the 3rd NFL draft. And that's where he should have been picked. That screams like a guy you could have gotten as an undrafted free agent. But at 635th, what are the NFL prospects like for a guy who is ranked 635th?
I mean, somebody's going to end up tuning me in here. I'm sure he has some sort of connection to Mike McCarthy. Like there is probably there has to be some connection here that this kid has, like some family connection to the front office. A guy that was number 635 on the consensus big board. I know that I had the conversation earlier about how some teams' boards will be different than what the consensus is. But guys, come on. And I just texted John and he got back to me. He said, I haven't even watched him. He barely played last season at Notre Dame. Injury. Barely played in his career at Notre Dame. Never more than 306 snaps in a season. 3 seasons of under 200 snaps. The guy can't even help on special teams. Dane Brugler had him as an undrafted free agent. He did not even get a write-up in the Beast. And we've talked about the Beast. It's one of the most impressive pieces of writing that gets put out there every year because there are like 500 players in it, and this dude wasn't in it.
So his father, Angel, played football at Southeast Missouri State and was a 3-time All-American. His father, Angel, was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 1998 NFL draft and played for 4 teams over 2 NFL seasons. So his dad was drafted in 1998 by the Steelers, and now he's drafted by the Steelers in 2026. So maybe that's your connection. And it looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers kind of just copied and pasted his profile from the Notre Dame athletic website because the Pittsburgh Steelers website has...
NFL.com doesn't have a profile on him. ESPN, normally you can like click on a guy and it'll give like a pre-draft analysis. Like it's kind of a nice way to follow the draft the way that we are following it. A kicker by the name of Trey Smack out of Florida just got picked at number 216, the final selection of round 6. He has a pre-draft write-up from ESPN. Smack served as the primary kicker for Florida for 3 seasons, finishing with an 82.8% career field goal accuracy. A couple of more sentences in there. You click on Gabe Rubio, nothing. Simply a picture of his face, his name, his position, and his school.
According to the Pittsburgh Steelers website, he intends to major in fire science at Notre Dame.
Well, maybe he should look more into that. Fire science. I mean, come on. Guys, make these picks worth it. You have all these draft picks, and it feels like what they've done today is like completely out of left field. They drafted a guy that is a punt returner that they could have gotten at probably the pick they just had at 210. It seems like the guy that is the Connor Hayward replacement, Riley Nowakowski, that's their best pick of the day. I guess the guy returning kicks could be if he's really as electric as everyone hopes. The guy here might not even make the team.
Rubio played in 6 games in 2025, starting 5, but missed the final 6 due to injury. He appeared in 39 games for Notre Dame, starting 8. He recorded 66 tackles, 7 for loss, 1.5 sacks in 39 games. So,
dear Lord. Well, we'll see what happens first, because we have about 30 minutes to go. Will they get to the end of this draft, or will Dan Zang really take over? I think at the very least we will get the next 2 Steelers picks in, which is good. 224, 230. That's what the Steelers have left. We'll step aside. We'll come back, try to get those picks in. Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. More 93.7 The Fan draft coverage is next on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Steelers, one of their final selections, or their only selection in round 6, was Gabriel Rubio of Notre Dame. He played in 6 games last season before an injury. His father was drafted by the Steelers back in 1998. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's time for the once-a-year Spring Patio and Hot Tub Roadshow, only at Pool City. Pool City has Pittsburgh's largest patio furniture selection designed to last a lifetime. New or pricing, your choice for only $14.99. Plus, accessorize with a free outdoor area rug on your patio purchase. Complete your patio with new models from Jacuzzi. Huge deals at every budget, like the 6-person Sun and Soul Hot Tub, only $79.99. Pool City's Patio and Hot Tub Roadshow ends May 4th. Hurry!
I'm John
John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Thursday, April 23rd through Saturday, April 25th. Come see the stunning Kenzie Taylor only at Cheerleaders.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. You push your body. Now it's time to recover. At Body by Design, they can help you perform at your best. From deep muscle massage to their Oasis Wellness experience, accelerate recovery with infrared heat and targeted therapies. Train harder, recover smarter. Book at bodybydesignpgh.com. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. Baseball season is in full swing, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage before and after every Bucks game. Listen to the Og, Murphy, and Perkowski reaction show immediately after the final out, presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and brought to you by Pellman Electric and Pella Windows. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 fee $0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 4/30/2026.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house on Saturday, May 2nd. Doors open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Bring the whole family and enjoy food, prizes, and Kids Corner. Their 4-year apprenticeship program is tuition-free, and you will earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades, as well as the pre-apprenticeship program. Join them Saturday, May 2nd, as 4th-year apprentices from their 6 crafts participate in competitions and demonstrations. Find out more at eascarpenterstech.edu.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company.
Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Jim Sharkey Mitsubishi North Hills Spring Sales Drive is on. And the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. The 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander features a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. Drive yours home today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. Plus, take advantage of our Spring Sales Drive bonus box and get up to $750 more for your trade.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Sharkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Pittsburgh International Airport's on-site parking provides the most convenient and cost-efficient parking options. The shuttle lot is in close proximity to the new terminal with a less than 10-minute travel time by shuttle, offering the lowest price parking option when you book early at parkatpitt.com. Visit parkatpitt.com to review all parking options and receive special offers. That's parkatpit.com.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I'm ready to just get out there and just soak it all in like a sponge.
Back to Donnie Football with more of our 2026 NFL Draft Special, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
.93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. About 10 more minutes with us as we lead you into the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli at 6. It's going to be close. It is going to be really close if we get the final two Steelers selections in. We will definitely get their pick at number 224. I'm not quite sure if we will get to pick 230. So you may just have to stay tuned into your television or check on social media, and you'll really have to search these guys, considering the player that they just selected out of Notre Dame, Gabe Rubio. The consensus from people on Twitter and social media who watch film pretty much breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day, the consensus is, I have no clue who the hell this guy is. That's not good. Tommy Yagi, I apologize if I'm saying his name incorrectly. I feel like it's, I feel like it's like a soft J there. He's an editor for Fansided and covers the Steelers. His one-sentence review about Gabe Rubio may be one of the funnier ones I've ever seen about any player. Here it is. Gabe Rubio is a guy we've never heard of, had horrible college production over 5 seasons, and is a bad athlete for the position. I mean, it's comedic. I feel like they've had like a D performance today.
You've been listening to me cackle back here.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're laughing at. It was a little bit distracting. But.
Sorry. I told you about the kid on the ESPN rankings, UR Bernard.
Yes, who didn't even go to college.
Who is from Nigeria. He is ranked 384th overall by ESPN as a 6'4", 306-pound defensive tackle from Nigeria. When I looked up his name, an article popped up, and this is the line that made me cackle, that the Steelers drafted a guy who has nothing that nobody has ever heard of, and this guy is ranked ahead of him. The guy that's ranked ahead of him in Bernard is from a small village just outside Abuja, Nigeria, and has never played an organized game of football. And that's
going to be their next pick.
He is ranked higher than the guy that the Steelers actually picked.
Oh, my God.
That's why I'm laughing back here. I don't mean to poke on, congratulations to Gabriel. It's a great day for him and his family. We've just never heard of you.
I think he was as surprised as all of us, Charlie, that he got drafted. The Rutgers quarterback goes, Charlie.
Ethan Kaliak-Manis. Congratulations on all your success.
So he went before Garrett Nussmeier.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Charlie, I'm getting a phone call here. I'm going to keep it on the air. Hello? Hey, Coach. I haven't played football in over a decade. I didn't play anything more than Division III, Coach. Are you really sure you want to do this? I'm a sports radio host and producer now. I'm about 5'11". I don't think I'm going to be able to convert to the NFL. And since I've been on Awaken 180, I'm way undersized to play offensive line. Are you sure you want to do this? All right, Coach. Hey, Omar. Yeah, I was just telling Coach, you guys probably should not pick me here. I know that everything you've done today has been completely off the reservation, but this would be really bad. I'm on the air as we speak. I haven't played football since 2015. And I played at a Podunk D3 school after one all-conference season in high school. Okay. Yes, sir. I won't let you down. Bye. Charlie, I think we may just have the next Steelers pick here. I mean, for all we know, it could literally be that. Here we go at 2:24. Are they at the podium? Can you hear it? Let's play it.
Announced the 224th one. Quarterback just went off the board, and Kaliak-Manis, who has some skill, but he certainly didn't have the type of career that Garrett Nussmeier did.
I believe we had this conversation last year when Mel's favorite quarterback was slipping in the draft is, do you want to be drafted at this spot or do you want to pick your spot? Mm-hmm. And we talked about this with some of these other guys as well. Maybe this is a situation where you want to look around the NFL and say, maybe I want to go here. I want to pick my spot a little bit. Obviously, his
So the Steelers do go with a safety. I wasn't sure if they would address that position at some point either, because that was one that they wanted to neglect for a while. The Steelers go with the safety out of Oklahoma, Robert Spears Jennings. Good news, folks. This guy does actually have a college football background to him. He has a little write-up from the NFL on ESPN, 6'2", 205 pounds. I feel a little bit better about this one than what they just did and wasted their time with in round 6. What do you know? He has a profile on NFL.com. Charlie, this is amazing. They have somebody that people have heard of. He ran the 40, a 4.3 240 for a 6'2 safety. And now this is a player in Spears Jennings. I think this is their best pick of the day. I know people love the little white guy return man, but I think this is their best pick of the day.
Somebody on the text line said, "Hey guys, maybe these people know a little bit more about football players than you."
Okay, that's a classic line. Is that Ron Cook?
Hold on. You're not experts. And my response was, the experts have no idea who the hell this guy is. So take that.
Is that Ron Cook that texted in?
Oh, I don't know.
They know more than we do. Joe, they see these guys every day.
You're a pathetic person, you know.
I mean, what? Do they not want me to have an opinion? There's somebody that got drafted by the Steelers in round 6 that was ranked behind a player that has never played football, who has never played organized sports in his life. Charlie just had that nugget a moment ago, and the Steelers picked him. Now here, I think, and we're going to go out on a high note because we won't be able to get to the Steelers pick at 230, unfortunately, but their pick at 224, Robert Spears Jennings, this looks like a pick that actually has a heartbeat. A safety that is nearly 6'2", 205 pounds, from a great hometown, by the way, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Very good hometown name. But tested pretty well at the combine. Has played significant football at the college level since 2022. 9 games, 12 games. He was he was all over the place on the field in 13 games for Oklahoma in 2024. Then this past season, 13 games, 59 tackles, couple of tackles for loss, interception, couple of pass breakups, a forced fumble. See, that's a pick I like. That feels like one that brings you good value at number 7. So, folks, we can go out on a high note there at that pick. But as the NFL draft and our coverage comes to an end this weekend, there are so many people that I want to thank. Certainly all of you listeners out there, you have made this awesome. All of the people that we saw at PNC Park for the last couple of days, all of the people that have tuned in, radio, Odyssey app, Twitter, YouTube, whatever it may be, however you consume us, that has been great. I want to thank Doug Whaley, Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson, Andrew Filipponi, our guests all weekend long, all of the guys that we have had on today, the crew that was on site at PNC Park, our guy T-Bird, Tom Catanzarite, and Ron Honeychuck, our engineers who worked pretty much 48 straight hours on Thursday and Friday, the guys that were back behind the glass, Charlie Borges last night and today, Joel Nelson on Thursday night. I also want to thank the key decision makers here at Odyssey Pittsburgh for making this possible for me. I grew up watching the draft with my dad for as long as I can remember. It turned me into a total nerd about the event forever. It has only gotten stronger as time has gone on. So I do want to thank our guy Spack, our market manager, content Craig Riley, our brand manager Nancy Rich, our sales director, granting me the opportunity to get to host our coverage all weekend long as Pittsburgh hosted the NFL draft, and I got the chance to do it for the number one and only sports station in the city of Pittsburgh. maybe the only time that we will host the NFL Draft again or in my lifetime. It has been an honor, and it has been a dream come true. Pirates and Brewers up next on 93.7 The Fan. Dan Zangrilli standing by. Donnie Football signing off.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Okay, here we are. Weather is heating up, so start to think spring, think summer. Get the Schultz Ford. Maybe you want that convertible. Now's the time. Grab it now. That convertible Mustang, and man, are they sharp. You're going to go on vacation. Maybe you're driving. Maybe you're the driving type, right? You want to drive to the beach? How about that Expedition? How about that Explorer? Load in, and the family could take all they want to the beach. Yep. Check it out, SchultzFord.com, right? All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. The customer service, spectacular. Hey, you need your car serviced? Pickup and delivery. They have that option. Also, mobile service, something small. They'll come right to your driveway, get it done for you, and you don't even need to leave your living room. That's fantastic. So get to all the locations, and if you just want to browse around, check it out online. Always open at SchultzFord.com.
At Kohl's, spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids post for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey, this is Pony, brought to you by FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. And right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. From player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, the official partner of the NBA. First round going on right now, and there are local guys who are in this thing. The Lakers took an early lead on the Rockets in this series. Steven Adams, still a big-time player for Houston all these years in the NBA, the former Pitt guy. Can Houston come back and win this series? They're going to be favored in most of these games on FanDuel, so check it out, the FanDuel Sportsbook. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now a double bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Refresh your ride this spring at Joe Ball GMC. Get a new GMC Sierra 1500 or Sierra 2500 for just $99 over invoice on all in-stock models. Don't wait. Your new truck is ready today. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw, JoeBallGM.com.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Remember your first football game? The sound of the crowd, the smell of the grill, the moment you fell in love with the sport. Now it's your turn to pass on that moment at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Families walk through the greatest moments in football history and create new memories of their own. From legendary artifacts to stories that span generations, it's an experience every family should share. The hall is located less than 2 hours from Pittsburgh, so make the short drive to greatness. Plan your visit at ProFootballHof.com.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spencer Toyota, 2 Minute a Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Hello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Trzeski. Here's the pitches. High in the air to deep right field. Toward the wall. And there it is! First home run for Connor Griffin. He turns 20 and he hits his first big league home run. He goes oppo in Milwaukee. 1-0 Pirates.
Yeah, and the Pirates would add 5 more, go on to a 6-0 win in the opening game of a 3-game series against the Brewers, which kicked off 10 consecutive games that the Bucs will have against National League Central Division competition. The second of a 3-gamer comes your way at 7:10 tonight. Pirates and Brew Crew from American Family Field before what Pittsburgh hopes is an opportunity to sweep. Then home to take on the St. Louis Cardinals and the Cincinnati Reds, who continue to win. The National League Central Division still has each and every one of their 5 teams above 500. Pittsburgh can send a club below 500. These Milwaukee Brewers, or at least to 500 since May 2005. They have been above the line, and they are 13-12 coming in, while the Pirates, with yesterday's 6-0 win, going to 15-11. And it was behind a near-perfect game from Paul Skeens, who was through 6 2/3 perfect, 20 up, 20 down, before a 2-out, 2-strike single by Jake Bowers broke up the perfect game bid. And then Skeens was done after 7 shutout innings of 1 hit ball, striking out 7. He didn't walk anyone. He faced just 1 over the minimum. In fact, Pittsburgh pitching faced just 2 over the minimum, as in the 8th inning, Mason Montgomery and Isaac Mattson came on to throw scoreless frames in the 8th and 9th innings. And as you heard, Connor Griffin hitting his first big league homer. That was a 1-out opposite field solo homer in the 3rd inning against Brandon Woodruff. Pirates would add a few more, including a 2-run single from Griffin in the 8th inning. He finished 3 for 4, did the 20-year-old shortstop on his 20th birthday yesterday, driving in 3. So it made a winner out of the Bucs. As we just told you, the fast look at the standings brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. Pittsburgh able to leapfrog over the St. Louis Cardinals. They're in 3rd place in the league, 2 back of 1st place Chicago. Cincinnati also with a comeback winner yesterday over the Detroit Tigers. 17-9, the Cubs and Reds. Then it's the Bucs, 4 over 500. The Cardinals are 14-11, and the Brewers again at 13-12. That's the National League Central Division. The only other division that is anywhere close, and oh my, did Eli Heidenreich just get picked by the Steelers? He sure did. Unbelievable. The Mount Lebanon product, Eli Heidenreich, the Navy recruit, has just been selected. 1,994 receiving yards in his career at Navy. He is the pride of Mount Lebanon High School. 4 years ago, he led the Blue Devils with Alex Texa under the direction of Bob Pelko to a state championship, the first and only in the history of Mount Lebanon. And Heidenreich, who is a do-everything type of player, is he a running back? Is he a slot receiver? Is he a special teams demon? Who knows? But Heidenreich, the kid from Mount Lebanon, is picked by the Steelers in round number 7, quite surprisingly, still there at number 7. And in Pittsburgh, right now, a scene with a hometown kid with his left hand twirling a terrible towel over his head. He's grinning ear to ear, and he can't believe what just happened. He's got Roger Goodell next to him with his arm around him, and a surreal moment for a kid from the South Hills who was just taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers. The 1,994 receiving yards, by the way, most in Navy history for Heidenreich, who was passed over by a number of Division I kids. Never really thought he was going to be a football player growing up. He was into robotics, building legitimate robots. He's a certifiable genius. And then he certainly burst onto the scene. The Bob Pelko era at Mount Lebanon for a brief period of time was a good one. As we just mentioned, he took Mount Lebanon to their first WPIL championship in 20 years, back in 2021, and then he went on to a sterling career with the Midshipmen, playing alongside his high school teammate, Alex Texa, and Heidenreich, who has a signature carrying that ball high and tight, kind of tucked up underneath his left arm, is going to wind up as a Pittsburgh Steeler, and it's hand in glove there, based on what he kind of embodies and the type of player that he is. And I candidly thought that he would have been gone long before pick 230. But here he is in round 7 with the draft in Pittsburgh. His hometown, Eli Heidenreich, taken by the Steelers. And we're watching now the television screen cut to draft headquarters on the south side. Omar Khan, Mike McCarthy, Art Rooney, Andy Weidel, all grinning ear to ear, and it's fairy tale unfolding right now. Heidenreich donning his midshipman, I don't know, do they call them the dress blues? Forgive me. But he's got the Steeler hat on, and just by happenstance, I looked up, and then there's Heidenreich with a Steelers ball cap and a terrible towel, and I had Charlie to look over to you as I was going through, all of the baseball items, and very happy to interrupt this programming for an important news bulletin. How about it? Eli Heidenreich, the pride of Mount Lebanon, is a Pittsburgh Steeler, a 7th and final round. Well, sometimes it does just work out, doesn't it? Very cool. Well, we'll have continuing coverage, and who knows, tomorrow morning or maybe Monday morning, maybe we can get Heidenreich in studio to talk about it. But he's a good kid, great family, wonderful story, how he was able to burst onto the scene again, passed over, looked over. And funny, I'll just share a quick anecdote. Because, having done a lot of the high school football games in the area and had the privilege of chronicling the Mount Lebanon story 4 years ago when Heidenreich, Texa, among others, their quarterback Joey Daniels, it was a generational wave of players that came through Lebo, which, despite the population, just historically has not had a seat at the high school football table in elite status, and they go out and they get Bob Pelko after he quasi-retired from West Allegheny, and then he told me years ago, we've got this great group coming through, and not necessarily one player, standing out over the other, but, here's this kid, Heidenreich, who you didn't know what he was. Was he a running back, slot receiver? He was just, the athlete, the ATH type of position. And the way that they, of course, captured the South Hills with that memorable, undefeated 16-0 season some 4 years ago was an amazing story. And, I never candidly said, okay, this is going to be a big Power 5 player that's going to burst onto the scene. But I remember talking to, at the time when I was also working at West Virginia, the former coach there, Neil Brown, sitting in his office. He would, because he knew I was kind of tied into the Western Pennsylvania football scene, we'd talk about different players and recruits, and he had some regret about kind of letting Heidenreich go, not necessarily pushing on him earlier. And Heidenreich had already made and was steadfast in his commitment to the Naval Academy, because there is, some lineage there with his grandfather. I'd implore you to Google and look up an amazing story that Noah Hiles did, one of the best, I think, that has been written by a Pittsburgh sports writer in a long, long time, where Hiles this past fall was at the Army-Navy game and then told the story, an amazing story it is, with Heidenreich and Texa. And I remember Neil thinking that, he was not only a Power 5 guy, but he thought he was a Sunday guy. And this is, before he had ever played it down at Navy. And I, at the time, didn't agree with him. I found that very surprising. And I said, really? And he said, oh, yeah, we're going to keep tabs on him. And who knows if they tried, to bring him, but whatever the case was. But I just remember, a pretty astute football mind saying that about Eli Heidenreich. So value in round 7 for the Steelers, perhaps. And, is it just one of those, well, he's there, we need something to feel good about with the draft in Pittsburgh after everything that happened in the first round? Is this a way to sort of redeem ourselves? I wouldn't go that far, because I think that this, from a football perspective, makes a lot of sense. And again, I'll go back to my initial thought and reaction was when I saw Heidenreich in round number 7 wearing a Steelers hat, he was not off the board yet. So that was my initial reaction because they invited him, I believe, to day 2. So I would assume that he was probably a 3 or 4, maybe at worst a 5. And for him to be around at 7, I think, candidly, the Steelers lucked out. And what does he project to be? Maybe a package receiver at times. He's not an every down guy, of course, but I think special teams demon, runs very well. I think you could throw him back there on punt return at times. Either way, the Steelers, I think, got some great value there in round 7. And for it all to kind of unfold as it just has in the waning hours of the draft in Pittsburgh, taking a kid that grew up 4 miles from where he currently stands right now on the stage of the North Shore. What a story. So, again, apologies for interrupting the baseball programming for a little local breaking news story that I think should have everybody feeling pretty good about themselves on a number of different fronts. Again, Eli Heidenreich, if you're just joining us, was taken in the 7th round by the Pittsburgh Steelers out of Navy, the all-time leading receiver for the midshipmen, just shy of 2,000 receiving yards. So that's a fun one. All right, on tap for today's show, brought to you by our friends at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. They have the Busch Light apple cases in stock. They're going like hotcakes, just $25.99. Be sure to head there to get it before they're gone. We will hear from manager Don Kelly. Let's continue to look back on what was a spectacular Game 1 win against the Milwaukee Brewers, with Paul Skeens taking a perfect game into the 7th inning. Connor Griffin hitting his first big league home run. We're back on the air talking some baseball with you for the first time in a few days. We've been over on KDKA Radio. So the Pirates at 15-11 are looking to win back-to-back games for the first time in 2 weeks. They haven't done it since the Friday-Saturday on the road at Wrigley against the Cubs. For the last 13 games, they've alternated wins and losses, and they're looking for their first series victory over the Milwaukee Brewers since they last did so July of 2024. So that's the storyline going in. And the weather forecast, I believe the roof is closed at American Family Field in Milwaukee, so it should be a climate-controlled, perfect 68 degrees there. As Mitch Keller gets the ball opposite of Jacob Mizorowski, we'll break down this pitching matchup as well. Your weather forecast brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. When weather disaster strikes, call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Plus the breakdown of Keller Mizorowski. We've got a lot to cover in a very short period of time. Dan Zangrilli, North Shore Tavern leadoff show from Keystone Custom Apparel on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Hey, baseball fans, the weather has turned and you need beer, and there's one place to go for all your beer needs. That's Hampton Beer Outlet, where right now they have bushels of Busch Light apple. People clamor for this all year long. They got it at Hampton Beer Outlet, but for a limited time only. So get there. They've got the best prices. They've got the best customer service. Drive a little, save a lot at Hampton Beer Outlet, where they've got Busch Light Apple, Route 8 in Hampton.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away.
Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Getting you ready for Game 2 of a 3-game series, Pirates and Milwaukee Brewers. It is Mitch Keller opposite of Jacob Mizorowski on the heels of a near-perfect game from Paul Skeen, 6 2/3, 20 up, 20 down. Connor Griffin, his first big league homer in the 6-0 victory yesterday. And just bringing everybody up to speed, our draft coverage, 93.7 The Fan. I want to just tell you that Eli Heidenreich has been selected by the Steelers in the 7th round, the 230th overall pick, and he's on the stage right now talking to all of the guys at ESPN. Really a surreal, emotional moment watching the kid from Mount Lebanon High have all of his dreams come true in an instant. And Charlie, you mentioned something to me right before we came back. Heidenreich, his plan was anyway to sign with the Steelers as an undrafted free agent. Is that accurate? Or
no, he said that as he was speaking, they asked him what was the phone call like with the Steelers, and he said he was talking to other teams about being an undrafted free agent and committed to another team. And then the Steelers called him. So he went from
Lemon in the 7th round.
Correct. So it was kind of like the flipped. He got the phone call from the Steelers as he was committing to another team to be an undrafted free agent, and he said that he never expected getting the phone call from the Steelers.
Okay.
And they're talking about how emotional it is, and the Naval Academy is letting him pursue his dream, and then once his football career is over, he will then complete a service.
So he can defer. Okay. Wow. Huh. Unbelievable. What a story. Again, Mount Lebanon's Eli Heidenreich, a Pittsburgh Steelers, selected in the 7th round out of the Naval Academy. And so you've got a guy from Air Force on the mound for the Pirates and Naval Academy. It'll be interesting to see how the Steelers use him. It's a running back, a slot receiver, special teams. Wonderful story, nevertheless. Again, took the Blue Devils to their first ever championship, state championship 4 years ago with a dramatic upset victory over the vaunted powerhouse that is St. Joe's Prep at Hershey Park Stadium, and for an otherwise rather stoic Heidenreich, a little emotional, having to wipe some tears with rather, as you would imagine, considering he lives 4 miles away, substantial number of people there to support him on draft day in the green room, if you will, backstage. So pretty cool stuff. Never.
I don't think I've seen anything more Yinzer.
Yeah, well,
than wiping tears away with the terrible towel.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. And I think it's a good pick. I was surprised that he was around at number 7, considering all the great things that I've heard from a lot of people that know more about football than I do. And man, wonderful story to chronicle 4 years ago, to see it take on chapters that, candidly, I never thought possible. What he did at Navy alongside his high school teammate in Alex Texa, and now this blossoming into maybe a very substantial professional career with his hometown team. It's a script that's hard to imagine, let alone write. All right, now back to the baseball side of things. Let's get into Mitch Keller on the mound with the pitching matchup brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. Who's got the ball? It's Keller opposite of Jacob Mizorowski. Remember, you can have it all at Joe Ball. Let's dig in a little bit to what Don Kelly has to say about Keller. He's off to a terrific start, 2-1, 279 earned run average on the heels of maybe the most important start that the Pirates have had this year. Remember, battered, beleaguered bullpen as the Pirates were kind of limping into the end of their long 7-game homestand. And then there's Keller to twirl an absolute masterpiece against the Tampa Bay Rays. 7 solid innings, 2 runs, 5 hits. This was on the 19th against the Rays, and that's kind of where the questioning begins with the Buccos skipper.
Mitch's outing last time was probably the most important start of the year, essentially biggest, best as well. We saw what Paul did last night, but where does Mitch still rank in that category, knowing the last time he was out, it was because of a matter of importance as well with bullpen?
Yeah, they were both really impressive starts. As far as coming in, Paul last night setting the stage in a big series against a really good team, and we all know the struggles we've had here. That was really important. But then going back to Mitch's last start, that was huge for us. Where our bullpen was at after the long game on Saturday night, he did. It was a phenomenal job, and looking forward to him being out there again tonight.
What's the expectation on Ashcraft? Will he have to miss a start?
No. We'll probably announce something here soon, but he won't miss a start. The plan is to not right now.
Would it be something where, like, maybe the order of the rotation would have to change, or?
Not sure yet. We're beating it up. We'll get that to you as soon as we can. But the anticipation is not that he will be able to make a start on turn.
Was it only just a rest day?
Yeah, rest day, and to finding time to get O'Hearn to DH as well. With him and Brian and Cruzy, they've been playing every day and trying to get them keep the bat in the lineup, but also get them a day off their feet.
Tony, when you're talking to the hitters against, coming up into a matchup like this, is there anything in particular you emphasize when you're facing a guy like Mizorowski, just kind of what you want to expect the guys to do in order to have success against them?
Yeah, I mean, don't want to give away too much of our game plan, but we all know he's got the elite fastball velocity, and in order to hit that, you got to get it down in the zone. You can't be expanding up, so trying to get the fastball lower in the zone, and I think that he's got a great arm. He's a great pitcher, and I think that maybe having seen him before will help some of our guys, but you're still talking about a guy that can really throw it.
We talked about this a little bit before, both with 100-mile-an-hour guys and with guys like Mizorowski, but does it just kind of feel like every team has some young guy who's coming up throwing 100? Obviously, we've seen a number here, but the velo numbers throughout the league are kind of incredible at this point.
Yeah, it is incredible, the amount of guys that are throwing that hard. I think that what stands out is when you get a starting pitcher that can do it consistently for a long period of time. You see it out of the bullpen a lot with guys that are turning it loose for an inning or so, but for the starters that can maintain that, like Paul did last night, Bubba has, it's really impressive. Mizorowski does that as well, and maintain that velo throughout a start is impressive.
Did you happen to see Skeen's interview clip last night talking about the bouncy house with Connor?
I heard about it. Yeah, I guess there wasn't enough room.
I have a serious question and a fun question. What does that tell you about what the guys are building chemistry-wise in the clubhouse?
It's been great. I think you go back to the Mangum getting his own birthday cake for himself in spring training that set the standard there. And, it was, the guys, they're enjoying themselves. They're competing well, pulling for each other, with each other to show up every single day, and I think that showed up yesterday as well with Connor's birthday, but the way Paul went about it, and to come off of a tough travel day from Dallas, and they showed up and competed.
What would you have done if there was an actual bounce house in the clubhouse?
We jumped in it. Asked Connor if I could get in.
What'd you think of Isaac's near catch on Connor's homer yesterday?
Oh, you know what? I didn't see. I was trying to figure out who made a nice play off the wall out there.
He tried to get one up with his hat.
He tried to catch it with his hat. Yeah. I didn't see that was Isaac, but I saw it hit, bounce off the wall, and somebody made a good play off the wall. I don't know if it's Cam Bellego or who that was, but they look pretty athletic getting after it.
DK, what's your impression when you hear on the other part of that when Jason was asking him too about team chemistry, talking to Paul, he had described your team as gritty dirtbag ball players. Do you like that as part of the identity, adding it in there?
That's Pittsburgh, isn't it? That's the identity that I love, and I think that we do have a lot of gritty, tough dirtbag ball players, and they continue to compete, continue to post like they have throughout the year. We've talked about it. We've been able to bounce back from a lot of different things this year so far, and it's been a lot of fun to watch.
All right, Paul Skeens yesterday, Mitch Keller today, as the Bucks go for a series win for the first time in almost 2 years against the Milwaukee Brewers, snapping yesterday their 8-game losing streak against the Brewers, who were 10-3 against Pittsburgh a season ago. Pirates are off to a 5-2 start in the National League Central Division, and right in the midst now, game 2 of 10 straight against the Central. Milwaukee has not been at 500 since late May of last year. They've had kind of an up-and-down season, losing 3 right out of the gate and then winning 8 of 10, and then a 6-game skid, followed by a stretch where they won 5 of 6. So they've been up and down, but sending Mizorowski to the mound against Keller. Mizorowski 1-2 with a 3.04. This will be his 6th start of the year. He's given up 4 homers, but it's the 42 punch-outs and the 26 2/3 that really does grab your attention, and how could it not? 97 miles an hour on the 4-seam fastball, which is sublime, and carries with it a 44% whiff rate, 129 career strikeouts after debuting last year in 92 2/3 career innings pitched. Made his debut, you'll remember, against the Pirates mid-June of last year, and he leads the majors with about a 12.5 strikeout to 9 innings ratio. Better than Dylan Cease, better than Garrett Crochet. Facing Keller, who has struggled against the Brewers, this will be his 13th start against Milwaukee all-time, and he's 1-7 against the Brewers with an ERA pushing 5.5. He's lost 3 straight starts against the Brewers, his last win coming May of 2024, his only win, in fact, coming against 2024, in 2024. So, key to victory from Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. Visit SpitzerToyota.com is going to be, how does Keller handle all of the left-handed hitters that are in the Brewers lineup? Against lefties this year, 283 opposition average, 133 against the right-handers. He's been really good against righties. So the slug is at 417 against the southpaw hitters. There's 6 extra base hits, 17 out of 60 against the lefties, whereas the righties are 6 of 45. And there will be 7 left-handed hitters in Pat Murphy's lineup for the Brewers. And the lineups, may as well get them to you right now. They're brought to you by our friends at Central Outreach Wellness Center. You can walk in for service, no insurance necessary. It's Bryce Terang, hitless in his last 11 games, left-handed hitting second baseman to lead off. William Contreras, key matchup there, 292 with a couple of homers, lifetime against Keller. He'll hit second and catch. Jake Bauers, first base. He'll hit third. There are 6 straight left-handers between hitters 2 and 9. So all of these will hit from the left side. First baseman Jake Bauers, Tyler Black, the DH, hitting 5th, center fielder Garrett Mitchell, Sal Frelick in right field, who is 6 of 16, 375 lifetime against Keller. Switch batting Greg Jones in left field, then David Hamilton, who played shortstop yesterday, will slide over to third base, and Joey Ortiz, shortstop, hitting 9th, who is 500 lifetime against Keller at 6 out of 12. So there's a couple of big matchup problems, Contreras, Frelick, and Ortiz, namely against Keller, and we told you about the left-handed hitters. Bad matchup. Remember when Washington, start before last for Mitch, stacked a bunch of lefties? I believe it was something similar, 7 of 9. Well, Keller is going to see much of the same here against the Brewers. Meanwhile, the Pirates lead off O'Neill Cruz, who is second in the majors in both RBI and stolen bases. He has 24 RBIs, 11 steals in center field atop the batting card of Don Kelly, with Brandon Lau at second base. Brian Reynolds slides over to right field, and he'll hit third. Ryan O'Hearn gets the DH duties today, and O'Hearn on base in 22 of his 24 Pirate games that he's played, a 5-game hit streak, the 3rd best average in the big leagues, the 8th best on-base percentage in the majors, hitting .333 for Pittsburgh. He'll be the DH. Nick Gonzalez, is he the everyday third baseman? At least for now he is, and he's on a 5-game hit streak and is hitting .344 in his last 9 contests. Don Kelly slides him up to the number 5 spot of the order, hitting and playing third base. Spencer Horwitz at first base. Jake Mangum plays left field and hits 7th. Connor Griffin, his first Major League homer coming yesterday on his 20th birthday, will hit 8th at shortstop, a 3-for-4 day with 3 RBIs for Connor Griffin, and then Henry Davis catching and hitting 9th. Marcell Ozuna sits hitless in his last 11 games. The bench, Bart Cook, and York, the Pirates' starting lineups. And as you heard, perhaps if you've been with us for a little while here, about Braxton Ashcraft, he has been placed on the bereavement list, so the Pirates bringing up Cam Sanders. The plan is right now for Ashcraft to not miss a start. Does that mean shuffling the rotation around a little bit? Remains to be seen. Don Kelly uncommitted to exactly what they're going to do. Probably a fluid situation. It sounds like they're actively working through it. Now, as far as Sanders, he was up just about a week and a half ago, second stint with the Pirates this year, coming up from AAA Indianapolis. Gave up 4 runs, 3 hits, 1 walk. Remember that long rain delay, Paul Skeens bobblehead game against the Tampa Bay Rays. So in less than a week's time, Sanders, the 29-year-old, who has a .225 earned run average so far in 8 AAA appearances, is back up with the club, even if it's just for a short period of time, while Braxton Ashcraft is on the bereavement list. All right, coming up next, we'll continue on with our farm report. We have a few other items to get to before we send it over to Greg Brown and Matt Capps at American Family Field, so we invite you to stay tuned. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. North Shore Tavern, your home for steak on a stone.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for steak on the stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Wait, Zero Res does commercial cleaning? They do, and not like everyone else. Zero Res uses a residue-free cleaning process so your floors don't get that sticky buildup that attracts dirt right back, which means your business stays cleaner longer with fewer cleanings and better results. From offices to apartments to large facilities, Zero Res is built for high-traffic spaces. Zero Res Commercial. It's smarter cleaning. For more info or to schedule a free estimate, visit zerores.com/commercial.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Hep C Cure Squad is here for your protection. Cause if you are uncertain, my suggestion is get tested. The time is now, find your nearest local clinic. What's exquisite, if it's hard for you to travel, they do home visits. You're not alone, listen, they're here to help. You deserve to focus on your future well-being and health. This next line is tremendously important. You don't have to pay a dime, a single cent, or need insurance. Doc Hep C, I speak screaming, yell but loudly. Don't you ever doubt me, come and get your cure from Central Outreach.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. It's the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. Your home for steak on a stone. Thanks for joining us. Dan Zangrili in the air chair for Game 2 of a 3-game series. Pirates and Brewers. Bucks looking for their first series win against the Brewers since July of 2024 and looking for back-to-back wins for the first time in about 2 weeks. They grabbed 2 weeks ago the Friday-Saturday first two at Wrigley Field, and since then have alternated wins and losses. At 15-11, two back in the National League Central Division in third place, taking on the 13-12 Brewers, who have dropped 3 straight. But they have run into some pitching here, and you almost feel, and now I don't feel bad for Milwaukee, but they had back-to-back Cy Young winners before they faced Skeens yesterday. They wrapped up their series with the Tigers, and they faced Tarek Skubal. So they're going to get Mitch Keller tonight. And Keller, I think, is I don't know if necessarily tonight is the greatest matchup for Mitch Keller, but looking at some of his numbers, I wouldn't, and he's in his age 30 season, he's in the prime of his career. I think this is going to be the best year of Keller's career. Opponents hitting .219 against him. Average in his career is .265. Typically gives up a good number of hits. He's not a huge strikeout guy. That's kind of always been the Mitch Keller MO. He'll strike out enough, 19 and 29 innings so far this year. But the fact that the contact is weaker, the hits are less pervasive for Keller. It's something that he always kind of had to deal with. Traffic on the base paths has been a thing for Keller, and at times, he'll lose it, and the walk rate could kind of get up there a little bit. But walks, hits per innings pitched. There's a lot of things right now this year, and I understand 5 starts does not a season make, but he's well below undercutting his career norms in some really important statistical categories. The batting average against, the whip, the walks, hits, innings pitched. So I think that, he's kind of going to have a sneaky good career year that's being overshadowed by guys like Braxton Ashcraft bursting onto the scene, Bubba Chandler and his 100-mile-an-hour fastball. And, it's hard to kind of stay in the limelight when you've got Paul Skeens more often than not pitching the night before you. And, by the way, Skeens, for those that have been just inundated with everything draft, I understand why. It's, here in Pittsburgh after all. But Skeens put together one of his best outings in a Pirate career. Was just digging into what Skeens has done since that opening day debacle at the New York Mets. Since then, he's given up just 10 hits in all of his subsequent starts, which have been his last 4 starts, right? Opponents 10 for 94 against him once you take away the Mets start, or since that Mets start. They're hitting 106 against Skeens. He's given up just 3 runs in his last 28 and a third innings, a .95 earned run average. And, Skeens yesterday made his 61st career start. In 40 of those 61 career starts, Skeens has given up 1 or none. 1 run or none, or roughly 2/3 of the time. It is 1 or none for Paul Skeens. So he set the tone in a big way. And, heck, you got the Reds who've won 8 of 10, the Cubs who've won 10 straight. The Pirates still are keeping pace in this crazy NL Central division at 15-11, 2 games back. Elsewhere, by the way, you talk about the draft and first-round picks. Connor Griffin hitting his first career home run yesterday. Skeens doing what he did. Well, yesterday, last year's first-round pick, Seth Hernandez, continues to just dazzle. 32 strikeouts so far in his pro career in 17 innings. Batters hitting .74 against Seth Hernandez. I don't know why he's in Bradenton. I think he should be at the very least in Greensboro. Probably not too far from being in Altoona, just because the pitches are so polished and advanced, and he's not at all being challenged at Bradenton. So I'm hoping that he made his last start with the Marauders. A 70-grade heater, 61 pitches yesterday, eclipsed 96 miles an hour 30 times. He hit 97 16 times, and 8 times hit 98 miles an hour. He was just shy of 99 on a couple of different occasions. 6'4", 190 pounds. This is the next big thing for the Pirates, and I feel confident saying that. And I say that not just because he's blowing away low A-ball hitters. It's because the polish for a teenager is off the charts. So that's your look into the future, and I'm going to look into the future and say the next start for Seth Hernandez is Greensboro, brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union with home equity loan rates as low as 5.25%. See the full terms and eligibility requirements at AllegiantFCU.org. All right, Pirates lineup: Cruz, Lau, Reynolds, O'Hearn, Gonzalez, Horwitz, Mangum, Griffin, and Henry Davis. Sitting is Marcell Ozuna. Wanted to get O'Hearn the DH day. Reynolds slides over to right. So Mangum, who's been playing some really good baseball, good to see him in the lineup. All up against Mizorowski, who in 2 starts last year against the Pirates beat them pretty good. struck out 16 Pirate batters in 12 innings. So the Pirates are going to have to be on the heater. It is a four-seamer with a 44% whiff rate. He has a strikeout rate of like 38%. So he's crazy good. He was their opening day starter. So good that they felt confident to trade Freddie Peralta to the New York Mets. So there you have it. North Shore Tavern leadoff show. We put a ribbon on it. Now sending things over to American Family Field, Pennsylvania one-call system. Call of the game. Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig. It'll be Greg Brown and Matt Capps with the call of the game, and I'll rejoin you for our post-game coverage brought to you by Og Murphy and Perkoski. Thanks for joining us. North Shore Tavern leadoff show, your home for Steak on a Stone, all presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. And one final note on the draft, 7th round, 230th overall pick, Eli Heidenreich, the pride of Mount Lebanon, the all-time leading receiver in Naval Academy history, selected by his